Chapter 90. Hidden Quest Reward. Heart of the Forest. Upon exiting the sacred tree forest, Kairan swiftly approached, enveloping Lin Yuan in her embrace. "My lord, are you unharmed?" Due to Kairan's remarkably tall stature, Lin Yuan found his head nestled amidst a cascade of soft waves. The scent of orchids enveloped him, momentarily leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Kairan's eyes were filled with a palpable urgency, clearly indicating her genuine concern for Lin Yuan's safety. This is the authenticity of the Age of Lords. One can truly feel the bond share between oneself and the heroes. "All right, please let me go. If this continues, I fear I might suffocate in your embrace." Upon hearing this, Kairan's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of red, and she immediately released him. Lin Yuan seized the opportunity to break free, finally inhaling the fresh air. Beside them, Chunbei looked on with envy etched across his face. To speak honestly, had he known the heroes in the Age of Lords possessed such humanity, he would never have chosen the beast race. Was it not the beauty of the human race that captivated him, or the sweetness of the elven maidens? Even if he had selected the demon race, at least there were succubi to consider. Yet, for reasons he could not fathom, he had hastily chosen the orc race. While others commanded proud and exquisite elven queens or valiant human heroines, he found himself in the company of brutish orcs. What a lamentable fate! In a moment of despair, Chunbei felt tears welling in his eyes. Under Kairan's inquisitive gaze, Lin Yuan recounted the entire ordeal. A flicker of anger surfaced on Kairan's enchanting visage. "I knew those elves were no good. It is my negligence for failing to protect you, my lord. Please punish me." As she spoke, Kairan feigned a tearful expression, gazing at Lin Yuan with innocent eyes. It must be said, as the queen of the dark elves, Kairan was irresistibly alluring. Her intent was not to genuinely seek punishment, but rather to entice Lin Yuan, nurturing the progression of their relationship. Regrettably, Lin Yuan, whether genuinely oblivious or pretentiously so, responded in a rather unromantic manner. "You clearly left the sacred tree forest at my command. How can this be your fault? Well, regardless, the matter is settled, and we should prepare to return." Upon hearing this, even Chunbei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Truly, the leader's resolve is unwavering. If it had been him, he would have capitulated long ago to her charms. After all, which man could withstand a stunning dark elven queen tenderly saying, "Master, I've made a mistake. Please punish me"? After departing from the sacred tree forest, Lin Yuan and Chunbei spent a total of 2 days before returning to their respective territories. Upon arriving, Lin Yuan's first action was to enter the tavern. After all, the hidden quest reward was of utmost importance to him. Soon, he stood before the bulletin board. Next to the quest disaster of the sacred tree, the words "completed" had been inscribed. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan chose to submit the quest. In the next instant, a notification of quest completion echoed in his ears. "Esteemed Lord Lin Yuan, congratulations on successfully completing the hidden quest disaster of the sacred tree. You have received the quest reward, Heart of the Forest." Upon hearing the notification, Lin Yuan's expression transformed from astonishment to uncontainable joy. "I never expected the reward for this hidden quest to be the Heart of the Forest." His voice brimmed with undeniable excitement. This treasure was exceedingly rare and immensely valuable. Taking a deep breath to quell his exhilaration, Lin Yuan retrieved the newly acquired Heart of the Forest from his inventory. Heart of the Forest special item. Description: upon use, it allows the establishment of an elven territory on an open expanse of land. The description of the Heart of the Forest was remarkably succinct, merely a single sentence. Yet this sentence alone elucidated the immense value of the item. The ability to establish a territory. It is essential to note that a lord can initially establish only one territory. However, this does not imply that a lord is confined to a single domain. Provided that conditions permit, a lord may possess multiple territories. The prerequisite, however, is that the lord must possess an item to establish a territory. For instance, to establish a human territory, one must possess the castle heart. To establish a beast territory, one must have the beast god heart. To establish a ghost territory, one must possess the heart of the undead. Correspondingly, only with the Heart of the Forest can one establish an elven territory. Thus, possessing this Heart of the Forest equates to Lin Yuan having the ability to establish a second territory. The advantages of having 2 territories are undeniably apparent. This means the simultaneous possession of 2 distinct troop types, the ability to construct certain special buildings, the recruitment of more forces, and a greater advantage in combat. Even if one territory were to fall to another lord, the other could serve as a refuge for resurgence. It is no exaggeration to say that the benefits of possessing 2 territories are immeasurable. As for the drawbacks, there may only be one: the need for greater resource investment. For an ordinary player, this might pose a challenge. However, for Lin Yuan, it was hardly a concern. After all, what he lacked least was money and resources. Problems that can be resolved with money are not problems at all. What Lin Yuan did not anticipate was obtaining the heart of the forest so early and gaining the qualification to establish a second territory. If his memory served him correctly, in his previous life, it took at least 2.5 months after the game's launch for a lord to establish a second territory. Even then, it caused quite a stir. One can only imagine why Lin Yuan was so exhilarated upon acquiring the heart of the forest. Having obtained this item, it was only prudent to use it as soon as possible. Moreover, Lin Yuan recalled that the first player to successfully establish a second territory would receive a special reward from the system. Chapter 91. The Establishment of the Second Territory and the World Announcement. Soon, Lin Yuan discovered a suitable expanse of land over 1,000 miles from his own territory. In his view, it was preferable for the two territories to be somewhat distanced from one another. After all, once the magical teleportation array was constructed, even the farthest distances could be traversed in but a second. Upon finding a vacant plot, Lin Yuan immediately chose to activate the heart of the forest. Esteemed Lord, do you wish to establish your elven territory here? Yes. Constructing the territory will require the expenditure of 100 million in food, 100 million in wood, 100 million in stone, 100 million in iron ore, and 100 million silver coins. Do you confirm? Confirm. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had anticipated the vast resources required for establishing a territory. Thus, prior to the construction, he had procured a significant quantity of resources from the auction house. Nevertheless, spending several hundred million resources at once still caused him a pang of regret. After all, in the early stages of the game, the prices of resources were exceedingly steep. The exchange rate for basic resources such as food, wood, stone, iron ore, and gold coins reached as high as 50 to 1, while the ratio of silver coins to gold coins soared to 10 to 1, given the extensive utility of silver coins. This implied that Lin Yuan had expended nearly 20 million just to acquire these resources. Thankfully, having started with a capital infusion of 1 billion, his financial foundation was sufficiently robust to withstand such expenditures. Upon confirming his choice, the heart of the forest, in Lin Yuan's hand shattered, radiating a brilliant emerald light. With a thunderous boom, a colossal ancient tree erupted from the ground. Clearly, this was the elven ancient tree. The function of the elven ancient tree was akin to that of a lord's manor, serving as the core of the territory. As the elven ancient tree ascended into existence, a world announcement reverberated in the ears of all lords. Congratulations to the Lord of Huaxia, Lin Yuan, for successfully establishing the elven territory, becoming the first lord to possess a second territory. Reward, blueprint for the Blood Moon ancient tree. The world announcement echoed 3 times, instantly inciting a fervor across the realm. Goodness, how has Lin Yuan made it to the world announcement again? What is this second territory? I recall Lin Yuan is a human lord. How can he establish an elven territory? Indeed, can a single lord possess 2 territories? Is this for real? I've never heard of such a thing. Of course not. Haven't you seen that Lin Yuan is the first lord to have a second territory? It's no wonder you haven't heard of it. However, who knows what conditions are required to create a second territory? An additional territory signifies double the development speed and double the military strength. Listening to you, this sounds incredibly enticing. It's just a pity that at our level, it seems unlikely we could ever attain such a feat. By the way, have you noticed that Lin Yuan seems to have a guild now? Indeed. What on earth is this Hope Guild? How could it accommodate such a formidable figure as Lin Yuan? Perhaps Lin Yuan founded this guild himself. No, I checked earlier. He is merely the vice president, while another person is the president. My goodness, someone of Lin Yuan's caliber is merely a vice president? Who, then, is the president? It must be said that Lin Yuan's establishment of the second territory quickly garnered the attention of many. However, their focus soon deviated, shifting towards the Hope Guild. After all, Lin Yuan had previously been regarded as a mysterious lone wolf, and now he had joined a guild and even taken on the title of vice president. In an instant, countless lords were overwhelmed with curiosity. What kind of power is this Hope Guild that it could attract a figure like Lin Yuan? Yet, unbeknownst to them, the Hope Guild was founded entirely by Lin Yuan himself. The reason he held only the title of vice president was that he had entrusted all guild affairs to Li Bingqiu, effectively positioning himself as a hands-off manager. However, the vast majority of players had conjured Li Bingqiu into an even more enigmatic figure than Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan himself had not anticipated that, following this world announcement, the Hope Guild would inadvertently gain notoriety. At this moment, Lin Yuan was too preoccupied to heed the players' discussions, for his attention was wholly devoted to the architectural blueprint he had just acquired. Blueprint, Blood Moon Ancient Tree. Once this structure was completed, he would be able to recruit the 7th-tier hidden unit, the Blood Moon Elf. Lin Yuan had indeed heard whispers of the Blood Moon Elf in his previous life. If his memory served him correctly, the so-called Blood Moon Elf was an assassin-type hidden unit and one of the strongest assassin units within the Elven faction. If he could construct the Blood Moon Ancient Tree, it would perfectly compensate for Lin Yuan's deficiency in assassin units. With this thought, Lin Yuan became even more eager to expedite the establishment of the Elven territory. Furthermore, the second territory possessed a unique characteristic. By expending double the resources during construction, the build time could be reduced to 1/10 of the original duration. Of course, this condition was not without its limitations. The level of buildings in the sub-territory could not exceed that of the main territory. In other words, if the Lord's Manor of the main territory was only level 6, then the Elven Ancient Tree in the second territory could only be upgraded to level 6 at most. This design was undoubtedly aimed at minimizing the disparity between the sub-territory and the main territory. If constructing a second territory required the same time as building the main territory, it would indeed be rather impractical. However, rapid development necessitated a significant consumption of resources. It seemed imperative for Lin Yuan to have Li Bingqiu devise a means to secure several resource merchants for a steady supply. Lin Yuan, having spent over 10 million acquiring a wealth of resources at the auction house, could not help but mutter to himself. While he was indeed affluent, he could not afford to be wasteful. Quality resources must always be utilized judiciously. The resources in the auction house, sold by ordinary lords, were naturally priced higher. If he could find suitable resource merchants to supply him, he could purchase the same resources at least 20 cheaper. By acquiring 10 million in resources, he could save 2 million, a substantial figure indeed. After all, in the future, Lin Yuan's demand for resources would only escalate, potentially reaching hundreds of millions or even billions. Moreover, Lin Yuan's desire to recruit resource merchants was not solely for his own benefit. The development of the guild was equally reliant on resource merchants. Every large guild has a well-established system, which includes affiliated resource merchants. With resource merchants, guild members could procure resources at a lower cost, thus facilitating faster development. Furthermore, should war be declared against other factions, resource merchants could continuously supply them with the necessary materials. As the saying goes, before the army moves, provisions must be prepared. In lore-type games, resources have always held paramount importance. It seemed essential to find time to discuss this matter with Li Bingqiu. After procuring a substantial amount of resources, Lin Yuan promptly commenced the construction of his territory. In no time, one magnificent elven structure after another emerged within his domain. The Elven Arrow Tower, the War Ancient Tree, the Moon Well, the Fountain of Life, and the Knowledge Ancient Tree. Without concern for resource expenditure, Lin Yuan elevated the Elven Ancient Tree and its accompanying edifices to level 5 within a mere 5 days. Concurrently, he recruited a multitude of elven units from his territory, further augmenting his military strength. Chapter 92, Hidden Quest, the Carlton Defense Line. However, the successful construction of the Blood Moon Ancient Tree and the recruitment of Blood Moon Elves would require additional time. Notably, while Lin Yuan was busy developing the Elven territory, the human Lord's Manor also ascended to level 6. This advancement signified that he could finally construct the Griffin's Perch and recruit level 6 Griffins. Furthermore, the Griffin unit is particularly unique as it can be upgraded using silver coins. A mere expenditure of 50,000 silver coins allows one Griffin to be upgraded to a Royal Griffin. Upon completion of the upgrade, the attributes of the Royal Griffin are enhanced by no less than 50% compared to its predecessor. Due to this characteristic, the Royal Griffin is often referred to as the wealthy unit. As long as one possesses the wealth, one can grow stronger. Lin Yuan was certainly not lacking in funds. Thus, after recruiting the first batch of Griffins, he immediately spent 20 million silver coins to upgrade all 400 Griffins to Royal Griffins. When converted at market value, 20 million silver coins equate to merely 200,000. Investing 200,000 for an immensely powerful aerial force was, for Lin Yuan, an exceedingly profitable endeavor. Of course, during these 7 days, Lin Yuan was not solely preoccupied with territorial construction. Since completing the previous hidden quest, the casualties among his forces had been quite severe, particularly among the Dark Skeleton Knights, of which only a few hundred remained. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for Lin Yuan to accept any new hidden quests. Even if he did, he lacked the capacity to fulfill them. Therefore, during these days, aside from constructing his territory, Lin Yuan also diligently hunted monsters in the wilderness. His objective was clear: to utilize the corpses of the monsters to summon skeleton soldiers, which he would then fuse and transform into Dark Skeleton Knights. With the enhancement from his financial prowess, Lin Yuan's efficiency in slaying monsters was commendable. In just 7 days, the number of Dark Skeleton Knights under his command surged from a few hundred to 3,000. Now, Lin Yuan had fully regained his vigor. Under his command were 3,000 Dark Skeleton Knights, 1,200 Flame Mages, and 400 Royal Griffins, all of which constituted his main combat force. Additionally, he possessed several low-tier human and elven units. However, for Lin Yuan at present, any units below level 5 were merely cannon fodder. Once his military strength was restored, Lin Yuan ventured back into the tavern. During these days, he had been continuously acquiring task refresh orders. As a result, even after having expended over 10,000 in the previous instance, Lin Yuan's stock of task refresh orders still surpassed 100,000. He wondered what hidden quest might be revealed this time. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan quietly mused, "I hope this time does not disappoint me." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan began refreshing tasks at the bulletin board. 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, 7,000. He refreshed tasks tirelessly, akin to an indefatigable automaton. His goal was singular: hidden quests. He paid no heed to any other tasks. Fortunately, this time his luck proved to be better than before. After refreshing only 8,134 times, he uncovered a hidden quest. This hidden quest, titled Carlton Fortress, bore a blood-red hue. Upon reviewing the task description, a glimmer of realization flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. So it was this quest. The background of the Carlton Fortress quest was rather straightforward. In the northern region of the Eternal Continent, a conflict erupted into war between an orc kingdom and a human kingdom known as the Azalea Kingdom. It is well known that orcs are the most aggressive and warlike of races, resolving disputes solely through warfare. Thus, upon the outbreak of war, the orc kingdom swiftly dispatched a vast multitude of orc legions to launch relentless assaults on the borders of the Azalea Kingdom. The Azalea Kingdom, a small realm with a population of barely 10 million, found itself overwhelmed by the ferocity of the orc onslaught, suffering continuous defeats and quickly descending into despair, ultimately compelled to seek aid from other nations. However, due to geographical constraints, reinforcements from other kingdoms would take at least a month to arrive. The borders of the Azalea Kingdom resembled fragile wooden planks, poised to shatter at any moment under the relentless pressure of the orc kingdom's attacks. Moreover, there existed a critically strategic location on the kingdom's borders known as Carlton Fortress. Should this stronghold fall, the orc legions would be able to surge forth unimpeded, directly invading the heart of the Azalea Kingdom. Consequently, both the Azalea Empire and the Orc Kingdom placed immense importance on Carlton Fortress, committing substantial military resources to its defense. Under such circumstances, the fortress earned a new moniker, the Carlton Meat Grinder. Here, daily thousands of humans and orcs perished, and the land surrounding the fortress had been stained a dark crimson with blood. One can only imagine the brutality of the battles fought here. As for the requirements of this quest, they were simple: enter the Carlton Fortress and assist the garrison in repelling the orc invasion. If they could hold out for 3 days until reinforcements arrived, the quest would be deemed complete. At first glance, this hidden quest appeared rather straightforward, especially with the support of the fortress's military and the relatively short duration required. However, in reality, the difficulty of this task was certainly not less than that of the Tree of Life disaster. Lin Yuan was not entirely aware of the specific processes involved in this quest, but he did know that a lord from his past life, who had undertaken this hidden quest, brought along a full contingent of 10,000 level 8 units and an additional 30,000 level 7 units to Carlton Fortress, only to narrowly escape annihilation. Thus, the challenge of defending Carlton Fortress was undeniably immense. Yet, despite this daunting prospect, Lin Yuan felt no trepidation. If one lacked the courage to face challenges, how could they aspire to become the mightiest lord? Nevertheless, even though Lin Yuan was unafraid of challenges, he recognized the necessity of making thorough preparations for such a formidable task. With this in mind, he promptly gathered Li Bingqiu, Chun Bei, and Lin Mingming into a group chat channel. Without preamble, Lin Yuan stated, "In a few days, I will undertake a hidden quest. I wonder if you all have the time to assist me." Chapter 93, The Future of the Hope Guild. Boss, how come you've received another hidden quest? The first to respond was naturally Chun Bei, for he had previously collaborated with Lin Yuan to complete the last hidden quest. Subsequently, Li Bingqiu inquired once more, "What is the content of this hidden mission?" Lin Yuan, not wishing to indulge in idle chatter, promptly shared the mission brief for the Carlton Fortress in the chat channel. After perusing the mission details, Chun Bei could not help but voice his concern. "Boss, this mission isn't going to throw us any unexpected curveballs, is it? For instance, upon entering the fortress, we might be mistaken for rebels and ambushed." It was evident that the experience in the Sacred Tree Forest had left an indelible mark on Chun Bei's impressionable mind. "Rest assured, such incidents are unlikely to recur this time," Lin Yuan reassured him. "However, the difficulty of this mission may surpass that of the last." "More difficult?" Chun Bei's eyes widened in disbelief. He had assumed the previous hidden mission was already quite formidable. Lin Yuan retorted, "Otherwise, why do you think I called upon all of you? Thus, you must prepare adequately." Chun Bei nodded solemnly. "Understood. So when do we set out?" "This afternoon," Lin Yuan replied. Once Lin Yuan had conveyed all necessary information, the others gradually exited the group chat, leaving only Li Bingqiu behind. Lin Yuan was well aware that Li Bingqiu lingered to report on her progress. He then directly asked, "How have you fared with the tasks I assigned you?" Li Bingqiu promptly responded, "I've nearly completed them. I have contacted 2 major resource vendors, who can currently produce various resources worth 20 billion weekly. Moreover, their prices are quite favorable, at only 70 of the market rate." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan felt a stir of excitement. To be honest, negotiating resources to this price was no small feat. Typically, resource vendors sell at prices no less than 80 of the market rate. After a brief pause, Li Bingqiu continued, "However, they have set forth certain conditions." "Oh, what conditions?" Lin Yuan inquired. "Their condition is that they require the protection of our Hope Guild." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan finally comprehended why these two resource vendors were willing to relinquish a portion of their profits. It appeared they had recognized the potential of the Hope Guild and wished to invest in it early on. Clearly, these merchants were astute and possessed a keen sense of opportunity. Even though the Hope Guild had just been established, they had already perceived its promise. However, it seemed they were not merely betting on the guild itself, but rather on Lin Yuan as an individual. They firmly believed that someone of Lin Yuan's caliber would not establish an inconsequential guild. Hence, their eagerness to bind themselves to the ship of the Hope Guild. Naturally, Lin Yuan would not refuse such a mutually beneficial arrangement. He decided to acquiesce to their terms. Changing the subject, he asked, by the way, how many people have you managed to contact from the list? Compared to the matter of resource vendors, Lin Yuan was more concerned about this issue. After all, talent was far more crucial than resources. Li Bingqiu paused slightly before replying. I have contacted everyone on the list, but only 12 individuals expressed a willingness to join us. The rest are either considering it for a while longer or have outright declined. Moreover, among those 12 willing to join, a significant portion is motivated by the prospect of teaming up with you. At this point, Li Bingqiu's tone conveyed a hint of exasperation. It seemed that the reputation of the Hope Guild was not yet as prominent as Lin Yuan's individual standing. Many individuals declined her invitation primarily because the newly established Hope Guild was perceived to be too weak. Most people joined guilds in pursuit of better opportunities. And under such circumstances, unless they genuinely recognized the potential of the Hope Guild, few would willingly join a guild of such nascent strength. Even Lin Yuan's previous assent to the world announcement, which had informed many of the Hope Guild's existence, had not altered the prevailing situation. The only way to change this scenario was for the Hope Guild to genuinely develop, thereby attracting more lords and creating a virtuous cycle. In fact, I had considered your earlier suggestion of enticing them with monetary incentives to join, Li Bingqiu remarked, pursing her lips. However, I feel that such recruits would lack sincerity. Those who are drawn by profit may just as easily betray us for it. Hence, I chose not to pursue that approach. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan could not help but chuckle. No worries, you have done exceptionally well. It was I who failed to consider this previously. By the way, do you have the list of those 12 individuals? Please send it to me now. Certainly. Li Bingqiu nodded, then curiously asked, what do you need the list for? Did you not promise them a chance to team up with you? Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly, having made a promise, it is only right to fulfill it. After hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Li Bingqiu's face. Are you suggesting we take them along to complete this hidden mission? Is that not feasible? Lin Yuan smiled. After all, we could use the extra hands, could we not? That may be true, Li Bingqiu conceded, albeit reluctantly. I just feel they are too inexperienced and lack the necessary strength. What does that matter? They will not be required to exert themselves, Lin Yuan stated calmly. This is merely an opportunity for us to get acquainted with them and provide them with some benefits. However, he added with a hint of concern, we should be wary. Though, if this mission fails, we might lose face in front of these new members. At this, Li Bingqiu could not help but laugh. That would indeed be somewhat embarrassing. All right, if there is nothing else, please send me the list and then hasten your preparations, Lin Yuan instructed. Oh, and remember to acquire a few large-scale magical scrolls from the auction house. They might come in handy at Carlton Fortress. Understood, I will attend to it shortly. Li Bingqiu replied with a nod. She then added, aside from these matters, there is one more thing. What is it? Lin Yuan asked. I have meticulously recreated the map of the Dark Maze, precisely as it is in the original. Li Bingqiu stated, if you deem the timing appropriate. We can venture there at any moment. Chapter 94, The Lucky One, Qian Xiaozhuang. The map of the Dark Maze has been completed? Lin Yuan's gaze flickered with intrigue. Had it not been for Li Bingqiu's mention, he might have forgotten entirely about this matter. After all, it had been some time since they had encountered the 72 Pillars demon god, Astaroth. However, the Dark Maze was not as simple as it appeared. At the very least, it was not a place they were equipped to explore at present. Even if legendary treasures truly existed within the Dark Maze, Lin Yuan remained unfazed. A hint of greed could lead to dire consequences. For now, until he had access to 8th tier units, he was not inclined to tread lightly into the Dark Maze. Moreover, he had other objectives in mind. With over 100,000 mission refresh orders in his possession, he could still undertake several more hidden missions. Upon completing all these hidden tasks, his prowess would ascend to a new echelon. At that juncture, attempting to challenge the Dark Maze would certainly not be too late. Contemplating this, Lin Yuan promptly declared, the Dark Maze poses too great a peril for us at this moment. We shall refrain from exploration for now. Kindly send me the list and map, and when the opportune moment arises, I shall notify you. Understood, Li Bingqiu replied without hesitation. She had never harbored a shred of doubt regarding Lin Yuan's decisions, for he had yet to err thus far. Soon, Li Bingqiu sent over the list of 12 individuals along with the map of the Dark Maze. After stowing the map, Lin Yuan immediately perused the list before him. It was no wonder he placed such significance on it. The names inscribed were all former prominent lords of Huaxia. Although they were currently unknown, they possessed astonishing potential. Gazing at these familiar names, Lin Yuan's thoughts were irresistibly drawn back to his past life. Lu Tianming, a human lord, commanded an exceptionally formidable army of 9th-tier holy sword warriors, renowned as the Sword of Light. Li Qingshan, another human lord, possessed an astute mind and excelled in various tactics, earning the title of tactical genius. Wei Jiuyou, a lord of the Ghost clan, had, in his previous life, commanded 3 S-rank ghost heroes and thousands of 9th-tier bone dragons, known as the King of Nine Hells. Fang Yu, a lord of the Elemental clan, simultaneously trained units of wind, fire, lightning, and earth elementals, his strength remarkable, ranking within the top 20 of Huaxia's lords, famously called the Elemental Emperor. As Lin Yuan silently recited these familiar names, he reminisced about their pasts. In his previous life, he had even interacted with many of them. However, in this life, he had found them before they had blossomed into their full potential and had recruited them into his guild. Although he was uncertain whether this would influence them, if the trajectory of their previous lives were to unfold, their eventual growth would undoubtedly contribute significantly to the development of the Hope Guild. Just then, Lin Yuan's gaze unexpectedly landed on one particular name, Qian Xiaozhuang. Upon seeing this name, a smile crept across Lin Yuan's face. He never anticipated that Li Bingqiu had successfully brought this individual on board. To speak frankly, among the lords listed, Qian Xiaozhuang's strength was relatively weak, ranking near the bottom. Yet in his previous life, he was considered a coveted figure by numerous guilds. The reason for this was Qian Xiaozhuang's extraordinary luck. Rumor had it that in the real world, he was a jinx, someone who could buy 100 drinks without ever winning a free one. However, upon entering the game, his fortune underwent a miraculous transformation, reaching an almost surreal level. His first drawn hero was an S-rank hero, Shakil of the Desert Sands. And this was merely the beginning. Subsequently, Qian Xiaozhuang frequently stumbled upon hidden quests, found strategic treasures lying around, and even had neutral factions approach him to join his ranks. Indeed, every boss he personally vanquished yielded an exceptional bounty, almost to the extent of bursting his own trousers with loot. The most ludicrous instance was when Qian Xiaozhuang led his troops to surround a level 30 silver-tier boss, which astonishingly dropped 2 platinum-tier treasures. The odds of such an event occurring were far lower than winning a 5 million lottery. Consequently, many believe that Qian Xiaozhuang must have been favored by the goddess of fortune. No, it was beyond mere favor. It was as if the goddess of fortune was rushing to feed him. Thus, Qian Xiaozhuang's title was exceptionally unique. While others were known as the Sword of Light, the Elemental Emperor, or the King of Nine Hells, he alone was dubbed the European Emperor. Unfortunately, while the heavens may open a door for you, they can also close a window. Despite Qian Xiaozhuang possessing nearly divine luck, his gaming skills were hardly commendable. Even under the most fortuitous circumstances, he had failed to grow into a top-tier lord, let alone break into the top 100 of Huaxia. This underscored a critical point. In the game, Era of Lords, mere luck was insufficient. To put it metaphorically, Qian Xiaozhuang was akin to the foolish son of a landlord, sitting on a grain warehouse, yet unable to capitalize on it for wealth. Fortunately, Qian Xiaozhuang remained open-minded and lacked any grand ambitions. Since fortune favored him, he aimed to maximize his advantages. If Lin Yuan recalled correctly, in his previous life, Qian Xiaozhuang had meticulously gathered several luck-boosting treasures, ultimately becoming a sought-after asset for various guilds. No matter which guild was undertaking a dungeon raid or hunting bosses, they would pay handsomely to enlist Qian Xiaozhuang's presence. Even if his strength was lacking, his mere presence as a good luck charm was invaluable. In his previous life, Qian Xiaozhuang thrived on his luck, and as a result, his family and friends enjoyed prosperous lives alongside him. Thus, in some respects, lacking ambition was not necessarily a disadvantage. However, what surprised Lin Yuan was that this time around, Qian Xiaozhuang had chosen to join the Hope Guild. While he was uncertain of the underlying motives, now that he was here, Lin Yuan had no intention of letting him slip away easily. Chapter 95, Gift of Treasures, a surprise for Qian Xiaozhuang. Time swiftly progressed to the afternoon. As agreed, everyone gathered at Lin Yuan's territory punctually. Likewise, Li Bingqiu had brought the 12 individuals as Lin Yuan requested. The fact that none of them were absent was somewhat unexpected for Lin Yuan. In reality, he had underestimated his own influence. When Li Bingqiu proposed that Lin Yuan wished to team up with them, they promptly set aside their current tasks. Even Li Qingshan, who was engaged in a chain quest, abandoned it without hesitation to rush over. In their eyes, Lin Yuan was nothing short of a divine being. They would not allow this opportunity to slip by. Upon entering Lin Yuan's territory, they were overwhelmingly excited, their eyes darting around, unable to suppress their exclamations of awe. Is this truly the domain of the great Lin Yuan? It is exceedingly prosperous. Indeed, I just glanced, and the Lord's Manor is on the verge of reaching level 7. Even the Griffin Cliff has already been constructed. Alas, I fear I shall never catch up to the steps of the Great One. I heard that the esteemed Lin Yuan has even opened a second territory. I wonder if there will be a chance to witness it. With so many people in the guild, why did the Great One choose to team up with just us? Could it be that he sees potential in us? Oh, spare me. We possess no real potential. We are already a month behind others from the start. True, catching up on a month's progress is no easy feat. Had I known, I would have entered the game sooner. If only it were that simple. Let us take it one step at a time. Just as the crowd engaged in hushed discussions, Lin Yuan's gaze suddenly swept over them. In the next moment, they all immediately fell silent, refraining from further conversation. It was not that Lin Yuan exuded an overwhelming authority, but rather, they were keen to avoid leaving a poor impression before him. Moreover, it is entirely natural to feel a degree of trepidation in the presence of a figure as formidable as Lin Yuan. You must be aware of the purpose for which I have summoned you, correct? Lin Yuan surveyed the surroundings, speaking in a calm manner. The individuals before him nodded in unison, akin to chicks pecking at grains. It is worth noting that these lords, who now appeared so docile, were once renowned for their dominance in Lin Yuan's memories. Observing their submissive demeanor, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and irony. However, it was evident that they were still rather inexperienced. A glance revealed that the most powerful among them was merely a Tier 4 lord, while the others were Tier 2 or Tier 3 lords. The classification of lords by tiers is merely an approximate assessment of their capabilities. For instance, if a lord has developed Tier 5 units and utilizes them as the primary force in battle, he may be referred to as a Tier 5 lord. By the standard, Lin Yuan currently stands as a Tier 6 lord. However, his true strength far surpasses that of an ordinary Tier 6 lord. Lin Yuan then continued, "This time, you will join me in completing a hidden task. I understand that the vast majority of you have yet to fully develop your capabilities. Nevertheless, that is of no consequence. All I ask is that you give it your utmost effort. The remainder shall be managed by us. Upon successful completion of the task, I shall reward each of you with 2 platinum tier strategic treasures." Upon hearing this, everyone in front of Lin Yuan instinctively gasped in astonishment. Platinum tier treasures, and 2 for each person. This is exceedingly generous. To be frank, while platinum tier treasures may not hold much value for lords of Lin Yuan's caliber, for the individuals present, they remained an unattainable aspiration. It is important to note that the heroes under their command predominantly wield silver tier treasures. The mere acquisition of a single gold tier treasure would be sufficient to elate them for days. Additionally, their original intention in coming here was merely to become acquainted with a prominent figure. They never anticipated such a delightful surprise. In an instant, expressions of excitement spread across the faces of all present, except for Qian Xiaozhuang, who maintained a semblance of composure, merely breaking into a slight smile. The prospect of platinum tier treasures did not evoke a frenzy of joy in him, as he was known to have obtained 2 platinum tier treasures from a silver tier boss. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan's gesture left a favorable impression on Qian Xiaozhuang. Regardless, this individual displayed considerable generosity, unlike certain guilds that are miserly towards their subordinates. As Qian Xiaozhuang pondered this, he failed to notice Lin Yuan approaching him. "You are Jin Yin Xinzhuang, correct?" Lin Yuan's voice rang in his ears. Jin Yin Xinzhuang was indeed Qian Xiaozhuang's gaming ID. Upon hearing his name called, he looked up, momentarily stunned, before responding somewhat flustered, Yes, that's me. If you don't mind, you can just call me Qian Xiaozhuang." His flustered demeanor stemmed from the unexpected attention of someone as esteemed as Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "I've heard you have quite the luck?" "Oh no, not really," Qian Xiaozhuang replied, scratching his head in modesty. "It's just slightly better than average." "Well then, I happen to have a little trinket that I believe suits you perfectly. Consider it a gift." With that, Lin Yuan retrieved the gambler's ring from his backpack and tossed it to Qian Xiaozhuang. This ring was obtained during a hidden task at the tavern alongside the deceiver's mask. However, in comparison to the latter, the gambler's ring merely offered a meager effect of 10 luck. For Lin Yuan, this small boost in luck held little significance. But in Qian Xiaozhuang's hands, it could prove to be invaluable, given his fortunate disposition. "Thank you, boss," Qian Xiaozhuang said, flashing an earnest smile as he began to examine the properties of the gambler's ring. In the next moment, his expression morphed into one of astonishment. The ring Lin Yuan had bestowed upon him was, in fact, a special treasure that increased his luck. At this juncture, Qian Xiaozhuang had already become aware of his unique advantage, his extraordinary luck. In truth, individuals with luck as exceptional as his tend to thrive wherever they go. His decision to join the Hope Guild was primarily driven by curiosity about Lin Yuan. Despite entering the game a month later than others, he had heard of Lin Yuan's illustrious reputation. To everyone, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly the foremost lord in Huaxia, and many players had even begun to regard him as the world's leading lord. After all, in terms of appearances on the world announcements, no one could surpass Lin Yuan. Yet, Qian Xiaozhuang had not anticipated Lin Yuan to be so amicable and generous. To receive a special treasure that enhances luck upon their first meeting was nothing short of extraordinary. Such treasures were rarer than diamond tier ones, and even those with wealth might struggle to acquire them. In an instant, Qian Xiaozhuang's fondness for Lin Yuan increased several notches. Having achieved his objective, Lin Yuan chose not to prolong the conversation with Qian Xiaozhuang. This introductory gift was merely intended to leave a positive impression. After all, there would be ample time for Lin Yuan to foster a deeper relationship with someone as exceptional as Qian Xiaozhuang. It would indeed be a pity not to bring such a unique individual into the guild. Lin Yuan then directed his gaze back to the assembled crowd. Since you have all chosen to join the Hope Guild, I assure you that I shall not shortchange any of you. However, trust must be mutual. I hope that from this moment forth, you will treat the Hope Guild as a family. At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd. Boss, rest assured. Even if we were to leave the Hope Guild, other guilds may not necessarily accept us. This declaration elicited a wave of laughter among the crowd. Yet, the speaker's words bore a kernel of truth. Given their current capabilities, the Hope Guild was indeed their best option. Lin Yuan chuckled and replied, I wouldn't go that far. I believe that everyone here possesses exceptional potential and will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. I merely hope that when that time comes, you will still remain within the Hope Guild and fight alongside me. Boss, you need not worry. With these 2 platinum-tier treasures, I, Li Qingshan, am bound to follow you. Ha, well said. You've revealed your true intentions, haven't you? You're merely viewing Lin Yuan as an easy mark. Li Qingshan, that was indeed unwise of you to voice everyone's thoughts. Indeed, this brother is quite candid. He dares to speak the truth. Boss, pay them no mind. They are merely after your wealth. Only I am genuinely sincere towards you. Whoa, we have a bromance here. Boss, run. Laughter erupted once more from the crowd. However, Lin Yuan could distinctly sense that, following this bout of mirth, the distance between him and these individuals had considerably diminished. Turning his gaze, he noticed a glimmer of amusement on the faces of Li Bingchu and Lin Mingming, while Chun Bei wore a broad grin, seemingly lost in delight. At this moment, the Hope Guild finally began to take on the semblance of a true guild. Moreover, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the people before him would undoubtedly become the backbone of the Hope Guild in the future. After becoming acquainted, Lin Yuan naturally intended to lead them to Carlton Fortress to undertake the hidden quest. Fortunately, this time, the task did not require a lengthy journey. Upon accepting the mission, Lin Yuan received a teleportation scroll, which, when utilized, would transport everyone simultaneously to Carlton Fortress. However, there was a limitation on the number of individuals that could be teleported, with a maximum capacity of 20 lords. Thankfully, even including the 12 individuals on the list, Lin Yuan and his companions totaled only 16, perfectly aligning with the scroll's constraints. Once everyone was gathered, Lin Yuan wasted no time and tore the teleportation scroll asunder. In the next instant, a profound magical wave radiated outward and beneath their feet. A teleportation array, adorned with intricate magical patterns, emerged. Simultaneously, all entered the array. As a brilliant light flashed, they experienced a moment of dizziness. By the time they regained their composure, the scenery before them had transformed entirely. Evidently, in the mere span of a few seconds, they had been transported to Carlton Fortress. This fortress appeared to be situated upon a desolate expanse of wasteland, surrounded by barren land and swirling sands. As Chun Bei surveyed the surroundings, a smile crept upon his face. This is splendid. We were teleported directly, saving us quite a bit of time. Lin Yuan replied calmly. Once your territory reaches level 7, you can construct a magical teleportation array yourself, which will be equally convenient. Just as the two conversed, 2 knights clad in silver armor approached them. You must be the lords who arrived here after accepting the commission. One of the silver-armored knights bowed in greeting. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is William, and I am the commander here. I trust you are somewhat aware of the situation at Carlton Fortress. Our reinforcements will require at least 3 days to arrive. Therefore, during this time, I implore you to assist us in resisting the enemy forces until help arrives. If we achieve victory in this conflict, the Kingdom of Azalea will forever commemorate your contributions. Lin Yuan nodded and responded, we shall certainly do our utmost. However, prior to that, I need to understand the fortress's military strength and the general capabilities of the Orc Legion. Knowledge of both ourselves and our adversaries is essential for invincibility in battle. For Lin Yuan, grasping the strengths of both allies and foes was paramount. Only then could he devise suitable strategies for combat. He was acutely aware of the hidden quest's difficulty, which necessitated a cautious and deliberate approach. Very well, William nodded in agreement. Please follow me, and I will take you to the barracks for an overview. Chapter 97, Fighting for Our Homeland Before Long. Lin Yuan and his companions followed William to the military encampment. The atmosphere was rife with tension. The soldiers clad in black armor were mostly silent, meticulously cleaning the blood from their armor and blades. Some bore wounds that had yet to heal, merely bandaged hastily. It was evident that they had endured brutal battles. As Lin Yuan accompanied William on a tour of the barracks, he gleaned a rough understanding of the current defensive capabilities of Carlton Fortress. 7th tier black armored cavalry, 3,000. 7th tier black armored shield bearers, 4,000. 7th tier heavy armored spearmen, 5,000. 6th tier light armored swordsmen, 6,000. 6th tier light feather archers, 6,000. 6th tier divine grace priests, 3,000. These constituted the entirety of the armed forces at Carlton Fortress. The total military strength reached an astonishing 27,000, all of which were units of 6th tier or higher. Upon witnessing such a formidable array, Qian Xiaozhuang and the others were rendered speechless. Not only they, but even Li Bingqiu and the others had never encountered such grandeur. Qianbei could not help but exclaim, "Boss, do you think we still need to contribute? With so many high-tier troops, we could easily trample the sacred tree forest several times over." The once majestic sacred tree forest had now become a mere unit of measurement, in Qianbei's words. However, the more impressive the forces, the more uneasy Lin Yuan felt. He cast a glance at Qianbei and solemnly remarked, "Do not rejoice too soon. The greater the strength of the troops within the fortress, the more formidable our enemies will be. This indicates that the orc army we face will be even more savage." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the group fell into a contemplative silence, for they understood the truth in his statement. The difficulty of the hidden quest would not be trivial. Given the robust forces within Carlton Fortress, it was entirely plausible that the orc horde they faced would be 2 to 3 times as numerous. An arduous battle lay ahead. Truth be told, this is the entirety of the military force that the Kingdom of Azalea can muster, William said, a bitter expression crossing his face. To withstand the onslaught of the orc army, the kingdom has spared no effort. If the fortress falls, not only will all within be slaughtered, but those brutal orcs will also invade deep into the heart of the Kingdom of Azalea, committing unspeakable atrocities against the innocent populace. Therefore, this battle is not merely a gamble of our lives, but also of our honor and responsibility. The vile orcs shall not step foot in Carlton Fortress until they have crossed over my corpse. The resolute determination etched upon William's countenance radiated an indomitable spirit. Lin Yuan's heart quivered slightly as he recalled the countless lords who had risen to stand against the abyssal invasion, driving back wave after wave of abyssal monstrosities. The majority of them had not even left their names behind. They were silent heroes, torches amidst the darkness. At that moment, a phrase sprang to Lin Yuan's mind. Those who gather wood for others must not be allowed to freeze in the snow. Those who blaze a path for the people must not be left entangled in thorns. With this thought, Lin Yuan raised his head and calmly addressed William, "Rest assured. With us here, Carlton Fortress shall never fall." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's pledge, William was momentarily taken aback, then solemnly saluted Lin Yuan with a military gesture. Just then, a deep, resonant horn echoed in their ears. Before Lin Yuan and the others could react, William's expression shifted, and he said gravely, "That is the military horn. Those damned orcs must be launching an attack." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan and the others furrowed their brows. They had not anticipated that mere moments after their arrival, war would erupt so swiftly. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. "Prepare for battle." Yes, the morale of everyone was soaring, for this was their inaugural fight since arriving here. However, the true main forces remained Lin Yuan, Qianbei, Li Bingqiu, and Lin Mingming. Qian Xiaozhuang and the others had yet to truly develop, merely skimming the surface, akin to a fleeting presence in the fray. Soon, all of them led their respective troops to the outskirts of Carlton Fortress. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, the Orc Legion had assembled. Tens of thousands of orcs loomed ominously, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if the end was not in sight. Gazing at the orc army before him, a grave expression flickered across Lin Yuan's face. This was merely the first wave of attack, and the number of orcs was already staggering. For them, this was hardly encouraging news. Fortunately, among the orc horde, not all were high-tier soldiers. Many were low-tier, below the 5th rank. If the garrison at Carlton Fortress could be considered a regular army, then this orc force could only be deemed a ragtag collection. Yet, even so, Lin Yuan felt no joy. This was a common tactic of the orcs. Before engaging in battle, they would send in a vast number of low-tier orcs. In the militaristic orc kingdom, these low-tier orcs were undoubtedly the lowest echelon, a burden even in survival. Thus, sending them to the battlefield as cannon fodder was the optimal choice. Not only would it deplete the enemy's forces, but it would also aid the kingdom in ridding itself of useless waste. The orcs lacked many things, but not manpower. In essence, this massive orc army, while seemingly formidable, was clearly intended to wear them down. Regardless, they had no choice but to engage in combat. For behind them lay the Carlton Fortress, which they must defend at all costs. For the glory of the Kingdom of Zijingwa, William raised his longsword high, unleashing a fierce roar, and led his troops into a charge against the orc army before them. Kill! For the kingdom! Long live the Kingdom of Zijingwa! The eyes of all the warriors shone with a spirit of defiance in the face of death. For behind them stood their kingdom, their homeland. This battle was fought for their home. Chapter 98. The First Great Battle, Expansion of the Skeleton Legion. We should also make our move, Lin Yuan stated, observing the orc army ahead. In this situation, evading battle was absolutely not an option. Furthermore, they not only had to engage, but also needed to find ways to minimize the casualties of the garrison. Only in this way could they hope to complete the hidden mission. After issuing his orders, Artoria, Yujsar, and Kalen immediately led their troops into the fray. It is worth noting that with the dual enhancement of the Bone Throne and Skull of the Skeleton King, the attributes of the Dark Skeleton Knights were comparable to those of 7th-tier soldiers. Facing the ragtag orc army, it was a striking disparity. Soon, 3,000 dark skeleton knights surged forth like a tide of darkness, shattering the defenses of the Orc Legion. 1,200 flame mages began to chant spells, continuously conjuring explosive fireballs that rained down upon the Orc horde. Even the 400 royal griffins launched aerial assaults. For the clumsy orcs, the flying royal griffins were akin to devastating weapons. Moreover, the royal griffins possessed formidable attack power. Even the tough-skinned orcs could not withstand the claws of the royal griffins. Unfortunately, the number of royal griffins was still somewhat limited, rendering their lethality somewhat constrained. Although the orc army held a numerical advantage, their overall strength was still woefully inadequate. Under the relentless assault from Lin Yuan's forces, large swathes of orcs fell. Artoria and Yujsar demonstrated exceptional combat prowess against these two S-rank heroes. The lower-tier orcs could not even endure a single blow. However, the standout performer was Kalen. For while both Artoria and Yujsar focused on single-target attacks, Kalen's life drain was a group attack skill. In boss battles, her performance may not shine as brightly. Yet, when it came to clearing minions, she was second to none. It was then that Lin Yuan remembered he still possessed a fruit of the divine tree. He wondered if this fruit could benefit Kalen. The battle raged on for a full half an hour. Tens of thousands of orcs were utterly routed by Lin Yuan's forces and the garrison. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, predominantly those of the orc tribe. Nevertheless, even amidst such a massacre, William's army suffered a degree of casualties. While the proportion was not significant, the enemy's objective had already been achieved. Lin Yuan approached William and inquired, "Have you experienced many ambushes like this before?" "Yes." William responded with a wry smile, expressing his frustration. "These orcs are as repugnant as cockroaches, constantly harassing us, and we can hardly eradicate them completely. Typically, we endure such large-scale ambushes every 4 to 5 hours. Under these circumstances, the soldiers receive little to no rest. Their strategy is purely to deplete our forces. Once we are sufficiently worn down, they will launch a fierce attack against us. That will be our ultimate test." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. He could not deny that William's position as commander was well-deserved. At the very least, he had discerned the enemy's intentions long ago. Alas, despite this insight, he had no effective countermeasures and could only choose to endure. If they could not withstand it, the fate of Carlton Fortress would likely be sealed. At that moment, even Chun Bei recognized the difficulty of this hidden mission. Initially, he had thought that merely holding out for 3 days would not pose much of a challenge. However, it now appeared that within those 3 days, they would have to face countless waves of attacks from the orc army. Had it been anyone else, they might have already considered abandoning the mission. Yet fortunately, Lin Yuan still held a trump card. He turned to William and stated, "Commander William, may I claim the orc corpses on the battlefield? If necessary, I can purchase them as well." Taken aback, William replied, "What do you need these orc corpses for?" However, seeing Lin Yuan's determination, he acquiesced, "If you have a need for them, take them. We were only going to pile them up and burn them anyway. If these corpses are not dealt with promptly, they could easily lead to a plague." Lin Yuan nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will handle these corpses appropriately." At that moment, Qian Xiaozhuang and the others were utterly perplexed, having no inkling of Lin Yuan's intentions for the orc corpses. Only Chun Bei's eyes gleamed with understanding, for he knew that Lin Yuan could transform these corpses into skeleton warriors. With everyone's assistance, all the orc corpses were collected before Lin Yuan. Gazing at the mountain of bodies before him, even Lin Yuan could not help but feel a surge of excitement. He wondered just how many skeleton warriors could be summoned from such a vast quantity of corpses. Lin Yuan had already made a rough calculation in his mind. It was utterly fanciful to think that they could accomplish this hidden mission relying solely on their current military strength. Fortunately, he possessed the skull of the Bone King, a treasure that transformed the battlefield, which appeared to others as a meat grinder, into a source of power for him. The more corpses lay strewn across the battlefield, the larger the army of skeletons he could summon. Soon, the artifact's powers activated, and black magic circles materialized before Lin Yuan. The mountain of corpses before him was swiftly engulfed by the dark magic circles, akin to a corpse mountain gradually sinking to the lake's depths. The transformation had officially commenced. The magic circles spun incessantly, emanating a pitch-black glow. One after another, eerie white skeletons emerged from the magic circles. Witnessing this spectacle, the expressions on Qian Xiaozhuang and the others were filled with astonishment. They had clearly not anticipated that Lin Yuan possessed such a remarkable ability. Due to the sheer volume of corpses, the transformation process lasted a full 10 minutes. From the multitude of corpses, a staggering 40,000 first-tier skeletons were summoned. This abundance of skeletons was precisely sufficient to merge and transform into 256th-tier dark skeleton knights. Following a series of operations, the count of dark skeleton knights under Lin Yuan's command immediately surpassed the 4,000 mark. Chapter 99, Tactical Genius, Li Qingshan. Such a rate of expansion was indeed astonishing. Prior to this, Lin Yuan had led his troops in hunting wild monsters for a full 7 days before increasing the number of dark skeleton knights from a few hundred to 3,000. Yet now, after merely one grand battle, the number of dark skeleton knights had surged by a third. Indeed, war was the most effective means of development. However, for Lin Yuan, this was still insufficient, and vastly so. Even with the further expansion of his forces, they had yet to reach even a quarter of the garrison troops. To successfully complete the hidden mission and withstand the final onslaught of the Orc clan, his military strength needed to be at least twice that of the garrison. Lin Yuan now understood why the lord from his previous life had brought along a full 2,000 units of 8th-tier troops, in addition to 6,000 units of 7th-tier troops, and still nearly faced total annihilation. This task was not something an individual could accomplish alone. Just as Lin Yuan contemplated his next course of action, a figure suddenly approached him. He looked up and realized it was none other than Li Qingshan. With a hint of surprise, he inquired, "What brings you here?" "Boss, I believe I can give it a try." Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Try what?" Lin Yuan observed him, already forming a conjecture in his mind. "I want to see if I can reduce casualties if I am given command," Li Qingshan replied. A response that did not catch Lin Yuan off guard. After all, in his previous life, this man was renowned as a tactical genius. Many lords who had previously clashed with Li Qingshan had confessed that without an overwhelming advantage in numbers, one should never engage him, lest they meet a dismal fate. This was a testament to his tactical prowess. Seeing Lin Yuan remain silent, Li Qingshan grew somewhat anxious. "Boss, trust me, I can truly make it happen. I believe in you." Lin Yuan finally snapped back to attention, gazing intently at Li Qingshan before calmly asking, "By how much can you reduce casualties?" "Between 20 to 25%. Li Qingshan quickly provided a range. Then, seemingly unsatisfied with that figure, he clenched his teeth and added, "If all the troops can follow my orders without fail, I can lower the casualty rate by 30%. Chun Bei, standing nearby, was taken aback, exclaiming, "No way. Is that for real? If you can do that, you'll be a god of war." Even Li Bingqiu expressed some skepticism, softly stating, "Qingshan, it's not that we don't believe in you, but we are at a disadvantage on this battlefield. A single misstep in decision-making could lead to irreparable consequences. Do you understand?" "I understand," Li Qingshan nodded but insisted, "but I have confidence. Before entering the Lord's Era, I played many war strategy games and wrote numerous guides. All my gaming IDs have been this one. If you don't believe me, you can check. Just give me a chance." However, before Li Qingshan could finish, Lin Yuan interrupted him. "No need. I trust you. I'll go speak to William and see if he can relinquish some command authority." Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Throughout history, it has been easier to find capable generals than wise rulers. Frankly speaking, even if Lin Yuan had outright rejected him, it would have been understandable. After all, no one dared to toy with such a crucial hidden mission. As Li Bingqiu had mentioned, they were indeed on the losing side. Any mistake would mean total defeat. Yet, if Lin Yuan had refused him this time, Li Qingshan would no longer consider remaining in the Hope Guild. Talented individuals often possess their own pride. "If you reject me, then my brilliance need not shine before you." Fortunately, Lin Yuan did not let him down. In fact, even Li Qingshan himself was astonished that the other party chose to trust him unconditionally. This trust filled him with immense gratitude and profound emotion. Li Qingshan had once heard the saying, "A soldier dies for a true friend." Lin Yuan was his true friend. Before Li Qingshan could voice his thoughts, Lin Yuan had already turned to seek command authority from William. However, command of an army was not easily granted. Since ancient times, military authority has been a general's taboo. Encountering some autocratic generals, one would risk losing their head for daring to encroach upon their command. Even if one seized military power, gaining the soldier's respect was not guaranteed. After all, every army has its beliefs and soul. Each soldier is a living person with their own thoughts and personalities, not mere puppets to be manipulated. Fortunately, the current situation was somewhat unique. Both the commander William and the soldiers of the garrison shared a singular goal: to defend Carlton Fortress and protect the kingdom of the Azalea. Yet even so, Lin Yuan's negotiations with William did not proceed smoothly. It was not that William was unwilling to relinquish command. Rather, he was apprehensive. He hesitated to entrust the fate of the Azalea kingdom to an outsider. Thankfully, after Lin Yuan's extensive persuasion, William finally made a concession. He allocated 1/4 of the military strength to Li Qingshan, allowing him to take command. If Li Qingshan could truly achieve what he promised, William would then consider fully transferring command authority. In reality, fragmenting military command was also a significant taboo on the battlefield. Forcing an army to be divided into two factions, each led by different individuals, could easily lead to chaos if they failed to coordinate effectively. If they worked well together, it could be a harmonious union. If they faltered, it would result in self-inflicted disorder. This placed immense demands on the commander's personal capabilities. Fortunately, Lin Yuan held absolute trust in Li Qingshan. He firmly believed that this man, known as a tactical genius, would not disappoint him. As expected, upon Lin Yuan conveying this news to Li Qingshan, the latter's face not only bore no trace of disappointment, but rather gleamed with heightened excitement. In that moment, Li Qingshan's gaze resembled that of a lion who has spotted its prey. He lowered his voice and solemnly declared, "Boss, rest assured, I will not let you down." Chapter 100. Seize the opportunity, await your triumphant return. Merely 3 hours after the conclusion of the first wave of attacks, the orc army launched a second offensive. This time, it was still thousands of low-tier orcs who initiated the assault. Clearly, the orc tribe aimed to diminish their fighting force as much as possible. Unbeknownst to these orcs, Lin Yuan possessed the Skull King's skull, a treasure that would only bolster his strength with each head they delivered. Given the scale of the orc army before him, if he could annihilate them entirely, his legion of dark skeleton knights would swell by at least 1,000. However, on this battlefield, the focal point was no longer Lin Yuan, but rather Li Qingshan. He intended to utilize this war to showcase his capabilities. For him, this was an extraordinary opportunity. Perhaps the only one he would receive. Failure was not an option. At this moment, over 10,000 troops had gathered behind Li Qingshan. Among this vast army were the garrison of Carlton Fortress, as well as Lin Yuan's Dark Skeleton Knight Legion, Flame Mages, and Royal Griffin Corps. Lin Yuan held unwavering trust in Li Qingshan. Without a moment's hesitation, he entrusted all of his forces to Li Qingshan's command. He even temporarily assigned the command of Artoria, Ugsar, and Kalen to Li Qingshan. It is worth noting that these 3 S-class heroes were formidable weapons of war. Each S-class hero possessed the strength to rival thousands of 7th-tier soldiers. As he gazed at Li Qingshan, who was preparing for battle, Lin Yuan chuckled and inquired, "So tell me, how do you feel now? Nervous?" Li Qingshan turned to survey his army behind him. After taking a deep breath, he smiled and replied, "Not nervous at all. It simply feels like I've never fought such a bountiful battle in my life." His words elicited laughter from those present, instantly diffusing the previously tense atmosphere. Lin Yuan placed a reassuring hand on Li Qingshan's shoulder and said in a steady tone, "All right, do not feel burdened. Go forth and act decisively. I will await your victorious return." "Understood." Li Qingshan nodded vigorously, his eyes seemingly ablaze with determination. He then turned to address his troops, proclaiming in a booming voice, "Everyone, listen closely. As long as you follow my commands, I will lead you to a resounding victory. Now all troops, heed my call. Charge." With Li Qingshan's command, the army surged forward towards the enemy. The forces under William's command moved even more swiftly. Before Li Qingshan's troops could launch their assault, they had already engaged in combat with the orc army. Yet, Li Qingshan remained unfazed, as he understood his role clearly. With fewer forces, it was his duty to coordinate his troops in support of William. Although it seemed more auxiliary, this was where tactical acumen and command skills were truly tested. Soon, Li Qingshan led his troops into the fray. He divided the more than 4,000 Dark Skeleton Knights into 3 units, each led by an S-class hero. Ugsar's unit advanced toward William's main force. However, the 2 units did not merge. Rather, Ugsar's troops pinpointed a direction and forcibly breached the enemy's lines. It was only then that the onlookers realized that Ugsar's breakthrough targeted the weakest point of the enemy forces. Undoubtedly, this was a directive from Li Qingshan. To illustrate, it was as if Li Qingshan had wielded a sharp blade, thrusting it into the enemy's vulnerable flank. With the cooperation of both units, the orc army's fighting strength was swiftly eroded to the point of near annihilation, incurring minimal losses. Given the disparity in troop strength, combined with Li Qingshan's precise identification of the enemy's weakness, the casualties were remarkably low. Following this local battlefield victory, William's eyes lit up with newfound vigor. It must be said that Li Qingshan's tactical acumen truly astonished him. Even this seasoned veteran, who had roamed the battlefield for years, felt somewhat overshadowed. Meanwhile, on Lin Yuan's side, the expressions of those present mirrored his astonishment. Li Bingshu inhaled deeply and murmured, "I underestimated him. This fellow's tactical instincts are indeed sharp." Lin Yuan nodded, calmly stating, "What he executed is called heavy encirclement, a rather commonplace tactic. It entails a coordinated assault on the enemy's flank or rear, creating a pincer movement to encircle and annihilate. Encirclement is a fundamental method for achieving total destruction in battle. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the excitement, while experts discern the intricacies." Although Lin Yuan may not be a tactical master, countless battles from his past had endowed him with considerable experience. Thus, grasping some basic tactics was quite natural. To be frank, the heavy encirclement tactic is not particularly complex. It can be considered foundational. Yet often, the simplest strategies prove to be the most effective. Achieving flawless execution of fundamental tactics is no easy feat. Factors such as identifying breakthrough points and determining the optimal moment for encirclement are all tests of tactical acumen. Clearly, Li Qingshan was well versed in this knowledge. Even though he had not commanded many battles in the Lord's era, his past experiences, combined with his nearly prodigious talent, rendered him more than capable of outmaneuvering this mindless horde of orcs. Moreover, this localized victory was merely a portion of his ambitions. It is crucial to note that Li Qingshan had divided his forces into 3 distinct units. His aspirations extended beyond merely dominating the local battlefield. What he truly sought was to strategize and command the entirety of the conflict. Subsequently, Artoria and Kalen each led their respective units into the fray, under Li Qingshan's guidance. The troops commanded by these 2 heroes seemed to thrive across various corners of the battlefield. The Dark Skeleton Knight's remarkable mobility was undoubtedly maximized under Li Qingshan's command. Chapter 101. Moving forward with initiative. On the battlefield, everything can be utilized: troop numbers, unit characteristics, tactical coordination, and geographical features. The true mark of a commander lies in considering all these factors and employing them to their fullest potential. Clearly, Li Qingshan embodies such a commander. His leadership on the battlefield resembled that of a piano maestro performing a symphony, effortless and elegant. Various tactics were seamlessly executed by Li Qingshan with utmost precision. The tactic of encircling and striking reinforcements employs a portion of the besieged troops as bait to lure the enemy's reinforcements, concentrating the main force to annihilate the enemy in transit. The objective of this strategy is not to engage the surrounded enemy, but rather to vanquish their reinforcements. By employing infiltration and maneuvering, utilizing the mobility of the troops to penetrate deep into enemy territory, they can execute flanking maneuvers, encircle, and eliminate the enemy. The trap strategy involves enticing the enemy deeper with small units, and once they fall into the encirclement, concentrating superior forces to strike them down one by one. Even the most mundane foundational tactics, in the hands of Li Qingshan, could blossom into something extraordinary. Standing beside Lin Yuan, Chun Bei's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Wow, this game can be played like this? Boss, I'm starting to doubt whether we're playing the same game." As the orc leader, Chun Bei directly placed himself in the shoes of the opposing side. If it were him, he would likely be outmaneuvered by Li Qingshan. After all, his nature was to launch a full frontal assault without any intricate strategies. There's a saying, isn't there? Those who play tactics have impure hearts. Lin Mingming pursed her lips and nodded in agreement. Watching Li Qingshan command the battle is simply an enjoyment. This sentiment resonated deeply with everyone present. This was not merely a war, it was unequivocally an art form. A smile crept onto Li Bingshu's lips. It was evident now that Lin Yuan's judgment was indeed astute. Li Qingshan was undoubtedly a raw gem. No, to be more precise, he was a pearl that had already begun to radiate his unique brilliance. The more talent Li Qingshan exhibited, the more joy she felt. After all, this meant that the Hope Guild had gained another valuable asset. Half an hour later, the war came to a definitive conclusion. The battlefield lay in ruins, littered with corpses. However, the majority of these bodies belonged to the orcs. Thanks to Li Qingshan's presence, this battle was nothing short of a resounding victory. The smile on William's face was nearly impossible to conceal. This was a true triumph, a glorious return. Li Qingshan approached Lin Yuan, smiling as he spoke. "I have fulfilled my mission." Lin Yuan patted him on the shoulder, chuckling as he remarked, "Well done. You performed even better than I expected, reducing casualties by at least 40%. Li Qingshan replied, "It's mainly because those orcs were incredibly foolish, like a bunch of dimwits, devoid of any strategy. Dealing with these orc imbeciles posed no pressure at all." Chun Bei interjected, "Could you please express yourself more clearly and avoid generalizing? Nonetheless, we must not grow complacent." Lin Yuan cautioned. The orc forces attacking Carlton Fortress now consist mostly of ragtag troops. When the main orc army officially launches their assault, the situation will likely change dramatically. Li Qingshan nodded gravely, "I understand." At that moment, William approached, his face beaming with joy as he opened his arms and enveloped Li Qingshan in a warm embrace. "I thank you on behalf of the surviving warriors. You are a hero of our kingdom of Azalea." Li Qingshan immediately waved his hand. "Commander William, you overestimate me. However, this victory is merely temporary." William's expression turned serious as he stated, "The battles ahead will become increasingly arduous. Therefore, I hope each of you can give your all. I will entrust the command of the entire army to you, while I will assist you in battle. I only hope you can be responsible for them and bring them back alive." Everyone could sense the sincerity in William's words. On this battlefield, known as a meat grinder, all the warriors had already adopted a fearless attitude towards death. To protect their kingdom, they were willing to sacrifice their lives. Yet, William's greatest wish was for these warriors to return alive from the battlefield. In the face of such brutality, his hope seemed so small and insignificant. Fortunately, the presence of these lords before him rekindled William's hope. With their assistance, perhaps they could indeed endure for 3 days until reinforcements arrived. After yet another battle concluded, Chun Bei resumed his role as the battlefield cleaner. The orc troops under his command were the perfect choice for labor. Soon, a vast number of orc corpses piled up before Lin Yuan, forming several small hills. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan transformed all these bodies into Dark Skeleton Knights. This time, he successfully converted 500 Dark Skeleton Knights. Excluding those who perished on the battlefield, the total number of Dark Skeleton Knights under Lin Yuan's command had reached over 5,000. For any lord, this would constitute a formidable force. Yet for Lin Yuan, it was still insufficient, far from enough. He turned to Li Qingshan and spoke solemnly. "Next, I wish to take the initiative." "You mean to launch an attack on the Orc Kingdom?" Li Qingshan initially paused, quickly processing the implication. "Yes," Lin Yuan affirmed. "If we continue at this pace, by the time the Orc Kingdom's main forces arrive, my army of Dark Skeleton Knights may not even be fully formed." What he stated was the truth. Faced with hundreds of thousands of orc troops, 5,000 dark skeleton knights were utterly inadequate. Therefore, Lin Yuan's plan was to take the initiative, hunting orcs to acquire more corpses, which he would then transform into skeleton soldiers. However, this approach also carried risks. They had no knowledge of the sheer number of orc forces outside Carlton Fortress or their specific distribution. Under such circumstances, should they fall into an encirclement, it would likely lead to total annihilation. Thus, Lin Yuan could only rely on Li Qingshan's exceptional tactical acumen and keen battlefield instincts. Chapter 102. A million spent on hundreds of magical scrolls. After a moment of silence, Li Qingshan finally spoke. The difficulty is indeed considerable. However, it is not insurmountable. Is it not guerrilla warfare? I am adept at it. With that, Li Qingshan could not help but smile broadly. I have confidence. This group of orcs will not find an opportunity. Upon receiving Li Qingshan's assurance, Lin Yuan nodded. All right, then I leave everything to you. Yes, no problem, Li Qingshan replied. However, I won't be bringing other units, including the flame mages. I will only take the dark skeleton knights and the royal griffins. These two units are highly mobile, suitable for guerrilla warfare, and difficult for the enemy's main forces to encircle. Even if we were surrounded, as long as we find a weak point to break out, it would not be a significant issue. Within the realm of his favored tactical domain, Li Qingshan's confidence was undeniable. For Lin Yuan, as long as Li Qingshan exhibited sufficient confidence, regardless of how audacious his plans might be, he would unconditionally support him. At that moment, Chun Bei interjected, "What about us? Are we to remain here? You and Li Bingchu can stay here. Once the orc army launches their attack, you can provide support. As for the others, I have other tasks to assign to you," Lin Yuan stated, surveying the surroundings. Upon hearing this, excitement illuminated the faces of the crowd. Li Qingshan showcased his remarkable talents, earning the esteem of Lin Yuan. Their claims of indifference were, of course, disingenuous. However, unlike Li Qingshan, they lacked tactical prowess, even if they envied him. All they could do was watch quietly, playing the role of mere bystanders. Yet now, Lin Yuan had indicated that there were opportunities for their involvement, which naturally ignited their excitement. Qian Xiaozhuang scratched his head and awkwardly spoke up. "Boss, we would like to assist. However, given our capabilities, it seems we might not be of much help." Upon hearing Qian Xiaozhuang's words, the group exchanged glances, their earlier enthusiasm swiftly cooling. Indeed, what could they contribute? With their scant forces, composed entirely of low-tier units, even as cannon fodder, they would likely disappoint Li Qingshan. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "How could you possibly not be of assistance? Besides, what I need from you is not a monumental task. I simply require your aid in spending money." Assisting in spending money? What sort of operation is this? The group was momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting confusion. Lin Yuan then turned directly to Li Bingchu and instructed, "Distribute all the magic scrolls you have recently acquired among them." It is worth noting that prior to the commencement of this hidden quest, Lin Yuan had already begun preparations. One such preparation involved having Li Bingchu procure a substantial number of magic scrolls. These scrolls predominantly sealed spells of 5th tier and above. Tearing them would instantaneously release the magic contained within, just like the Wrath of the Green Dragon that Lin Yuan had previously utilized, which was also a kind of magic scroll, albeit one containing a 9th tier forbidden spell. While high-tier magic scrolls are exceptionally useful, their cost is correspondingly exorbitant. Currently, the market prices are as follows. 5th tier magic scrolls range from 50 to 80,000 gold coins each, 6th tier scrolls from 200 to 300,000, and 7th tier scrolls start at 1,000,000 gold coins. As for 8th tier and forbidden spell scrolls, they exist in a realm of their own, often unattainable. Li Bingchu promptly retrieved all the magic scrolls and reported the expenditure to Lin Yuan. In recent days, I have acquired 614 5th tier magic scrolls, totaling 32,800,000 gold coins. Additionally, 145 6th tier scrolls cost 28,900,000 gold coins. I procured 25 7th tier scrolls for 31 million. Lastly, 3 8th tier scrolls at 17 million. Upon hearing these staggering figures, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. They had not anticipated Lin Yuan's financial audacity, which had led Li Bingchu to acquire hundreds of high-tier magic scrolls in one fell swoop. Goodness, had he just swept the high-tier magic scrolls from the auction house? While others purchased such expensive consumables one by one, Lin Yuan was evidently restocking. They quickly calculated in their minds and arrived at a conclusion. Lin Yuan had spent a total of 109,700,000 gold coins on these high-tier magic scrolls. The realization of this figure left everyone in a state of stunned silence. Just the spare change could constitute a lifetime savings for an ordinary person. It is undeniable that the disparity between individuals can sometimes be greater than that between humans and dogs. They initially believed Lin Yuan to be merely a formidable figure, yet it became clear that he was not just a big shot, but a veritable tycoon, who among ordinary folk could casually splurge 100 million without a flicker of an eyelash. Yet Lin Yuan possessed such audacity. In truth, even for Lin Yuan, this expenditure was not insignificant. Despite having initially charged 10 billion into the game, he had continuously spent since entering. More often than not, he was either spending or on the verge of spending. Thus, his remaining funds were likely only around 4 to 5 billion. Oh, the woes of the wealthy are so simple and mundane. After spending such a considerable sum, he still had 4 to 5 billion left. In reality, Lin Yuan had little concept of money. When it runs out, he simply earns more. As a reborn individual, he had numerous avenues for income. If all else fails, he could auction off a few treasures, each fetching tens of millions at the very least. Thus, spending 100 million on magic scrolls did not strike Lin Yuan as wasteful. As long as he could complete this hidden quest, everything would be worthwhile. Soon, Li Bingqiu distributed the magic scrolls to the group. However, most of what they received were 5th and 6th tier scrolls. It was not that Lin Yuan was stingy. Rather, he intended to reserve the higher tier scrolls for the final battle. After the distribution of the scrolls, a smile graced Lin Yuan's face. All right, everyone. It's time for those wretched orcs to truly experience the power of magic. Chapter 103. This is clearly the power of wealth. At Lin Yuan's proclamation, the corners of everyone's mouths involuntarily twitched. What sort of magic power is this? This is clearly the power of money. No wonder Lin Yuan insisted they merely assist in spending. This was not spending money. It was burning money. Just a single magic scroll tossed away could cost tens of thousands. How could the Orc Kingdom's army possibly withstand this? At that moment, many began to silently mourn for the orcs. Boss, you can't leave me out of such exhilarating affairs. Chun Bei gazed enviously at the others, clearly wishing to partake in the thrill. Lin Yuan glanced at him and chuckled. You should stay here and defend Carlton Fortress with Li Bingqiu. However, I can give you a few magic scrolls to toss around for fun. Upon hearing this, Chun Bei's eyes instantly lit up. Truly, his boss was magnificent. All right, if there are no further questions, let us prepare to depart. With Lin Yuan's words, everyone felt a surge of energy. They were finally set to leave Carlton Fortress and actively hunt those orcs. Beyond Carlton Fortress lay a desolate and barren expanse, stretching endlessly before them. Fortunately, there were hardly any cover options. In this wasteland, the orc army could not conceal their movements. However, Lin Yuan suspected that these orcs would not choose to hide. After all, they held the advantage, having cornered William's forces within Carlton Fortress. It was unlikely even the orcs anticipated that there would be troops willing to launch a counterattack from within Carlton Fortress. Yet, the more they underestimated their opponents, the more advantageous it was for Lin Yuan and his companions. Their objective was to inflict as many casualties on the enemy as possible while bolstering their own strength. Are there any reconnaissance-type heroes among you? Li Qingshan surveyed his surroundings and spoke. Now that we have left the fortress, moving with a large force would make us easily detectable by the enemy. As he finished speaking, someone quickly stepped forward. I have a hero that possesses the skills, eye of reconnaissance, and scent tracking, making it ideal for scouting enemy troops. The speaker is a slender, pale-faced young man with long hair, exuding a somewhat frail demeanor. To be frank, the initial hero equipped with these two skills finds his development in the early stages of the game to be exceedingly arduous. After all, the skills available to each hero are limited. With these two skills occupying his skill slots, his combat prowess cannot possibly be formidable. However, he himself could not have anticipated that the heroes under his command would prove invaluable today. As expected, upon hearing his words, Li Qingshan's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement, and he promptly declared, "Very well, you shall be responsible for reconnaissance." Upon seeing the pale young man, Lin Yuan couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in his eyes. He approached and casually inquired, "You must be Wei Jiuyou, correct?" Upon hearing this, the pale youth immediately perked up, clearly astonished that Lin Yuan knew his name. After a brief moment of astonishment, Wei Jiuyou remembered he had yet to respond to Lin Yuan's question, hastily replying, "Yes, that's me." Lin Yuan nodded and spoke in a measured tone. "Have you ever considered that you may not be entirely suited for the human race? Should the opportunity arise, you might explore the ghost race. It may prove to be more fitting for you." The mention of the ghost race caused Wei Jiuyou to purse his lips, plunging into contemplation. Lin Yuan's suggestion was far from unfounded. In his past life, Wei Jiuyou was revered as the Ghost King of the Nine Nether. Under his command were 3 S-rank ghost heroes and thousands of 9th-tier bone dragons. However, his rise to power was fraught with challenges. The initial race he chose was not the ghost race, but the human race. It was evident that Wei Jiuyou did not align with the humans. And coupled with other factors, his development in the game's early stages was sluggish, nearly causing him to lag behind his peers. Yet, this predicament transformed entirely after he established his second territory, naturally, the ghost territory. With the advent of his ghost territory, Wei Jiuyou's ascent officially commenced. It was as if he was inherently suited for the ghost race. Once the territory was completed, he entered a phase of rapid development, swiftly recruiting several exceptionally rare ghost heroes and devising numerous ghostly tactical strategies. At that time, among all the ghost lords in Huaxia, Wei Jiuyou's overall strength could undoubtedly rank among the top 3. Now that Wei Jiuyou had joined the Hope Guild in this life, Lin Yuan naturally wished to guide him along a less convoluted path. Before long, Wei Jiuyou's hero relayed crucial information. To the northwest, approximately 14 kilometers away, a horde of around 100,000 orcs was encamped. Due north, scattered across a distance of 10 to 20 kilometers, were several orc detachments, numbering between 5,000 to 30,000. In the east-northeast direction, 7 kilometers away, there was an elite orc unit, all clad in 6th-tier heavy armor, exceeding 30,000 in number, moving towards their location. As more intelligence flowed in, the group couldn't help but furrow their brows. Lin Mingming pursed her lips and murmured, "It seems the orc army is far more numerous than we anticipated." It is no exaggeration to say that outside Carlton Fortress, almost all were orcs. Fortunately, the orc kingdom was not monolithic. Many orc armies operated independently, resulting in a level of chaos greater than expected. However, even so, the commander of the orc kingdom was likely beginning to deliberately assemble his forces, as evidenced by the movements of the elite orc unit. Soon, Lin Mingming sketched a rough strategic map in the sand with a twig based on the transmitted information. Though the map appeared crude, it encompassed all the gathered intelligence. The pressing question now was which orc unit they should engage first. In this instance, all eyes turned to Li Qingshan. Only he held the authority to make such a decision. After pondering for a moment, Li Qingshan took the twig from Lin Mingming's hands. The next moment, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he thrust the twig forward. "There is no choice. We shall strike them first." The twig pointed directly at the location of the elite orc unit. Chapter 104, Level 75 Boss, Dragon Flame Beast General. Upon Li Qingshan's decision, the assembled crowd was momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated him to be so audacious as to directly target the most formidable elite orc unit. It is worth noting that this unit consisted entirely of well-equipped 6th-tier heavy armored orcs, numbering as many as 30,000. Such an elite force was indeed far more challenging than a ragtag army of 100,000 orcs. Nonetheless, Li Qingshan boldly chose to tackle this most formidable opponent. "Could you elaborate on your reasoning?" Lin Yuan inquired, directing his gaze at Li Qingshan. The rationale was simple: to prevent this elite unit from joining forces with the main army. Li Qingshan explained, "If we do not seize this opportunity now, allowing them to merge with the main force will only exacerbate our burdens when the final battle arrives. Thus, it is wiser to eliminate this elite unit here and now. Even if it comes at a cost, it is an acceptable sacrifice." Li Qingshan's response resonated deeply with Lin Yuan. He was correct. Retreating now would only complicate the final confrontation. Thus, it would be better to confront this elite orc army before they could join the main forces. What if they were elite? He relished the challenge of elites. With the objective clarified, Lin Yuan and his command swiftly advanced towards the enemy. As they closed the distance, the elite orc unit soon detected their presence. After all, in this desolate expanse of wasteland, utilizing the terrain for a surprise attack was simply not feasible. A direct engagement was the only option. However, the disparity in strength between the two sides was quite stark. The elite orc army boasted a staggering 30,000 6th-tier heavy armored orcs, while Lin Yuan's forces comprised merely 5,000 dark skeletal knights and 400 royal griffins. Other units were left behind at Carlton Fortress due to mobility constraints. At first glance, the odds appeared overwhelmingly stacked against them, rendering victory nearly impossible. Yet, in truth, Lin Yuan had never entertained the notion of defeat. Roar! With the thunderous roars of orcs, the heavy armored orc army charged towards them, encumbered by their heavy armor. The orc warriors moved with sluggishness. However, the pressure emanating from them was formidable. Anyone witnessing the dark mass of heavy armored orcs would feel an undeniable sense of intimidation. Yet, in the eyes of Lin Yuan and his companions, these heavy armored orcs were nothing more than living targets. Li Qingshan turned to his companions with a light-hearted smile and said, "I shan't dictate any strategies. Feel free to act as you see fit." As soon as Li Qingshan's words fell, several individuals could hardly contain their excitement and hastily produced their magical scrolls, unhesitatingly opting to tear them apart. In the next moment, brilliant beams of light erupted from the crowd. With the tearing of the magical scrolls, the spells sealed within were unleashed. Thousand Leaf Windblade, Crimson Fire Fall, Earth's Descent, Nether Toxic Mutation, Deathly Silence Explosion. Wave after wave of high-tier spells were forcibly unleashed, raining down upon the approaching horde of orcs. In an instant, explosive flames, sharp earth spikes, frigid frost, howling wind blades, and toxic magical mists interwove and erupted. Boom, 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 boom. The tremendous roar reverberated in everyone's ears. Even the heavily armored orcs, renowned for their formidable defenses, could not withstand such relentless bombardment. Countless damage figures emerged above their heads until their health was completely depleted. Within mere seconds, a vast area before Lin Yuan had been instantaneously cleared. Observing this scene, Qin Xiaozhuang could not help but swallow hard. This was utterly brutal. At this moment, he even began to feel a twinge of sympathy for the orcs before him. How immense must their psychological trauma be? Damn ambushers! You shall pay for this. Just then, amidst the clouds of dust, a roar suddenly echoed. A massive figure, towering at 4 meters, charged forth from the haze. It was heading straight towards Lin Yuan and his companions. Only then did they realize that the imposing figure was an orc clad in black heavy armor, adorned with crimson patterns. In its hand, it wielded an enormous cleaver, the blade ablaze with scorching flames. Undoubtedly, this colossal orc was the commander of this elite orc army, the boss. Through Lin Yuan's probing, the attributes of this boss swiftly materialized before them. Dragonflame Beast General. Diamond Tier Boss. Level 75. Health 1, 350, 000. Attack Power 25, 503, 950. Defense Power 3, 480. Magic Defense Power 5, 460. Skills: Dragonflame Slash, Beast Blood Frenzy, Dragon Bloodline. Possessing a quarter of the bloodline of the Crimson Flame Giant Dragon, the Dragonflame Beast General inherently wields immense power and control over fire, earning a revered status within the orc race through the strength of its bloodline. So it's a hybrid. Upon reading the introduction of the boss, a smirk involuntarily crossed Lin Yuan's face. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the strength of this Dragonflame Beast General was undeniably formidable, perhaps due to its quarter dragon bloodline. Its magic defense was astonishingly high. The previous round of magical bombardment had obliterated a significant number of orcs, yet it had merely reduced its health by 250,000 points. For this boss, that was merely a minor injury. Clearly, it would be implausible to rely solely on magical scrolls to overwhelm this Dragonflame Beast General. However, Lin Yuan showed no signs of fear. What of a level 75 diamond tier boss? He had slain such foes before. Leave this one to me. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan solemnly instructed. You all handle the heavily armored orcs. Just as Lin Yuan's words concluded, without requiring further orders, Artoria, Ugsar, and Kalen had already surged forth to besiege the Dragonflame Beast General. Chapter 105. This is absolutely exhilarating. Before long, the Dragonflame Beast General found itself encircled from 3 distinct angles by these 3 S-tier heroes. It erupted with a furious, beastly roar. In an instant, the cleaver in its hand ignited with blazing flames and swung fiercely towards Artoria. Clang! The fiery giant blade collided with the sword of sealing in midair, producing a resounding clash of metal. Although the Dragonflame Beast General's strike was forcibly blocked, Artoria still suffered a reduction in health. One must concede, the attack power of this boss was indeed exceptionally strong, except for the fact that its health was not as substantial as the parasitic worm. All other attributes surpassed the latter. Fortunately, Artoria was not without means of retaliation. Just as the Dragonflame Beast General let out a low growl, preparing to strike again, Artoria, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a streak of silvery sword light. Holy binding. In an instant, the colossal form of the Dragonflame Beast General was forcibly immobilized in place. Ugsar and Kalen seized the opportunity, launching an onslaught upon the entrapped boss. Ugsar summoned a skeletal giant to fight alongside him, wielding a skeletal magic blade, each strike dealing true damage. Before Kalen, the dark grimoire flipped open continuously, conjuring one black magic missile after another, all aimed at the Dragonflame Beast General. Simultaneously, several strands of black magical threads, resembling tentacles, spread forth, connecting to the Dragonflame Beast General, incessantly siphoning its life force. Under the relentless assault of the 3 S-tier heroes, the health of the Dragonflame Beast General plummeted drastically. However, the holy binding was evidently insufficient to restrain the Dragonflame Beast General for an extended period. With a roar, the ceiling light surrounding it shattered into fragments. Its face twisted in fury, resembling a vengeful beast, it charged once more at Artoria. Alas, it had underestimated her capabilities. In the next moment, the skill attached to the demon pendant activated. Black magical energy coalesced in front of Artoria into an enormous demonic hand, reaching out to grasp the Dragonflame Beast General. 15,000. As this skill struck true, a significant damage figure appeared above the Dragonflame Beast General's head. Its massive form was once again immobilized. For Qian Xiaozhuang, Li Qingshan, and the others, this was their first time witnessing such a battle of this caliber. Boss Lin Yuan is simply too powerful. This boss has no means of retaliation. Incredible, simply incredible. It's astonishingly overpowering. Indeed, witnessing a diamond tier boss being trounced to this extent is a first. If only I could possess a hero as formidable as Lin Yuan, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. Ah, who wouldn't he? It's likely that few heroes stronger than them exist in the entire world. Enough with the chatter. We must also exert ourselves. The boss has provided us with so many magical scrolls, not to let us merely spectate. In this boss battle, the prowess exhibited by Lin Yuan left all present in utter astonishment. Yet, even in such circumstances, they did not forget their own responsibilities. Under Li Qingshan's leadership, they charged towards the heavily armored orc army. As they charged, the magical scrolls in their hands were torn apart one after another, as if they were free. The violent magical fluctuations erupted with a resounding force. Various types of magic surged forth like an overwhelming tide, bombarding the advancing heavily armored orc horde. The scene before them resembled the apocalyptic end of the world. The utilization of this magical scroll was utterly exhilarating. A single high-tier spell obliterated a significant number of enemies in an instant. Indeed, it was an unparalleled thrill, one that the narrator had never experienced in their lifetime. "Come on, charge forth," they shouted. "Annihilate these wretched beasts. None shall escape. Taste the fury of my earth-shattering star." Astonishingly, the experience gained from this horde of armored orcs was monumental, propelling the narrator's lord level up by 3 tiers, and their hero ascended several levels as well. It was no wonder. These armored orcs were a 6th-tier unit, thus the experience garnered was substantial. They needed to seize the moment to harvest experience, for such opportunities were fleeting. Ha ha ha, Lin Yuan is truly remarkable. Long live the guild. At this moment, everyone was exhilarated beyond measure. It was not only the unrestrained use of magical scrolls to decimate the armored orcs before them that thrilled them, but also the vast experience points awarded for their demise. This was an exquisite dual pleasure. What they once deemed unattainable was now unfolding before their very eyes. The word thrill scarcely encapsulated their current sentiments. As they beheld their army being ruthlessly bombarded by enemy magic, the flame dragon beastmaster erupted in rage. "You vile humans, I shall not let you escape my wrath." Its eyes began to redden, muscles bulging like iron, enveloped in a sanguine aura. Clearly, the flame dragon beastmaster had entered a state of bloodlust. In this state, all control spells would prove ineffective against it. In a flash, it broke free from the demon's grasp, wielding its blazing warblade, which transformed into multiple afterimages. Charging towards the location of Artoria, Dragon Flame Slash. Faced with the onslaught of the Flame Dragon Beastmaster, Artoria hesitated not for a moment and activated the Glory Shield. 1124, 1345, 1445. 3 successive strikes shattered the shield and depleted nearly a quarter of Artoria's health. One could not deny that this boss's damage was indeed terrifying. Fortunately, the bone giant rushed in just in time, forcibly drawing the Flame Dragon Beastmaster's ire and alleviating a significant portion of the assault aimed at Artoria. Chiron also summoned dozens of dark elves to disrupt the Flame Dragon Beastmaster. After numerous battles fought side by side, the synergy among the trio had grown increasingly harmonious. Unless the Flame Dragon Beastmaster could take them down one by one, victory seemed unlikely. Judging by its current display of strength and intellect, the odds were decidedly against it. Although the battle had only reached its midpoint, Lin Yuan had already secured a preemptive victory. Chapter 106. Let me see your luck. When the Flame Dragon Beastmaster's health dipped below 500,000 points, it entered the dragon transformation state. In this form, the boss morphed into a creature that was part dragon, part beast man. Horns sprouted from its head, and countless hard, crimson scales adorned its body. Even its eyes transformed into those of a dragon. Surrounding it, crimson flames danced. Moreover, upon activating the bloodline power of the Crimson Flame Dragon, the Flame Dragon Beastmaster's attack, defense, and magical defense doubled. Such an enhancement was indeed formidable. It would not be an exaggeration to state that the Flame Dragon Beastmaster's attributes now rivaled that of a level 90 boss. However, the dragon transformation state was not without its drawbacks. Alongside the attribute boost, the Flame Dragon Beastmaster was afflicted with the Burning status effect. Under Burning, it would lose 2,000 health points every second. In other words, even without any attacks against it, the remaining health would last less than 10 minutes. Clearly, this was a double-edged sword. While it gained immense power, it would also burn through its remaining life force. If you are so willing to throw away your life, then I shall indulge you. Lin Yuan chuckled softly and commanded, "Uxel, unleash Toxic Fog." Without hesitation, Uxel activated the accompanying skill of the Toxic God's Armlet. Toxic Fog. A ghastly green mist erupted from the armlet, spreading towards the Flame Dragon Beastmaster. It is worth noting that the Toxic Goddess Armlet was an exquisite diamond-grade treasure obtained from parasitic magic worms. The Toxic Fog skill released a cloud of poisonous mist that afflicted all enemies within it with the poisoned effect, deducting 3,000 health points per second for 60 seconds. The combination of burning and poisoned meant that the Flame Dragon Beastmaster would lose 5,000 health points every second. Even in the absence of any attacks, its current health would not last 2 minutes. Furthermore, it was now under the concentrated fire of 3 S-rank heroes. The Flame Dragon Beastmaster gripped its crimson blade tightly and swung fiercely at Uxel. Crack. It must be noted that in the dragon transformation state, the Flame Dragon Beastmaster's attack power was doubled. With a single strike, it severed Uxel's right arm. 4,452. With that one blow, the Flame Dragon Beastmaster reduced Uxel's health by a significant margin. Fortunately, before it could deliver a second strike, the bone giant charged in, steadfastly taking the blow upon itself. Simultaneously, the Flame Dragon Beastmaster's health plummeted. 400,000, 300,000, 200,000. Just as the Flame Dragon Beastmaster's health dropped below 150,000, Artoria and Uxel made their moves simultaneously without hesitation. Imperial Light Destruction Slash. Bone Demon King Slash. A radiant golden red sword light, as blinding as the sun, and an abyssal black blade energy surged towards the Flame Dragon Beastmaster. 745,663, 795,424. The damage values appeared above the flame dragon beastmaster's head, instantly depleting its entire health. The enormous beast collapsed to the ground, its flames extinguished. With the boss's demise, Lin Yuan swiftly shifted his gaze to the front lines. However, the situation on the front lines was evidently secure. Under the relentless barrage of high-tier magic, the armored orcs had no chance to retaliate and were nearly reduced to tears. Moreover, with tactical genius Li Qingshan leading the Dark Skeletal Knight Legion and the Royal Griffin Legion, they continuously encircled the scattered groups of armored orcs. As long as the number of separated armored orcs was below 3,000, Li Qingshan could eliminate them with minimal losses. Thus, it was unequivocally another resounding victory. On Lin Yuan's side, only a few hundred Dark Skeletal Knights had fallen, yet they successfully eradicated 30,000 6th-tier armored orcs. This elite orc unit had barely begun to regroup with the main force when it was utterly decimated. If there was any cost to be counted, it would be the considerable consumption of magical scrolls. After this battle, the number of magical scrolls they had expended could be counted in the hundreds. However, Lin Yuan felt no pangs of regret. As long as he could successfully complete this hidden quest, he would spare no expense, regardless of the cost. Following their resounding victory, Li Qingshan immediately commanded everyone to commence the clearing of the battlefield. The armor worn by these heavy armored orcs was an excellent forging material. Even if he had no use for it himself, selling it at the auction house would yield a handsome profit. Moreover, aside from the armor, there were other materials to be gathered from the orc corpses. Yet, what Lin Yuan primarily sought were the bodies of these orcs. However, just as Li Qingshan issued his orders, Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, "Hold on, let us not rush to clean up the battlefield. If you're interested, why don't we first examine the boss's corpse?" Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd instantly sparkled with excitement. They believed that a level 75 diamond tier boss should surely yield some valuable treasures. With such thoughts in mind, the group quickly gathered around the corpse of the Dragon Flame Beast General, eagerly awaiting Lin Yuan to loot the boss's body. After all, among those present, only he had the qualification to do so. To their surprise, however, Lin Yuan took a step back, turned to Qian Xiaozhuang, and said, "You go ahead. Let me see your luck." Professional matters, after all, should be entrusted to professionals. To be honest, in his past life, Lin Yuan had merely known of Qian Xiaozhuang's existence and had not formed a close bond with him. Given this opportunity, he was naturally curious to witness the luck of the man often referred to as the European Emperor by so many. As Lin Yuan spoke, Qian Xiaozhuang seemed unfazed. He stepped forward and began to rummage through the corpse of the Scarlet Flame Beast General. Chapter 107, 30,000 Dark Skeleton Knights. As Qian Xiaozhuang explored the boss's body, everyone present held their breath in anticipation. They were eager to see what treasures he might unearth. Finally, Qian Xiaozhuang's actions came to a halt. Wei Juyo leaned in. Urgency etched on his face and asked, "Did you find something good? Take a look for yourselves," Qian Xiaozhuang said with a simple smile, promptly sharing all the information in the party chat channel. "You have successfully explored the corpse of the Dragon Flame Beast General and obtained a special material, Burning Heart. You have successfully explored the corpse of the Dragon Flame Beast General and obtained a special material, Helmet of the Dragon Flame Beast General. You have successfully explored the corpse of the Dragon Flame Beast General and obtained a forbidden spell level scroll, Inferno Dragon Dance. You have successfully explored the corpse of the Dragon Flame Beast General and obtained a diamond tier treasure, Dragon Demon Blade. You have successfully explored the corpse of the Dragon Flame Beast General and obtained a diamond tier treasure, Extreme Flame Dragon Scale Heavy Armor. You have successfully explored the corpse of the Dragon Flame Beast General and obtained a diamond tier treasure, Scarlet Flame Shadow." Upon witnessing the information in the party channel, everyone present, including Lin Yuan, could not help but gasp in disbelief. Their eyes brimmed with incredulity. Am I seeing things? This boss dropped 3 diamond tier treasures all at once. Not to mention a forbidden spell level magic scroll, which is certainly not cheaper than a diamond tier treasure. Goodness, this luck is simply outrageous. I've fought numerous bosses and have never seen 3 treasures drop at once. This boss is indeed generous. It's as if it was ready to burst with loot. Rather than attributing this to the boss itself, it could be said that Qian Xiaozhuang's luck was simply extraordinary. Now I understand why Lin Yuan specifically chose him to loot the boss's body. Such luck is unparalleled. Alas, I once thought we were all unlucky, only to discover that one among us is a true European emperor. Observe, Europe, take my spear. After personally witnessing Qian Xiaozhuang's almost divine luck, the way everyone looked at him had irrevocably changed. A single boss had yielded 3 diamond tier treasures. It was utterly absurd. Nevertheless, amidst the collective astonishment, Qian Xiaozhuang wore an expression of profound regret. "Sigh, this is my first time looting a diamond tier boss's corpse, and I had hoped to find a legendary tier treasure. Such a shame. Are you even speaking coherently?" Lin Yuan then proceeded to examine the attributes of the 3 treasures. Dragon Demon Blade is a broad-bladed war knife, classified as a heavy weapon, boasting impressive attack power and the ability to inflict a burning effect upon striking. Extreme Flame Dragon Scale Heavy Armor is a piece of heavy armor with exceptionally high defensive capabilities, along with additional fire resistance. Scarlet Flame Shadow is a Crimson Dagger, evidently suited for assassin-type heroes. All 3 Diamond-tier treasures possess commendable attributes. Unfortunately, none were particularly suitable for the heroes under Lin Yuan's command. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan smiled and announced, "I will place these 3 Diamond-tier treasures in the guild's repository. In due course, each of you will be able to exchange your contributions to the guild for items from the repository. As for how to earn guild contributions and the related details, I will have Li Bingshu establish the rules." Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone present gleamed with excitement. They clearly hadn't anticipated that they would be eligible to obtain Diamond-tier treasures. The prospect of exchanging guild contributions for treasures was nothing short of fair to them. In an instant, their sense of belonging to the Hope Guild deepened, which was evidently Lin Yuan's intention all along. Soon after, everyone resumed their tasks, swiftly collecting all the corpses of the heavy-armored orcs before Lin Yuan. The transformation ritual commenced once more. It must be said that the transformation effect of high-tier troops is remarkably impressive. The corpses of 30,000 6th-tier heavy-armored orcs directly yielded Lin Yuan 5,000 Dark Skeleton Knights. In just one battle, the number of Dark Skeleton Knights under Lin Yuan's command surpassed 10,000. Even for Lin Yuan, this represented a significant enhancement. Gazing upon the formidable army of Dark Skeleton Knights, even Li Qingshan could not help but exclaim, "This is truly a formidable cavalry army." Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly, "This is merely a commendable beginning. To prepare for the final confrontation, the number of Dark Skeleton Knights must reach at least 30,000. Upon hearing this figure, everyone present gasped in shock. 30,000 units of 6th-tier troops. At this stage, which lord could boast such a formidable force? However, they understood that without more than 30,000 Dark Skeleton Knights, it would be impossible to withstand the final onslaught of the Orc Kingdom. Rest for 15 minutes. Lin Yuan instructed. Then we shall continue our search for the next target. Before the moment of reckoning arrived, they must bolster their strength as much as possible. In the following 2 days, Lin Yuan and his forces embarked on a campaign, ruthlessly slaughtering the orc troops surrounding Carlton Fortress. More and more orcs fell to their blades, transformed by Lin Yuan into Dark Skeleton Knights. However, their actions were not devoid of peril. After they successfully annihilated the elite orc battalion for the first time, it drew the attention of the Orc Kingdom. Subsequently, within a mere span of 2 days, the Orc Kingdom launched a staggering 12 ambush operations against them. Fortunately, Li Qingshan possessed a keen sense of danger, allowing him to narrowly avert catastrophe on multiple occasions. In the most perilous encounter, Lin Yuan suffered the loss of a third of his forces, yet he barely managed to break through the encirclement. Nevertheless, even in such dire circumstances, the number of Dark Skeletal Knights under Lin Yuan's command continued to grow steadily, surpassing an impressive threshold of 30,000. This signified that Lin Yuan's strategy was indeed quite successful. At the very least, his objectives had been preliminarily achieved. With 30,000 Dark Skeletal Knights, coupled with the garrison forces of Carlton Fortress, they were now poised to contend with the Orc army. "Have you noticed?" Li Qingshan surveyed his surroundings and suddenly spoke. "The Orc army has been inactive for several hours." "It seems so." Qian Xiaozhuang scratched his head and smiled. "But isn't that a good thing? Do you have a penchant for masochism, enjoying being chased around by those orcs?" At his words, laughter erupted from the crowd. "No, that's not right." Li Qingshan, with a grave expression, interjected, "When things seem amiss, there is usually a hidden danger. Something must be wrong." He then turned to Lin Yuan and asked, "Boss, the mission prompt indicated the Orc Kingdom would launch a full-scale attack tomorrow, correct?" "Yes." Lin Yuan nodded. "It is indeed tomorrow." Upon uttering this, Lin Yuan quickly realized the implications, furrowing his brow as he murmured, "Are you suggesting?" Li Qingshan inhaled deeply, articulating his conjecture. "I suspect the Orc Kingdom may very well commence their full-scale assault ahead of schedule. An early full-scale assault on Carlton Fortress? That's certainly isn't out of the realm of possibility." It was crucial to note that the Orc Kingdom's forces had nearly assembled, with perhaps only a handful of scattered orc units remaining, and their numbers were not substantial. In such circumstances, they could indeed launch a full-scale attack on Carlton Fortress at any moment. Rather than remaining stationary while Lin Yuan's forces continued to decimate the isolated orc units, it would be far more prudent to strike preemptively. The thought sent a chill through the group. Fortunately, Li Qingshan had sensed their intentions in advance. Otherwise, before they could return, Carlton Fortress might have already fallen to the orc army. Chapter 108. The army approaches, the stifling sense of oppression. "Damn. I never anticipated these orcs to be so cunning, employing ambush tactics," Qian Xiaozhuang exclaimed, unable to contain his expletive. "If they succeed in their ambush, wouldn't that mean the boss's mission would fail outright? Thus, we cannot afford to waste any time." Lin Yuan inhaled deeply and spoke gravely. "We must hurry back. I hope we are not too late." Upon Lin Yuan's command, the group wasted no time and swiftly led their forces towards the direction of Carlton Fortress. Half an hour later, they successfully returned to Carlton Fortress. Upon witnessing the fortress in pristine condition, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. Thank goodness we made it. Upon seeing Lin Yuan and his group, Li Bingqiu, Bei, and William immediately approached. Boss, why have you returned so early? Bei asked, looking puzzled. Isn't there still a day left? Lin Yuan cast him a glance, refraining from further explanation, simply stating, plans have changed. The Orc Kingdom may very well launch an attack ahead of schedule. An early full-scale assault? William's eyes widened in surprise as he instinctively asked, is this information reliable? Merely a conjecture, but the likelihood is substantial. I understand. William nodded solemnly. I will have the troops prepare for battle immediately. With that, William departed. Just then, Bei finally took notice of the army of dark skeletal knights behind Lin Yuan. Upon seeing the ominous throng of skeletal cavalry, Bei gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, Boss, how many orcs did you slay to convert so many dark skeletal knights? Not too many, just a few, Lin Yuan replied, then inquired, by the way, how is the situation here? Nothing major, Bei grinned. Since your departure, Carlton Fortress has hardly faced any large-scale assaults from the orcs. There has been virtually no pressure at all. His response was entirely in line with Lin Yuan's expectations. The reason Carlton Fortress was able to remain so untroubled was precisely because they had absorbed the brunt of the pressure. It was worth noting that during the last 2 days, they had slaughtered orc armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands. In fact, they had even managed to restrain the strength of the orc forces, consuming a significant amount of their time and resources in their pursuit. Under such circumstances, if they could still spare troops to launch a surprise attack on Carlton Fortress, it would indeed be a miracle. Just as Lin Yuan was about to instruct everyone to prepare, the urgent sound of a military horn echoed in their ears once more. Upon hearing the horn, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. There was no doubt. The Orc Kingdom was poised to launch a full-scale assault on Carlton Fortress. Let us head to the watchtower. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan led several individuals to ascend the watchtower of Carlton Fortress. Atop the towering structure, they quickly beheld the surging tide of the orc army advancing towards Carlton Fortress. However, the sight before them sent shivers down their spines. The sheer number of orcs was overwhelmingly vast, dense and swarming like a tide of ants. The dark mass stretched infinitely before them. Their numbers were certainly no less than 500,000. In terms of sheer strength, the Orc Kingdom's forces were tenfold that of Carlton Fortress. Though the majority were low-tier orcs serving as cannon fodder, the high-tier orcs were by no means few in number. Moreover, in addition to the low-tier and high-tier orcs, there were also 3 colossal orcs, each as massive as a mountain, charging at the forefront of the entire orc army. One of the colossal orcs, its face lined with wrinkles, wielded an ebony staff adorned with a necklace of skulls, presenting a disturbingly eerie appearance. Another colossal orc, devoid of any armor, displayed grayish-white skin. Its physique extraordinarily robust, with muscles bulging like iron. Notably, both its arms were severed at the midsection, yet they were affixed with specially designed gauntlets. The black chains at the end of the gauntlets were tightly wound around its shoulders, securing the weapons to its truncated limbs. The final colossal orc towered even higher than the other 2, clad in black armor, with only its tusks and a pair of crimson, beastly eyes visible. Exuding a ferocious and menacing aura, clutched in its hand was a massive black axe, resembling a dark mountain of malevolence. Undoubtedly, these 3 colossal orcs were all boss-level entities. Furthermore, these 3 boss figures were all diamond-grade bosses. Level 75 boss, the Orc High Priest Salmon. Level 80 boss, the Bloodied Blade Careful. Level 85 boss, the Hell Roar Nagran. By the heavens, what madness is this? 3 diamond-grade bosses. Upon beholding the 3 formidable orc boss entities, Bei's lips twitched convulsively as he turned to Lin Yuan, exclaiming, Boss, are you certain that this hidden quest is feasible for mere mortals? The mere presence of a single diamond-tier boss is already terrifying enough, and now we face 3 at once. Even more alarming is that each of these orc bosses boasts a higher level than the last. The highest among them, Hell Roar Naglan, has even reached level 85. Lin Yuan was immensely grateful that they had intercepted the orc elite forces in advance. Otherwise, if one were to factor in that Dragon Flame Beast General, they would be compelled to confront 4 diamond-tier bosses simultaneously. Yet, despite this stroke of fortune, the current situation remained dire. 3 diamond-tier bosses, coupled with an army of 500,000 orcs. Their chances of victory were less than 5%. Logically, no matter how challenging a hidden quest may be, one would not expect to encounter such a deadlock. Thus, the only plausible explanation was that William still possessed a trump card. With this thought, Lin Yuan swiftly turned his gaze toward the interior of Carlton Fortress. As anticipated, with the orc army launching a full-scale assault, the garrison troops within the fortress sprang into action. However, rather than rushing out to engage the orc forces, they appeared to be moving in groups of 10, seemingly transporting something. Lin Yuan focused intently on the nearest group of garrison troops and finally discerned what they were carrying. It was a dark, imposing cannon. The barrel gleamed with a chilling metallic luster, drawing upon his experiences from a past life. Lin Yuan instantly recognized this seemingly ordinary cannon as a battlefield's devastating weapon, the Magic Crystal Cannon. Chapter 109. The Power of the Magic Crystal Cannon. Strictly speaking, the Magic Crystal Cannon could not be classified as a treasure. It was merely a strategic weapon, and a particularly lethal one at that. By inserting magic crystals of varying attributes into the cannon, it could unleash a diverse array of devastating effects. Furthermore, the higher the level of the inserted magic crystal, the more formidable the resulting power. Soon, a dozen magic crystal-heavy cannons were transported to the walls of Carlton Fortress. Additionally, numerous bags of high-grade magic crystals were also moved alongside the cannons. Each of these high-grade crystals was worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Yet, under the pressing circumstances, no one felt a twinge of regret. After all, this was a battle for the fate of the nation. Should Carlton Fortress fall, the kingdom of the Azalea would face annihilation. Thus, this battle was one where even the full might of the nation could be expended without hesitation. Load the magic crystals. Fire. William's roar echoed, seemingly capable of shattering the heavens. Immediately, the magical runes inscribed upon the barrels of the cannons ignited in unison. Terrifying elemental energy began to brew. And then, all the magic crystal cannons unleashed a dreadful cacophony. Dozens of vibrant orbs of light rained down upon the orc horde. One fiery red orb descended, incinerating dozens of orc warriors at the impact site into charred remains. Instantly, the flames from this orb spread outward in a ripple effect. Much like the waves upon a water's surface, any orc caught within the fiery ring's reach screamed in agony as they were engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, a pale blue orb fell upon a group of high-ranking orc warriors, freezing them instantaneously before shattering them into fragments. In the next moment, the blue orb erupted violently, transforming into countless sharp projectiles that shot out in all directions. Swoosh! Countless orc warriors were pierced through, and the battlefield was filled with the sounds of their anguished cries. This was the terrifying power of the Magic Crystal Cannon. With the enhancement of high-grade magic crystals, each shot could claim the lives of thousands of orcs. Boom, boom, boom. Under William's command, the magic crystal cannons continued their relentless bombardment. The orcs on the battlefield either perished in flames, were struck down by icy arrows, corroded, or electrocuted. For the orc army before them, these magic crystal cannons signified their doom. This is astonishing, Chen Bei exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. The power of the magic crystal cannon rivals that of high-tier magic scrolls. He mused, it baffles me why they didn't deploy such powerful weapons sooner. Li Bingqiu elaborated. Had they revealed their hand earlier, do you think the orcs would have remained unsuspecting? Moreover, the supply of high-grade magic crystals is limited. They had to reserve their strength for this final battle. Li Qingshan nodded in agreement, indeed. Regardless, this is undoubtedly a boon for us. Otherwise, even if the entire orc army of 500,000 lined up for slaughter, we might not finish them off. Though Li Qingshan's words were somewhat disheartening, they were undeniably true. The orc army before them was as numerous as a locust swarm. Employing conventional means, it would indeed be a daunting task to eradicate them entirely. However, should they emerge victorious from this war, Lin Yuan's power would substantially increase, not to mention the rewards from the hidden quest. The sheer number of corpses from the 500,000 orc army would suffice to summon a legion of dark skeletal knights. It is time for us to take action. Lin Yuan inhaled deeply and spoke solemnly. Before him, the orc army advanced with alarming speed. These ferocious orcs, undeterred by the fierce firepower of the magic crystal cannons, pressed forward with even greater fervor. At this rate, it would not be long before the orc army breached the walls of Carlton Fortress, breaking through the defenses and invading the stronghold. By that point, even the magic crystal cannons would be unable to exert their full potential. Hence, the optimal strategy was to halt the orc army at the fortress's gates and utilize the cannons for fire support. Let us give those orcs a taste of their own medicine. A sly smile crept across Lin Yuan's face as he descended from the watchtower and strode towards the fortress's exterior. Soon, he found himself before the orc army. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan retrieved 3 magic scrolls from his backpack and tore them asunder. As the scrolls were ripped apart, the magic sealed within them was released. 8th tier magic, corruption domain. 8th tier magic, thunderous serpent. 8th tier magic, song of light arrows. A terrifying surge of magical energy radiated outward. Within the confines of the corruption domain, the bodies of orc warriors began to rot, collapsing in agony upon the ground. The massive serpent, crackling with dark lightning, rampaged through the orc ranks, incinerating any orc warrior it encountered into charred remains. Simultaneously, the harmonious notes of music filled the air, and countless radiant arrows cascaded from the heavens like a torrential downpour, effortlessly piercing through the bodies of one orc warrior after another. This was the might of 8th tier magic. Lin Yuan had refrained from employing scrolls of this caliber until the time for the final confrontation arrived. Yet, this was not the end. In his possession, there remained one final magic scroll, that being Forbidden Spell Level Magic Scroll, Inferno Dragon Frenzy. This magical scroll was indeed acquired from the Dragon Flame Beast General in the past. At this very moment, confronted by such a densely packed horde of orcs. It is the perfect opportunity to unleash this forbidden spell. To hell with you. Gazing at the orc army before him, Lin Yuan let out a cold sneer and, without hesitation, tore apart the forbidden spell scroll in his hand. In the next instant, dozens of fire dragons, engulfed in scorching flames, erupted from the scroll, roaring as they surged toward the orc army, wreaking havoc. When the might of a forbidden spell merges with the power of 3 8th-tier spells, the resulting devastation is truly akin to a natural disaster. Chapter 110 now, leave the rest to me. Boom, 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 boom. The deafening roars echoed incessantly. The frenzied magical fluctuations rampaged across the battlefield. Under the onslaught of flames, thunder, curses, and light arrows, vast swathes of orcs fell lifeless. The combined might of 3 8th-tier spells and 1 forbidden spell annihilated tens of thousands of orcs in an instant. If divine retribution truly existed, it would manifest in this manner. Furthermore, the area affected by these 4 high-tier spells was astonishingly vast. In addition to the countless orcs that perished on the spot, over 100,000 orcs sustained grievous injuries, their vitality failing to remain at full capacity. Yet, at that moment, the orc high priest named Solaran began to chant a spell. The majesty of the beast god permeated the entire continent. Citizens of the beast god, you shall receive the blessing of blood, blood from the same source. As the incantation concluded, a scarlet glow suddenly emanated from the ebony staff in Solaran's hand. Subsequently, this crimson light split into millions, enveloping the entire battlefield. It was as if a rain of blood had descended upon the battlefield. All orcs shrouded in this blood rain found their vitality steadily restored. Witnessing this scene, a glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. It appears that this fellow must be dealt with first. Although Solaran was the lowest leveled among the 3 bosses, he possessed the capacity to sway the tide of battle. For this reason alone, Lin Yuan could not allow him to survive. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan exhibited no hesitation, extending his hand to point at Solaran. Eliminate him. As Lin Yuan issued his command, Altria, Ugsar, and Chiran surged forward to encircle Solaran. Moreover, dark magical energy swirled around these 3 heroes. Clearly, they had all consumed the dark potion before heading into battle. In fact, it was not just Lin Yuan's heroes who had partaken of the dark potion. All heroes had done so. Given that this was the final showdown, it was only natural to possess the courage to burn one's boats. It must be noted that the dark potion significantly enhances hero attributes. After consuming the dark potion, heroes enter a demonic state, gaining a 50 boost to all attributes, with their attacks also inflicting an additional 10 dark attribute damage, lasting for 15 minutes. In this demonic state, Altria, Ugsar, and Chiran would undoubtedly find it more than sufficient to deal with a level 75 support-type boss. As expected, under the relentless assault of the 3 heroes, Solaran quickly fell into a passive state, his health plummeting as cries of agony erupted from his throat. His wail soon summoned a throng of heavily armored orcs for reinforcement. However, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Clear the area. Do not let these orcs approach. This command was obviously directed at Qian Xiaozhuang and the others. Understood, boss. Qian Xiaozhuang grinned, promptly retrieving a thick stack of high-tier magic scrolls from his backpack, tearing them open one after another as if they were worthless. The others followed suit, employing the same strategy. It should be noted that, during the previous battle, 5th and 6th tier magic scrolls had been nearly exhausted. Thus, all that remained were 7th tier magic scrolls. The destructive power of spells at this level was extraordinarily formidable. Even 2 or 3 7th tier spells stacked together could obliterate heavily armored orcs in an instant. In the chaotic bombardment of high-tier magic, a vast area around Solaran was swiftly cleared. Meanwhile, the other 2 bosses were being forcibly stalled by the garrison of Carlton Fortress and the Dark Skeleton Knight Legion, unable to provide support. Now, no one can assist you. Lin Yuan raised his head, fixing his gaze on Solaran with a glimmer of icy resolve in his eyes. Do not resist futilely. Your demise is inevitable. Solaran's face contorted with madness as he raised his ebony staff, once more chanting an incantation. Altria, Ugsar, and Chiran unleashed their full might, relentlessly attacking the boss before them. Lin Yuan understood that even under the suppression of the magic crystal cannon, the garrison and the Dark Knight Legion could not endure for long. After all, the strength of those 2 bosses was overwhelmingly powerful. Each of those orc bosses possessed destructive capacity equivalent to tens of thousands of orcs. Therefore, Lin Yuan must conclude this battle swiftly. Only by defeating these 3 bosses one by one could they hope to defend Carlton Fortress. 5 minutes later, the orc high priest Solaran was drenched in blood, teetering on the brink of collapse. After being besieged by 3 S-class heroes in demonic state for a full 5 minutes, his health had dwindled to a flickering candle in the wind. Even if you destroy my body, you cannot extinguish my faith in the beast god. Solaran raised his head and let out a furious roar. In the next moment, a final concentrated assault obliterated his remaining health. His massive form collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. After Solaran's demise, Lin Yuan did not even spare a glance at his corpse, hastily redirecting his attention to the next target. Fortunately, on the front lines, William and Li Qingshan were maintaining order, bolstered by the firepower of the magic crystal cannon, allowing them to hold out for so long despite being at a numerical disadvantage. Nonetheless, even so, time was running short for Lin Yuan. Soon, he led his heroes to confront the second boss, Bloodblade Carafar. This orc boss exuded an imposing presence. His massive, scarred physique, coupled with the gigantic blade fixed to his severed arm, gave Carafar an aura of intimidation and aggression. Upon Lin Yuan's arrival, Chunbei let out a sigh of relief. Until then, he had been leading his orc troops in a skirmish against Carafar. Though they were both orcs, Carafar showed no mercy in his assault. In his eyes, anyone obstructing him was an enemy. Chunbei chuckled wryly and remarked, "Boss, I'm glad you made it. If you had arrived any later, I wouldn't have been able to hold on." There was no exaggeration in Chunbei's words. With his current strength, he was ill-equipped to handle the level 80 boss Carafar. Merely stalling for a few minutes had resulted in heavy losses. His troops had suffered more than half their casualties. Lin Yuan glanced and noted that even the orc commander had only a tenth of his health remaining. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was left with but a thin veneer of vitality. It is evident just how devastating the previous battle was. For Chunbei to have endured until now is no small feat. Were it anyone else, they might not have been able to last nearly as long. Worry not. For the next phase is in my hands, Lin Yuan stated calmly, patting Chunbei on the shoulder. Chapter 111. Blood-Red Blade Carafar, defeated. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Yuan initiated a reconnaissance on Carafar. In the next moment, the attributes of this formidable boss materialized before him. Blood-Red Blade Carafar, Diamond Tier Boss. Level 80. Health, 11, 700. 000, 150, 000. Attack Power, 3, 750, 5150. Defense, 3050. Magic Defense, 3, 460. Skills, Blade Strike, Blood Choke, War Roar. Originating from the Orc Kingdom, Carafar is inherently combative, having engaged in life and death battles against ogres since childhood. In triumphing over his foes, he lost both arms and, in a bid for survival, transformed them into blade-like appendages, resulting in his current form. Upon witnessing Carafar's attributes, Lin Yuan finally comprehended the extent of Chunbei's plight. The sheer magnitude of this boss's attack power was absurd, nearly reaching twice that of the Dragon Flame General. It is noteworthy that Carafar's level is only 5 levels above that of the Dragon Flame General. However, despite Carafar's prodigious offensive prowess, its defense and magical resistance reveal its vulnerabilities. By exploiting these weaknesses, this adversary could be rendered manageable. Furthermore, following the prior skirmish with Chunbei, Carafar's health dwindled to a mere 170, 000. With this realization, Lin Yuan declared, "I shall take the lead in the assault. You all support me with your magical scrolls." Chunbei and Li Bingchu nodded in agreement. Understood. The reason they had refrained from employing such tactics against the Dragon Flame General was due to the latter's exceedingly high magical defense. Even 7th-tier spells might fail to inflict substantial harm. However, facing Carafar was an entirely different scenario. Altria was the first to engage Carafar directly, her sealing sword slicing through the air with ferocity. Clang! Accompanied by the resonant clash of metal, her powerful strike was effortlessly parried by Carafar's blade-like fists, inflicting minimal damage. In that very moment, a shadow suddenly emerged behind the boss. Following closely, the bone demon blade struck fiercely towards Carafar's back. Sizzle! A brilliant crimson light erupted. 8, 795. A staggering damage figure materialized above Carafar's head. "You pitiful weaklings dare to challenge me. I shall crush you one by one like insects beneath my heel." Carafar roared, its fury palpable. In the next instant, with a piercing whistle, its sharp blade swept towards Yugasar's direction. Without hesitation, Yugasar raised his bone demon blade in an attempt to block. However, the force unleashed by Carafar was unimaginably immense. 3, 564. Despite partially mitigating the damage, Yugasar's health plummeted instantaneously. Just as Carafar prepared to pursue its advantage, a surge of magical energy erupted. Frigid frost swiftly coalesced into a prison around it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the next moment, countless icicles jutted forth from the ice prison, piercing deep into Carafar's colossal form. 13, 456. 14, 888. 14, 754. 15, 654. A series of damage values emerged above Carafar's head, totaling an astonishing 60, 000. This was the 7th-tier spell, Ice Prison. The magical scrolls Lin Yuan had entrusted to them were not solely designed for battlefield AoE spells. Some were single-target or control spells. In this context, such spells proved invaluable, seizing the opportunity while Carafar was ensnared by the ice prison. The three heroes unleashed a coordinated assault. Regrettably, this advantageous situation did not persist for long. Under the relentless barrage of the three heroes, Carafar lifted its head, unleashing a deafening roar. In the next moment, even the surrounding air quaked. A crimson glow enveloped Carafar. This was the manifestation of Carafar's skill, War Roar. Upon unleashing War Roar, for the next 60 seconds, its attack power, attack speed, and damage would each surge by 25, rendering it immune to all forms of control. This meant that for the ensuing minute, Lin Yuan could no longer restrain Carafar and would have to confront it head-on. Fortunately, even in a direct confrontation, Lin Yuan remained unfazed. Yugasar summoned the Bone Giant to shield the front lines. Kalen, maintain your distance from the boss, summoning Dark Elves to harass it. Altria, approach from the side, avoiding excessive damage from the boss. Should your health drop to critical levels, retreat promptly and let Lin Mingming's Elven Hero provide healing. It is worth noting that Lin Yuan had bestowed the Holy Elven Codex to Lin Mingming. With the artifact's enhancement, although her Elven Hero was only rated A, its healing capacity remained impressively substantial. However, this was not the end. At Lin Yuan's command, the others tore open their magical scrolls, unleashing single-target spells upon Carafar. It is essential to understand that when damage is concentrated on a single target, the potency of single-target spells far exceeds that of area-effect spells. In an instant, spells such as Silent Thunder, Soul Annihilation Arrow, Dark Shadow Spike, Ice-Sealed Coffin, and Eye of the Rock Demon rained down upon Carafar with unparalleled ferocity. Subsequently, Chen Bei, Li Bingchu, and Lin Mingming's heroes joined the fray, collaborating with Lin Yuan's heroes to unleash a concentrated assault on Carafar. No matter how formidable your attack power, we shall overwhelm you with sheer force. Amidst this relentless onslaught, Carafar's health dwindled rapidly. Whenever a hero found themselves on the brink of death, they would swiftly retreat, ensuring Carafar was denied any opportunity to capitalize. 800, 000, 700, 000, 600, 000, 500, 000. Finally, under the united effort of all, Carafar's health plummeted to 0. How could I possibly be defeated by you? This is impossible. With despair and unwillingness etched upon its face, Carafar uttered its final words before its massive form collapsed to the ground. Thus ended the life of the second orc boss. Chapter 112, Orc Demon King, Naglon. At last, we have vanquished this foe. As Carafar fell, a collective sigh of relief swept over the group. For now, only one final orc boss remained on the battlefield. Yet, this boss was the most formidable of them all. An 85-level boss, Hell Roar Naglon. This colossal orc, as imposing as a mountain, was the true leader of the orc army. More importantly, surrounding Naglon was a formidable assembly of 3,000 orc guards, all of whom were of the 7th tier. Armed with massive axes and clad in heavy armor bristling with spikes, they clustered protectively around Naglon, their king. The mere presence of Naglon as a boss was already a daunting challenge, not to mention the addition of this legion of 3,000 7th tier orc guards. To confront Naglon, it was imperative to devise a strategy to forcibly carve a breach through the ranks of these orc sentinels. At this very moment, under Naglon's command, the frenzied orc guards wreaked havoc upon the battlefield, leaving few capable of withstanding their savage onslaught. This was true for both the garrison troops under William's command and the dark skeletal cavalry led by Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan's suspicions were correct, Naglon undoubtedly possessed a skill that enhanced the strength of his orc troops, as the combat prowess exhibited by these guards far surpassed that of ordinary 7th tier soldiers. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan turned to Li Qingshan and inquired, "What are your thoughts?" It was evident that Li Qingshan shared Lin Yuan's perspective. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "We must concentrate our firepower to forcibly tear a breach, prioritizing the elimination of Naglon. Otherwise, if we merely engage in a stalemate, we will suffer greater losses." Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. Li Qingshan was indeed correct. Even if they could exhaust the 3,000 orc guards, it would serve no purpose. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Only by slaying Naglon could they shatter the morale of the orc army and turn the tide of battle. "Very well, I entrust this task to you," Lin Yuan declared solemnly. "I am handing over the command of all my forces to you. Ensure that you tear open a breach as swiftly as possible." Li Qingshan understood the gravity of the situation and nodded earnestly after taking a deep breath. 5 minutes later, all was prepared. Attack. With Li Qingshan's command, 1,200 flame mages began chanting their spells simultaneously. In an instant, thousands of explosive fireballs hurtled toward the ranks of the orc guards. Boom! The dazzling flames erupted from the orc guards' formation. However, the orc guards' tier was ultimately 2 levels higher than that of the flame mages. Thus, even though the flame mages were a hidden unit, they failed to inflict significant damage. Yet, the orc guards were thoroughly enraged, roaring as they charged toward the location of the flame mages. This was precisely the opportunity Li Qingshan had been waiting for. With the orc guards' formation disrupted, vulnerabilities naturally emerged. 5,000 dark skeletal knights, 2,000 heavily armored spearmen, 1,000 black armored cavalry, and 1,000 black armor shield bearers had already heeded Li Qingshan's command, maneuvering around to the rear of the enemy and launching an assault on the weakest point. To ensure a swift breach, Li Qingshan had drawn upon a substantial portion of his forces. In such a scenario, this would undoubtedly place greater pressure on the front line. Yet they had no alternative. Their only option was to eliminate Naglon as quickly as possible to alleviate the pressure on the front. It must be said that Li Qingshan truly deserved the title of tactical genius. His maneuvers were as precise as a surgeon's scalpel. Under his command, the orc guards quickly lost their footing, and a breach was swiftly torn in their ranks. Lin Yuan would not let this golden opportunity slip away, without hesitation. He led his heroes directly into the fray against Naglon. Soon, Lin Yuan and his heroes stood before the towering figure of Naglon, who emanated a terrifying aura. Lowering his head slowly, Naglon fixed his gaze upon Lin Yuan and intoned, "Weak human, do you dare to challenge the might of the beast god?" But Lin Yuan had no intention of engaging in dialogue. With a fierce shout, he commanded, "Attack." In the next moment, a brilliant beam of sword light, radiant as the sun, cleaved toward Naglon. This sword light was none other than Artoria's Imperial Light Destruction Slash. 52,846. A staggering damage value exceeding 50,000 materialized above Naglon's head. Immediately thereafter, Naglon's attributes appeared before Lin Yuan. Hell Roar Naglon. Diamond Tier Boss. Level, 85. Health, 18, 452, 132. 000,000. Attack Power, 47, 406, 120. Defense, 5050. Magic Defense, 5, 460. Skills, Destructive Strike, Shadow of the Beast God, Hell Roar. A great leader in the history of the Orc Kingdom, the mighty chieftain of the Warsong clan, he rose from blood and fire, ending the era of clan warfare and unifying the entire Orc Kingdom. Lin Yuan had not anticipated that Naglon was, in fact, the founding emperor of the Orc Kingdom. However, upon witnessing Naglon's attributes, all present could not help but gasp in astonishment. A staggering 200 million health. Even though Naglon had sustained some injuries in previous battles, he still boasted over 180 million health. Furthermore, he possessed nearly 5,000 points of base attack power, 5,000 points of defense, and 5,000 points of magic defense. Such terrifying attributes made him akin to a demon lord. No wonder Artoria's Imperial Light Destruction Slash could only inflict over 50,000 damage on him. Are you certain we can truly contend with this boss? Upon seeing Naglon's attributes, Qin Xiaozhuang could not help but swallow hard. After he voiced his concern, a shadow of anxiety flickered in the eyes of all present. It was not that they doubted Lin Yuan's strength, but the attributes of this boss were simply too formidable. How could they know without giving it a try? Nevertheless, Lin Yuan took a deep breath, slowly raised his head, and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, prepare for battle. Focus all firepower on the boss." Chapter 113, Hell Roar, Perilous Situations. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's resolute declaration, everyone felt a surge of renewed spirit. Indeed, they had not even attempted to fight. How could they be certain of failure? They had already come this far, so they might as well give it their all. In an instant, the worries in everyone's hearts dissipated. Perhaps even Lin Yuan himself was unaware that he had become the soul of the Hope Guild, a pillar of support. As long as Lin Yuan remained undefeated, they would not lose hope. Subsequently, everyone retrieved their magic scrolls, preparing to unleash the high-level spells sealed within to combat Naglon. Although their personal strength was not particularly formidable, they could still assist Lin Yuan in this manner. Artoria, Yugasar, and Kalen quickly formed a triangular formation and engaged Naglon in fierce combat. However, Naglon's attack power was exceedingly high. Even the highest level Artoria was left with but a sliver of health after enduring 3 of Naglon's strikes. Fortunately, the healing capacity of the elven heroes under Lin Mingming was quite substantial. After Artoria's withdrawal, it took merely a few seconds to effortlessly restore her health to full. It appears that having a priest-like profession within the team is quite essential. Although Lin Yuan does not possess a priest-type hero under his command, he can develop Lin Mingming into his dedicated healer. However, even with this arrangement, Lin Mingming's healing output ultimately pales in comparison to Naglon's ferocious damage. In less than 2 minutes, both Artoria and Uxul had been reduced to a state of near death. Even the skeletal giant summoned by Uxul was shattered into countless fragments by Naglon's colossal axe. As for Kalen, being a fragile mage-type hero, he was naturally incapable of withstanding Naglon's onslaught. Observing the dire situation before him, Lin Yuan turned and spoke gravely. "Chunbei, quickly send your hero to hold the line." Upon hearing this, Chunbei was momentarily taken aback, but he swiftly commanded the Orc commander to engage. While the Orc commander may not possess the formidable strength of Artoria or Uxul, he is nonetheless an S-rank hero. Moreover, as a heavily armored warrior, he inherently enjoys substantial advantages in health and defense. Under these circumstances, even against a boss of Naglon's caliber, the Orc commander could endure several rounds of assault. What Lin Yuan needed was for Chunbei to buy him some time, allowing Artoria and Uxul to recover as much health as possible. Understanding Lin Yuan's intentions, Li Bingshu also acted without hesitation, commanding the Rose Swordsman to attack Nagalon. Though the Rose Swordsman may not be as resilient as the Orc commander, he could still buy Lin Yuan a measure of time. Simultaneously, Qin Xiaozhuang and the others continued utilizing magical scrolls, unleashing a variety of high-tier spells upon Nagalan. As the orc commander and Rose swordsman neared exhaustion, Artoria and Ugsul, bolstered by the healing of the elven heroes, had nearly restored their health. Despite Nagalan's immense strength, under such a relentless strategy, his health continued to dwindle. In less than 10 minutes, Nagalan's health plummeted below 1 million. However, Lin Yuan was acutely aware that the more critical the situation became, the less he could afford to let his guard down. It is well known that a boss's trump card is often unleashed when its health falls to a certain threshold. Sure enough, as Nagalan's health dipped below 800,000, a fierce rage manifested on his visage. "You will all perish." Just as the words left his mouth, Nagalan raised his head, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air. This was evidently Nagalan's ultimate move, the hellish roar. The piercing sound seemed capable of tearing apart the eardrums of all present. Even the surrounding space quaked violently. Simultaneously, the health of all heroes began to plummet. Even the dark skeleton knights, engaged in fierce combat with the orc guards, were not spared from the devastation. Under the horrifying impact of the hellish roar, they were instantly shattered into a mass of bone fragments. No one had anticipated that the power of hellish roar could reach such catastrophic levels. In this dire moment, Nagalan showed no intention of relenting, swinging his colossal axe menacingly towards Ugsul, who stood closest. Crack, accompanied by a sharp sound. Several bones in Ugsul's body were cleaved asunder. Ugsul's health plummeted to a mere 1,000 points. With such scant health, he could not possibly withstand a second strike from Nagalan. Fortunately, in this critical moment, Artoria utilized the crown of the sacred tree, as accompanying skill to instantly refresh all her skill cooldowns. Without hesitation, she unleashed Holy Seal upon Nagalan. As the silvery light of confinement enveloped Nagalan, his assault was forcibly halted. "Forest Light, please heal them." Lin Mingming's elven hero seized the opportunity, casting a group healing spell. The health of all heroes began to rise incrementally. Although Nagalan's hellish roar was formidable, the present situation was not entirely beyond redemption. Lin Yuan immediately called out, "Adjust your status, continue the onslaught, and give the boss no respite." With their health restored, the three heroes, led by Artoria, once more closed in on Nagalan. Yet, the prevailing circumstances were far from optimistic. The duration of the dark potion was about to expire. It is crucial to note that while the effects of the dark potion are potent, the side effects are equally pronounced. Once the duration concludes, the user will exit the demonized state and enter a state of weakness. Under weakness, all attributes of the hero are diminished by 70%, rendering them nearly devoid of combat capability. In essence, if a swift resolution is not achieved, Lin Yuan would have no chance of eliminating Nagalan. Chapter 114, perhaps it will consume you. Fortunately, after unleashing Hellish Roar, it seemed as though Nagalan's skills entered a cooldown phase. During this interval, Nagalan's health continued to decrease, plummeting from 800,000 to 400,000. This meant that only 40,000 health remained to be eradicated in order to vanquish him. With this in mind, Lin Yuan wasted no time, loudly proclaiming, "Everyone, unleash your full power, one last concentrated assault to obliterate the boss." In truth, even without his urging, everyone was already gritting their teeth, pouring every ounce of effort into dealing damage to the boss. After all, this last 40,000 health had to be obliterated, even at the cost of their lives. Finally, Nagalan's health dwindled to 300,000. However, at that moment, a frenzied glint suddenly flickered in his blood-red eyes. Lin Yuan keenly perceived this detail and immediately shouted, "Everyone, be cautious." Even before anyone could react, the anomaly commenced. A surge of dark magic erupted from within Nagalan. Subsequently, his already colossal form began to swell even further. The heavy armor encasing his body was violently torn asunder, revealing cracks. Beneath these fissures, Nagalan's skin had turned pitch black. Concurrently, Nagalan's attributes began to shift. His attack power, attack speed, defense, and magic resistance were all escalating. Even his health was rapidly increasing. 300,000, 400,000, 500,000, 600,000. The staggering recovery rate of 100,000 per second plunged all present into despair. Chun Bei's face was a portrait of shock as he instinctively exclaimed, "Damn it, this beast is cheating. It's using hacks." Moreover, even Nagalan's title underwent a transformation. It changed from Hellish Roar Nagalan to Demon's Howl Nagalan. Witnessing the scene before them, Lin Yuan instantly comprehended what had transpired. If he was not mistaken, the figure before him, Nagrand, had evidently chosen to transform himself into an abyssal demon. Lin Yuan had originally believed that the mission to defend Carlton Fortress was merely to withstand the onslaught of the Orc Kingdom. Little did he anticipate that it would also be entwined with the involvement of abyssal demons. Without their participation, how could Nagrand, as the leader of the Orc Kingdom, have so inexplicably fallen to become an abyssal demon? However, bolstered by the powers of the abyss, Nagrand indeed possessed a formidable strength. At the very least, Lin Yuan found himself unable to contend with him any longer. After all, his heroes were all but exhausted, while Nagrand stood revitalized. perhaps even more powerful than in his prime. Roar. At that moment, Nagrand raised his head and unleashed another furious roar. However, this roar did not inflict harm upon Lin Yuan's heroes like the Hell Roar had. Yet, the surrounding orc royal guards began to undergo a grotesque transformation. They emitted beastly growls from their mouths, as dark abyssal energy surged within them. Their fangs sharpened, their bodies grew larger, their skin turned a grim blackish gray, and their eyes glowed with a blood-red hue, exuding a menacing ferocity. Under the influence of the demonic roar, this battalion of orc royal guards had transformed into even more powerful demon orcs. Roar. With a furious howl, one of the demon orcs cleaved down with an axe, effortlessly splitting a dark skeleton knight in two. It was clear that after their degradation into abyssal creatures, the strength of these orc royal guards had significantly increased. Before them, the dark skeleton knights could not withstand even a single strike. They were simply annihilated. It was over. Lin Yuan clenched his fists unconsciously, gritting his teeth. Though it was difficult for him to accept, it was undeniable that he had failed this hidden mission. In such circumstances, there was no way he could hold the Carlton Fortress. Moreover, he feared he might even struggle to escape the fate of total annihilation. It could only be said that the difficulty of this hidden mission far exceeded his expectations. Even among hidden missions, this was undoubtedly one of the most challenging. Sometimes, it was not merely a matter of inadequate preparation. It should be noted that Lin Yuan had expended an entire fortune of 100 million on high-tier magic scrolls to accomplish this hidden task. Yet, the defense of Carlton Fortress still culminated in failure. This crushing defeat felt like a resounding slap across Lin Yuan's face, imparting a harsh reality that, despite being a reincarnate, he was not omnipotent. There remained many factors beyond his anticipation and control. In other words, his current strength was still woefully insufficient. Though this realization was brutal, it remained an undeniable truth for Lin Yuan. Taking a deep breath, he finally managed to utter, "Prepare for retreat and minimize our losses." Upon hearing his words, the expressions of everyone turned grim. Although they understood the inevitability of defeat, hearing it articulated by Lin Yuan felt disheartening. They had fought valiantly for so many days, exerting tremendous effort, only to be met with failure. This was a heavy blow to the morale of all. Even Bei, usually the most optimistic, fell into a profound silence. However, just as everyone was resigning themselves to surrender, Lin Yuan suddenly sensed a familiar disturbance emanating from his backpack. Frowning, he realized that the source of this disturbance was the demon egg. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan ultimately decided to retrieve the demon egg. Upon witnessing this scene, a sneer of contempt appeared on Nagrand's face. "What is this? An egg? Ha! You intend for me to consume this?" Nagrand's derisive laughter soon echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. Yet at that moment, the surface of the demon egg abruptly cracked open with numerous fissures. In the next instant, Lin Yuan raised his head, gazing at Nagrand, now enveloped in abyssal energy, and spoke softly, "Perhaps there exists another possibility. It might consume you." Chapter 115. A turnaround in despair. The hatching of the demon egg. This sudden turn of events instantly captured everyone's attention. No one had anticipated that even at such a critical juncture, the situation could still take a twist. Bei, Li Bingqiu, and Lin Mingming instantly recognized the demon egg that Lin Yuan had retrieved. As for Qian Xiaozhuang and the others, they were entirely unaware of what Lin Yuan had taken out. They only sensed an ominously sinister aura emanating from the black egg adorned with magical runes. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Nagrand's expression grew even more disdainful. "What? Do you still intend to use this broken egg against me?" It was no wonder Nagrand appeared so arrogant. After all, with the infusion of abyssal power, its current strength had reached unparalleled heights. However, just after Nagrand spoke, the demon egg began to wriggle towards it. Before Nagrand could react, an overwhelming force erupted from the cracks of the demon egg, unleashing an incredible suction. In an instant, Nagrand's expression changed drastically. It could distinctly feel the abyssal energy surrounding it being voraciously absorbed by the demon egg. At that moment, the demon egg resembled an insatiable glutton, ravenously devouring the abyssal energy enveloping Nagrand. No, this cannot be happening. Nagrand could no longer maintain its earlier contempt. Its eyes widened, and its face twisted in horror. These abyssal energies were its very source of power. If the demon egg were to consume them entirely, it would be reduced to its original form. Such a fate was utterly unacceptable for Nagrand, who had just begun to relish its newfound strength. "I will slay you. I will annihilate all of you." Nagrand roared as it raised its massive axe and charged forward, ferociously swinging down at the demon egg. However, at that moment, Artoria unhesitatingly activated the accompanying skill of the demonic pendant, the demon hand. A colossal demonic hand suddenly ensnared Nagrand's form. In this predicament, Nagrand could only watch helplessly as the abyssal energy was voraciously consumed by the demon egg. "You cannot do this. Release me. Give me back my power." Nagrand bellowed in fury, yet its aura gradually weakened. Clearly, as the abyssal energy was absorbed, it reverted to its original state. Seeing the severely weakened Nagrand before him, Lin Yuan wasted no time and commanded, "Kill it." It should be noted that prior to its demonic transformation, Nagrand had only 30,000 health points remaining. A mere round of concentrated fire would be sufficient to eliminate it completely. However, the demon egg did not halt there. It continued to absorb the abyssal energy from the Orc Royal Guards. After the abyssal demonic energy from all the Orc Guards was completely absorbed, Nagaland's health plummeted to 0. As they beheld the final boss crashing to the ground, a glimmer of excitement flashed in the eyes of everyone present. They clearly did not anticipate such a swift reversal. Having been cornered into a dire situation, they nevertheless managed to achieve a miraculous comeback. The thrill of this moment was simply indescribable. However, at this particular moment, Lin Yuan felt no joy in vanquishing the boss. His entire focus was fixated on the demonic egg. After absorbing a considerable amount of abyssal demonic energy, the egg before him began to harden, transforming from an egg into something more substantial. If Lin Yuan's conjectures were correct, this was likely a precursor to hatching. Yet, he remained unaware of what kind of creature might emerge from within this demonic egg. Crack, crack. Just then, the shell of the demonic egg suddenly began to shatter like that of a chicken egg, producing an extraordinarily crisp sound. Following this, a fluffy black paw emerged from the fractured shell. It then climbed along the edge of the egg, striving to pull its half-formed body out, revealing a round and fluffy black creature. Gurgle, gurgle. The little black creature emitted indistinct, baby-like sounds from its mouth, appearing adorable and naive, devoid of the ferocity and brutality typical of abyssal monstrosities. Gazing at the little black creature before him, even Lin Yuan found himself caught between laughter and tears. He had not expected the demonic egg to hatch such a whimsical being. However, even as a reincarnate, Lin Yuan had no inkling of what type of abyssal beast this creature was. The newly hatched black creature soon grew hungry. It immediately extended its 2 tiny black paws, picked up the remnants of the black shell, and began to munch on it voraciously, as if it were devouring potato chips. Crack, crack. In less than 3 minutes, the shell, roughly the same size as its body, was entirely consumed by the little creature. After satiating its hunger, it patted its belly contentedly and then wobbled over to Lin Yuan's side, nuzzling its little head against his pant leg before curling up and lying down. Clearly, this little black beast had already taken Lin Yuan as its father. After all, he had been the one to drip his blood onto the egg before it hatched. Thus, the hatched creature naturally regarded Lin Yuan as its master. What an adorable little creature. Upon witnessing the charming and innocent demeanor of the little black beast, Kaylin's eyes lit up. She immediately approached, squatted down, and prepared to gently stroke it. It is well known that women have an inherent weakness for cute things, and even the Dark Elf Queen was no exception. However, just as Kaylin reached out her hand, the little black beast suddenly bared its sharp teeth, startling her into retracting her hand. Kaylin, still shaken, remarked, "My lord, this little creature is quite fierce." Lin Yuan chuckled and replied, "It is likely just shy." He then crouched down and gently cradled the little black beast in his arms. To his surprise, this time, the creature not only showed no resistance, but also blissfully closed its eyes, as if thoroughly enjoying the moment. Chapter 116, A Gem Unearthed. The fierce side of this little black beast was entirely within Lin Yuan's expectations. After all, it was fundamentally a juvenile abyssal creature. The nature of abyssal beasts is inherently savage and brutal. However, this did not pose a significant problem for Lin Yuan. At the very least, this little black beast was quite docile and obedient in his presence. With a bit of guidance, he could cultivate an appropriate temperament for it. Following Nagaland's demise, the Orc guards were swiftly eradicated. All the abyssal demonic energy they possessed had been absorbed by the demonic egg. With Nagaland's death, they lost their corresponding attribute enhancements. Under such circumstances, these Orc guards were merely ordinary 7th-tier troops. As the last Orc boss fell, the morale of the entire Orc army utterly collapsed. Deprived of leadership, the Orc forces became disorganized, resembling a scattered bunch of sand, with their advance slowing considerably. In this scenario, the potency of the dozen or so magic crystal cannons was fully unleashed. Each cannon blast obliterated hundreds, if not thousands, of orcs. After a grueling battle, they finally glimpsed the hope of victory. It was finally coming to an end. Observing the scene before him, even Lin Yuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The difficulty of this hidden quest had indeed exceeded his expectations. He had even doubted his ability to complete the task after Nagaland transformed. Fortunately, a turning point emerged, leading to their survival against the odds. Even after all 3 Orc bosses had been annihilated, the remaining Orc forces, despite being outmatched, managed to withstand an entire hour due to their numerical advantage. However, under such circumstances, they had completely lost the prospect of breaching the Carlton fortress. Ultimately, after suffering heavy casualties, the Orc army chose to retreat. If one were to encapsulate this in a single phrase, it would undoubtedly be a glorious yet tragic battle. After the battle concluded, Lin Yuan roughly assessed his troops' losses. All low-tier human and elven troops had perished. 400 royal griffins were entirely lost. Of the 30,000 dark skeletal knights, only 3,000 remained, a mere fraction of their original number. Fortunately, The fire mages had fared relatively well, maintaining just over 1,000. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan's gains were substantial as well. The orc forces that fell on this battlefield numbered at least 300,000, and among them were even some high-tier orc troops. With so many corpses, Lin Yuan was uncertain how many dark skeletal knights he could convert. Regardless, it was undoubtedly a profit. In addition, he amassed a considerable amount of lord experience, hero experience, and treasures dropped by the 3 orc bosses. He had yet to factor in the rewards from the hidden quest. Now that the war had concluded, it was time to tally the spoils. The corpses of the 3 orc bosses, High Priest Salmon, Bloodblade Karafar, and Hellhowl Nagawan, lay neatly before Lin Yuan. All eyes turned to Qian Xiaozhuang. Even Lin Yuan smiled and said, "That would be a task for you." Qian Xiaozhuang scratched his head, looking bashful as he replied, "No problem, leave it to me." He then stepped forward, beginning with the exploration of High Priest Salmon's corpse. At that moment, everyone held their breath, waiting for the outcome. A minute later, Qian Xiaozhuang lifted his head, grinning widely as he announced, 2 rare materials and 4 diamond-tier treasures. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. If we consider a stroke of good fortune as a mere coincidence, then experiencing it twice in succession certainly raises some questions. Qian Xiaozhuang, your luck seems extraordinarily fortuitous. Does it not? Indeed, with such luck, one could easily win 5 million in the lottery. I hereby declare you the official treasure looter of our guild. Official treasure looter? That sounds rather unrefined. It should be the esteemed treasure inspector. Hurry, let us examine the next corpse. Perhaps today we might unearth a legendary artifact. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. It must be said that these individuals underestimate the rarity of legendary treasures. Transitioning from diamond grade to legendary grade is no trivial matter. Even for a diamond grade boss of Nagrin's caliber, the probability of dropping a legendary item is infinitesimally close to 0. Regardless of how extraordinarily lucky Qian Xiaozhuang may be, it is highly improbable that he would uncover a legendary treasure. Nonetheless, Qian Xiaozhuang appeared exhilarated, eagerly rubbing his hands together. What's a legendary treasure? I shall find one today to broaden your horizons. He then returned to the corpse of blood-soaked Blade Karafar and began his search anew. Unfortunately, as Lin Yuan had anticipated, Qian Xiaozhuang was unable to uncover a legendary treasure. However, this time, his fortune was slightly better than before, as he managed to unearth no less than 5 diamond-grade treasures. At that moment, the onlookers appeared somewhat desensitized. What was once regarded as immensely valuable diamond-grade loot was beginning to seem rather commonplace. Qian Xiaozhuang had truly become a purveyor of goods. Observing the expression of disappointment on Qian Xiaozhuang's face, Lin Yuan said with a light chuckle, "Give it up. Diamond-grade bosses are virtually incapable of dropping legendary treasures." Qian Xiaozhuang stubbornly shook his head, grit his teeth, and declared, "No way, I refuse to succumb to this superstition." Before him lay the final corpse of Nalan Go. Qian Xiaozhuang took a deep breath, extending his hand with utmost reverence as he began to search the corpse of Nalan Go. Soon, he halted his actions. Shen Bei, standing nearby, eagerly inquired, "How did it go? Did you discover a legendary treasure?" Qian Xiaozhuang silently shook his head, regretfully stating, "I only found 3 diamond-grade treasures." Upon hearing this, everyone could not help but shake their heads. While such luck was commendable, it paled in comparison to Qian Xiaozhuang's earlier streak of fortune. However, just as everyone thought the matter was settled, Qian Xiaozhuang spoke up once more. "But aside from materials and treasures, it seems I also discovered a gemstone." Chapter 117, Beast God Pendant, Critical Strike Gem. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. He immediately inquired, "What kind of gemstone?" Qian Xiaozhuang promptly retrieved the gemstone and displayed its attributes before everyone. It was a dazzling red gem, reminiscent of a flame that blazed with intensity. Critical Strike Gem, Special Item. Description: when embedded in a weapon, the weapon will receive the blessing of the god of critical strikes. Upon activation of the blessing, the next 3 attacks will trigger critical strike effects, with an additional 25 critical damage boost. The blessing effect can only be activated once per battle. Upon seeing the attributes of this critical strike gem, Lin Yuan's gaze instantly brightened. Undoubtedly, this was a special item akin to the Green Dragon Crystal. However, in terms of attributes, the critical strike gem far surpassed the Green Dragon Crystal. After all, the latter merely provided a certain degree of magical damage immunity, while the former could bestow direct special effects upon a weapon. 3 consecutive attacks would certainly result in critical hits, along with an extra 25 critical damage. If this critical strike gem were to be affixed to Artoria's weapon, her formidable attack power would undoubtedly unleash astonishing damage in a short span. It is no exaggeration to assert that the value of this special gemstone easily exceeds that of a diamond-grade treasure. After all, strategic treasures can only be equipped by each hero up to 5 at most. Yet gemstones can be embedded in weapons and armor, providing additional attribute enhancements. Furthermore, affixed gemstones can be removed at any time for a fee. Thus, even if a treasure becomes obsolete, the gemstones embedded within can still be salvaged and utilized. If Lin Yuan recalled correctly, Even the most ordinary gemstones could fetch several million in auction during his previous life. As for those exquisite gemstones, they were highly sought after. And once they appeared on the market, they would be snatched up by various factions. However, not everyone present possessed Lin Yuan's discerning eye. It was clear that Chen Bei was among those lacking in such discernment. He patted Qian Xiaozhuang on the shoulder and casually remarked, "All right, no worries. Don't take it too hard. It's only natural to experience a rare stroke of bad luck. No one can guarantee consistent good fortune, can they? Besides, compared to us ordinary folk, your luck has been quite remarkable." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan cast a bewildered glance at Chen Bei and said, "What are you rambling about?" Chen Bei, slightly taken aback, replied nonchalantly, "I'm comforting this fellow. You might want to offer yourself some comfort instead." Lin Yuan raised the critical strike gem in his hand and calmly stated, "The value of this gemstone is worth at least 5 diamond-grade treasures." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, everyone present could not help but gasp in astonishment. "No way, is that true? Just this little stone could be worth 5 diamond-grade treasures? Indeed. I don't see anything particularly special about it. Isn't it just a guaranteed critical strike for 3 attacks?" In the face of their skepticism, Lin Yuan refrained from further explanation, merely offering a serene smile. In due time, they would come to understand the true worth of the gemstone. 3 bosses yielded a total of 12 diamond-grade treasures. This bounty could hardly be deemed insignificant. After reviewing the properties of these 12 diamond-grade treasures, Lin Yuan selected 3 that were suitable. One was the Hell Battle Helm, which boasted commendable defensive and magical defense properties, along with a skill called Hell's Curse, capable of forcibly weakening enemy targets through curses. Another was the Beast Spirit Boots, providing significant enhancements to both movement and attack speed, along with the skill Beast Spirit Steps, which granted a 70 increase in movement speed and a 50 evasion rate for 30 seconds. As for the final diamond treasure, it was named the Beast God Pendant. This particular item possessed exceedingly unique attributes, enhancing strength, constitution, intelligence, and agility alike. Of course, even more remarkable was the pendant's accompanying skill, Holy Beast's Might. Upon activation of the Holy Beast's Might skill, the wearer would randomly receive a blessing from a holy beast. When bestowed with the Azure Dragon Blessing, movement speed would increase by 25, attack speed by 25, evasion rate by 25, and all other attributes would rise by 10, lasting for 120 seconds. When granted the White Tiger Blessing, strength would enhance by 10, attack power by 10, critical rate by 10, critical damage by 10, and final damage would surge by 25, also persisting for 120 seconds. Upon acquiring the Blessing of the Vermilion Bird, intelligence is augmented by 20, and an additional 20 fire attribute damage is inflicted upon attacks, lasting for 120 seconds. Upon receiving the Blessing of the Black Tortoise, the maximum health is enhanced by 50, defense is increased by 25, and damage reduction is amplified by 25, also enduring for 120 seconds. Undoubtedly, this Beast God Pendant stands as the most exceptional among all diamond-tier treasures, particularly due to its auxiliary skills that harmoniously align with Artoria. Regrettably, each activation of the Divine Beast's power permits only a random enhancement. Should one be fortunate enough to simultaneously obtain the blessings of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, it would indeed render one invincible. However, if that were the case, the Beast God Pendant would transcend beyond merely a diamond-tier treasure, verging on the legendary tier. Both the Beast God Pendant and the Beast Spirit Boots have been equipped by Lin Yuan onto Artoria, while the Hell War Helm has been reserved for Uxel. As of now, both Artoria and Uxel possess several exquisite diamond-tier treasures, leaving only Kalen with subpar equipment. Yet, one cannot fault Lin Yuan for this perceived favoritism. Rather, he simply has not encountered suitable strategic treasures for Kalen. After all, should Kalen don a complete set of elite strategic treasures, she could undoubtedly transform into a formidable spell cannon. Following Lin Yuan's selection of 3 treasures, Chen Bei chose one, Li Bingqiu selected another, and Lin Mingming picked one as well. Consequently, only 6 diamond-tier treasures remained from the initial 12. Naturally, Lin Yuan deposited all 6 treasures into the Hope Guild's repository, granting all members who contribute to the guild the privilege to exchange them. Chapter 118, A Clean Sweep. After meticulously tallying the spoils of war, the group promptly commenced the task of clearing the battlefield, accumulating all the orc corpses before Lin Yuan. Their actions were undoubtedly aimed at facilitating Lin Yuan's transformation of these corpses into dark skeletal knights. For them, these remains were merely that, remains. Yet for Lin Yuan, they represented invaluable resources. As for William, he harbored no objections either, setting aside the fact that Lin Yuan had successfully aided them in staving off the orc horde. Even if he had not, they would still need to dispose of the orc corpses, whether by burial or incineration. Leaving the bodies on the battlefield could potentially precipitate a widespread epidemic. As the number of corpses amassed before him grew, Lin Yuan busied himself. He retrieved the skull of the skeletal king from his pack and transformed all the corpses into skeletal soldiers. Subsequently, He methodically fused the vast multitude of skeletal soldiers into dark skeletal knights. It was evident that this was a monotonous and tedious endeavor, particularly given the immense workload. However, Lin Yuan felt no sense of tedium. After all, witnessing the gradual expansion of his forces is an immensely exhilarating experience for any lord. Finally, after 2 hours, all the corpses on the battlefield were successfully utilized, culminating in the transformation into dark skeletal knights. A staggering total of over 300,000 orc corpses yielded 49,000 dark skeletal knights. Frankly, upon calculating this figure, even Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated amassing such a formidable skeletal army, including the dark skeletal knights that had survived the previous battle. Lin Yuan now commanded a total of 52,000 dark skeletal knights. 52,000 units of 6th-tier soldiers is no trifling matter. If prior to this, the world's most elite lords could contend with Lin Yuan, he had now clearly ascended to a different stratum. Without exaggeration, even the combined forces of the top 10 lords in Huaxiao would likely pale in comparison to Lin Yuan alone. Currently, he possessed the strength capable of obliterating a large guild single-handedly. Yet for Lin Yuan, this was merely the commencement. The true measure of his power would be realized when he could wield the strength to annihilate nations, thereby possessing the means to alter the world's geopolitical landscape. Upon beholding the formidable array of dark skeletal knights behind Lin Yuan, Chun Bei could not suppress a tinge of envy, exclaiming, "Boss, our troops dwindle with each battle, yet yours only multiply." Lin Yuan smiled faintly and replied, "Would you care for something even more thrilling?" Chun Bei, taken aback, instinctively questioned, "Is there something even more exhilarating?" "Indeed," Lin Yuan replied, raising his gaze towards the legion of dark skeletal knights. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the artifact's ability. With the emergence of a dark magical circle, the dark skeletal knights before him commenced their fusion. The onlookers were initially taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. Clearly, Lin Yuan intended to elevate the dark skeletal knights to a higher tier of soldiers. It is worth noting that Lin Yuan had previously attempted this, albeit unsuccessfully due to his insufficient lord level at the time. However, following the recent battle, his lord level had evidently risen to the point where he could now transform into higher-tier skeletal units. At this moment, all eyes were fixated on the dark magical circle, eager to discern what skeletal units would surpass the dark skeletal knights in tier. Soon, the first skeletal figure emerged from the dark magical circle. Although this skeletal warrior did not ride a steed, it was remarkably tall, wielding a great sword and clad in dark armor, even adorned with a decayed crown. Clearly, this was the 7th-tier skeletal unit, the Skeletal King, surpassing the dark skeletal knights. Except for its slightly slower speed compared to the dark skeletal knights, the Skeletal King's attributes were overwhelmingly superior. After all, the Skeletal King's tier was indeed higher by 1 rank. In light of this, Lin Yuan wasted no time in converting all 50,000 dark skeletal knights into skeletal kings. In an instant, his army swelled by 25,000 skeletal kings. The decision to retain 2,000 units of dark skeletal knights was primarily due to their utility, at the very least, with the aid of skeletal steeds. Dark skeletal knights possessed rapid mobility, making them valuable scouts. Chun Bei gazed in awe at the imposing skeletal kings, nearly rendered speechless. Are these truly skeletal soldiers? They are incredibly impressive. Lin Yuan glanced at him, chuckling lightly. What is the point of merely staring? Perhaps you'd care for a spar to showcase the might of this new unit? Upon hearing this, Chun Bei immediately shook his head vigorously, resolutely declining. No. My ragtag bunch would never stand a chance against 7th-tier units. What a joke. Fighting Lin Yuan would only be a path to self-inflicted suffering. Chun Bei harbored no masochistic inclinations. However, unexpectedly, Lin Yuan interjected, saying, I never said I wanted to engage your troops in a contest. Just bring out your orc commander, and let it spar with my skeleton king. Chun Bei, what does that mean? You can't look down on people like that. Losing is one thing, but you can't challenge my hero with mere minions. In that moment, a surge of blood rushed to Chun Bei's head, and he declared, if you want to come, then come. I will not back down. Upon hearing his words, the others nearby couldn't help but burst into laughter. Qian Xiaozhuang bluntly advised, Chun Bei, I suggest you take it easy. Acknowledge your fear now to avoid being utterly humiliated by the boss later. Chun Bei, incensed by this remark, had intended to retort fiercely. But wary of Lin Yuan's prowess, he could only grit his teeth and say, and what if the boss fails to deliver? What then? Impossible. Qian Xiaozhuang replied resolutely. If the boss doesn't knock you down, it simply means you were clean. Chun Bei, what does that mean, clean? Chapter 119, Celebration Feast. Subsequent hidden plot. Chun Bei wished to argue further but was interrupted by Lin Yuan, who smiled and said, all right, let us keep the chatter to a minimum and let our actions speak. All right. Chun Bei gritted his teeth and summoned the orc commander. If this were a battle between troops, his chances of victory would be scant. However, the current scenario involved Lin Yuan challenging his hero with mere minions. If Chun Bei were to shy away now, it would be an undeniable act of cowardice. Lin Yuan then outlined the rules. I will deploy 10 skeleton kings to face your orc commander. The match concludes when one side concedes or is rendered incapable of fighting. Fine, no problem. Chunbei nodded in agreement. Frankly speaking, despite Lin Yuan's formidable strength, the onlookers did not necessarily believe Chunbei would be defeated. After all, he was deploying his main hero, while Lin Yuan was merely fielding 10 7th-tier units. Once both sides were prepared, the battle commenced. The orc commander stepped forward and unleashed a fearsome roar. This roar was its skill, battle cry, which not only enhanced its attributes but also weakened those of its foes. However, to Chunbei's astonishment, after the battle cry was unleashed, the skeleton king before him showed no signs of being affected whatsoever. This was the inherent characteristic of the skeleton king. As the monarch of the skeleton race, the skeleton king was immune to any negative status effects. Immediately, 3 skeleton kings surged forward, attacking the orc commander. The orc commander bellowed and swung its massive axe, engaging in fierce combat with the skeleton king. 345, 441, 337. Blood-red damage values continuously floated above the orc commander's head. Witnessing this scene, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. They clearly did not expect the skeleton king's damage output to be so formidable. In fact, the skeleton king was far more than just an ordinary 7th-tier unit. With the combined enhancements of the skull of the skeleton king and the throne of bones, the skeleton king's attributes received a staggering 50 boost. Under such circumstances, while the skeleton king may not rival 8th-tier units, its attributes were undoubtedly superior to those of typical 7th-tier units. However, the orc commander soon retaliated. With a fierce swing of its massive axe, it felled one skeleton king, instantly reducing its health by half. This was merely a standard attack from the orc commander. Lin Yuan turned to Chunbei with a smirk, saying, "Your hero is quite well trained. Even among all of Huaxia, it would certainly be among the top tier." Chunbei proudly raised his head and replied, "Naturally, I have invested considerable effort into this hero." Lin Yuan's words were sincere. After all, the orc commander was also an S-rank hero. If nurtured well, its strength could not be underestimated. Nonetheless, it still fell short compared to Altria and Yugasar. And even Chiron might not be able to match it. The battle raged on. The orc commander fought with increasing fervor, wielding its massive axe with great force, dealing substantial damage to the skeleton kings with each strike. However, as the skeleton kings continued their assault, the orc commander's health steadily dwindled. Moreover, the skeleton king possessed another unique trait. It could summon skeletons during battle, conjuring up to 10 skeletal warriors at once. Though the combat power of first-tier skeletons was exceedingly low, their numbers could still inflict considerable damage. After all, the Throne of Bones passive skill not only significantly enhanced the attributes of skeleton units, but also converted 10 of the damage dealt by all skeleton units into true damage. What began as a simple sparring match had evolved into an exhilarating spectacle. 5 minutes later, all 10 skeleton kings lay defeated beneath the orc commander's massive axe, leaving the orc commander with only a quarter of its health remaining. Clearly, while Chunbei had won this battle, it was a narrow victory. No one had anticipated that merely 10 skeleton kings could push the orc commander to such a state. It was worth noting that Lin Yuan commanded a staggering 25,000 skeleton kings. Such a terrifying number. Lin Yuan's strength was truly formidable. After witnessing the entire match, everyone reached a consensus in their hearts. "Congratulations, you've won." Lin Yuan extended his fist and playfully tapped Chunbei's shoulder. "Incredible, boss." Chunbei felt no joy in his victory. He bitterly remarked, "If this were on a battlefield, I would have been crushed by you long ago." 25,000 units of skeleton kings is no laughing matter. Regardless of the skeleton king's combat prowess, the mere activation of its skill could summon an entire army of 250,000 first-tier skeletons, 250,000 skeletons, that could truly be labeled as a sea of skeletons. The skeleton king, although lacking in mobility compared to the dark skeleton knight, surpassed it in virtually every other aspect. Lin Yuan chuckled and said, "Don't be disheartened. You possess great potential. The orc race is certainly not weak. If you develop it well, you could undoubtedly become a king among the orcs." His words stirred great excitement within Chunbei. "Boss, you're right. I need not belittle myself." Chunbei regained his confidence, suddenly clenching his fist and declaring, "I too shall find a weakling to thrash and restore my confidence." He then stood up and pointed at Qian Xiaozhuang, saying, "You step forward to meet your end. If I don't make you regret it today, I, Chunbei, will write my name backward." Qian Xiaozhuang, "Your quest for confidence has nothing to do with me, right?" After the fierce battle concluded, everyone returned to Carlton Fortress. Despite the current unusual circumstances, William still organized a celebratory feast within the fortress to honor this great victory. After all, with their leader, Nailan Gu, having perished, the Orc Kingdom would be unable to mount an effective offensive in the immediate future. At the victory banquet, goblets clinked and laughter mingled with tears. Some reveled in merriment, while others wept in sorrow, and there were those who sat alone in a corner, downing drink after drink, silently reminiscing about comrades lost on the battlefield. Despite their triumph in this war, The lives of those dear to them could never be restored. The cost of victory had been staggeringly high for all involved. It must be said that the Age of Lords is indeed a game of remarkable authenticity. Here, one can even savor the flavors of exquisite food and fine wine. Consequently, a new breed of lords emerged, those not skilled in combat, but rather specializing in culinary arts, alchemy, and forging. Thus, for many, the Age of Lords transcends mere gaming. It is a second life. It was precisely for this reason that everyone at the banquet was in high spirits. Chen Bei and his companions even initiated a drinking game. However, whether it was due to his lack of foresight or the effects of intoxication, he boldly approached Qian Xiaozhuang. Thus, the tragedy began. "I am renowned for my ability to drink without inebriation. Do you truly believe you can best me?" he declared. "It's merely drinking. I possess ample capacity. Bring it on. Damn it, how have I lost again? I will not relent until I see you on the ground." Alas, poor Chen Bei had evidently overlooked a crucial detail. The game of dice is not merely a test of alcohol tolerance, but of luck, and in that regard, Qian Xiaozhuang was the unequivocal champion. Just as Lin Yuan found the situation amusing yet perplexing, William approached with a glass in hand. "A toast to you," he said softly, raising his cup. "Without your contribution, we could never have held the Carlton Fortress, nor awaited the arrival of reinforcements." Lin Yuan raised his glass in return, smiling as he replied, "The soldiers stationed at Carlton Fortress are equally valiant." Their glasses clinked, and they drank deeply. Lin Yuan then inquired, "Following this battle, the kingdom of Zijingwa should be free from threats posed by the Orc kingdom for a considerable time, correct?" "One can only hope," William sighed, his tone grave. "After all, we never anticipated that the Orc kingdom was in league with the abyssal demons. This conflict may be far more complex than we had envisioned." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes glinted with a cold light. Clearly, William had also noticed the peculiarities surrounding Nagaland during the clash. Any matter involving abyssal demons is a serious concern. If all goes as expected, there may still be a hidden narrative within the Orc kingdom. If the opportunity arises, it is worth attempting to uncover it, as such hidden quests often yield bountiful rewards. With this thought, Lin Yuan promptly offered, "Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to inform us." Upon receiving Lin Yuan's assurance, a look of delight spread across William's face. That would be most welcome. The celebration lasted throughout the night, and by the time the guests regained their senses, it was already the following afternoon. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan directed everyone to regroup and, after bidding farewell to William, prepared for their return. Prior to their arrival, they had utilized magical scrolls for instant transport. However, to return, they would need to journey step by step. At this moment, Lin Yuan was eager to discover what rewards awaited him from the hidden quest. Chapter 120. Reward. Entry ticket to the heroic trial grounds. 2 days later, Lin Yuan bid farewell to his companions and returned to his territory. He promptly entered the tavern and approached the bulletin board to submit his task. Upon selecting to report the task, a system notification resonated in his ears. "Esteemed Lord Lin Yuan, congratulations on successfully completing the hidden task at Carlton Fortress. You have received the reward. Entry ticket to the heroic trial grounds." Upon hearing the system's notification, Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with surprise. He had not anticipated that the reward for this hidden task would be such a treasure. Without hesitation, he retrieved the item from his inventory. A golden entry ticket materialized in his hand. Entry ticket to the heroic trial grounds, special item. Description, upon use. This item allows one selected hero to enter the heroic trial grounds. If they successfully overcome the challenges within, that hero S rank will be subsequently elevated. This item is only applicable to S rank and below heroes. Indeed, it was this item. With it, Lin Yuan could elevate any S rank hero to SS rank. If all went as planned, he would become the first lord in the world to possess an SS rank hero. However, even more astonishingly, just as he prepared to depart, the system notification chimed once more in his ears, catching Lin Yuan off guard. What is this situation? Hadn't the rewards for the hidden task already been dispensed? "Esteemed Lord Lin Yuan, congratulations on your overwhelming victory against the Orc army, exceeding the hidden task's requirements, and receiving an additional reward, the Heart of Gold." "Esteemed Lord Lin Yuan, congratulations on your overwhelming victory against the Orc army, exceeding the hidden task's requirements, triggering a hidden narrative, the secrets of the Orc kingdom." Upon hearing these notifications, Lin Yuan felt a flicker of confusion. Exceeding the hidden task's requirements? When had he done that? After pondering for a moment, the answer dawned on him. According to the original plot progression, the Orc kingdom's main forces were scheduled to launch a full-scale offensive on the third day, coinciding with the arrival of reinforcements. This meant they merely needed to hold the Carlton Fortress for a while to await help. This duration might be 1 or 2 hours, but it was certainly simpler than directly defeating the Orc army. By taking the initiative to attack, Lin Yuan and his companions had altered the course of the original narrative, prompting the Orc kingdom to advance on the Carlton Fortress prematurely. Naturally, the conditions for completing the task had also shifted. Understanding this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Who would have thought that through such an unexpected sequence of events, they had surpassed the task requirements? No wonder he felt the hidden task had become significantly more challenging. It was not without reason. Fortunately, despite the heightened difficulty, Lin Yuan had successfully completed the hidden task without incident. Now, it was time to savor the fruits of victory. With that thought, Lin Yuan retrieved the heart of gold and examined the attributes of this special treasure. In his hand appeared a heart forged of gold, exquisitely crafted, with visible veins etched upon its surface, resembling a true heart. The next moment, the attributes of the heart of gold materialized before Lin Yuan. Heart of gold special treasure. Description: upon use, it can remove all negative effects from one hero. Cooldown: 24 hours. The utility of this special treasure was straightforward yet immensely practical. Should he encounter a formidable boss endowed with cursed abilities, the heart of gold would undoubtedly prove invaluable. The most remarkable aspect of such extraordinary treasures lies in their ability to be stored within one's inventory without occupying a hero's precious artifact slots. As an additional reward, Lin Yuan felt an immense satisfaction. Simultaneously, the system prompt that echoed in his ears further validated his suspicions. Indeed, hidden narratives lingered within the Orc Kingdom. With the hidden storyline now triggered, Lin Yuan had every reason to engage. However, before proceeding, he resolved to enhance his own capabilities first. This recent incident had imparted a profound realization. Despite possessing the strength to dominate his contemporaries, it was still insufficient. His aspirations transcended these mere rivals, aiming instead at the malevolent abyssal demons and the ruthless extraterrestrial overlords. Contemplating this, Lin Yuan instinctively clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fervor. His current prowess was far from adequate. To be worthy of confronting the calamities that awaited him, he must cultivate even greater strength. If he wished to avert tears in the face of disaster, he must possess the power to shatter calamities with his own hands. After departing the tavern, Lin Yuan summoned Chiron to stand before him. My lord, Chiron's voice was intoxicating, imbued with an innate allure that few could withstand. However, Lin Yuan's expression remained unperturbed. He retrieved the fruit of the divine tree from his inventory and presented it to Chiron, inquiring, "Do you sense if this fruit is suitable for you?" This fruit of the divine tree was a trophy obtained after vanquishing the elf queen, which he had yet to offer to Chiron, primarily out of concern for potential side effects. After all, according to the fruit's description, only beings of the elven race were deemed worthy of consuming it. Although Chiron was indeed an elf, she belonged to the Dark Elves, a faction in stark opposition to the elves. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan felt confident in allowing Chiron to consume the fruit of the divine tree. Now, for the recently acquired heart of gold could assist in dispelling any negative effects she might endure. Thus, even if an unforeseen incident occurred, he could swiftly rectify it, suffering merely the loss of a single fruit of the divine tree, which was a burden he could bear. At that moment, Chiron's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the fruit of the divine tree in Lin Yuan's hand. Her eyes sparkled with desire, and she swallowed hard, unable to contain her longing. Chapter 121, Chiron in a Slumber. Never before had Lin Yuan witnessed such an expression on Chiron's face. Coupled with her exquisite features, she radiated an enchanting allure that could ensnare anyone's attention. Lin Yuan promptly inquired, "Do you wish for this fruit of the divine tree?" "Yes, I do," Chiron unabashedly replied. Licking her lips, "I can feel the energy contained within this fruit. However, I am uncertain what will transpire should I consume it." A hint of conflict crossed her visage as she expressed her yearning for the energy while fearing a potential clash with her own powers. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, placing the fruit of the divine tree into Chiron's hands. "In that case, feel free to partake. Should any complications arise, I shall bear the consequences." After uttering these words, Lin Yuan retrieved the heart of gold once more. If anything unusual were to occur, he would be ready to employ the heart of gold's abilities to eliminate any adverse effects Chiron might experience. "Then I shall heed the Lord's command," Chiron replied, flashing Lin Yuan a captivating smile before raising the fruit of the divine tree to her lips and consuming it eagerly. As Chiron swallowed the fruit, a torrent of vibrant life energy erupted from within her, enveloping her in a radiant emerald glow. However, as time elapsed, her expression began to morph into one of agony. The dark grimoire beside her suddenly emitted an ominous black light, descending upon Chiron as if to forcibly suppress the verdant luminescence enveloping her. Clearly, the energy within the fruit of the divine tree was clashing with Chiron's own powers. Lin Yuan sighed softly, preparing to utilize the heart of gold to alleviate her negative condition. Yet, at that moment, Chiron reached out to halt him. "My lord, no, do not assist me. I can endure." Despite enduring immense suffering, her gaze remained resolute. Seeing her determination, Lin Yuan felt a pang of emotion. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to refrain from using the heart of gold. Ultimately, this was Chiron's decision. However, should her condition worsen to a life-threatening extent, he would not hesitate to intervene. Time passed slowly. The emerald light surrounding Chiron gradually dimmed, and the anguish etched on her face began to fade. Yet, it seemed she had expended considerable energy, swaying unsteadily. Struggling to maintain her footing, Lin Yuan swiftly stepped forward, catching her just before she could fall. Hero Chiron's loyalty increased by 3 points. Current loyalty is 88 points. Lin Yuan was taken aback that such a simple gesture could elevate Chiron's loyalty so significantly. "My lord, I feel so drowsy," Chiron murmured. Resting her chin on Lin Yuan's shoulder, her eyes fluttering shut like a sleepy kitten, her voice soft and languid. Lin Yuan inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from her, gently stroking her hair, and said, "You have worked hard. Now, rest well." Chiron softly agreed, closing her eyes completely and succumbing to a deep slumber. Your hero, the Dark Elf Queen Chiron, has fallen into a deep sleep. Observing the slumbering Chiron, Lin Yuan harbored a glimmer of conjecture. If all went as anticipated, it was likely that Chiron had succumbed to sleep due to her inability to fully assimilate the energy from the fruit of the divine tree. For Lin Yuan, this was indeed fortuitous. Although he had temporarily lost a formidable combatant, once Chiron awoke, she would emerge transformed before him. Only then would she truly break free from her cocoon and blossom into a butterfly. Yet, despite the system's clear indication that Chiron was merely in a state of slumber, Lin Yuan remained uneasy. To ensure her well-being, he used the Heart of Gold on Chiron, confirming that all negative statuses were thoroughly dispelled before cradling her in his arms and gently placing her to rest within the Lord's manor. With these matters attended to, Lin Yuan could finally turn his attention to more pressing affairs. He summoned Ugsar before him and then retrieved the golden hero trial entrance ticket from his backpack. Lin Yuan turned to Ugsar and solemnly declared, "Listen well, this is an opportunity one have specially prepared for you. If you can succeed in this trial, you shall rise to the rank of SS level hero." Upon hearing these words, Ugsar immediately knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Thank you, my lord. I shall exert every effort." The reason Lin Yuan chose to bestow this opportunity upon Ugsar was not without justification. Had it been up to him, his first choice would undoubtedly have been Artoria. However, Artoria, known as the Sword of Sealing, currently remained in a sealed state, her true power yet to be unleashed. Once the seal is broken, she would ascend directly from an S-level hero to an SSS-level hero. Therefore, Artoria had no need to undergo the hero trial to elevate her rank. Initially, Lin Yuan needed to make a choice between Kalin and Ugsar. However, with Kalin now in a state of slumber, only Ugsar remained. In the next moment, Lin Yuan chose to use the hero trial entrance ticket. Accompanied by a dazzling burst of light, a grand door, seemingly forged from gold, appeared before him. The hero trial is, as the name suggests, a test of a hero's strength, reserved solely for heroes. Furthermore, no troops or soldiers of any kind are permitted to enter. Let us proceed. Lin Yuan raised his head, took a deep breath, and entered alongside Ugsar. Chapter 122. The hero trial officially begins. Once Lin Yuan regained his senses, he found himself within the hero trial arena. The surroundings sparkled with golden splendor, suspended in midair, resembling a solitary island of gold. The hero trial is divided into 3 stages. Passing all stages is considered a successful trial. During the trial, the Lord may only send one hero to battle. Subsequently, a 10-second countdown appeared before Lin Yuan. It was evident that once the countdown ended, the hero trial would commence in earnest. Lin Yuan turned to Ugsar, speaking in a grave tone, "Prepare for battle." Without hesitation, Ugsar took his place in the center of the arena. With the countdown reaching its conclusion, the hero trial officially began. In the next moment, dozens of monsters descended around Ugsar. Remarkably, all these creatures were of the 7th tier. Even Lin Yuan was taken aback by the sheer difficulty of the hero trial. This was merely the first stage, and Ugsar was already tasked with battling dozens of 7th tier monsters simultaneously. It is worth noting that Chun Bei's orc commander could only manage to contend with 10 7th tier skeletal kings at most. Fortunately, these 7th tier monsters did not possess the additional attribute bonuses that the skeletal kings had. Moreover, Ugsar's strength surpassed that of the orc commander by a considerable margin. A minotaur wielding a massive axe roared and charged fiercely at Ugsar. Without a moment's hesitation, Ugsar drew a rib bone and transformed it into a bone demon blade. Meeting the massive axe head-on, with a resounding clash of steel, the minotaur was forced back several paces. Its health subsequently diminished. In a one-on-one situation, ordinary 7th tier units would naturally stand no chance against Ugsar. However, at that moment, the surrounding minotaurs seized the opportunity to swarm and encircle Ugsar. Yet, even in this predicament, Ugsar remained unflustered, summoning forth the Bone Giant. The colossal form of the Bone Giant effectively separated the minotaurs from Ugsar, granting him a chance to retaliate. Faced with the monsters converging upon him, Ugsar wasted no time in activating the accompanying skill of the Poison God Bracer, unleashing a toxic mist. This skill had the power to release a cloud of deadly poison, inflicting the poison status effect on all enemies within its radius, causing a loss of 3,000 health points per second for a duration of 60 seconds. Such a formidable area of effect skill was a true asset in this setting. With the eerie green toxic mist spreading forth, all the monsters in sight succumbed to the poison state. the health of these units was quite limited. Even the sturdy 7th tier minotaurs could not withstand the damage. With a relentless 3,000 points of poison damage per second, they were doomed. This meant that in the ensuing battle, Ugsar need not exert himself at all. He merely had to delay for a brief period, and the monsters would inevitably perish under the effects of poison. This exemplified the might and terror of the poison god Bracer. However, Ugsar chose not to bide his time. As a member of the undead, he embodied slaughter and death. Now, he could fully unleash his true nature. Under the protection of the bone giant, Ugsar plunged into the throng of monsters. The bone demon blade in his hand swung with a deadly grace, cutting through the surrounding creatures with unrestrained ferocity. Kill, kill, kill. Ugsar's strength was astonishing, and combined with the damage from toxic mist, he could dispatch a 7th tier monster with just 2 strikes. If Chun Bei were present, he would surely be left awestruck. Both being heroes, how could the disparity be so vast? In a frenzy of slaughter, Ugsar annihilated a total of 87 tier monsters in less than 10 minutes. By the end of the battle, Ugsar's health had only decreased by a mere quarter. The majority of damage had been borne by the bone giant. To be candid, Ugsar's performance exceeded even Lin Yuan's expectations. Esteemed Lord Lin Yuan, congratulations. Your hero, the Bone King Ugsar, has successfully passed the first stage of the trial. In 10 seconds, the second stage of the trial will commence. Please prepare yourself. As the system notification echoed in his ears, the corpses of the monsters around him vanished in an instant. Ugsar's health was restored to full. However, the toxic mist skill had entered its cooldown phase, clearly unavailable for immediate use again. It was evident that while the hero's state would be restored upon passing a stage, skill cooldowns would not reset. Thus, to successfully navigate all 3 rounds of trials, one must strategically manage the use of skills. Had Lin Yuan known, he would not have allowed Ugsar to utilize toxic mist so early. In truth, even without that skill, Ugsar possessed the strength to eliminate the 7th tier monsters with relative ease. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly had a thought and inquired, "Am I permitted to change the strategic artifact for the hero during the preparation period? The rules allow it." Upon receiving a positive response, a smile of delight graced Lin Yuan's face. However, at that moment, only 5 seconds remained on the countdown. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan swiftly replaced Ugsar's strategic artifact. As the countdown reached its conclusion, the second stage of the heroic trial officially commenced. In the next instant, a series of phantoms materialized before Ugsar. The 9th tier units of the human race, angels. The 9th tier units of the demon race, bone dragons. The 9th tier units of the orc race, behemoths. The 9th tier units of the giant race, cyclopes. The 9th tier units of the elven race, forest green dragons. Before Ugsar stood an astonishing total of 12 9th tier units from various races. Clearly, this was the trial of the second stage of the heroic trial. Ugsar was to single-handedly vanquish these 12 9th tier units. Chapter 123, Dominant Victory. Slaughtering 9th tier units. The appearance of these 12 9th tier units signaled the official commencement of battle. With a low growl, the bone dragon lunged at Ugsar. Fortunately, the skeletal giant stepped forward to intercept the assault. However, at that moment, a figure clad in pure white swiftly darted toward the skeletal giant. A sword ablaze with flames was raised high, striking down with lethal intent. With a sharp whoosh, the blazing sword cleaved down, instantly depleting a portion of the skeletal giant's health. It was evident that this radiant figure was none other than the 9th tier unit of the human race, the angel. It is imperative to note that there exists a hierarchy of strengths among units. Angels hold dominion over demonic and undead beings. The fiery sword in their grasp could inflict double damage upon demons and undead creatures. Before the skeletal giant could retaliate, the Cyclops in the distance hoisted a massive boulder and hurled it with great force. The boulder whistled through the air and crashed heavily upon the skeletal giant. With a resounding thud, the skeletal giant's health diminished further. At this rate, even the robust health of the skeletal giant could not withstand the onslaught for long. However, Ugsar was not a mere lamb to the slaughter. He recognized that the angel posed the greatest threat and was the first to be eliminated. Without a moment's hesitation, Ugsar activated the special ability of the Demon Pendant, Demoness Hand. A vast surge of pitch-black, demonic energy erupted from the Demon Pendant, coalescing into a massive demonic hand that lunged toward the angel. The angel was instantly ensnared and began to lose health rapidly. It is worth mentioning that the Demoness Hand skill was designed to combat bosses. Even a 9th tier unit like the angel could not withstand such damage. Before the confinement of the Demoness Hand could expire, the angel's health was already reduced to 0. Prior to this moment, the Demon Pendant had been a treasure belonging to Artoria. However, in an effort to assist Ugsar in successfully navigating the heroic trial, Lin Yuan had temporarily transferred it from Artoria to Ugsar. This meant that Ugsar was now equipped with treasures of the highest caliber. After swiftly dispatching an angel, Ugsar wasted no time and gripped his skeletal blade, unleashing a dark blade of energy toward the Cyclops. Skeletal Demon Slash. With a sound akin to flesh being torn asunder, a brilliant crimson burst erupted from the Cyclops. In a mere instant, Ugsar had felled the Cyclops. At this moment, only 10 9th-tier units remained in the trial arena. Subsequently, the forest green dragon of the Elven race, the behemoth of the Orc race, and the remaining 9th-tier unit, the dwarf warlord, all charged toward Ugsar. Save for the bone dragon, which was occupied with the skeletal giant. Yet, Ugsar remained undaunted. Aside from the angel, he could withstand the damage dealt by the remaining 9th-tier units. Gripping his skeletal blade, Ugsar braced himself against the onslaught of all his enemies, delivering one devastating strike after another against the dwarf warlord. While the 9th-tier units inflicted significant damage, Ugsar's own output was formidable. It is important to note that when Ugsar wielded the skeletal blade, he received a 35 attack boost, a 25 critical hit rate increase, and a 25 critical damage amplification. Under such circumstances, Ugsar's strikes could be likened to blades piercing flesh. 6,875, 5,975, 9,541. The blood-red damage values continuously emerged above the dwarf warlord's head. The latter's health plummeted. In less than 20 seconds, the dwarf warlord's health was entirely depleted. Meanwhile, Ugsar's own health had only diminished by 1/7. It should be noted that Ugsar was currently absorbing damage from 9 9th-tier units while dishing out his own offense. The ensuing battles would only grow more manageable. As the 9th-tier units fell one after another, the damage Ugsar endured would gradually decrease. After the dwarf warlord's defeat, Ugsar shifted his focus to the forest green dragon. His method of combat was both simple and brutal. He fixated on a single target until it was utterly vanquished. The dwarf warlord, the forest green dragon, the behemoth. One after another, 9th-tier units fell beneath Ugsar's skeletal blade, painting his form in a crimson hue. After this fierce confrontation, Ugsar retained 1/4 of his health. However, the skeletal giant he had summoned perished in the fray. Fortunately, Lin Yuan possessed other hidden cards. Soon after, the announcement in the trial arena resonated once more. Esteemed Lord Lin Yuan, congratulations. Your hero, the skeletal king Ugsar, has successfully passed the second stage of the trial. In 10 seconds, the final trial will commence. So please prepare yourself. Upon hearing the announcement, Lin Yuan felt invigorated and hastily began adjusting Ugsar's strategic treasures. By the time the 10-second countdown concluded, Lin Yuan had completed the preparations. The final stage of the trial awaited. As the trial commenced, 12 stone sculptures materialized before Ugsar. Gazing upon these ancient sculptures, Lin Yuan's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. Could it be that the third stage of the trial involved defeating these stone figures? Fortunately, the announcement in the trial arena soon echoed once more. Upon the initiation of the final trial, 3 random trial heroes of assorted classes will be unlocked to engage in battle with your hero. Defeating all 3 trial heroes will deem the trial a success. The trial heroes are classified as S-rank, level 50. To clear the final trial, Ugsar must defeat 3 S-rank heroes? Lin Yuan murmured, furrowing his brow. It was essential to note that Ugsar was merely an S-rank hero himself. This meant he would have to triumph in a battle where he faced 3 opponents. Fortunately, Ugsar did possess certain advantages. Firstly, after completing the task of defending the Carlton Fortress, Ugsar's level had risen to 62. Beyond the advantage of level, Ugsar was also equipped with a full set of exceptional strategic treasures. If he could effectively leverage these 2 advantages, even a 1-against-3 scenario would not be insurmountable. Lin Yuan was uncertain about the nature of the trial heroes that Ugsar was about to confront. Chapter 124. Now it's my turn. Suddenly, fissures appeared on the 3 stone statues before him. The 3 trial heroes were liberated from their stony confines. One brandished a longbow, another wielded a round shield, and the last held 2 gleaming daggers. Clearly, they represented the archer, the shield warrior, and the assassin respectively. Upon witnessing this formation, Lin Yuan could not help but furrow his brow. It was evident that this lineup posed a considerable challenge for Ugsar. The shield warrior and the archer could coordinate flawlessly. One would draw Ugsar's ire, while the other unleashed ranged assaults. Fortunately, the remaining trial assassin was countered by Ugsar's warrior prowess. Such assassin-type heroes were more effective against mages and fragile archers. When faced with a warrior, they struggled to unleash their full potential. Nonetheless, this did not warrant complacency. It would be prudent to eliminate the enemy's primary damage dealer as soon as the battle commenced. With this in mind, Lin Yuan immediately commanded Ugsar to prioritize the swift elimination of the trial archer. Upon receiving Lin Yuan's directive, Ugsar comprehended the task at hand and charged toward the trial archer. The trial archer swiftly nocked an arrow and began releasing a barrage of projectiles toward Ugsar. 847, 759, 655. Waves of crimson damage numbers materialized above Ugsar's head. However, despite witnessing Ugsar's health rapidly declining, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. For as long as Ugsar could reach the trial archer and slay him, sacrificing a portion of his health was undoubtedly worth it. Once the trial archer was vanquished, the damage output from the trial shield and assassin would be insufficient to threaten Ugsar. Just as Ugsar was about to breach the trial archer's defenses, A figure suddenly leapt forward. A heroic leap. A shield bash. The trial shield raised its shield high and brought it crashing down upon Yugasar's head. Bang! 622. A dull thud echoed as Yugasar was forcibly plunged into a stunned state. As the stun effect neared its conclusion, the trial shield executed another skill, Taunt. This was a common, yet highly effective skill of shield warriors, forcibly drawing the opponent's enmity toward themselves. This meant that during the duration of the taunt, Yugasar could only regard the trial shield as his target. Yugasar lifted his skeletal blade and fiercely swung it at the trial shield. However, the latter was well prepared, raising its shield in advance to absorb most of the damage. Ultimately, the damage inflicted merely scratched the surface of the trial shield's health. It was clear that while the trial shield's attack power was not particularly high, its health and defense were astonishingly robust. The trial shield's intent was to restrain Yugasar, creating a more favorable environment for the trial archer's output. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the trial assassin stealthily appeared behind Yugasar. Backstab. Bone extraction. 2 high damage burst skills struck Yugasar directly. His health plummeted in an instant. After landing a successful hit, the trial assassin did not linger, swiftly distancing itself from Yugasar, evidently unwilling to grant him any chance to retaliate. The synergy among these 3 trial heroes was exquisite. The battle had barely commenced, yet Yugasar was already under severe pressure. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan understood that the moment for counterattack was imminent. Soon, as the taunt effect concluded, Yugasar regained his senses. However, this time, he did not rush to pursue the trial archer. He understood that even if he did so, the trial shield would employ other tactics to restrain him. Thus, a shift in strategy was imperative. With this thought, Yugasar wasted no time and activated the accompanying skill of the Hell Ring, Hell's Gate. This strategic artifact had originally dropped from the evil god king, and, due to its intelligence and spell penetration bonuses, had long been utilized by Kalen. Now, however, it had been temporarily equipped onto Yugasar by Lin Yuan, with the intention of employing the Hell's Gate skill. Upon activation, it summoned a portal to the underworld, continuously conjuring hellish creatures. The tier of these summoned infernal beings depended on the user's hero level. Yugasar had reached level 62, thus summoning 6th tier hell creatures. The Hell's Gate was opened beside the trial archer. While these 6th tier hell creatures posed no direct threat, they would certainly create significant disturbances, effectively hindering the trial archer's output. And this was merely the beginning. It was worth noting that Yugasar was equipped with only the finest strategic artifacts. In the next moment, the accompanying skill of the Crown of the Divine Tree was activated. A verdant light enveloped Yugasar, refreshing all his skill cooldowns. Without hesitation, he summoned the skeletal giant once more. Following that, the accompanying skill of the Beast Spirit Boots, Beast Spirit Stride, was activated. This skill granted Yugasar a 70 increase in movement speed and a 50 evasion rate for 30 seconds. However, the enhancements did not end there. In addition to the Beast Spirit Boots, Lin Yuan also equipped Yugasar with the Beast God Pendant. The skill activated, Power of the Sacred Beast. In an instant, the ethereal forms of the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise appeared above Yugasar's head. Ultimately, the Azure Dragon's phantom successfully merged with Yugasar's being. Upon receiving the Azure Dragon's blessing, his movement speed increased by 25, attack speed by 25, evasion rate by 25, and all other attributes by 10, lasting for 120 seconds. In less than 10 seconds, Yugasar was endowed with a multitude of attribute enhancements. Gripping his skeletal blade tightly, Yugasar raised his head, the ghostly green flame of souls flickering in his eyes, exuding a chilling and savage radiance. Pitiful creatures, now it is my turn. Chapter 125, Overcoming the Trial. Divine Blessing. Yugasar chose not to continue the skirmish with the trial shield, but instead turned to depart. Just as the trial shield intended to pursue, it was forcibly obstructed by a colossal figure, the skeletal giant. With the dual enhancements of Beast Spirit Stride and Azure Dragon's Blessing, Yugasar's speed reached an unparalleled level, his form blurring into an afterimage. In a matter of seconds, he had surged to the trial assassin's front. It must be noted that Yugasar, a warrior-type hero, was inherently the nemesis of assassins. Once he closed the distance, it would become the trial assassin's nightmare. Confronted by the sudden onslaught of Yugasar, the trial stinger's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively sought to enter a state of stealth. However, Yugasar would not permit such an easy escape. Flee, you shall die. With a swift motion, Yugasar swung his skeletal blade downwards upon the trial stinger, triggering a critical hit. A vivid crimson damage value of 2056 materialized, causing the trial stinger's health to plummet by a quarter in an instant. Clearly, with his current health, he could not withstand several of Yugasar's assaults. Meanwhile, the trial bow was entangled by hellish creatures, and the trial shield was obstructed by a skeletal giant, leaving no one available for support. Upon discerning the dire situation, a resolute glimmer flickered in the depths of the trial stinger's eyes. With no assistance forthcoming, he had no choice but to fight desperately. Even if he were no match for Yugasar, he could at least inflict some damage upon his foe. In the next moment, the trial stinger made his move. His dagger traced an eerie arc through the air, aiming for Ugsar's heart. This was the eerie stab, the trial stinger's signature skill. Not only was its damage exceptionally high, but it also dealt double damage upon striking a weak point. The only downside was its lengthy cooldown. It could only be employed once in a battle. Yet, just then, Ugsar abruptly retreated a step, narrowly evading the lethal strike. The trial stinger stood frozen, bewildered. How could this be? His most potent skill had been effortlessly dodged by the opponent. In ordinary circumstances, the trial stinger's skill would have been infallible. However, Ugsar now boasted the dual enhancements of Beast Spirit Steps and Blessing of the Azure Dragon, granting him a staggering 75 evasion rate. Hitting Ugsar under such conditions was no simple feat. After the trial stinger's failed attempt, Ugsar swiftly retaliated. With an augmented attack speed, his strikes came fast and furious, the skeletal blade almost becoming a blur. In less than 20 seconds, the trial stinger fell beneath the relentless assault of the skeletal blade. Meanwhile, the trial shield had yet to deal with the skeletal giant before him, as his attack power was dreadfully inadequate. Once ensnared, he easily found himself mired in a protracted struggle. As for the trial bow, it had successfully destroyed the Hell Gate, but alone, he was no match for Ugsar. When Ugsar's gaze swept toward him, the trial bow's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily abandoned his attack and retreated to create distance. Can you escape? Ugsar scoffed, immediately pursuing the trial bow. With the effects of Beast Spirit Steps still active, Ugsar's speed remained astonishingly swift. As he unleashed his full velocity, the gap between him and the trial bow rapidly diminished. Regrettably, the accompanying skill of the Demon Pendant had already been utilized by Ugsar in the previous trial. Otherwise, he could have directly employed Demon's Hand to forcibly immobilize the trial bow. However, even without the Demon Pendant, Ugsar possessed other treasures. As the distance between them shrank to a critical point, Ugsar wasted no time in activating the Hellhelm's accompanying skill, Hell's Curse. A curse imbued with the density of black ink swiftly entwined itself around the trial bow. Under the influence of the Hell's Curse, the trial bow's attributes significantly diminished, including his movement speed. Seizing this opportunity, Ugsar forcefully closed the distance to the trial bow. For an archer, distance equates to life. Once a warrior closes in, it is akin to a death sentence. Especially now, as the trial bow was still under the curse's effect. Ugsar did not squander time. After two swift normal attacks left the trial bow severely weakened, he unleashed the skeletal Demon King Slash, instantly depleting the remainder of his health. With the demise of both the trial stinger and the trial bow, only the trial shield remained in the arena. Although Ugsar was left with merely a third of his health, his demeanor exhibited no trace of fear. For him, victory was assured. The meager attacks from the trial shield posed no significant threat. To Ugsar, the stout and resilient trial shield was akin to a living target. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that the trial shield's health was indeed substantial, and its defense formidable. Ugsar unleashed a relentless barrage for over a minute before finally vanquishing him, even extending the battle until the buff's duration concluded. The difficulty of the hero trial grounds was truly formidable. Had it been any other lord, they might have barely passed the first two trials, and in the third, not only would their skills be on cooldown, but they would also have to contend with the synergy of three trial heroes. A daunting task indeed. Lin Yuan was able to succeed primarily due to his abundance of treasures. To ensure Ugsar's triumph, he had even temporarily lent his strategic artifacts from Artoria and Kirin. In the following moment, a golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping Ugsar in its radiance. The announcement from the trial grounds echoed once more in Lin Yuan's ears. Honorable Lord Lin Yuan, congratulations on your hero, the skeletal King Ugsar, successfully completing the hero trial grounds. As a reward for this achievement, he will randomly receive a blessing from a deity. Chapter 126. Those who offend China shall be punished. No matter how far, Lin Yuan had heard of the rewards from the hero trial grounds in his previous life. However, which deity's blessing he would receive remained a matter of chance. In the vast majority of cases, a deity's blessing would enhance a hero's strength, potentially elevating their rank from S to SS. Yet, there were also rare unfortunate cases. For instance, in his past life, a lord of the undead, after enduring great hardships to finally conquer the hero trial grounds, received a blessing from the god of light. This nearly caused him to spew blood in disbelief. Ultimately, due to the conflict between his undead hero and the light energy, he was demoted from S to a rank. Lin Yuan could only hope his fortune would not plummet to such depths. Soon, a black light emanating a chilling aura of death began to envelop Ugsar. Clearly, this was a divine blessing descending upon Ugsar. Upon sensing the presence of this dark light, Lin Yuan could not help but exhale in relief. Thankfully, the deity bestowing the blessing was not one of the light faction. For Lin Yuan, that was already sufficient. Honorable Lord Lin Yuan, congratulations on your hero, the skeletal King Ugsar, successfully receiving the blessing of the god of fear, elevating him to the rank of SS-level hero, the skeletal demon lord. Success. A gleam of joy illuminated Lin Yuan's eyes. though he had not anticipated that Ugsar would receive the blessing of the god of fear. Nevertheless, Ugthar ultimately achieved his aspiration, successfully ascending to the rank of an SS-level hero. Following this, a series of system notifications echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. Hero Ugthar's loyalty increased by 3 points. Current loyalty at 91 points. Hero Ugthar has successfully comprehended the skill, Fear Inducement. Hero Ugthar has successfully comprehended the skill, Death Gaze. This promotion directly augmented Ugthar's loyalty by 3 points, significantly enhancing all his attributes. Furthermore, Ugthar had also directly acquired 2 new skills. Lin Yuan, filled with delight, immediately examined the descriptions of these skills. Skill, Fear Inducement. Description: the Bone Demon Lord Ugthar exudes his aura, instilling terror in his enemies. Terrified foes experience a 20 reduction in all attributes and suffer an additional 15 damage, lasting for 180 seconds. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Skill, Death Gaze. Description: after a 2-second charge, Ugthar unleashes a lethal beam from his eye sockets, inflicting 470 physical damage on the target ahead. Concurrently, the target is marked with a death mark, lasting 30 seconds. During the duration of the mark, if the target sustains 3 or more instances of damage, the death mark will detonate, dealing an additional 330 true damage and stunning the target for 1 second. Cooldown, 10 minutes. One cannot help but acknowledge that both of these skills are remarkably suited for Ugthar. Fear Inducement bears some resemblance to Hell's Curse, both designed to weaken enemy attributes. Meanwhile, Death Gaze is a damage-oriented skill that also includes a 1-second stun control. Lin Yuan calculated that if Death Gaze maximized its damage, it could potentially inflict 800 physical damage on the enemy. Moreover, the cooldown for Death Gaze is exceedingly brief, allowing for at least 2 to 3 uses in a large-scale battle. The sole drawback lies in the necessity of a 2-second charge time before activation. Regardless, with the acquisition of these 2 novel skills, Ugthar's combat prowess has undoubtedly escalated by several tiers. Presently, even in direct confrontation with Artoria, Ugthar would likely dominate the latter with ease. After all, it must be noted that Ugthar is now an SS-level hero. The disparity in ranks is no trifling matter. Just as Lin Yuan finished reviewing Ugthar's attribute changes, a world announcement suddenly resonated in his ears. World announcement: the Lord of Huaxia, Lin Yuan, becomes the first lord to possess an SS-level hero, receiving the rewards: Advanced Resource Pack X 10,000, Advanced Hero Experience Book X 1000, Hero Recruitment Order X 3. Lin Yuan had been aware that upon Ugthar's elevation to SS level, he would again feature in the world announcement. However, this time the rewards were somewhat underwhelming. Comprising merely 10 million resources, 1,000 advanced hero experience books, and 3 hero recruitment orders. Lin Yuan had already amassed a considerable number of hero recruitment orders. Once he collects 10 such orders, he would have a 50 chance of summoning an S-level hero. In the past, Lin Yuan might have found this intriguing. However, now that he possesses Artoria, Ugthar, and Chiran, he is not inclined to recruit any new heroes for the time being. After all, the quality of heroes outweighs their quantity. Even S-level heroes require significant resources for development. Heroes that remain untrained are hardly distinguishable from mere foot soldiers. As Lin Yuan ascended the world announcement once more, the chat channel erupted in a cacophony of lamentation. Wow, does Lin Yuan really need to be this formidable? I haven't even encountered an A-level hero. And here we are with SS-level heroes. Sigh, the gap between me and the Great One is ever widening. Don't lose heart. Once the chickens finish pecking and the dogs finish their meals, and the fire breaks the lock, you too will catch up with the great Lin Yuan. I implore the heavens to let me recruit an S-level hero at the tavern. Come on, by the time you summon an S-level hero, Lin Yuan will probably have a multitude of SSS-level heroes under his command. To be frank, due to Lin Yuan's frequent appearances in the world announcement, the lords of various nations have become somewhat desensitized. Yet, among them, some still express their cynicism. Why is it that all good fortune seems to fall upon you Huaxia lords? It's not fair. There must be some hidden agenda behind this. Huaxia people have always been despicable and dirty, resorting to unscrupulous means. Enough, let them revel for a few more days. In a war game like this, a national war is bound to erupt. Once the national war breaks out, they'll soon learn just how vulnerable they truly are. Quite right. Huaxia people. Alone they are a dragon, but together they are but a worm. Rest assured, once we breach your national gates, the first to be sacrificed will be that Lin Yuan. In the face of the mocking taunts from foreign lords, the Huaxia lord promptly retaliated in the world channel. You think you can breach Huaxia's gates with just your lot? Are you still asleep, or is your brain still in development? I wondered who was barking so fiercely. Turns out it's just a pack of eastern wild dogs. Calling them wild dogs is already showing them mercy. They're nothing but a bunch of useless mutts. No problem. I've been vaccinated against dog bites. Let me handle them. If you have nothing better to say, go lick the toilet. Stop yapping here. I suggest you learn from Teletubbies and stick an antenna on your head to keep your bearings straight. You really have made my day. One must admit, the Chinese language is indeed profound. Even when insulting others, it can be done with such finesse. Without the need for vulgarity, one can still incite fury in others. It is noteworthy that there have always existed historical grievances between Huaxia and Eastern Japan. Were it not for the division of nations across the eternal continent, a national war might have already erupted. The current lack of conflict is primarily due to the lords of various nations still being in the stage of exploration and development. Once their territories expand sufficiently, disputes will inevitably arise. Lin Yuan recalls that during the abyssal invasion in his past life, an Eastern Japanese lord deliberately led an abyssal demon into Huaxia, resulting in countless casualties among Huaxia's lords, who paid a heavy price to eliminate this abyssal demon. This was no natural disaster, but rather a man-made calamity. The most disgraceful aspect is that the Eastern Japanese lord who facilitated the invasion was hailed as a hero upon returning to his homeland. Merely recalling this incident fills Lin Yuan with immense rage. In the face of a formidable enemy, these individuals do not seek to unite and confront the threat, but instead engage in such detestable actions that incite the wrath of heaven. They truly deserve to be punished. Following that incident, relations between the two nations plummeted to an all-time low, even sparking numerous small-scale skirmishes. Were it not for the lingering threats of the abyssal invasion, a national war between the two nations might have already been ignited. However, given the appalling actions of the opposing side, the Huaxia lord naturally could not choose to endure in silence. Lin Yuan vividly recalls a time when all the lords of Huaxia displayed an unprecedented unity. Even the deepest grudges of the past were momentarily set aside in favor of a common cause. On that fateful day, 27 of the most formidable lords from Huaxia stormed into the lands of Dongying, driven solely by the thirst for vengeance. The scene within Dongying was one of carnage, with bodies strewn across the ground and rivers of blood flowing freely. The entire world bore witness to the terrifying power of a united Huaxia. On that day, Lin Yuan single-handedly breached the territories of 23 Dongying lords, using their blood to honor the souls of Huaxia's fallen. Even now, the mere recollection of those events stirs a fervent passion within him. For on that day, they truly embodied the essence of the adage, those who violate Huaxia shall be punished, regardless of distance. Chapter 127, The Awakening of Kairan, The Blooming of May. The verbal skirmishes within the world channel persisted unabated. Yet, Lin Yuan chose not to engage in the discourse. It was not due to any grand sense of magnanimity or a desire to forget past animosities. Rather, it stemmed from his aversion to needless chatter. He preferred actions over words. If these Dongying lords wished to continue their arrogance, then let them do so. When the opportune moment arose, Lin Yuan would not hesitate to demonstrate what it truly means to annihilate a nation single-handedly. Subsequently, he closed the chat channel and returned to the task of developing his territory. With the presence of the time stone, all construction upgrades required a mere fraction of the time, 50% less, to be precise. Under such circumstances, it would not be long before the Lord's Manor could be upgraded to level 7. Correspondingly, the ancient elf tree within Lin Yuan's second territory would also reach the same level. At that point, he would be able to recruit 7th tier units from both the human and elven races. Moreover, Lin Yuan possessed a blueprint for the Blood Moon ancient tree, a reward granted by the system upon becoming the first lord to acquire a second territory. Once constructed, this tree would allow him to recruit the hidden 7th tier unit, the Blood Moon Elf. The power of hidden units was not lost on Lin Yuan. Even the 5th tier hidden unit, the Flame Mage, had proven immensely valuable, remaining a core component of his forces. Now, Lin Yuan found himself eagerly anticipating the formidable strength that the 7th tier hidden unit, the Blood Moon Elf, would manifest. Just as Lin Yuan was strategizing the development of his territory, an elven swordsman suddenly approached him. The swordsman knelt before him, proclaiming, "Esteemed Lord, Queen Kairan has awakened." Kairan has awakened? Lin Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this news. He had not anticipated her awakening so soon, believing she would require at least 1 or 2 days to fully absorb the energy of the divine tree fruit. To his surprise, less than 2 hours had elapsed since her slumber began. This was undoubtedly good news for Lin Yuan. With this thought in mind, he promptly responded, "Lead me to her." Under the guidance of the elven swordsman, Lin Yuan swiftly arrived at the Lord's Manor, where he beheld the revived Kairan. Almost immediately, her attributes materialized before him. Hero, Kairan. SS grade hero. Title, Queen of the Dark Elves. Level, 64. Health, 1, 280,000. Mana, 585,000. Magical attack, 574,000. Defense, 1, 260. Strength, 380. Agility, 360. Intelligence, 2, 375. Skills, Dark Magic Bolt, Summon Dark Elves, Shadow Blade, Dark Life Drain, Dark Gravity, Dark Deluge. Undoubtedly, Kairan's attributes had undergone a remarkable transformation. Despite retaining her title as the Queen of the Dark Elves, her rank had ascended from S grade to SS grade, a clear testament to the power of the divine tree fruit. It was through the absorption of its energy that Kairan achieved this breakthrough. Furthermore, upon her promotion to an SS grade hero, she, like Yugasar, had acquired 2 new skills. However, before Lin Yuan could delve into the specifics of these new abilities, the world announcement echoed in his ears once more. World announcement: Huaxia Lord, Lin Yuan, becomes the second lord to possess an SS-grade hero, receiving the rewards: Advanced Resource Pack X 5000, Advanced Hero Experience Book X 500, Hero Recruitment Order X2. To be honest, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the world announcement. He had not anticipated that the second hero reaching SS grade would also yield rewards. However, compared to the previous rewards, this one was significantly diminished, comprising merely 5 million resources, 500 advanced hero experience books, and 2 hero recruitment orders. Yet, no one could have foreseen that Lin Yuan would once again grace the world announcement in such a short span of time, especially with the previous verbal clashes still unresolved. Consequently, the world channel erupted anew. Is it just me, or did Lin Yuan reappear on the world announcement again? Lin Yuan is incredible, voice cracking. Wow, one SS grade hero is impressive enough, but a second one in less than 2 hours? Can SS grade heroes be mass-produced? Ha ha ha, this is utterly satisfying. Dongying's pathetic dogs, keep barking. Why are you silent now? Weren't you so capable? TSK, does that slap in the face hurt? Lin Yuan is ruthless, always letting actions speak louder than words. He embodies the true essence of a Huaxia master, low-key in demeanor, but high-profile in action. Ahem, let me plug an advertisement. I hope no one minds. If you wish to get up close and personal with the great Lin Yuan, come join our Hope Guild. Great benefits, high treatment. And our guild warehouse is stocked with hidden building blueprints, diamond tier treasures, rare materials, and more, all available for guild contributions. What are you waiting for? Wow, is it really that extravagant? Diamond tier treasures? Count me in. I want to get close to the great Lin Yuan. I want to have his children. Are you all just putting on a show? If you remove the Hope Guild emblem, I might just believe you. At this point, Lin Yuan could hardly suppress his laughter. The one seizing the opportunity to advertise was none other than Qin Bei. Only he could pull off such antics. As for the 2 others playing along, they were Qin Xiaozhuang and Li Qingshan. Donning the Hope Guild insignia, they engaged in an awkward performance in the chat channel, as if they feared others might not recognize their lackluster acting skills. It must be said that having such talented individuals within the Hope Guild was indeed a blessing for Lin Yuan. However, it was undeniable that the guild's reputation was steadily rising. Compared to its initially awkward standing, it had improved significantly. Overall, the Hope Guild was gradually progressing in a positive direction. Meanwhile, in the world chat channel, the voices of foreign lords had all but vanished. After all, Lin Yuan has already slapped them in the face with his actions. The value of an SS-level hero is something that most lords are well aware of. However, the only 2 SS-level heroes in the entire world have gathered under Lin Yuan's banner. In this context, if one still refuses to acknowledge Lin Yuan's might, it would indeed be a display of sheer stubbornness. Thus, the previously arrogant foreign lords have collectively chosen to feign ignorance. Chapter 128. Preparations for Departure to the Dark Maze. Following this brief interlude, Lin Yuan immediately examined the 2 new skills recently acquired by Kalen. Skill: Dark Gravity. Description: Kalen casts dark magic to impose additional gravity on the enemy, reducing their movement speed by 70 and attack speed by 25, lasting for 20 seconds. Cooldown: 15 minutes. Skill: Dark Torrent. Description: Kalen gathers dark energy into a torrent that sweeps forward, repelling all enemies within range and inflicting 170 magic damage. Cooldown: 3 minutes. It must be said that, in Lin Yuan's eyes, both of Kalen's new skills are immensely powerful. The Dark Gravity skill, with its staggering 70 reduction in speed, can ensnare enemies as if they were mired in a quagmire, making it an exceptionally formidable control skill. As for Dark Torrent, while its damage may be somewhat lower, it excels as an area attack, with a remarkably short cooldown of merely 3 minutes. If unleashed multiple times in a single battle, it could similarly deal devastating blows to the enemy forces. Overall, after ascending to the rank of SS-level hero, Kalen's strength has indeed undergone a qualitative leap. Among the 3 heroes under Lin Yuan's command, only Artoria remains at the S level. Yet, Artoria possesses the greatest potential of the trio. Should she successfully complete the hidden storyline and break the seal upon her, she would ascend directly to the rank of SSS-level hero. However, that hidden storyline, even with Lin Yuan's current power, is not guaranteed to be completed successfully. Therefore, to ensure that no unforeseen events occur, Lin Yuan resolves to wait until he unlocks the 9th tier troops before attempting to fulfill that hidden storyline. Given his current rate of progress, it would take him no more than 4 to 5 months to achieve that milestone. 7 days later, the Blood Moon Ancient Tree has finally been successfully constructed within Lin Yuan's elven territory. Now, Lin Yuan can finally recruit Blood Moon Elves. Without a moment's hesitation, he recruits 500 Blood Moon Elves and integrates them into his forces. This group of Blood Moon Elves, armed with dual daggers, exudes an aura of murderous intent that seems to coalesce into a tangible form, truly deserving of being the strongest assassin class of the elven race. Consequently, Lin Yuan's army has further expanded. At present, his forces have grown to a considerable scale. Tier 7 Undead Troop, Skeleton King, 25,000 units. Tier 7 Human Troop, Holy Priest, 500 units. Tier 7 Hidden Troop, Blood Moon Elf, 500 units. Tier 6 Undead Troop, Dark Skeleton Knight, 3,000 units. Tier 6 Human Troop, Royal Griffin, 1, 500 units. Tier 5 Hidden Troop, Flame Mage, 2, 400 units. In addition, there are several lower-tier human and elven troops below Tier 5. This is what one would call a true army of thousands. At this stage, it is likely that no other lord possesses a force as grand as Lin Yuan's. With his current military might, he is even capable of single-handedly withstanding a large guild. Not to mention, Lin Yuan also has 2 SS-level heroes and 1 S-level hero under his command. Given that his strength has reached such heights, Lin Yuan must now contemplate his next course of action. Presently, he faces 2 choices. The first option is to continue accepting hidden tasks, as he still possesses a considerable number of task refresh tokens. It is well known that the rewards from hidden tasks are exceedingly generous, capable of rapidly enhancing one's strength. The second option is to enter the Dark Maze and seize that legendary treasure. Lin Yuan is keenly aware of the immense dangers posed by the Dark Maze. The reason Astaros provided him with the map to the Dark Maze was entirely to orchestrate his demise. Lin Yuan, having seen through Astaros' scheme and recognized it as a trap, chose not to enter the Dark Maze. However, his strength has now transformed dramatically. Perhaps it is time to attempt a challenge against this perilous place. Should he truly acquire the legendary treasure within the maze, it would yield tremendous benefits for Lin Yuan's future development. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan promptly contacted Li Bingqiu. Upon her answering, Lin Yuan immediately inquired, "The map to the Dark Maze should still be with you, correct?" "Yes, why?" Li Bingqiu asked, quickly realizing, "Are you planning to challenge the Dark Maze?" "Indeed. I intend to set out in the coming days," Lin Yuan acknowledged without hesitation. "I understand," Li Bingqiu nodded, appearing not overly surprised. After all, given Lin Yuan's current strength, he indeed has the capital to challenge the Dark Maze. Subsequently, Li Bingqiu inquired, "By the way, who do you plan to bring along on this expedition?" Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before responding, "We need not have too many people, just you. Chun Bei and Lin Mingming will suffice. Oh, and we must also bring Qian Xiaozhuang. As for the others, it is unnecessary, their strength cannot keep up, and bringing them into the Dark Maze would only pose a danger." Lin Yuan spoke the truth. The Dark Maze is a perilous place that ordinary lords are not qualified to enter. Although Qian Xiaozhuang's strength is also lacking, Lin Yuan's decision to include him is not based on power, but rather on his almost extraordinary luck. As for Li Qingshan, Lin Yuan did consider bringing him along. However, Li Qingshan's tactical talents are primarily showcased in large-scale wars, and he would not exert much influence in a place like the Dark Maze. Consequently, after careful consideration, Lin Yuan opted not to include him. Moreover, individuals like Li Qingshan and Wei Jiuyo will have their own opportunities. Since they were able to become top lords in their past lives through their own abilities, there is no reason to believe they will fare poorly in this life. For this reason, Lin Yuan does not intend to interfere excessively with them. Within the Hope Guild, everyone is free. Upon grasping Lin Yuan's intent, Li Bingqiu promptly stated, "All right. I understand. I will make arrangements now. If all goes well, we can depart tomorrow." Lin Yuan nodded, "Good." He is equally eager about this journey into the Dark Maze. After all, there lies a legendary treasure awaiting him. Even for Lin Yuan, who possesses memories of a past life, a legendary treasure remains an enticing prospect. Chapter 129. You truly are a chosen fortune star. The following day, with Li Bingqiu's coordination, everyone gathered at the designated location. Chun Bei appeared particularly excited. As for him, the Dark Maze represents an unknown dungeon. Moreover, and of greater significance, the labyrinth may very well conceal legendary treasures. As for Qian Xiaozhuang, he appeared somewhat constrained. Among these individuals, he was the sole newcomer, inevitably making him feel a touch anxious. Chun Bei seemed to perceive this and patted him on the shoulder, cheerfully remarking, "Come on, why be so tense? All we need to do is follow the boss and carve our way through the Dark Maze. Even if the sky were to fall, the boss would bear the brunt of it." Beside them, Lin Mingming spoke with a disdainful expression. "Chun Bei, can't you aspire to something greater?" Chun Bei retorted, his demeanor unapologetic, "My greatest achievement is finding a good boss. If anyone disagrees, let them challenge my boss." Lin Mingming replied, "You win." Lin Yuan chuckled and interjected, "All right. Enough of the nonsense. It's getting late. Let's prepare to set off. First, let's retrieve the map and see how long it will take us to arrive." Li Bingqiu immediately produced the map and stated, "I studied the map last night. The location of the Dark Maze is quite remote and concealed. Even taking the shortest route, it would require at least 5 or 6 days. However, we can first head to Baya City and then use the magical teleportation array within the city to directly transport ourselves to Darkstar City. From there, we can proceed to the Dark Maze. This way, it should only take about 2 days." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded approvingly. It was undoubtedly a wise decision to have Li Bingqiu manage these matters, as her meticulous nature ensured that every detail was attended to. Subsequently, Lin Yuan declared, "In that case, let us set off for Baihe City." Following Li Bingqiu's plan, they first arrived at Baihe City and then teleported to the nearest location to the Dark Maze, Shadow City, using the city's magical array. When they finally reached the entrance of the Dark Maze, 2 days had already passed. Before them loomed a magical portal shrouded in black mist. Undoubtedly, beyond this portal lay the Dark Maze they intended to enter. It must be said that the entrance to the Dark Maze was indeed exceedingly concealed, a place where ordinary lords would never venture. Despite having traveled for 2 days and nights, the group felt no fatigue. Rather, their eyes gleamed with anticipation as they gazed at the magical portal, awaiting Lin Yuan's command. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan stepped forward, leading the way. The others exchanged glances before following in his footsteps. Upon entering the portal, the scenery before them transformed. Towering black walls loomed on either side. At least 40 to 50 meters high, Lin Yuan turned to look behind him, discovering that they were also surrounded by impenetrable black walls. In other words, they had no choice but to move forward. At the end of the path, a fork appeared, faintly discernible. Clearly, they had entered the Dark Maze. The defining characteristic of a maze is its intricate complexity, with paths that are difficult to discern. One misstep could result in losing one's way within its confines. Moreover, no one knew what dangers lay hidden within the Dark Maze. Royal Griffin, take to the skies and scout ahead. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Yuan commanded the Royal Griffin. With a piercing cry, one of the Royal Griffins soared upward, flapping its wings. However, just before it reached the height of the black walls, it appeared to have its flying abilities forcefully stripped away, plummeting from the sky with a shriek. Fortunately, after falling a certain distance, the Royal Griffin regained its flight capabilities, managing to stabilize itself just above ground level without meeting a fatal end. Lin Yuan looked up, realizing that there seemed to be a restriction on flying within the Dark Maze. Initially, he had intended for the Royal Griffin to ascend and survey the entire layout of the Dark Maze, but it seemed that such a tactic was unfeasible. With no shortcuts available, they would have to explore diligently. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan led the group forward. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a fork in the path. At that moment, all eyes turned to Qian Xiaozhuang. Chen Bei, grinning widely, said, "Zhuang Yi, which path shall we take?" "It all depends on you." Qian Xiaozhuang glanced at Chen Bei and asked, "If it were you, how would you choose? Left or right?" Taken aback, Chen Bei instinctively replied, "If it were me, I would probably go left." "Good." Qian Xiaozhuang nodded decisively, stating, "Then we shall go right." Chen Bei exclaimed, "What does that mean? Are you treating me as a guiding light?" After Qian Xiaozhuang made his choice, the group promptly ventured down the right path. However, 5 minutes later, a massive figure loomed before them. The Wandering Chaos Giant. Diamond Grade Boss. Level 80. Health 15,000,000. Attack 40,000-51, 200. Defense 4, 750. Magic Defense 4, 460. Skills: Hardened Skin, Death Embrace, Chaotic Gaze, Death Frenzy. Roaming within the Dark Maze, this giant's consciousness seems to have descended into chaos. Yet its instinct for slaughter drives it to mercilessly slay every intruder that dares to enter the maze. Upon witnessing the attributes of the chaotic giant, Chen Bei's face drained of color. He had evidently not anticipated encountering an 80-level boss so soon after entering the Dark Maze. "Looks like your luck isn't so great either," Chen Bei quipped without mercy. "You should have listened to me and taken the left path." "Are you sure?" Qian Xiaozhuang pointed meaningfully towards the back of the chaos giant. "Why don't you take a look at what that is?" Hearing this, Chen Bei was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively looked in the direction Qian Xiaozhuang indicated. His eyes widened in disbelief, for behind the chaos giant stood a black treasure chest. "Wow, you really are the chosen one." Chapter 130. Can you all show some respect for the boss? All right, enough chatter. Let us deal with the boss first, Lin Yuan interjected, his tone serious. A glimmer of excitement even flickered in his eyes. After all, for Lin Yuan at this moment, an 80-level boss was hardly a challenge. Compared to his time at Carlton Fortress, his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. This chaos giant was merely an appetizer. Engage, eliminate him. With Lin Yuan's command, the three heroes, Artoria, Yujsar, and Kalen, immediately launched their assault on the chaos giant. Yujsar drew one of his ribs, transforming it into a bone magic blade, and fiercely struck down towards the chaos giant. 235. After Yujsar's rank rose to SS level, all his attributes had correspondingly improved. Under such circumstances, with a single strike, he dealt over 10,000 points of damage. Upon witnessing the devastating power unleashed by Yujsar, all present could not help but gasp in astonishment. Are you certain this is merely a standard attack? One basic strike inflicting 10,000 points of damage. Chen Bei's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting utter incredulity. My goodness, is this the damage output of an SS-level hero? Qian Xiaozhuang also swallowed hard, unable to suppress his fear. This is terrifying. At that moment, Kaelin unleashed her skill. The dark grimoire before her began to stir, radiating a blinding black light. In the next instant, beneath the feet of the Chaos Giant, a dark mire suddenly materialized. It was as if he were burdened by additional weight, his body sinking heavily downward. Clearly, this was a new skill that Kaelin had mastered, dark gravity. Under the influence of dark gravity, the Chaos Giant's movement and attack speeds were significantly reduced, rendering his actions sluggish. Following Kaelin's display, Ugsar was equally unwilling to be outdone, simultaneously employing both Fear Dread and Death Gaze. Under the effect of Fear Dread, the Chaos Giant's attributes plummeted by 20, and he would additionally suffer 15 more damage. After a brief 2 seconds of charging, Ugsar unleashed Death Gaze upon the Chaos Giant. A jet-black arcane light erupted from Ugsar's eye sockets, coalescing into a beam no thicker than a finger, piercing directly through the Chaos Giant's form. 51,212. A staggering damage value of 50,000 appeared above the Chaos Giant's head. Simultaneously, the black death mark manifested upon him. Should Ugsar strike him 3 more times, the death mark would detonate, inflicting additional damage and leaving the Chaos Giant stunned for 1 second. After enduring this substantial damage, the Chaos Giant roared in fury, extending his arms to embrace Ugsar in a lethal grasp. Just then, the Bone Giant intervened, positioning itself in front of Ugsar to absorb the impact of the attack. With a crisp crack, several bones of the Bone Giant shattered, and its health plummeted by more than half. It must be said, the Chaos Giant's damage output was indeed formidable. However, even this was not enough to alter the course of battle. Under the relentless assault of Artoria, Ugsar, and Kaelin, the Chaos Giant was forcibly suppressed. In fact, the forces under Lin Yuan had yet to join the fray. The reason Lin Yuan refrained from hastily unleashing his entire army upon the Chaos Giant was simply to gauge the prowess of Ugsar and Kaelin post-upgrade. As it stood, both Ugsar and Kaelin's displayed strength exceeded his expectations, even surpassing what he had anticipated. Now, it was time to bring this battle to a swift conclusion. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan commanded his troops. All forces, advance. With Lin Yuan's decree, an army comprising 25,000 7th-tier skeleton kings surged forth like a tidal wave towards the Chaos Giant. Moreover, each skeleton king summoned 10 lower-tier skeletons to accompany them, exponentially increasing the already massive skeletal army into a veritable sea of bones. Thousands of royal griffins circled above the Chaos Giant, swooping down with razor-sharp talons to rend his flesh. More than 2,000 flame mages began chanting spells in unison, conjuring a multitude of explosive fireballs that rained down upon the Chaos Giant. As Lin Yuan's forces engaged, the Chaos Giant's health began to dwindle at an alarming rate. Despite possessing a staggering 1.5 million health points against Lin Yuan, he appeared as fragile as paper, crumbling under the onslaught. Just a single concentrated barrage knocked off a third of the Chaos Giant's health. Remarkably, Chun Bei and his companions had yet to join the battle. Lin Yuan was single-handedly decimating this level 80 diamond boss. Having not seen him in days, Chun Bei whispered to himself, astonished by his leader's ferocity. Beside him, Qian Xiaozhuang nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is hardly our concern. I believe the 4 of us are merely spectators here. We might as well play a round of mahjong. Upon hearing this, Li Bingchu's mouth twitched in exasperation. What is wrong with you two? Not only are you contributing nothing, but you're also making light of the situation. Have you considered the boss's feelings at all? Could you perhaps show a modicum of respect for the boss? However, any discerning observer could see that, at this juncture, the boss battle had already lost its suspense. What remained was merely a matter of time. Finally, 5 minutes later, the Chaos Giant crashed to the ground, clouds of dust billowing around him. The prolonged duration was due to the boss possessing a special skill known as Death Frenzy, which allowed him to rise again after death and continue fighting for a short period, thus prolonging the encounter. It must be acknowledged that this boss possessed some strength. Yet he was ultimately no match for someone as formidable as Lin Yuan. Upon successfully vanquishing the boss, the next order of business was, of course, looting the corpse and tallying the spoils. The task of looting naturally fell to Qian Xiaozhuang. However, Lin Yuan found himself far more intrigued by the black treasure chest behind him than by the items dropped by the Chaos Giant. Chapter 131, Special Treasure, Soul Death Orb. Soon, Qian Xiaozhuang extracted 3 diamond-grade treasures from the Chaos Giant's remains. The attributes of these 3 items were fairly impressive. Lin Yuan glanced at them, keeping only a necklace suitable for Kaelin. The remaining 2 diamond-grade treasures, a longsword and a suit of armor, were claimed by Li Bingchu and Qian Xiaozhuang, respectively. Lin Yuan had never been stingy with his allies. After distributing the spoils, the real highlight was about to unfold. Lin Yuan led Qian Xiaozhuang to the black treasure chest. Without needing further prompting from Lin Yuan, Qian Xiaozhuang eagerly crouched down, inserting the key into the lock to open the chest. This black key had naturally been dropped by the Chaos Giant. Click! With a soft sound, the black treasure chest swung open. Inside, there lay a grayish-white orb, exuding an eerie aura of death. What is this? A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. Even he had never encountered such an object. Without hesitation, he reached out and picked up the grayish-white orb. Soul Death Orb, Special Treasure. Description: the owner of this treasure can use it to sacrifice undead creatures on the battlefield, inflicting substantial true damage upon enemy targets. The more undead creatures sacrificed, and the higher their tier, the greater the damage inflicted. The number of undead creatures sacrificed in a single instance cannot exceed 100,000. Furthermore, this treasure cannot be used against heroes of other lords. Cooldown time, 30 minutes. Lin Yuan was evidently taken aback to discover that this was, in fact, a unique treasure. Could it truly inflict damage upon the enemy through the sacrifice of undead creatures? It is worth noting that Lin Yuan's ranks were abundant in such undead beings. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to experiment with the effects of this extraordinary artifact. He commanded a skeleton king to summon 10 low-tier skeletons, and then he activated the ability of the Soul Orb without delay. In the next instant, the bodies of the 10 low-tier skeletons shattered abruptly, transforming into countless soul fragments that coalesced into a swirling mass of black soul fire, which integrated into the Soul Orb. Immediately thereafter, a black beam radiating a destructive aura erupted from the Soul Orb, piercing through Artoria's form in an instant. A damage value of 100 manifested in a grayish-white hue above Artoria's head. This represented true damage, impervious to any form of defense or magical shielding. Although the damage inflicted by this attack was dismally low, a flicker of astonishment passed through Lin Yuan's eyes. He had roughly gauged the power of the Soul Orb. It was remarkable to consider that he had merely sacrificed 10 low-tier skeletons to inflict 100 points of damage upon Artoria. By this calculation, should Lin Yuan sacrifice 100,000 skeletons, he could deal a staggering 1 million points of true damage. It is essential to note that even an 80-level boss possesses merely a little over 1 million health points. If Lin Yuan were to utilize the Soul Orb in battle, he could potentially obliterate a substantial portion of the boss's health in an instant. Such power could scarcely be described as merely terrifying. Lin Yuan now understood why this unique treasure could not be employed against the heroes under the command of other lords. After all, no hero could withstand such immense damage. Nevertheless, even so, this artifact held tremendous value for Lin Yuan. With this treasure in his possession, the Soul Orb could unleash significant impact against bosses of any level. Furthermore, while others needed to sacrifice their undead forces to utilize the Soul Orb, Lin Yuan had no such requirement. The Skeleton King inherently possessed the ability to summon low-tier skeletons, creating a perfect synergy with the Soul Orb. As long as the Skeleton King could summon a sufficiently vast number of skeletons, Lin Yuan could conduct the sacrificial ritual without incurring any cost. Witnessing the power of the Soul Orb, the others quickly responded. Boss, this treasure is exceedingly suited for you. If its power were fully unleashed, it could deal over 1 million damage. Chunbei could not help but swallow hard. My goodness, that is terrifying. If we unleash that on a boss, it might just lose half its life in an instant. Qian Xiaozhuang nodded in agreement with a look of recognition. And think about it, Lin Yuan's Skeleton King can summon skeletons. If that were combined with the Soul Orb, it would be utterly invincible. Regrettably, Chunbei lamented. If only there weren't a limit on sacrificing 10,000 undead units at a time. Without that restriction, the damage would explode. Just imagine if the boss sacrificed his entire legion of undead. It could easily result in tens of millions of damage. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan lightly thumped Chunbei on the back of his head. Quit the nonsense, or I'll sacrifice you first. He then tucked the Soul Orb away and led the group onward. The environment within the dark maze was intricate and convoluted, often presenting multiple forks in the path, leaving them uncertain of their destination. Most of the time, they relied on Qian Xiaozhuang's intuition to guide their decisions. However, this dark maze was indeed fraught with peril. Within a mere half-day, they had encountered 5 bosses, all of which were above level 80. Fortunately, for Lin Yuan, these bosses posed no real threat. In his eyes, they were akin to automatic cash dispensers. The 5 bosses yielded a total of 17 diamond-grade treasures. As a result, Lin Yuan had grown indifferent to ordinary diamond-grade treasures, only paying heed to those with exceptional attributes or accompanying superior skills. However, while Lin Yuan regarded diamond-grade treasures as commonplace, the others did not share the same sentiment. For them, even the most unremarkable diamond-grade treasure remained a precious find. Moreover, not every locale was like the dark maze, teeming with such a dense concentration of bosses. The thrill of infinitely farming bosses was simply exhilarating. Even Chunbei began to feel a sense of bravado, blurted out. I've come to realize that these high-level bosses aren't all that fearsome. Why are they all so easily dispatched? Can't we get a boss above level 100 to experience a true challenge? Lin Yuan glanced at him with a light chuckle. You want to challenge a high-level boss? Fine. The next one will be your solo responsibility. Chunbei's face instantly shifted as he awkwardly chuckled. Boss, don't put me in that position. I was joking. Facing such a high-level boss would be tantamount to signing my own death warrant. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in laughter, filling the atmosphere with joy. Just then, Li Bingchu spoke up, speaking of which, we've been in this dark maze for quite some time. Yet, we still have no idea where that legendary treasure is located. Remember, finding that legendary artifact is our true objective for this journey. This was unavoidable, as the terrain of the dark maze was exceedingly intricate, with countless forks that could easily disorient anyone. Qian Xiaozhuang remarked helplessly, if we truly aim to explore the entirety of the dark maze, it might take an eternity. Qinbei appeared quite unconcerned, casually responding, what is the big deal? We can always take our time. After all, the treasure is right here in the maze. It's not going to sprout legs and run away. Besides, our current state is quite favorable, isn't it? We're farming bosses and collecting treasures. At this rate, it won't be long before I accumulate a complete set of diamond-grade treasures. If we're powerful enough, the dark maze is indeed a fantastic playground for treasures. Li Bingchu countered. However, what I mean is that despite the maze's complexity, we shouldn't be running around like headless chickens. After saying this, Li Bingchu produced a parchment map and stated, this map is one I've been sketching as I journeyed, marking all the forks we've encountered. Wow, you're incredibly meticulous. Qinbei exclaimed, snatching the parchment map. With this, as we explore and draw the map, we'll eventually uncover the entire dark maze. Li Bingchu nodded and calmly replied, that is precisely the idea. One must admit that while Li Bingchu's approach seemed simple, it was remarkably effective. Rather than aimlessly wandering about, it would be far more prudent to follow a map and gradually uncover the hidden realms of this dark labyrinth. Just as Lin Yuan was poised to speak, an unusual sound abruptly interrupted him. Squeak, squeak. Upon hearing this sound, everyone turned their attention towards Lin Yuan. In the next moment, a fluffy little black creature emerged from Lin Yuan's embrace, peering eagerly in one direction, its tiny paws flailing about, with an unmistakable glimmer of urgency in its eyes. Chapter 132, The Source of the Plague, AP. What is the matter with this little fellow? Lin Yuan glanced at the black creature, a hint of puzzlement surfacing in his gaze. Ever since this creature had hatched from a demon egg, Lin Yuan had kept it close by his side. However, prior to this moment, it had remained remarkably quiet and had never exhibited such erratic behavior. Qinbei chuckled teasingly. Could it be that this little one is hungry and yearning for milk? Though mere jest, the words sparked a realization in Lin Yuan. He immediately turned to the black creature and inquired, is there something in that direction that captivates you? Squeak, squeak. The black creature excitedly waved its tiny paws, its face alight with joy, seemingly pleased that Lin Yuan could comprehend its intentions. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan resolutely declared, let us proceed and investigate. While he was uncertain of what attracted the black creature, he reasoned that there was no harm in taking a look. As Lin Yuan set off, the others promptly followed suit. Observing this, the black creature wriggled free from Lin Yuan's arms and dashed ahead, taking the lead to guide the group. Although it was merely a juvenile, its speed was surprisingly swift. They followed the black creature for an undetermined length of time, traversing several forks in the path before finally coming to a halt. Qinbei bent down, panting, and queried, Boss, where exactly is this pet leading us? We have arrived. Lin Yuan raised his head, gazing ahead, and spoke solemnly, if I am not mistaken, it is this entity before us that it seeks. Upon hearing this, Qinbei was momentarily taken aback, instinctively looking up to discover a massive shadow lying in the darkness, its body rising and falling as if in slumber. This imposing figure seemed to meld seamlessly with the shadows, which was why Qinbei had previously overlooked it. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan took a few steps forward and cast a reconnaissance spell towards the colossal creature. In the next instant, its attributes materialized before him. Source of the Plague, AP. Abyssal Boss. Level 100. Health points, 3, 500, 000. Attack power, 67, 807, 950. Defense, 5, 620. Skills, Death Venom, Toxic Eruption, Plague Miasma. A highly venomous abyssal rat, possessing a massive physique, it serves as a vector for viruses and a harbinger of plague. Believe me, once infected by its lethal toxin, you will wish for death. Thus, the behemoth concealed in the shadows was none other than a gargantuan abyssal rat. Upon witnessing the attributes of this creature, astonishment flickered in the eyes of all present. They certainly had not anticipated that the black creature would lead them to a level 100 abyssal boss. Boss, shall we engage? Qinbei turned to Lin Yuan, inquiring. Although they had never confronted such a high-level boss before, none of them displayed any sign of fear. They were ready to leap into action at Lin Yuan's command. Indeed, we shall engage. Lin Yuan's eyes glimmered with determination as he spoke. It would be a shame to let such a formidable abyssal boss slip away so easily. All right, then let the battle commence. Qinbei licked his lips excitedly, exclaiming, perhaps that legendary artifact lies within this abyssal boss. Once Lin Yuan made his decision, Qinbei wasted no time and commanded his army of orcs to charge forth. Upon being attacked, the source of the plague awakened from its slumber, unleashing a furious shriek. Screech, accompanied by this piercing cry. The source of the plague opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of foul, dark green venom. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Following the sound of corrosive destruction, The front line of the orc army was annihilated, reduced to nothing more than bone dust. It is worth noting that Chunbei had developed a 6th-tier unit. At the forefront were the heavy-armored orc warriors. Yet, even these elite soldiers could not withstand the corrosive effects of the source of the plague's venom. One can only imagine the sheer terror of a level 100 abyssal boss's might. However, despite the dire circumstances, the orc commander pressed on, enduring the venom's assault as he charged towards the source of the plague. With a mighty swing of his great axe, he brought it crashing down upon the massive rat. 6,154. A blood-red damage value materialized above the source of the plague. While the orc commander's power did not rival that of Altria or Ugsar, he was on the verge of equipping a full set of diamond-grade gear. Even facing a level 100 abyssal boss, his damage was considerable. Yet, Chunbei had underestimated the capabilities of the source of the plague. Before the orc commander could land another blow, the source of the plague unleashed its skill, toxic eruption. The source of the plague's characteristic was that with each attack, it inflicted a layer of toxin effect on its foes, draining a certain amount of health each second. The effect of toxic eruption was to detonate the toxin's damage, delivering a massive blow all at once. 6,541. Dark green damage values erupted above the orc commander's head. In an instant, the commander's health plummeted below 50%. Witnessing this scene, Chunbei dared not hesitate for a moment, calling back the orc commander, unwilling to let it continue fighting. Boss, the damage from this boss is too overwhelming. I simply cannot withstand it. Chunbei's face bore a look of bitterness. With his current strength, facing a level 100 abyssal boss was indeed a daunting challenge. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had never intended for them to bear the brunt of the fight. Now you realize you can't endure? Who told you to charge so far ahead? Lin Yuan chided. Quickly withdraw your troops. Just assist me in dealing damage. After issuing this command, Lin Yuan directed his 3 heroes to encircle the source of the plague. Simultaneously, his army of skeletal kings surged forth like a tidal wave towards the source of the plague. One must remember, each skeletal king could summon 10 low-tier skeletons. With 25,000 skeletal kings, that amounted to a staggering 250,000 skeletal warriors. This was the true skeletal sea that could engulf everything. In the depths of the dark labyrinth, an endless array of skeletal warriors stretched before the eye. The source of the plague was ensnared, surrounded by the skeletal army, utterly immobilized. However, despite the overwhelming numbers of the skeletons, it was rather unrealistic to expect a mere horde of low-tier soldiers to contain the source of the plague. Upon being besieged, the source of the plague swiftly altered its strategy. The massive plague rat opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of murky green toxic mist. The noxious plague fog rapidly diffused outward. Any skeletal soldier that came into contact with this toxic haze would be corroded to nothingness instantly. Such a widespread damage-dealing ability was perfect for clearing out low-tier cannon fodder like the skeletons. Under these circumstances, the lowly skeletons could not even approach the source of the plague. Regardless of their numbers, they were merely marching to their demise. Fortunately, Lin Yuan promptly adjusted his combat strategy, ordering all skeletal soldiers to retreat immediately. Within the shroud of the plague toxic mist, only 3 of Lin Yuan's heroes and the skeletal king's army remained, engaged in a fierce battle with the source of the plague. After all, the skeletal king was a 7th-tier unit, bolstered by the skull of the skeleton king and the throne of bones, and could barely withstand the damage inflicted by the plague toxic mist. Moreover, the fire mage continued to unleash ranged attacks upon the source of the plague. However, against a level 100 abyssal boss, the damage inflicted by the 5th-tier soldiers was indeed limited. As for the royal griffins and blood moon elves, Lin Yuan did not deploy these 2 units into battle. Their numbers were still too scant to form a formidable force. Incurring heavy losses would not be worthwhile. Amidst such a fierce assault, the health of the plague source plummeted at an alarming rate, from 2,700,000 to 2,400,000, and then to 2 million. However, the health pool of the plague source was simply too vast, with a total of 3 million health points. Even standing idle for them to attack would require an extensive amount of time. Furthermore, the source of the plague dealt considerable damage, inflicting substantial casualties upon Lin Yuan's forces with each strike. At that moment, however, the small black beast beside Lin Yuan charged forward. Observing this unexpected scene, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What on earth was this little creature planning to do? Then, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before everyone's eyes. The black beast opened its mouth wide, beginning to absorb the abyssal magic emanating from the plague's source. In the next instant, a system notification chimed in Lin Yuan's ears. Your subordinate, the demon devourer, has successfully absorbed abyssal magic, gaining 1 strength. Your subordinate, the demon devourer, has successfully absorbed abyssal magic, gaining 1 constitution. Your subordinate, the demon devourer, has successfully absorbed abyssal magic, gaining 1 defense. Lin Yuan was clearly astonished. The little black beast could absorb the abyssal magic from the abyssal boss to enhance its own attributes. Chapter 133, The Nemesis of Abyssal Demons, the Demon Devourer. This was utterly absurd. Shunbei's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the unfolding scene. No one could have anticipated that the Black Beast could directly siphon power from the Abyssal Boss. As the Black Beast continued to absorb the abyssal magic from the Plague Source, the latter's attributes steadily diminished. However, the rate at which the Black Beast absorbed the abyssal magic was not particularly swift, resulting in a correspondingly slow decline in the Plague Source's attributes. Moreover, Lin Yuan now realized that this little black creature was called the Demon Devourer. If Lin Yuan's deductions were correct, the absorption rate of the abyssal magic was likely linked to its own strength. Absorbing abyssal magic appeared to be its method of gaining power. To further validate his theory, mere seconds later, another system notification echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. The Demon Devourer's level has successfully increased to level 2. In that moment, Lin Yuan found himself reluctant to hastily eliminate the Plague Source. After all, it would eventually be defeated. So why not allow the Black Beast to reap more benefits before its demise? With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan immediately commanded his forces to slow their offensive pace. Naturally, the Black Beast seized the opportunity, eagerly absorbing more and more. 5 minutes later, under the relentless harvesting by the Black Beast, the Plague Source's attributes had diminished by a full quarter. Its health now dwindled to a mere 300,000. Such a paltry amount of health clearly could not be sustained for long. Even Shunbei, unable to bear witness any longer, spoke up. Boss, I suggest we grant this boss a swift end. If we let that Black Beast absorb any more, its attributes will soon rival those of an 80-level boss. Lin Yuan calculated that the time was indeed ripe, so he rallied his forces for one final concentrated assault on the Plague Source. Following Lin Yuan's order, the Plague Source's health began to plummet once again. As the Bone Demon King's slash from Ugsel struck the Plague Source directly, it obliterated the last remnants of its health. With a wail, the immense form of the Plague Source collapsed to the ground. Truth be told, this might have been the most disgraced death of a boss ever. Not only was it thoroughly suppressed by Lin Yuan's forces throughout the encounter, but it had also lost a significant amount of its attributes to the Black Beast. Lin Yuan now understood why Astalos had been so fixated on that demon egg. The Demon Devourer, hatched from that egg, was truly the nemesis of abyssal demons. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had become the sole master of this Demon Devourer. After absorbing a considerable amount of abyssal magic, the attributes of the Demon Devourer underwent a dramatic transformation. Demon Devourer. Type: Abyssal Creature. Level: 25. Health: 6,000, 600, 000. Magic: 1, 500, 1, 500. Attack: 1, 500, 1, 750. Defense: 950. Skill: Devour Power. Demon Devourer. A unique species that feeds on abyssal demons, possesses the ability to absorb abyssal magic, and a fully grown Demon Devourer will become the nightmare of all abyssal demons. Merely by absorbing the abyssal magic from the Plague Source, the Black Beast had achieved level 25. Clearly, the little creature's rate of advancement was quite rapid. Moreover, its method of leveling up was remarkably straightforward, requiring only the continuous absorption of abyssal magic. Once the chapter of Abyssal Invasion officially commenced, the entire Eternal Continent would be teeming with abyssal creatures. At that time, the little beast would never lack for sustenance. For Lin Yuan, as long as he could nurture this Black Beast, he would possess the means to counter any formidable abyssal creature. Even when facing abyssal demon lords, Lin Yuan would have an additional trump card in his hand. He never anticipated that the little creature's method of leveling up would be so unique. Shunbei approached with curiosity, gazing intently at the Black Beast, and remarked, moreover, its attributes are remarkably high. At just level 25, it already has 60,000 health points. If this continues to develop, boss, you are essentially accompanied by a boss. Meanwhile, Li Bingchu knelt down and gently caressed the plush body of the black little beast, saying, indeed, who would have thought that such a delightful little creature would turn out to be the nemesis of the abyssal demon? After satisfying its hunger, the black little beast appeared much more docile, allowing Li Bingchu to stroke it gently without exhibiting any hostility. Instead, it comfortably squinted its eyes, seemingly reveling in the affection. Under normal circumstances, it would have already been in a frenzy. Now, let us set aside these matters for the moment. Lin Yuan directed his gaze towards the corpse of the source of plague and remarked, we should first attend to the spoils of war. Upon his utterance, the group erupted with excitement. It is noteworthy that this was their first abyssal boss with a level exceeding 100. To bring down this source of plague, they had suffered considerable losses among their ranks. Of course, had it not been for the necessity of allowing the black little beast to absorb more attributes from the source of plague, they could have significantly minimized their casualties. I'll loot the corpse. Qian Xiaozhuang inhaled deeply and immediately began to search the body of the source of plague. 4 diamond-tier treasures, 3 rare materials, and a special item. Moments later, Qian Xiaozhuang raised his head to announce his findings. The only disappointment he felt was that, even from a level 100 abyssal boss, he still hadn't uncovered any legendary treasures. However, the good news was that the 4 diamond-tier treasures he had procured were all of exceptional quality. One of them was the Plague Toxic Bow, which significantly enhanced attack speed and allowed regular attacks to inflict a poison effect on enemy targets. Moreover, the accompanying skill of this treasure was akin to the source of plague's toxic eruption, capable of triggering toxins to inflict massive damage to the target in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, none among them had nurtured a hero of the archer profession. Thus, this exquisite diamond-tier treasure would go unused. Nonetheless, even if auctioned off in the outside world, it could fetch an astronomical price of 20 to 30 million. Lin Yuan was even contemplating organizing an auction to sell off all those high-level strategic treasures that were of no use to them. This would not only enhance the reputation of the Hope Guild, but also consolidate a significant amount of funds. Though Lin Yuan currently possessed over 500 million gold coins, money is never too abundant. Furthermore, as time progresses, the need for funds only escalates. The development of the guild also requires a substantial financial infusion. Even a few billion in expenditures would not be deemed excessive. Hence, since Lin Yuan had no intention of economizing, he had to devise ways to generate more income. Fortunately, the Dark Maze was abundant with high-level bosses, providing Lin Yuan the perfect opportunity to procure more diamond-tier treasures. Chapter 134. The Dark Altar, the Sacrificial Rite. In addition to the Plague Toxic Bow, the Source of Plague also dropped the Venomous Pendant, Plague Ring, and Toxic Erosion Pauldrons. Lin Yuan retained the Toxic Erosion Pauldrons, 4 Uxel to equip, while the other 2 treasures were claimed by Li Bingqiu and Qian Xiaozhuang, respectively. After distributing the treasures, Lin Yuan suddenly recalled something and inquired, "By the way, didn't you mention that the boss dropped a special item? Show it to me." "Oh right, I almost forgot," Qian Xiaozhuang exclaimed, promptly retrieving a dark green heart exuding a foul odor and handing it to Lin Yuan. "This is it, the Heart of the Source of Plague, special item. Description: a special item for sacrificial purposes. Collect 4 hearts from abyssal creatures and place them on the dark altar at the center of the maze to perform a sacrificial rite, successfully summoning the most terrifying entity within the dark maze." Upon reading the description of the heart, Lin Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this heart would serve as a sacrificial offering. Moreover, it seemed that the Heart of the Source of Plague was merely one of the 4 required to successfully conduct the sacrificial rite. 3 more hearts from other abyssal bosses would need to be collected. Clearly, the dark maze was far more complex than Lin Yuan had envisioned. Even a level 100 abyssal boss was not the most formidable presence within the maze. If Lin Yuan's judgment was correct, to acquire that legendary tier treasure, he would need to defeat the final boss summoned through the sacrificial rite. However, Lin Yuan was uncertain about the extent of the final boss's power. Under such circumstances, he could only proceed cautiously, step by step. As for the locations of the other 3 abyssal bosses, Lin Yuan found no difficulty. He simply lifted the well-fed black little beast and asked, "Little one, can you tell me how you found that big rat?" Chirp chirp. The black little beast extended its tiny black paw and pointed at its own nose. Clearly, it had tracked the source of plague by scent. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan continued to inquire, "Can you also smell the scents of other abyssal creatures?" Chirp chirp. The black little beast nodded and then patted its round belly, waving its paw at Lin Yuan. Following these actions, the black little beast squinted its eyes contentedly, seemingly preparing for a nap. Once Lin Yuan grasped its meaning, he quickly understood. The black little beast could indeed locate other abyssal creatures by scent. However, it was now full and preferred to rest rather than move, wishing only to enjoy a delightful slumber. Before long, the black little beast had fallen soundly asleep, even snoring in Lin Yuan's embrace. For a moment, Lin Yuan found himself both amused and exasperated. It must be said that this little creature was rather astute, having only recently come into existence. It had already grasped the essence of the world, that striving is futile, and that lying flat is the true path to success. Nevertheless, for Lin Yuan, as long as the black little beast could locate the remaining 3 abyssal bosses, that would suffice. At worst, he could wait until the little creature grew hungry again before setting it to work. It seemed that the utility of this black little beast exceeded his initial expectations. Not only could it weaken the strength of the abyssal creatures, but it could also serve as a reconnaissance radar when necessary. At that moment, Chunbei suddenly spoke up. "By the way, boss, you haven't named this little creature yet, have you?" Lin Yuan glanced at the sleeping black little beast and casually suggested, "How about calling it Little Black?" Chunbei's lips twitched slightly. "Is that so casual? It sounds like a country dog." Li Bingqiu nodded in agreement, saying, "This time, Chunbei has surprisingly spoken a bit of sense. Little Black is indeed a rather lackluster name." Lin Yuan surveyed the group and asked, "What do you think would be a more fitting name for it?" "In my opinion, this little beast is extraordinarily formidable. Why not name it Invincible?" Chunbei declared proudly. "And since I proposed the name, it should naturally bear my surname. So let us call it Chun Invincible. What do you all think?" Li Bingqiu replied, "I suddenly find that Little Black sounds quite nice." Qian Xiaozhuang, "I concur. Although the name Xiao Hei may seem a tad cliched, it possesses a certain rustic charm." Chunbei, immediately incensed, retorted, "What? Is my chosen name not melodious?" Li Bingqiu diplomatically interjected, "If it's not particularly unpleasant, it's actually rather appealing." Chunbei, What are you doing here? Qian Xiaozhuang earnestly remarked. To be frank, your name embodies a peculiar beauty reminiscent of cerebral deficiencies. Chen Bei, if you lack the ability to articulate, perhaps you should say less. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, with a cheerful demeanor, chimed in. Since there are no objections, let this little fellow be called Xiao Hei from now on. Little did anyone anticipate that the creature destined to instill terror in countless abyssal demons would be whimsically bestowed with such a quaint moniker by Lin Yuan. At this moment, the demonic beast was blissfully slumbering, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. During the time the demonic creature was asleep, Lin Yuan and his companions were far from idle. They continued their pursuit of bosses within the dark labyrinth. With Qian Xiaozhuang's formidable fortune at play, nearly every boss they encountered yielded 3 or 4 diamond-tier treasures. Indeed, Lin Yuan began to suspect they were not merely challenging the dark labyrinth, but rather sourcing goods from within it. After 7 to 8 hours, the little black creature finally awakened, its once plump belly now noticeably deflated, indicating its hunger. Naturally, a hungry creature must seek sustenance. The little black beast's nose twitched as it swiftly pinpointed the location of abyssal monstrosities. Without hesitation, it leaped from Lin Yuan's embrace to the ground and scampered ahead, eager to lead the way. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of delight flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. If all went well, Xiao Hei would soon guide them to the location of the second abyssal boss. Chapter 135, Abyssal Crocodile, Where's My Health Bar? Under the guidance of the little black beast, Lin Yuan and his companions swiftly located the second abyssal boss. Before them loomed a colossal crocodile, its massive form adorned with deep purple scales. Upon casting a reconnaissance spell, the attributes of this abyssal behemoth materialized before Lin Yuan's eyes. Abyssal Crocodile, Level 100. Health 4,000,000. Attack Power 57, 806, 850. Defense 6, 680. Skills, Bloody Croc Claw, Cold-Blooded Bite, Abyssal Power. The Abyssal Crocodile, one of the most ferocious predators from the abyss, possesses not only immense size and terrifying strength, but also razor-sharp teeth and formidable purple scales, making it an exceptionally fearsome abyssal creature. This abyssal crocodile, like the previous source of plague encountered by Lin Yuan, was also a level 100 abyssal boss. Although its attack power was slightly lower, its defense and health surpassed that of its predecessor, with health exceeding the 4 million mark. It was undeniable that upon surpassing level 100, the strength of bosses underwent a qualitative leap. Gazing at the abyssal crocodile before him, Lin Yuan wasted no time and issued the command. Engage. With his command, the 3 heroes under Lin Yuan's command, accompanied by the army of skeletal warriors, swiftly surrounded the abyssal crocodile. Within mere seconds, the creature found itself ensnared with no avenue of escape. For the little black beast, this was an opportune moment to absorb the attributes of its adversary. It leapt onto the shoulder of a skeletal giant, standing tall as it fervently absorbed the abyssal energy emanating from the crocodile. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications echoed in Lin Yuan's ears. Your demonic beast successfully absorbed abyssal energy, gaining 1,000 health. Your demonic beast successfully absorbed abyssal energy, gaining 5 constitution. Your demonic beast successfully absorbed abyssal energy, gaining 5 defense. Lin Yuan soon realized that after the little black beast's level up, its absorption rate of abyssal energy had significantly accelerated. Previously, it could only absorb 1 attribute point at a time, but now its absorption speed had multiplied several times. In this scenario, the rate at which the abyssal crocodile's attributes diminished surpassed that of the source of plague. As time progressed, the crocodile's aura steadily weakened. Roar! Before long, the abyssal crocodile identified the source of its draining energy and unleashed a thunderous roar, its massive maw agape. It then charged towards the little black beast's position with reckless abandon. Its colossal form barreled forward like a heavy tank, crushing all skeletal warriors in its path into fragments. Witnessing the approaching behemoth, a flicker of fear crossed the little black beast's face, prompting it to leap down from the skeletal giant and seek refuge behind Lin Yuan. Daddy, I'm scared, hug me. The little black beast nestled behind Lin Yuan, clutching his pant leg with its tiny paws, its head peeking out timidly. Upon seeing the little beast's frightened demeanor, even Lin Yuan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. There's nothing to fear. That creature cannot touch you. Just as Lin Yuan's words fell, Kaylin unleashed her skill upon the abyssal crocodile. Dark gravity. In an instant, the crocodile appeared to sink into a quagmire. Its movement slowed to a crawl. But that was not the end. To thoroughly immobilize the abyssal crocodile, Artoria cast Holy Confinement. As silvery light enveloped the crocodile, it became completely restrained in place, unable to move. Observing the impotent creature, which could only roar in frustration, the little black beast blinked and felt emboldened. It then leaped forward from behind Lin Yuan, resuming its absorption of the abyssal energy from the crocodile. One must admit, this little creature possessed quite the knack for leveraging its ally strength. As time ticked away, the health of the abyssal crocodile continued to dwindle. Despite the creature's counterattacks inflicting considerable casualties on Lin Yuan's forces, he found it all within acceptable bounds. After all, his sole purpose was clear: to enhance the little black beast's strength as much as possible. This demonic creature would be his trump card against abyssal demons in the future, thus deserving of meticulous cultivation. Finally, the little black beast was thoroughly satiated. Its belly was round and plump, resembling a fluffy sphere. Through its relentless absorption, the attributes of the abyssal crocodile had significantly diminished, leaving it looking utterly listless. However, even in this weakened state, the abyssal crocodile still retained over 120,000 health points. Despite the dire circumstances, this ferocious abyssal beast was far from surrendering easily. It continued to roar menacingly, its mouth lined with sharp teeth, relentlessly snapping forward. Lin Yuan glanced at the little black beast beside him and made a decisive resolution. Since the little one had had its fill, there was no need to prolong the confrontation any further. It was time to take action. A cold glint flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Subsequently, he directly retrieved the soul death orb, sacrificing 100,000 skeletal warriors. Lin Yuan hesitated not for a moment, immediately opting to proceed with the sacrifice. In the next instant, on the battlefield, the corporeal forms of the 100,000 skeletal warriors shattered into myriad fragments. These skeletal warriors transformed into countless shards of souls, which coalesced into a sphere of black soul fire, slowly merging into the soul death orb. Boom. Following this, a beam of black light, radiating a destructive aura, erupted violently from within the soul death orb, piercing through the body of the abyssal crocodile. 1,000,000. A pitch-black damage value suddenly materialized above the abyssal crocodile's head. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. A staggering total of 1 million damage. Since acquiring the soul death orb, this marked Lin Yuan's first complete unleashing of the power of this extraordinary artifact. After sustaining such a devastating blow, the abyssal crocodile stood frozen in place, its mind likely consumed by a singular question: where the hell is my health bar? What happened to my long and thick health bar? Chapter 136. A targeted assault on the Hope Guild. After enduring a full million damage, the already scant health of the abyssal crocodile plummeted to the brink of depletion. It must be said, this abyssal boss was truly unfortunate. First besieged by an army, then had its attributes absorbed by the black beast, and finally took a heavy blow from the soul death orb. The word tragic scarcely suffices to encapsulate the plight of this abyssal crocodile. Of course, Lin Yuan showed mercy and did not torment it excessively. When the abyssal crocodile was left with a mere 200,000 health points, Lin Yuan swiftly organized a concentrated attack, effortlessly depleting its remaining life force. As the abyssal crocodile's body collapsed to the ground, yet another abyssal boss fell at Lin Yuan's hands. Upon successfully slaying the abyssal crocodile, the black beast's level ascended to level 35. Compared to before, it had only gained 10 levels. It appeared that with the black beast's level increase, the difficulty of its ascension was gradually intensifying. Within the dark labyrinth, 2 more abyssal bosses presumably awaited. If Lin Yuan could defeat these 2 as well, perhaps the black beast's level could rise to around 50. This was undoubtedly good news for Lin Yuan. Once the black beast's level increased, it would effectively provide him with additional combat power. It is worth noting that, in terms of attributes, the black beast was no less formidable than a boss of the same level. Boss, we have 4 diamond-grade treasures, several special materials, and a heart of the abyssal crocodile. Soon, Qian Xiaozhuang completed his search of the boss's corpse and reported the spoils to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded in response. With this heart in hand, he was one step closer to fulfilling the requirements for conducting the sacrificial ritual. However, based on their current progress, it seemed they would remain within the dark labyrinth for the next 2 to 3 days. Yet for Lin Yuan, this posed no issue at all. After all, in his eyes, the dark labyrinth was akin to a treasure trove. Where else could one find such a concentration of bosses? 3 days later, in the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan and his team had spent a full 3 days within the dark labyrinth. During this time, Lin Yuan lost count of how many bosses he had led his troops to slay. He only knew that the diamond-grade treasures dropped by these bosses had nearly filled his entire backpack. Naturally, Qian Xiaozhuang deserved half the credit for this. Had it not been for his almost supernatural luck, the number of treasures Lin Yuan acquired would have been halved at the very least. It could be said that Lin Yuan and Qian Xiaozhuang were truly in sync. One was responsible for the relentless slaughter of bosses, while the other meticulously extracted various treasures from their corpses. Even if all the diamond-grade treasures across all of China were combined, they would likely not surpass the amount Lin Yuan possessed alone. If all went according to plan, once this expedition through the dark labyrinth concluded, Lin Yuan would organize an auction to sell off these treasures at high prices. This way, he could not only recoup a substantial amount of funds, but also elevate the reputation of the Hope Guild, achieving a dual purpose. Of course, during these 3 days, Lin Yuan did not neglect his primary objective. The third abyssal boss was a colossal creature, sporting 12 legs and 3 heads, known as the abyssal spider. This creature had been defeated by Lin Yuan 2 days prior. The reason for the 2-day interval was that the final abyssal boss was concealed deep within the dark labyrinth. The black beast's ability to scout was ultimately limited, so Lin Yuan had to exert considerable effort to locate the position of this last abyssal boss. This was a rather unique abyssal entity, resembling a vividly colored flower butterfly. Its title was Toxic Dust. It was named for the deadly poison it carried, as the scales and dust that fell from its wings could cause a person's body to rot away. Fortunately, after a fierce battle, Lin Yuan ultimately succeeded in leading his forces to triumph over this abyssal butterfly. Up until now, Lin Yuan had successfully gathered the 4 hearts required for the sacrificial ritual. They were the heart of the plague source, the heart of the abyssal crocodile, the heart of the abyssal spider, and the heart of the abyssal butterfly. Having absorbed the powers of 4 abyssal bosses in succession, the black beast's level finally reached the coveted 50. Everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. Next, Lin Yuan only needed to locate the dark altar to begin preparing for the sacrificial ritual. Fortunately, throughout their journey, Li Bingqiu had been diligently mapping the area, sparing no detail. Under such circumstances, finding the dark altar would not prove overly challenging. Everyone should have had a chance to rest, right? It's time for us to set out, Lin Yuan stated. Once we find the dark altar and defeat the final boss, we can leave this place. To be honest, I'm a bit reluctant to leave. Qin Xiaozhuang sighed lightly, a look of regret on his face. There aren't many places with so many boss corpses for me to loot. Beside him, Chunbei laughed heartily. Rest assured, with the boss, you'll have plenty of opportunities to loot their corpses. After spending these days together, the bond between Chunbei and Qin Xiaozhuang had grown quite familiar, allowing them to share lighthearted banter. However, Lin Yuan keenly noticed that Li Bingqiu stood silently aside, her brow furrowed, eyes filled with worry and even a hint of anger. Lin Yuan frowned and approached her, inquiring, "What's wrong? What happened?" Li Bingqiu took a deep breath and explained in a solemn tone. "There are individuals outside targeting the Hope Guild. 21 guilds have joined forces to issue a bounty, aiming to eliminate our guild members. According to the content of the bounty, any individual from the Hope Guild who is eliminated will earn a reward of 500,000 gold coins. Should one manage to eliminate a high-ranking member of the Hope Guild, the reward will be a staggering 10 million gold coins or more, with no upper limit. We, among others, have explicitly stated the specific amounts for the bounty." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's expression darkened immediately. Undoubtedly, there was someone orchestrating this from behind the scenes. The Hope Guild had always flourished steadily, never having made enemies. Even if some guilds harbored animosity towards them, it would not have reached such an extreme. The fact that 21 guilds had united to issue a bounty was tantamount to declaring a relentless vendetta. It was inconceivable that such a drastic measure would be taken without deep-seated hatred. Thus, it must be driven by vested interests. Yet, who would incur such a heavy cost to deliberately target them? An image quickly flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Lin Tianke. Only he would possess the audacity to execute such a scheme. With that thought, Lin Yuan solemnly inquired, "Is the Tianke guild among those 21 guilds?" "No," Li Bingqiu replied, shaking her head. "All these guilds are medium-sized. None are among the prominent large guilds." Lin Yuan smirked coldly. It is indeed the handiwork of Lin Tianke. He never leaves a trace. If he lacks absolute certainty for a kill, he would remain hidden in the shadows, engaging in a game of wits rather than revealing his fangs. Although Lin Tianke did not appear to be directly involved in this assault on the Hope Guild, I have no doubt that this is his doing. In my past life, my parents fell victim to him precisely because he concealed his true nature so adeptly. My father never realized that beneath Lin Tianke's affable exterior lay a heart as venomous as a serpent's. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan asked again, "What is the current situation?" "Not good," Li Bingqiu replied, shaking her head. "Some members of the guild have already been eliminated, and many others are succumbing to the pressure, choosing to withdraw from the guild. Given the current size of the Hope Guild, we simply cannot withstand the combined assault from so many guilds. Although the Hope Guild has achieved the stature of a large guild in terms of reputation, our overall strength is still that of a medium-sized guild. After all, the guild's notoriety has largely stemmed from Lin Yuan's individual efforts. In the face of a united front from 21 medium-sized guilds, the Hope Guild cannot endure, let alone organize a counterattack. The mass exodus of members is entirely understandable. I hold no resentment towards those who chose to leave. It is human nature to avoid risk. However, I will remember those who chose to stay. Since they have opted to share in the adversity, I shall ensure they are well rewarded." Lin Yuan spoke resolutely. "Compile a list of those who have been eliminated and grant them triple compensation. For those willing to remain, each shall receive 5 million resources and a platinum-grade strategic treasure." Upon hearing this, a wave of astonishment washed over everyone present. It must be said that Lin Yuan's proposal was indeed grandiose. Despite many having chosen to depart, there were still at least a couple of hundred who opted to stay. Distributing 5 million resources to each would amount to several 100 million resources in total. Of course, the resources were secondary. The value of a platinum-grade treasure far surpassed that of mere millions. Even though the strongest lords had begun utilizing diamond-grade treasures, platinum-grade items still held significant prestige in the eyes of the masses. Lin Yuan's gesture of gifting each person a platinum-grade treasure was, without a doubt, a remarkable display of generosity. If this news were to spread, those who chose to leave would surely be consumed by regret. Of course, even if they wished to return, Lin Yuan would not accept them again. He had no desire for those who joined the Hope Guild to be merely motivated by self-interest. When that time came, the internal cohesion of the Hope Guild would experience unprecedented enhancement. You wish to crush us? Then let us prove through our actions that we cannot be defeated. Li Bingshu appeared equally invigorated and promptly stated, "Wait a moment, I will go speak to them right away." To be honest, the one most affected by this incident was none other than Li Bingshu herself. She was the true administrator of the Hope Guild, and many members were personally recruited by her. Yet, during their time hunting bosses in the Dark Maze, members of the Hope Guild had been targeted and eliminated by the bounty. Some had chosen to withdraw out of fear. Watching familiar names vanish from the guild roster made Li Bingshu feel as though her heart were bleeding. If not for the knowledge that acting impulsively would be unwise, she would have wanted to leave the Dark Maze immediately to confront those guilds in a fight to the death. Even if it meant dying, they would stand and face it. At that moment, Lin Yuan approached Li Bingshu and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. "Trust me, I will not let them off so easily. All who have wronged us shall pay in blood." Upon hearing this, Li Bingshu shuddered slightly and nodded firmly. "All right, soon." Li Bingshu announced Lin Yuan's proposal in the guild channel. Instantly, the entire guild erupted with excitement. "Damn, the president is magnificent. With these resources, I will continue to train troops and fight those bastards to the end." "Exactly. Who dares to put a bounty on us? I'm staying not for anything else but to swallow this anger. Sister Bingshu has always treated us well. Now that the guild is in trouble, can we really turn a blind eye? We vow to stand with the Hope Guild in life or death." "Ha ha, well said. We vow to stand with the guild. I refuse to believe these scoundrels can eliminate me once more." "Bro, be careful. Having spirit is good, but we cannot be reckless. This is no longer a game. If you die 3 times now, it means true death. Don't worry, just give me the coordinates, and I will lead troops to protect you. I am a 6th-tier lord. Even if they want to eliminate you, they must consider my opinion." Messages flooded the chat channel of the Hope Guild. Observing the flurry of messages before him, Lin Yuan felt a subtle stirring in his heart. Unbeknownst to him, the Hope Guild he had founded had finally begun to embody the very essence of a guild. Rest assured, those who have been eliminated and pursued will simply need to record the names of the opposing guilds and send them to Li Bingshu. Lin Yuan calmly stated in the guild channel, "I will settle this score with them in due time. Our leader is formidable. Damn, the boss is truly fierce. Let's annihilate them. Ha ha ha. I knew I chose the right person to follow. If we get hit and do not retaliate, that would be too stifling. Boss, as long as you speak, the brothers will guarantee to fight alongside you until the very end. Yes, let them witness our resolve." Observing the impassioned speeches of the guild members, Lin Yuan could not help but curl his lips into a slight smile. It is indeed commendable to possess such fervor. However, in this particular matter, their fervent efforts were unnecessary. The second-rate guilds that sought to strike at us were merely a flock of insignificant chickens and dogs. Their endeavors did not require your exertion. Lin Yuan spoke calmly. "To deal with them, I alone am sufficient." After soothing the emotions of the guild members, Lin Yuan prepared to commence his search for the Dark Altar. At this juncture, he had successfully gathered 4 Abyss Boss hearts. As soon as he located the Dark Altar, he would be able to initiate the sacrificial ceremony. Yet, given the current circumstances, Lin Yuan understood the necessity of acting swiftly. The more time they squandered within the Dark Labyrinth, the more guild members outside would meet their demise. It was likely that in the eyes of those guilds, the Hope Guild was nothing more than a paper tiger, seemingly formidable yet utterly fragile. Despite its considerable reputation, it was as if it were made of paper, incapable of withstanding any assault. Furthermore, following the issuance of the bounty, the members of the Hope Guild had become prime targets in the eyes of many. After all, eliminating any member of the Hope Guild would yield a reward of 100,000 gold coins, an enticing sum that seemed akin to free money. Aside from Lin Yuan, there were hardly any top-tier leaders within the Hope Guild. At this moment, those 21 guilds had likely swelled with an insatiable arrogance. However, the more they reveled in their pride, the more despair Lin Yuan would eventually bring upon them. The sensation of plummeting from the heavens to the depths of hell was not one to be taken lightly. 12 hours later, Lin Yuan and his companions finally discovered the presence of the Dark Altar within the Dark Labyrinth. Before them stood an immense altar, towering at least as high as a person, with a surface area comparable to half a football field. The altar was adorned with eerie black patterns, subtly exuding an aura of darkness. Surrounding the altar were 4 towering platforms, evidently designated for the sacrificial offerings. Having finally located it was no small feat. Gazing at the foreboding Dark Altar, Chun Bei could not help but exclaim in awe. It must be noted that they had spent a full 12 hours without rest in search of this very altar. "Let us commence the sacrificial ceremony." Lin Yuan distributed 3 of the hearts to Chen Bei, Qian Xiaozhuang, and Li Bingqiu, while he himself ascended one of the platforms with the heart of the plague source. Subsequently, Lin Yuan placed the heart upon the altar and stepped down from the platform. Soon, all 4 Abyss Boss hearts were successfully positioned on the 4 corners of the altar. Logically, after placing the offerings, the sacrificial ceremony should have commenced. However, the scene before them showed no signs of change, as if nothing had transpired at all. Chen Bei, his eyes wide with confusion, queried, "Could it be that we placed the offerings incorrectly?" Just then, an unsettling crunching sound suddenly pierced their ears. Crack, crack. Upon hearing this dissonance, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. They understood that this unmistakably signified the initiation of the sacrificial ceremony. Boom. At that moment, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Subsequently, the dark altar before them fractured into pieces. A colossal shadow slowly emerged from the fissures of the altar, resembling a gigantic worm, yet covered in countless black tentacles, akin to a monstrous octopus. As this creature materialized, an overwhelming stench pervaded the air. Upon witnessing this abomination, both Li Bingqiu and Lin Mengmeng's faces paled slightly. What a revolting creature. Perhaps due to their femininity, their psychological resilience was not as robust as that of Lin Yuan and the others. Undoubtedly, the 4 hearts placed upon the altar had been consumed by this monstrous entity. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan cast a reconnaissance spell towards it. In the next moment, the attributes of the worm-like monster appeared before him. Eternal Magic Worm, Burial, Abyss Boss. Level, 120. Health, 6,000,000. Attack Power, 37, 804, 850. Defense, 3, 480. Skills, Life Drain, Soul Severing, Flesh Parasitism. A worm that is immortal and parasitic within the abyss. So, this is the wretched creature. Upon glimpsing the attributes of this beast, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. In his previous life, he had encountered legends regarding the Eternal Magic Worm. Initially, the Eternal Magic Worm was merely a type of mining worm, subsisting on minerals found within the abyss. However, human alchemists had brought these worms into the Eternal Continent and subjected them to various experiments. In one such experiment, alchemists attempted to feed these abyss mining worms human flesh and blood. Upon tasting human flesh, these worms underwent irreversible mutations. Their bodies grew colossal, sprouting countless black tentacles, and their temperament became increasingly vicious. Furthermore, as long as they were continually provided with flesh and blood, they could perpetually grow. With sufficient flesh energy, these worms became immortal. Thus, they were dubbed the Eternal Magic Worms, the immortal and undying beings. Once their flesh energy was depleted, the Eternal Magic Worm would enter a dormant state, awaiting a new cycle of awakening. If Lin Yuan's conjecture was correct, it was indeed the 4 hearts he placed upon the altar that had successfully roused this slumbering Eternal Magic Worm. Chapter 139, Soul Severing, Flesh Parasitism. From an attribute perspective, this Eternal Magic Worm did not seem particularly formidable. Even as a level 120 Abyss boss, aside from its 6 million health, its attack and defense were inferior to even the Abyss Giant Crocodile. However, the more unassuming a boss appeared, the more caution one must exercise. It could possess exceedingly troublesome special abilities. As the final boss of the Dark Labyrinth, Lin Yuan was convinced that this Eternal Magic Worm was far from simplistic. In terms of skill characteristics, this Eternal Magic Worm bore some resemblance to the previous parasitic magic worms, as it also seemed to possess parasitic capabilities. Contemplating this, Lin Yuan promptly advised, when the battle begins, ensure that your troops do not draw too close, lest they fall prey to the boss's parasitism. Li Bingqiu and the others nodded in agreement. At that moment, the Eternal Magic Worm seemed to catch a whiff of flesh from Lin Yuan and the others, emitting a piercing shriek. The next instant, countless black tentacles lunged toward their direction. Protect the Lord. Artoria's expression hardened as she drew her sword, placing herself before Lin Yuan. Faced with the onslaught of the black tentacles, she resolutely struck, effortlessly cleaving one in two. 13, 451. The foul black blood gushed forth from the severed tentacle. Due to the relatively low defensive capabilities of the parasitic demon worm, even a mere ordinary attack from Artoria effortlessly dealt over 10,000 points of damage. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan issued the command, "All troops, advance." With his command, Artoria and Chiron immediately launched a counterattack. Meanwhile, Ugsel led his army of skeletal kings into a charge, thus commenced a brutal onslaught against the immortal demon worm. Damage figures of varying magnitudes continuously emerged above the parasitic demon worm's head, and its health rapidly diminished. However, the strength of the parasitic demon worm was equally formidable, for its attacks were not singular. Each of its black tentacles could be regarded as an independent entity. Therefore, even though the attack power of the parasitic demon worm was not particularly high, the destruction caused by each round of its assaults remained astonishingly significant. The black tentacles relentlessly lashed out at Lin Yuan's forces, and even the skeletal kings, classified as 7th-tier troops, would be instantly reduced to countless fragments. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan could still accept such losses. As long as he could slay the immortal demon worm, he would not mind if half of his skeletal kings perished. After all, while troops could be replenished, that legendary artifact was an absolute necessity. Maintain formation. Limit the boss's output as much as possible. Just as Lin Yuan was directing his troops, the battlefield suddenly shifted. The immortal demon worm raised its head and emitted a piercing shriek. Immediately, a ghostly purple light erupted from its vicinity. Upon being enveloped by this ghostly purple radiance, Artoria, Chiron, and Ugsul fell into a 3-second state of dizziness. The skeletal kings within the affected area had their soul flames extinguished instantly. Undoubtedly, this was the skill of the immortal demon worm, soul severance. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yuan furrowed his brows. The number of skeletal kings that had perished under this skill had already exceeded 1,000. This immortal demon worm was indeed more troublesome than he had anticipated. However, what Lin Yuan did not foresee was that this was merely the beginning. After the skeletal kings on the battlefield lost their souls, the black tentacles of the immortal demon worm swiftly connected to their bodies. Confusion spread across the faces of the onlookers, for none understood the intentions of the immortal demon worm. But in the next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded. From the tips of the black tentacles, masses of putrid flesh erupted forth. These flesh masses began to writhe and quickly adhered to the bodies of the skeletal kings. Subsequently, these skeletal kings, now infested with flesh, turned around and charged towards Lin Yuan's troops with a low growl. Damn it! Lin Yuan had clearly not anticipated that the immortal demon worm's tactics would be even more bizarre than those of the parasitic worm. Logically, undead creatures should not be susceptible to parasitism. Yet, the immortal demon worm had utilized a flesh parasitism technique to forcibly control these thousands of skeletal kings. As the final boss of the Dark Labyrinth, the immortal demon worm was indeed powerful and enigmatic. Skeletal kings, retreat. In light of this dire situation, Lin Yuan swiftly made a decision. Since the immortal demon worm possessed the means of flesh parasitism, he would simply keep his troops at a distance. After all, the immortal demon worm's attack power was not particularly formidable and posed no significant threat to Artoria and Ugsul. As long as he could have his heroes surrounded and employ ranged units for distant attacks, they would eventually wear down the immortal demon worm. Lin Yuan's strategy quickly bore fruit. The over 1,000 skeletal kings that had been parasitized were swiftly eradicated. Ugsul and Artoria stood firm before the immortal demon worm, dealing substantial damage with each strike. Meanwhile, Chiron led the fire mages from the rear, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon the immortal demon worm. However, when the immortal demon worm's health reached 4 million, it once again unleashed the skill, soul severance. With a piercing shriek, all nearby heroes fell into a dazed state. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had previously made the correct judgment to withdraw the skeletal kings from the battlefield, thus sparing them from the effects of soul severance and preventing any casualties. Just then, the black tentacles of the immortal demon worm extended once more. The problem was that after the skeletal kings had retreated, there should have been no melee units left on the battlefield for it to parasitize. Could it be that? Lin Yuan's heart suddenly surged with a foreboding sense of dread. Sure enough, these black tentacles quickly coiled around the bodies of Artoria, Ugsul, the Rose Knight, and the Orc Commander. Clearly, this immortal demon worm aimed to directly parasitize their heroes. Chapter 140, A Breakthrough Strategy, Little Black's Contribution. It must be noted that these heroes on the battlefield, all ensnared in a dazed state, were utterly incapable of resisting the encroaching black tentacles. No one had anticipated that the immortal demon worm would possess such a concealed tactic. Soon, the tips of the black tentacles erupted with a plethora of flesh, adhering itself to these heroes. The first to be parasitized by the flesh was the Orc Commander under Chun Bei. The Orc Commander's body was overtaken by the writhing black flesh, which swiftly compelled it to turn and attack its own forces. Witnessing this scene, a glint of cold light flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. If all the heroes were successfully parasitized by the immortal demon worm, their chances of victory in this battle would be utterly doomed. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Lin Yuan finally recalled that he possessed a means to break the deadlock. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan retrieved the Heart of Gold and directed it towards Artoria. A radiant, golden light enveloped Artoria immediately. Under this golden radiance, the black tentacles that had ensnared her shattered into fragments, dissipating into wisps of black mist in the air. It is essential to note that the Heart of Gold, this special artifact, could eliminate all negative statuses. Thus, the effects of flesh parasitism were directly dispelled from Artoria. Following this, Artoria raised her sword and fiercely struck towards Ugsul's direction. Holy Light Slash. The dazzling holy light surged forth, sharp beyond measure, instantly severing the black tentacles that bound Ugsul. In this situation, Ugsul was also freed from the state of flesh parasitism. However, due to Artoria's speed, she could only manage to rescue Ugsul. The Orc Commander and the Rose Knight had already fallen completely into the state of being parasitized by the black flesh. Moreover, the Heart of Gold had entered its cooldown period. The next use would have to wait for a day. Nevertheless, As long as they could slay the immortal demon worm before them, all issues would naturally resolve themselves. As long as Artoria, Ugsal, and Chiran retained their combat effectiveness. Even if two heroes were controlled by the immortal demon worm, it would not alter the course of the battle. Upon contemplating this, Lin Yuan promptly turned his gaze and declared, Li Bingqiu, Xunbei, endeavor to ensnare your heroes with your troops, even if it entails some sacrifice. As soon as Lin Yuan uttered these words, both individuals immediately understood his intent. In this scenario, the optimal strategy was to contain, not to kill, until Lin Yuan could vanquish the eternal life magic insect. However, just as they were poised to act, the small black beast leaped down from Lin Yuan's shoulder. For a moment, everyone was taken aback. What was this little creature planning to do? As the onlookers pondered in confusion, the black beast suddenly opened its mouth wide and began voraciously consuming the abyssal magic energy. To their astonishment, the energy it absorbed emanated entirely from the bodies of the orc leader and the rose swordsman. After consuming this abyssal magic energy, the blackened flesh clinging to these two heroes fell away, seemingly rendered completely inert, no longer writhing. Soon, the orc leader and the rose swordsman returned to their normal states. Well done, little black, Xunbei exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he praised the creature. A flicker of joy also crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. It appeared that as long as little black was present, there was no need to worry about the boss's methods. With the parasitic flesh mechanism effectively neutralized, the eternal life magic insect erupted in furious rage. It screeched incessantly while its black tendrils lashed out like whips. Yet, in Lin Yuan's eyes, the eternal life magic insect, having lost its unique abilities, was merely a slightly enhanced abyssal boss. Under the concentrated firepower of his troops, it could not endure for long. At this juncture, the heroes under Lin Yuan's command finally commenced their counteroffensive. Artoria unleashed Beast of the Holy, receiving the blessing of the White Tiger, and activated Spirit Step, charging towards the eternal life magic insect with remarkable speed. During this process, the elven hero under Lin Mengmeng raised her staff high, bestowing various blessings upon Artoria. Subsequently, she fiercely lifted her longsword. Imperial Light Annihilation Slash. The crimson golden blade of light cleaved through the corpulent body of the eternal life magic insect in an instant. Accompanied by the gushing of foul black blood, immense damage values materialized above the eternal life magic insect's head. 123,564, with all buffs applied. Artoria's damage soared to unparalleled heights. With just one Imperial Light Annihilation Slash, she severed a staggering 12,000 health points from the eternal life magic insect. Simultaneously, Ugsar and Kalen unleashed their full might upon the eternal life magic insect. It is noteworthy that Artoria was merely an S-rank hero, while these two had already ascended to SS rank. Thus, their output even surpassed that of Artoria. Moreover, the orc leader and the rose swordsman, just freed from the parasitic flesh, also joined the fray. Although their levels and treasures were somewhat lacking, their combined output remained formidable, especially with Little Black providing support from the rear. They were emboldened to unleash their full power against the boss. Under the relentless assault of the heroes, the health of the eternal life magic insect plummeted. 3 million, 2,500,000, 200,000, 150,000. Despite the insect's fierce will to survive, continually thrashing about, Lin Yuan showed no inclination to spare it. Furthermore, with all its methods dismantled, it had become nothing more than a fish on the chopping block. Finally, as the last sliver of health reached zero, the body of the eternal life magic insect collapsed, utterly unable to rise again. This battle, though arduous, ultimately unfolded without incident. The greatest strength of the eternal life magic insect lay in its parasitic capability. Against it, lacking immunity to control, one was destined to perish. No matter how powerful, one could easily fall into a trap. Fortunately, Lin Yuan possessed 3 exceptionally formidable heroes and held the Heart of Gold, a unique treasure. More importantly, Little Black perfectly countered the abilities of the eternal life magic insect. Even under such circumstances, it took Lin Yuan over half an hour to whittle down the insect's 6 million health. If all went as expected, this eternal life magic insect was likely the guardian of the legendary treasure he had been seeking. Thus, it was probable that the legendary treasure Lin Yuan long sought was indeed within its grasp. Chapter 141, Legendary Treasure, The War Arbitrator. Without needing Lin Yuan to utter a word, Qian Xiaozhuang proactively approached the corpse of the eternal life magic insect, eager to explore. He too yearned to discover whether the legendary treasure resided within the insect. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon Qian Xiaozhuang, filled with anticipation. After all, until now, no one had encountered a legendary treasure. Not only they, but across the entire world, the first legendary treasure had yet to be unveiled. As the pioneers of such an endeavor, how could they not feel exhilarated? However, after a brief span of seconds, Qian Xiaozhuang furrowed his brow and lifted his head. Xunbei playfully punched him, chiding, "You rascal, playing hard to get. Hurry up and reveal the legendary treasure so we can behold it." "It's not that," Qian Xiaozhuang said with a wry smile, This boss didn't he drop a legendary treasure at all? Where am I supposed to show you? No way. Chen Bei exclaimed incredulously, instinctively responding, are you serious? You must be joking. Qian Xiaozhuang retorted, do you really think I would jest about something like this? Besides some rare materials, this boss dropped only 4 diamond-grade treasures and a building blueprint. Following this, Qian Xiaozhuang displayed all the items dropped by the boss in the team channel. The items were undoubtedly valuable. After all, the Eternal Life Magic Insect was a level 120 abyssal boss. Even if it dropped only diamond-grade treasures, they would still possess exceptional attributes. As for the building blueprint, it was for the 8th tier hidden building, Eternal Tomb. Once constructed, it would allow the recruitment of 8th tier hidden units, the Undying. However, despite the plentiful rewards from the Eternal Life Magic Insect, the expressions of the group remained somewhat grim. After all, they had come in search of a legendary treasure. This was akin to dining at a 5-star restaurant only to be served a few home-style dishes. While still edible, it somehow lacked the desired appeal. Qian Xiaozhuang lamented, I'm sorry, boss. Perhaps my luck was just not favorable this time. No need to feel guilty about it. Chen Bei reassured him, patting Qian Xiaozhuang on the shoulder with a carefree demeanor. Perhaps this boss was just in such a hurry that it forgot to bring it along. Qian Xiaozhuang. Forgot to bring it doesn't make any sense? Yet, throughout the entire exchange, Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. Chen Bei couldn't help but marvel silently. The boss truly lives up to the title. Remaining composed even in such circumstances. As the devoted confidant of the leader, how could one refrain from offering a few words of solace in such circumstances? With this thought in mind, Chen Bei promptly approached Lin Yuan. However, before he could utter a word, Lin Yuan's voice resonated in his ear. Have you ever contemplated that the legendary treasure may not have been extracted from this immortal magic worm at all? Chen Bei was momentarily taken aback and instinctively inquired. Then where might it be? Within it, Lin Yuan clarified, his tone grave. Consider this. If you possessed a legendary treasure that required safeguarding, and you had imprisoned this immortal magic worm here to oversee it, where would you place the treasure? Without hesitation, Chen Bei replied, in the safest place. Ideally somewhere no one could find. As those words escaped his lips, he himself was momentarily stunned. The safest and least discoverable location, wasn't that precisely within the body of this immortal magic worm? Just as Chen Bei grasped this realization, Lin Yuan had already issued a command to Yugasar, go. Dissect its corpse. Yugasar, of course, obeyed Lin Yuan's command unconditionally. He swiftly drew forth the bone magic blade and briskly approached the carcass of the immortal magic worm. Commencing his gruesome task, the act of dismemberment was exceedingly bloody. Thus, Lin Yuan refrained from assigning this task to Artoria. After all, she was a young lady. How could one possibly ask a girl to engage in such a repugnant endeavor? Therefore, it fell upon Yugasar, who, as an undead being, was devoid of any aversion to such grotesque tasks. Before long, Yugasar had thoroughly dissected the immortal magic worm's body, becoming coated in its foul, black blood. Yet at this moment, Lin Yuan remained unconcerned with the mess, directly approaching the now exposed carcass to commence his search. At last, within the worm's opened abdomen, Lin Yuan unearthed a magnificent purple-golden treasure chest. This chest, ensnared by iron chains, was composed of an unknown material and, astonishingly, had withstood the corrosive effects of the immortal magic worm's stomach for so long without succumbing to decay. In an instant, all eyes converged upon this purple-golden chest. They understood well that within it likely resided that legendary treasure. As he beheld the chest, Chen Bei could not help but swallow hard. It was fortunate that Lin Yuan had considered matters more thoroughly than they had. Otherwise, they might have narrowly missed the opportunity to acquire this legendary treasure. A thought that would surely haunt them. Soon, everyone gathered before the purple-golden chest. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan commanded Artoria to slice through the iron chains binding the chest. Years of erosion from the immortal magic worm's gastric fluids had rendered the chains utterly deteriorated. Yet, astonishingly, the chest itself bore no signs of corrosion. Although some remnants of gastric fluid clung to the chest, emitting a noxious odor, the group paid it no heed. They were solely focused on uncovering whether the treasure contained within was indeed the legendary artifact. Under the collective gaze of the crowd, Lin Yuan slowly extended his hand and opened the chest. In the next moment, a burst of purple-golden light erupted forth. What materialized before them was a pair of fearsome dragon-head-shaped pauldrons, designed to resemble dragon heads resting upon shoulders. The base color of these pauldrons was a deep purple, adorned with intricate patterns of golden red, and even faintly radiated a soft glow. Upon sighting these pauldrons, every breath in the room momentarily stilled. Without question, these were a legendary artifact. In the subsequent instant, the name of the treasure emerged before them. Legendary artifact, Shoulders of the War Arbiter. Chapter 142, The Clown. The world in shock. Lin Yuan then chose to reveal the attributes of this artifact to the assembled crowd. Shoulders of the War Arbiter. Quality, legendary. Attributes, attack power 700. Defense power 350, strength 150, agility 150, constitution 150, health points 3000, critical hit rate 15, critical hit damage 15, skill damage 15, final damage 15. Additional skill, War Zeal. When activated, each attack by the hero increases attack power by 1, stacking up to 60 layers, lasting for 20 minutes. Cooldown time, 45 minutes. Attached skill, War Shackles. Designates a target, activating War Shackles, which slows the target's movement speed by 35, increases damage taken by 20, and prevents escape beyond a 200-meter radius from the caster. Upon witnessing the attributes of this legendary artifact, the crowd's breaths quickened. Clearly, the properties of this legendary treasure far exceeded their expectations. Just the lengthy list of base attributes was enough to dazzle the eyes. Moreover, this artifact boasted 2 additional skills. War Zeal, needless to say, when fully stacked, could even augment attack power by 60. As for War Shackles, it was undoubtedly a godly technique for one-on-one confrontations, should they encounter mages or archers. This skill could forcibly restrain the opponent. In such a scenario, even if the enemy desired to flee, escape would be impossible. Was this what constituted a legendary artifact? Its attributes were simply extravagant. Shinbei could not help but swallow audibly, vividly illustrating the essence of coveting such a treasure. After all, the attributes of this legendary artifact nearly equaled the combined total of 2 diamond-grade treasures. No wonder legendary artifacts were so exceedingly rare. However, they all understood that this legendary artifact rightfully belonged to Lin Yuan. Just being able to behold it was enough to satisfy Shinbei. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan equipped the shoulders of the War Arbiter onto Yugasar. In truth, this artifact was also well suited for Artoria. However, at present, Yugasar's strength surpassed that of Artoria, enabling him to wield the artifact's power more effectively. Furthermore, Yugasar indeed lacked means to restrict his foes, and the War Shackles skill would aptly fill this gap. Once Yugasar donned the artifact, the world announcement flashed once more. World announcement: Lord of Huaxia, Lin Yuan, becomes the first lord to possess a legendary artifact. Receiving rewards: Random Diamond Strategic Treasure Box X5, Hero Recruitment Order X5. The world channel erupted in excitement once again. Is my vision deceiving me? A legendary artifact has surfaced. I beseech the Great One to share the attributes of the legendary artifact, so we can feast our eyes upon it. Come on. Lin Yuan is notoriously aloof. Do you think he would bother with you? My goodness, Lin Yuan is simply astonishing, even managing to obtain a legendary artifact. I must find a way to get close to Lin Yuan. I am applying to join the Hope Guild right now. Bro, don't be reckless. Do you not know the current state of the Hope Guild? They are surrounded on all sides, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Is that for real? Isn't this the guild established by the illustrious Lin Yuan himself? Would he really sit idly by? As of now, however, Lin Yuan has yet to intervene. It seems he is not particularly invested in the Hope Guild, perhaps having created it merely on a whim. How disheartening. I had thought we were on the brink of witnessing the rise of yet another major guild. Honestly, with all this talk of Lin Yuan, you all are quite sycophantic. Yet I see no sign of him sharing even a dime with you. Soon, members of rival guilds began to emerge in the world channel, mocking and deriding. The Hope Guild is practically being wiped out by us, Fierce Wind. Yet we haven't seen Lin Yuan release so much as a whisper. In my opinion, he is nothing more than a coward, solely concerned with his own interests. If one wishes to join a guild, they would be better off with us, Fierce Wind. Of course, our guild only welcomes those with strength and valor. Those who are both weak and cowardly should crawl away and not obstruct my view. The speaker was none other than the vice president of the Fierce Wind Guild, Lai Chang'e. To attain such a position within a mid-sized guild indicates that he possesses some degree of skill. No wonder he speaks with such arrogance. However, his scornful remarks toward the Hope Guild were not without purpose. He aimed to leverage the fame of Hope to promote their own Fierce Wind Guild. Any notoriety, even if negative, is preferable to obscurity. It must be said, Lai Chang'e's strategy was remarkably astute. However, he likely did not realize that Lin Yuan had taken note of his every word. A cold smile crept across Lin Yuan's lips. He held such gestures in utter disregard. If one wishes to ascend by trampling upon the Hope Guild, they must first prove their worth. Subsequently, Lin Yuan chose to share the attributes of the shoulders of the War Judicator in the World Channel. You desire to see the attributes of a legendary item? Consider it done. Instantly, the World Channel erupted like a stone cast into a pond, creating ripples of excitement. Holy moly, holy moly, holy moly. Brother, I understand your shock, but your vocabulary is sorely lacking. Is this truly a legendary item? The attributes are utterly absurd. It even comes with 2 skills. How terrifying. If War's Passion is fully stacked, that's a 60 boost to attack power. Isn't that akin to flying with such output? And that War Shackles is like a dog leash, both slowing down and restricting range. If it wraps around your neck, escape is impossible. Good grief. I now understand that the gap between people is even greater than that between man and dog. Why should the first legendary item appear in your Huaxia? It isn't fair. What? East Japan's pathetic dogs are throwing a tantrum again? Oh, my Huaxia friend, should you wish to sell this legendary item, feel free to discuss it with me. I assure you, under the auspices of the Morgan Consortium, I will offer you a satisfactory price. Moments later, the world channel was inundated with messages, all fervently discussing the legendary item Lin Yuan had just revealed. Meanwhile, Lai Chang'e seemed to have been forgotten, like an ant crushed beneath a wheel. Chapter 143. What if I declare war on you? Just then, Lin Yuan spoke once more. By the way, where is that brother who called me a coward? Upon hearing this, Lai Chang'e's face turned a ghastly shade of green. He had clearly not anticipated that Lin Yuan would genuinely take notice of him, let alone hold a grudge. However, this was not entirely unfavorable for him. If he could successfully provoke Lin Yuan, their fierce wind guild would gain significant notoriety. With this in mind, Lai Chang'e boldly declared, I stand by my words. You are a coward. What of your strength? Your hope guild is destined for annihilation. And yet you have remained silent. In my view, with a leader like you, the hope guild might as well disband. Coward. Following Lai Chang'e's proclamation, the world channel erupted once again. Brother, have you always been this courageous? With this move, I shall burn extra paper money for you during Qingming next year. This guy is real. He dares to speak his mind. Front row selling peanuts, sunflower seeds, and bottled water. I've already brought my little stool to wait for Lin Yuan's response. If he doesn't reply soon, the hope guild might as well dissolve. Indeed, others were already revving up their insults. If Lin Yuan were to back down now, it would be utterly absurd. Yet, I heard that there were a total of 21 guilds allied against him. No matter how strong Lin Yuan is, can he truly handle them all alone? After all, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. I'm not sure how the hope guild became the target of so many. At that moment, Lin Yuan finally spoke. The reason I did not engage with you earlier was simply that I had unfinished business at hand. Now that I am done, it is time to deal with you. How about starting with you? Do you dare to accept? Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, the crowd erupted with excitement once more. They had anticipated that Lin Yuan would not let this slide. Even if he didn't care about the fate of the Hope Guild, this was now a matter of his own pride. However, Lai Chang'e retorted with a cold laugh. Lin Yuan, I admit you are powerful. Yet, you are not the only one targeting the Hope Guild. There are not just we, Fierce Wind Guild alone. If you truly have the courage, declare war on all 21 of our guilds, rather than fixating solely on me. I may not match you in a duel, but what of it? Besides satisfying your pathetic pride, nothing will change. The Hope Guild is fated to be extinguished. After passionately delivering these words, a smirk of satisfaction crossed Lai Chang'e's face. He was clever enough to bind his fate to that of the other guilds, knowing full well he was no match for Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan dared to act against him, it would mean declaring war on 21 guilds. Moreover, their objective was to hinder Lin Yuan's growth. Lai Chang'e believed that after this incident, he would achieve great fame. After all, he was stepping up on the back of Lin Yuan. Although his methods were somewhat unscrupulous, the goal had been achieved. However, at that moment, Lin Yuan spoke again. I think you must have misunderstood. I never intended to challenge you to a duel. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, everyone present was taken aback. What did this mean? Was Lin Yuan about to back down? Yet, Lin Yuan continued with his next statement. Because you are simply unworthy. Those 4 words struck Lai Chang'e like steel needles, piercing deeply into his heart. This was not mere disdain, it was indifference. Lin Yuan had never regarded him as worthy of his attention. Originally, I had not decided whom I should deal with first, since you have so eagerly jumped forward. Starting tomorrow, the Fierce Wind Guild shall no longer be necessary. To obliterate you, I alone am sufficient. Upon reading these words, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. They clearly did not expect Lin Yuan to be so domineering. With such casual remarks, he had effortlessly determined the fate of an entire guild. To annihilate you all, a single individual suffices. What a display of dominance. What an exhibition of confidence. By the way, you inquire why I hesitate to declare war upon your alliance of 21 guilds. Simply put, I have not regarded you with any seriousness. Since you were so eager for me to declare war, I shall comply. I hope the 21 guilds listen attentively. Henceforth, I shall officially declare war on your behalf as the representative of the Hope Guild. All members of your guild, regardless of whether they have ever crossed paths with the Hope Guild, will be deemed as adversaries, to be completely eradicated without mercy. Should you wish to avoid entanglement in this conflict, withdraw promptly from your guild. Do not interfere, or you shall be regarded as enemies and dealt with accordingly. Consider this a fair warning. In an instant, the world channel erupted in chaos. Particularly within the realm of Huaxia, a tremendous uproar ensued. Lin Yuan has declared war. In the name of the president of the Hope Guild, Lin Yuan has formally declared war on the alliance of 21 guilds. Goodness, this is utterly exhilarating. I said, Lin Yuan would never swallow this insult quietly. Lin Yuan is magnificent. I have long viewed these guilds with disdain. They possess no real skill, yet excel at bullying others through their numbers. However, it must be said, this is indeed an entire 21 guilds. Can Lin Yuan truly contend with them all? Regardless, I am merely a spectator, eager to witness the true strength of the divine Lin Yuan. Ha ha ha, how true that is. Thanks to the 21 guilds and the reckless provocateur Lai Chang'e, we are finally able to witness the prowess of the great Lin Yuan. I am in stitches. Lai Chang'e must be flustered. having initially intended to merely engage in some casual banter, only to find himself in direct conflict. After declaring war, Lin Yuan promptly closed the world chat channel. He then turned to Li Bingqiu and said, "Send me the roster of the Lifeng Guild and their precise coordinates." Li Bingqiu nodded in understanding. "Understood, I will handle it immediately. How long will it take?" 3 hours. "Very well, I shall grant them 3 hours." Lin Yuan's tone was exceedingly calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, Li Bingqiu understood that Lin Yuan was indeed serious about taking action. Chapter 144. I alone am sufficient to obliterate you. Soon, Lin Yuan and his party departed from the dark labyrinth. Along the way, Chen Bei expressed his desire to join the battle, but Lin Yuan firmly declined his request. The reasoning was simple. Lin Yuan had declared his intent to single-handedly annihilate the entire Lifeng Guild. Since he had made that proclamation, he would undoubtedly see it through. Thus, Lin Yuan advised Chen Bei to conserve his strength. After all, there were still 21 guilds awaiting them after the destruction of the Lifeng Guild. For a battle-hungry individual like Chen Bei, this was indeed a grand opportunity. He could hardly contain his eagerness to slaughter these oblivious fools, while following their leader was exhilarating. Spending too much time beside Lin Yuan often led to existential doubts. After all, Lin Yuan's strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Moreover, the tasks they undertook alongside him were consistently hidden missions, challenging high-level bosses, and traversing perilous locations like the Dark Labyrinth. In such circumstances, Chen Bei even developed the illusion that perhaps he was too weak. However, in comparison to ordinary lords, Chen Bei's abilities were still quite impressive. He was not only a 6th-tier lord but also commanded an S-rank hero, the Orc Commander, and possessed an array of high-tier treasures. In a direct confrontation, Chen Bei could easily overpower 90% of the lords within Huaxia. Therefore, when Lin Yuan declared war, Chen Bei felt no fear. Rather, he exuded immense excitement. To him, this was an opportunity to assert his confidence through combat. Li Bingqiu's efficiency remained consistently high. In less than 2 hours, detailed intelligence regarding the Lifeng Guild began to flow into Lin Yuan's possession. The Lifeng Guild boasted 1 president and 2 vice presidents. The president, Lai Tianfeng, was a 7th-tier orc lord. The 2 vice presidents, including Lai Chang'e, were both 6th-tier lords. In addition to the president and vice presidents, the Lifeng Guild comprised 212 core members and 344 ordinary members, totaling nearly 700 lords. Frankly speaking, the scale of the Lifeng Guild positioned it as a prominent contender among mid-sized guilds. With further development, it could swiftly ascend to the status of a large guild. Before long, Lin Yuan located the coordinates of Lai Chang'e within the intelligence provided by Li Bingqiu. Truthfully, the distance from his current location was not insignificant. Even if he teleported from the nearest main city, it would likely take the better part of a day. Nevertheless, having identified him as a target, Lin Yuan would not allow him to escape so easily. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan led his troops directly toward Lai Chang'e's territory. After a long day of travel, Lin Yuan finally arrived at the outskirts of Lai Chang'e's domain. Perhaps anticipating Lin Yuan's impending assault, Lai Chang'e had already made thorough preparations. Within his territory, a total of 47 lords from the Lifeng Guild had gathered. These lords were predominantly ranked above 5th tier, representing the elite of their guild. Even the president, Lai Tianfeng, had chosen to take the field personally, leading his troops to maintain a stronghold within Lai Chang'e's territory. After all, Lai Chang'e was a vice president of their guild. If Lin Yuan were to wipe him out, the reputation of the Lifeng Guild would plummet. Hence, they were determined to protect Lai Chang'e from Lin Yuan's grasp at all costs. Outside of Lai Chang'e's territory, numerous lords had also congregated. Most of these lords had come merely to witness the spectacle. For them, this was a monumental battle. Whether Lin Yuan's title as the foremost lord in Huaxia was merited hinged entirely on his performance in this clash. As Lin Yuan's figure came into view, the crowd erupted into excitement. He has arrived, he has come. Ha ha ha, I knew I could catch a glimpse of the great Lin Yuan. This was their first close encounter with the divine, and though they felt a twinge of nervousness, they noted that Lin Yuan appeared much younger and even quite handsome than they had anticipated. Brothers, don't forget to record this spectacular battle. I have already started a live stream. I'm sure I'll receive a bounty of gifts later. How did I not think of that? I should start a live stream too. Look at the sheer number of skeleton warriors behind the great Lin Yuan. I recall he is a human lord, right? This is an astonishingly vast army of skeletons. It seems endless. Hee, what is so surprising? Aren't skeleton warriors typically used as cannon fodder? I could easily wipe out thousands of them. But somehow, I feel that the skeletons following the great Lin Yuan are not quite ordinary. Amidst the chatter, Lin Yuan led his troops to the brink of Lai Chang'e's territory. The forces were at the gates, an astounding multitude exuding an overwhelming pressure. No one had anticipated the sheer size of Lin Yuan's army. Lai Chang'e gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. There's no need to panic. His high-tier troops must also be limited. Those skeletal soldiers, though numerous in appearance, are likely nothing more than cannon fodder, merely intended to intimidate. As Lin Yuan's army approached to a certain distance, The defensive structures of the territory were soon concentrated upon by fire. 2 arrow towers relentlessly unleashed a barrage of arrows towards Lin Yuan's troops. However, to Lin Yuan, the damage inflicted by these 2 towers was hardly even a tickle to his forces. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan extended his hand and calmly commanded, "Destroy them." In the next moment, the fire mages behind him immediately obeyed his order and began to chant incantations. In an instant, hundreds of blazing fireballs surged forth towards the 2 arrow towers. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a series of thunderous roars, the 2 towers were instantly reduced to ruins. Even the city walls bore several gaping holes from the onslaught. It was at this moment that Lai Chang'e realized that, before Lin Yuan, his defensive structures were as fragile as mere paper, utterly incapable of withstanding an assault. Since they could not rely on the advantage of their defenses, the only way to defeat Lin Yuan was to engage him in direct confrontation. Chapter 145. What is the point of fighting? As Lin Yuan's forces drew ever closer, Lai Tianfeng could no longer contain his anxiety and said, "Chang'e, take a few men and charge ahead to test that boy's strength." All right. Lai Chang'e bit his lip, reluctant but ultimately acquiescing, for this predicament was of his own making. Soon, Lai Chang'e selected several lords and spoke solemnly, "Brothers, there is nothing to fear. If we can truly topple Lin Yuan this time, we shall all gain renown." Without further ado, he commanded, "Let us charge out together." With Lai Chang'e's order, a large contingent surged forth from the city gates, charging towards Lin Yuan's army. Seeing the enemy daring to initiate an attack, the fire mages behind Lin Yuan began to chant their spells once more. A deluge of fireballs was unleashed upon the advancing foes. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds, the fireballs cast by the mages were all intercepted by the towering rock giants at the forefront. Furthermore, this barrage merely chipped away at the health of the rock giants, inflicting minimal casualties upon the enemy. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of joy flickered in Lai Chang'e's eyes. These rock giants were his 6th-tier troops, boasting formidable magical defenses. He had initially anticipated that these fire mages would possess terrifying destructive power, yet they proved to be far less formidable than he imagined. It seemed that the so-called number 1 in Huaxiao was merely a hollow title, not nearly as fearsome as he had envisioned. With this thought, Lai Chang'e's confidence surged, and he commanded, "Everyone, maintain formation. Let my rock giants lead the charge while your ranged units provide support." However, just as Lai Chang'e finished speaking, a multitude of crimson figures suddenly emerged from behind their ranks. They were the Blood Moon Elves. With astonishing speed, they darted through the rear, their daggers glinting like crescent moons of blood. It is worth noting that the Blood Moon Elves were not only the strongest assassins of the elven race, but also a 7th-tier hidden troop, their attack power undeniably formidable. Each strike of their crimson daggers could effortlessly claim the life of a ranged unit. In the presence of these Blood Moon Elves, the fragile ranged troops seemed as insubstantial as straw, merely waiting to be harvested. Due to their unique characteristics, the Blood Moon Elves had not showcased much presence in boss battles. Yet now, they resembled ferocious beasts bearing their fangs. Damn it, when did these elven assassins sneak in? Lai Chang'e exclaimed in surprise and fury. Under such circumstances, maintaining their previous battle plan was no longer feasible. He made a decisive call, "Forget everything else. Charge straight through the front lines." At this moment, Lai Chang'e failed to realize that this would be the most grievous mistake he could make. Just as he would never have imagined that the fire mages, as 5th-tier hidden troops, were merely the weakest faction under Lin Yuan's command. Under Lai Chang'e's orders, his army immediately surged forth towards Lin Yuan. Observing this scene, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lai Chang'e would dare to confront him head-on. Who had given him such courage? Liang Jingru. However, since the enemy was so proactive, it would indeed be remiss of him not to treat them appropriately. With this thought, Lin Yuan promptly issued a command to his troops to initiate an attack with the skeletal army. Soon, the 2 armies clashed in close combat. Lai Chang'e had initially believed that his forces would effortlessly crush Lin Yuan's skeletal army. However, the ensuing spectacle shattered his worldview. A rock giant charged towards the skeletal king, roaring as it raised its arms high, its colossal fists crashing down like a hammer. Yet, before the attack could land, the skeletal king swung its black broadsword, cleaving towards the giant's chest. With a swift whoosh, the black broadsword sliced through the rock giant's chest as easily as a hot knife through butter. 5,641. A staggering damage value appeared above the rock giant's head, reducing its health by nearly 2/3. Witnessing this scene, everyone present involuntarily gasped in shock. What in the world was this damage? Are you sure this is a skeletal soldier? Am I seeing things? Why does this rock giant seem as fragile as paper? Good heavens. Can such damage really be dealt by a skeletal soldier? This is insane. Lin Yuan is too formidable. This directly shatters my perception. As a fun fact, there are still tens of thousands of those powerful skeletons in Lin Yuan's army. How tragic. I've decided to observe a moment of silence for the brothers of Lai Feng. No one expected that the skeletal soldiers, long regarded as mere cannon fodder, could unleash such astonishing destructive power. Soon, they realized that these skeletal soldiers were indeed markedly different from ordinary skeletons. The skeletal soldiers before them were towering figures, wielding heavy swords, clad in black armor, and even adorned with a decayed crown, exuding an air of regality. It is essential to note that the skeletal king itself is a 7th-tier unit, enhanced by attributes of heroes and treasures, rendering its capabilities comparable to those of ordinary 8th-tier units. In such circumstances, facing 6th-tier rock giants, it was a clear case of dimensional suppression. Once the skeletal king demonstrated its true prowess, the members of the Lifephone Guild, led by Lai Chang'e, fell into profound despair. After all, the skeletal king before them was not only incredibly powerful, but also numbered at least 20 to 30,000. Whether in terms of quantity or quality, they were utterly overwhelmed. What is the point of fighting indeed? However, what awaited them was even more despairing. In the midst of battle, the skeleton king unleashed his inherent abilities, continuously summoning skeletal warriors. In an instant, an army of over 200,000 skeletons surged forth like a tidal wave, seemingly intent on engulfing them completely. Chapter 146. One punch to break the ice, to avoid 100 punches in return. Within a mere 5 minutes, the formidable forces under Lai Chang'e were utterly obliterated. Remarkably, throughout the conflict, the heroes under Lin Yuan's command had yet to reveal themselves. It is well known that Lin Yuan possesses 2 SS-level heroes, a fact that has not gone unnoticed. Lai Chang'e's expression turned ashen, akin to that of ash. It dawned upon him the vast chasm that lay between himself and Lin Yuan. Now he found himself entirely decimated, his forces decimated beyond recognition. Yet, this was not the most terrifying aspect. The most dreadful realization was that even if they pooled the entirety of their guild's strength, they could not contend with Lin Yuan. Truth be told, prior to this moment, Lai Chang'e had not believed that anyone could single-handedly rival an entire guild. However, after witnessing Lin Yuan's might firsthand, his conviction began to waver. The power Lin Yuan displayed was indeed profoundly fearsome. Within the territory, Lai Tianfeng's countenance darkened considerably. To be frank, he had shared the same aspirations as Lai Chang'e, hoping to leverage this opportunity to elevate the Lifephone Guild to prominence. Who could have foreseen that the adversary they had provoked, Lin Yuan, was nothing short of a harbinger of death? Nearly 10 lords united, with tens of thousands of troops, crumbled before Lin Yuan in less than 5 minutes. Lai Tianfeng was on the brink of madness. What manner of monster was this before him? Nevertheless, even in such dire circumstances, he chose not to resign himself to despair, but instead began contacting allied guilds, urging them to dispatch reinforcements as swiftly as possible. Should Lin Yuan annihilate them single-handedly here, it would be an immense humiliation. The development of their guild would suffer greatly. Thus, they must, by all means, hold the line against Lin Yuan's onslaught. Even if they could not hold out, they would grit their teeth and endure. With this in mind, Lai Tianfeng stepped forth from the territory to confront Lin Yuan. Clapping his hands, he smiled and remarked, "Brother Lin Yuan, you truly live up to the title of the foremost figure in Huaxia. Your reputation precedes you, and witnessing you in person is indeed a revelation." However, in response to Lai Tianfeng's flattery, Lin Yuan retorted bluntly, "Are we so familiar?" Upon uttering these words, Lai Tianfeng's smile faltered, frozen in place. "I seem to recall that when you ruthlessly slaughtered members of the Hope Guild, I did not see you engage in such idle chatter." Lin Yuan continued with a sardonic smile. "What is it now? Are you seeking to negotiate because you see your defeat looming? Or perhaps you wish to buy some time?" After Lin Yuan had deftly exposed his intentions, Lai Tianfeng's expression soured. His aim was indeed to stall for time. After all, it would take time for allied guilds to send reinforcements. However, he had not anticipated Lin Yuan's astuteness, which allowed him to see through his intentions so easily. Lin Yuan then calmly stated, "Since we are both aware of the situation, there is no need for pretense. You merely wish to wait for reinforcements, correct? Very well. I shall wait with you." At these words, a look of astonishment crossed Lai Tianfeng's face. He had clearly not expected Lin Yuan to respond in such a manner. After a moment of silence, Lai Tianfeng replied in a low voice, "You will pay dearly for your arrogance." Lin Yuan, however, waved his hand dismissively. "Depart now, and when you have gathered your forces, return to share your futile words with me." Lai Tianfeng, his expression fluctuating between anger and embarrassment, departed. Although Lin Yuan's words were humiliating, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. After all, should they engage in battle now, their forces would stand no chance against Lin Yuan. Thus, they had to endure. They would bide their time until the allied guilds arrived, and then settle the score with Lin Yuan. Seeing that Lin Yuan chose not to continue his assault on the territory, the onlookers were left in a state of confusion. What was happening? Were they truly negotiating? What a farce. The esteemed Lin Yuan held an overwhelming advantage. How could there be any thought of negotiation? "I heard that Lin Yuan is giving them time to summon reinforcements." Hiss, such a maneuver. He does not regard them as worthy adversaries at all. This is becoming quite the spectacle. Thank goodness I came today. Otherwise, I would have missed this grand performance. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Lin Yuan remained exceptionally composed. He intended for this matter to escalate, and the greater the commotion, the better. One punch to break the ice, to avoid 100 punches in return. If he did not seize this opportunity to establish his authority, there would surely be more fools seeking to trouble him in the future. If a fight was to occur, let it be a thorough one. If he was to kill, let it be swift. Time ticked by, each second passing with deliberation. Gradually, reinforcements from other guilds began to arrive. In less than 3 hours, 50 or 60 lords, accompanied by their troops, had come to offer support. These lords were all elite members from major guilds, each having developed at least tier 5 units. In light of these developments, the forces gathered within the territory grew increasingly formidable. The fervor surrounding this event also escalated rapidly. In fact, within the livestream of this battle, millions were tuning in simultaneously. The conflict had yet to commence, yet millions were already present in the stream. What a terrifying prospect. It is no exaggeration to say that once the great battle erupted, the number of viewers in the livestream would surely surpass 100 million in no time. Consider that the entire population of Huaxia is merely a little over 1 billion. This means that 1 in every 10 people was paying attention to this event. As time continued to elapse, the spectators grew increasingly impatient. Would they fight or not? Are these 21 guilds truly so cowardly? Over 100 members have arrived, yet not a single word is uttered. They boasted grandly before the battle, yet now they are rendered silent. To see Lin Yuan standing at their doorstep while they cower like turtles, it's utterly laughable. Brothers, let us wait a bit longer. At this rate, they won't dare to emerge without at least 200 or 300 people. Listening to the scornful jibes from the crowd, the lords led by Lai Tianfeng felt their teeth grinding in frustration. They were all elites from various guilds and had never faced such humiliation before. Yet, in this situation, no matter how embarrassing it was, they could only choose to endure. After all, they had already witnessed Lin Yuan's strength. If they did not possess absolute certainty, they would never dare to engage him. For them, this was a gamble with everything on the line. If they lost now, not only would the Lai Feng guild suffer, but the reputations of all their guilds would be ground into the dust. Chapter 147. A million troops, the great battle commences. Finally, the number of lords gathered within the territory had reached 240. These lords hailed from various guilds and had rushed to respond to Lai Tianfeng's call for aid. Li Tianfeng surveyed his surroundings, his voice resonating with gravity as he addressed the assembly. Esteemed comrades, I am profoundly grateful for your presence. Your kindness will forever be etched in the annals of our Lai Feng Guild. However, we now stand united against a common adversary, Lin Yuan. If we can vanquish him, the Hope Guild will pose no further threat to us. Moreover, the promises made by President Lin shall be fulfilled in due course. At that moment, we shall ascend to the ranks of the elite guilds and become the sovereigns of this era. It must be said, Li Tianfeng possessed an undeniable talent for rallying spirits. His impassioned oration ignited a spark of fervor in the hearts of all present. Rest assured, President Li, with over 200 lords at our disposal, can we not subdue a mere Lin Yuan? One declared. Indeed, today he shall find no refuge. Another echoed. What of the so-called strongest in Huaxia? We shall erase him entirely. Observing the fervent crowd and the imposing army behind them, Li Tianfeng felt a surge of exhilaration. Then let us charge into battle and obliterate our foes. In a moment, over 200 lords, accompanied by their forces, surged forth from their territories. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent, eliciting gasps of awe from the onlookers. At that moment, only one thought occupied their minds. Could Lin Yuan truly withstand the combined assault of over 200 lords? Yet, as he beheld the unfolding scene, a subtle smile crept across Lin Yuan's lips. Finally eager to meet your demise, without hesitation, Lin Yuan issued his command. All troops, advance. Instantly, the skeletal army surged forth like a torrent, engulfing the battlefield. The sheer number of over 200,000 skeletal warriors was enough to instill dread. Faced with this sight, Li Tianfeng bellowed, do not fear. The majority of these skeletons are low tier. Only those adorned with decaying crowns are of higher rank. Distinguish accordingly. Upon hearing his words, the lords who followed him shook off their shock. After all, they were the elite of various guilds, more than capable of handling such low-tier adversaries. Their high-tier units would effortlessly decimate these cannon fodder skeletons. It appeared that Lin Yuan's forces were not composed solely of elite troops. Their combined strength had even surpassed 1 million. In light of this, the lords regained their confidence. What could Lin Yuan accomplish against such overwhelming numbers? However, at that moment, Lin Yuan's heroes began to enter the fray. Artoria, brandishing her long sword, unleashed a barrage of strikes, moving with such speed that she left afterimages in her wake. In mere moments, she carved a bloody path through the battlefield. Meanwhile, Ugsel unsheathed his bone blade, summoning skeletal giants to join the fray, nearly unstoppable in their advance. As for Chiron, the situation became even more alarming. Chiron wielded the formidable abilities of Dark Life Drain and Dark Torrent, chanting incantations. The dark grimoire surrounding Chiron began to flutter rapidly. In the next instant, a torrent of colossal dark energy surged forth, inundating the battlefield with innumerable damage values. As an SS-ranked hero with unparalleled magical attack prowess, Chiron's Dark Torrent rendered any units below 7th tier utterly defenseless, obliterating thousands of enemy combatants in a single sweep. Moreover, the cooldown for Dark Torrent was remarkably brief, lasting only 3 minutes. In the grand scheme of this massive conflict, Chiron's impact was arguably greater than that of Artoria or Ugsel. However, the enemy soon recognized this threat. Li Tianfeng roared, "Focus fire on his mage hero." Instantly, a multitude of attacks and skills rained down upon Chiron, causing his health to plummet. After all, Chiron was merely a mage and lacked robust defenses. Yet, before they could celebrate, Chiron unleashed his skill, Dark Life Drain. Countless tendrils of dark energy snaked towards the surrounding enemies, siphoning their life force into Chiron, restoring his health to full. Witnessing this spectacle, the lords were left aghast. What manner of hero was this? How could he be so extraordinarily powerful? Their concentrated fire had failed to match the amount of health Chiron regained with a single ability. Was this not a violation of fairness? It was evident that the 3 heroes under Lin Yuan were each more formidable than the last. Apart from 7th tier units that could momentarily restrain them, all others fell before these 3 like wheat before the scythe. As they beheld Artoria and Ugsel carving through the enemy ranks and Chiron wreaking havoc like a magical artillery, Li Tianfeng's expression darkened. After a brief hesitation, he resolved to change tactics. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Forget about his heroes. Concentrate our fire on his troops. I refuse to believe we cannot eliminate him with our numbers." As the guild leader, Li Tianfeng possessed a broader perspective. Since they could not restrain Lin Yuan's heroes, they would disregard them entirely. Their amassed forces exceeded 1,000,000. Regardless of how powerful those 3 heroes were, how many could they truly eliminate? It was more prudent to focus on annihilating Lin Yuan's main forces. Once Lin Yuan was left isolated, even if he possessed extraordinary abilities, he would not be able to turn the tide. Chapter 148. Why are there more enemies? Upon making his decision, Lin Yuan swiftly discerned the enemy's tactical intent. They were determined to eliminate his main forces at any cost. A cold smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Their intentions were commendable, but ultimately too naive. Nevertheless, if they wished to play, he would gladly indulge them. The battle raged on. The skeletal kings exhibited formidable prowess, with each capable of trading blows with 10 or more enemy 5th and 6th tier units. The flame mages transformed into magical artillery, incinerating vast swathes of the enemy forces with a mere flick of their wrists. The royal griffins, leveraging their aerial advantage, incessantly harassed the enemy from above. Meanwhile, the blood moon elves darted through the enemy ranks like phantoms, ensuring that every dagger that struck found its mark in an adversary's heart. The sole regret lies in the insufficient numbers of the royal griffins and blood moon elves. Their presence in this grand-scale battle has rendered only a modest toll on the enemy. Were their ranks to swell to 5,000 or even 10,000, they would undoubtedly become a nightmarish force for the adversary's ranged units. Although Lin Yuan commands an exceptionally formidable army, Li Tianfeng's forces possess an overwhelming numerical superiority. After all, there are a staggering 240 lords gathered together on Li Tianfeng's side. Even if each lord commands a mere 5,000 troops, their combined might would still amount to no less than 120,000 soldiers. Such a colossal figure. It is simply inconceivable for Lin Yuan to contend against them alone. The observing lords around began to discern the dire situation, engaging in hushed discussions. It appears that the esteemed Lin Yuan is facing considerable adversity. Alas, the opposing side has shamelessly resorted to a tactic of sheer numbers. Over 200 lords and more than 1,000,000 troops. Who could withstand such an onslaught? Even in defeat, Lin Yuan would still retain his honor. Indeed, for his audacity to accept this battle, I cannot help but admire his courage. Should Lin Yuan endure this trial, I would undoubtedly choose to join the Hope Guild. Alas, let us hope for that to come to pass. On the battlefield, Lin Yuan's forces are gradually being devoured. Even the little black beast has joined the fray. With a fierce roar, the black creature expands, transforming into a colossal beast the size of a heavy truck. It dawned on Lin Yuan that this was the true form of the little black beast. Its usual fluffy and petite appearance was merely a facade of cuteness. Moreover, the combat prowess of the black beast is formidable, rivaling that of a level 50 boss. To ensure its survival amidst the chaos, Lin Yuan dispatched 20 priests to accompany it. The moment the little black beast's health begins to wane, these priests would immediately shower it with healing spells, swiftly restoring its vitality. This only fueled the beast's audacious spirit as it rampaged across the battlefield like a ferocious monster. Despite the staggering casualties among his troops, excitement glimmered in Li Tianfeng's eyes. For Lin Yuan's army is soon to be entirely consumed. They intend to demonstrate to Lin Yuan that even a horde of ants can bring down an elephant. Fellow warriors, press on. He shall soon crumble. For Li Tianfeng, defeating Lin Yuan would elevate both his personal prestige and the reputation of the Fierce Wind Guild to unprecedented heights. In such circumstances, it is no wonder that Lai Tianfeng appears so exhilarated. Moreover, Lin Yuan's forces have dwindled to less than 10,000. The dawn of victory is manifest before them. These lords are brimming with fervor. Observing the exuberant assembly of lords before him, a faint smile crept across Lin Yuan's lips. He relishes witnessing his enemies descend from the heights of glory into the abyss of despair. Calculating the time, it was nearly ripe. Lin Yuan gazed upon the battlefield, now carpeted with the bodies of fallen foes, a staggering count reaching into the hundreds of thousands. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the skull of the Skeleton King from his pack. The lords present would soon grasp the folly of employing a tactic of sheer numbers against him. Lin Yuan softly uttered, "Let the sacrifices commence." No sooner had he spoken than thousands of black magical circles erupted across the battlefield. A dense aura of necromancy enveloped the entire area. In an instant, all present lords were left momentarily stunned. No one could fathom the occurrence before them. Lai Tianfeng, ever vigilant, promptly cautioned, "Everyone, be careful. Do not approach these magical circles." Yet, regardless of his warnings, they proved futile. For these black circles were not aimed at them, but rather targeted the corpses strewn across the battlefield. As the black magical circles emerged, the bodies began to sink slowly into their depths. One by one, skeletal soldiers crawled forth from the black circles, merging and transforming until they finally materialized as powerful skeleton kings. Good heavens, so this is how Lin Yuan's high-tier skeleton soldiers are summoned. Utilizing the corpses to create skeleton soldiers? Is this truly possible? If that is the case, with so many corpses on the battlefield, he could potentially raise an army of hundreds of thousands of skeletons. I knew Lin Yuan appeared unperturbed for a reason. He has a trump card up his sleeve. This is no mere trump card. It is clearly the final straw that breaks the camel's back. One can only wonder at the psychological impact on the opposing lords. Indeed, no one could have anticipated that Lin Yuan possessed such a secret weapon. Just as Lai Tianfeng prepared to lead his forces in a relentless pursuit to eradicate Lin Yuan's troops, the situation took a startling turn. Through the skull of the Skeleton King, Lin Yuan successfully transformed the corpses into a staggering 20,000 skeleton kings. Gazing upon this scene, every lord, including Lai Tianfeng, was instantly left aghast. What in the world is happening? After all their efforts, after so many casualties, Lin Yuan's skeleton army only seems to multiply. Chapter 149, I will personally join you in battle. After transforming into 20,000 skeleton kings, Lin Yuan raised his head and smiled, addressing the lords, "My friends, why have you stopped? I rather enjoyed your previous enthusiasm. Please, regain your vigor. Did you not claim you would wipe me out? Why the silence now? If you do not resume your assault, I shall prepare to counterattack." The lords, their morale on the brink of collapse, were nearly driven to vomit blood in response to Lin Yuan's taunt. Are you truly playing fair? Yet, ironically, it was they who could not handle the heat. After all, they were the ones who had shamelessly gathered 240 lords to besiege Lin Yuan. Despite their overwhelming numerical advantage, they found themselves utterly outmatched by Lin Yuan alone. Realizing this, despair began to settle in their hearts. With a cold wave of his hand, Lin Yuan issued a chilling command: annihilate them. The coalition led by Lai Tianfeng had already suffered horrendous losses in the preceding battles. After Lin Yuan summoned yet another 20,000 skeleton kings, the morale of the coalition shattered completely, for they could no longer see any hope of victory. Even if they poured every last ounce of strength into eradicating this new army of skeleton kings, what assurance had they that Lin Yuan would not summon yet another 20,000? It dawned on them that the chasm between them and Lin Yuan was insurmountable. The man before them was an adversary they could never hope to conquer. With this realization, Lai Tianfeng felt as though his heart had plummeted into an icy abyss. After this battle, Lin Yuan's fame would soar to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, their 21 guilds would become the subject of ridicule. To exploit numerical superiority was an act deemed despicable by all. However, what is more humiliating than attempting to overpower the few with the many is the failure to even best one's adversaries. Under such circumstances, the outcome of this battle was virtually devoid of suspense. Even if they possessed several 100,000 troops, it merely served to indulge Lin Yuan in his slaughter. This expedition was truly worthwhile. Who could have anticipated that the esteemed Lin Yuan would possess such formidable strength? Undoubtedly, it is needless to say that Lin Yuan is indeed powerful. After all, he is the man who has taken the world by storm with public announcements. It stirred my very blood. This is the quintessence of 1 against 100. From this day forth, Lin Yuan shall undeniably be recognized as the foremost lord of Huaxia. Anyone who dares to contest this should step forth and try their luck against him. This grand battle left the onlookers thoroughly exhilarated. Even those who were not present bore witness to Lin Yuan's prowess, with over 100 million lords tuning in via livestream. Although many among them had long been acquainted with Lin Yuan's name, it was only today that they truly comprehended the extent of his terrifying might. Alone, he faced 240 elite lords and emerged triumphantly. A miraculous victory indeed. Half an hour later, the grand battle came to a definitive close. The coalition forces led by Lai Tianfeng were utterly defeated, scattering in disarray. Although Lin Yuan yearned to pursue them, the enemy's retreat was too dispersed, and he lacked the means to intercept them effectively. Consequently, some lords managed to escape with their troops. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan successfully annihilated nearly 70% of the opposing forces. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing freely. Remarkably, Lin Yuan made excellent use of all the bodies, transforming them entirely into skeletal warriors. Following the conclusion of this conflict, the number of his skeletal warriors increased, reaching an astonishing 32,000. Yet, this victory did not come without its costs. Many other units under his command perished in battle. The royal griffins were nearly obliterated. The Blood Moon elves suffered losses of nearly 2/3. Even the well-guarded fire mages saw almost half of their number fall. As for the other units, their losses were even more severe. Fortunately, despite incurring substantial sacrifices, Lin Yuan achieved his ultimate objective. Through this extreme demonstration, he proved his overwhelming strength to all. If all goes as anticipated, there shall be no one daring to provoke the Hope Guild for some time to come. After all, opposing the Hope Guild places one squarely against Lin Yuan, and his wrath is not something to be trifled with. Within the borders of Huaxia, in a concealed dungeon, the guild leader stood surrounded by cleared monsters, prepared to confront the boss. A young 7th-tier lord approached a middle-aged man with a respectful demeanor. However, the latter seemed oblivious to the young lord's words, fixated on something ahead. After a moment's hesitation, the young lord chose to step aside, knowing that, at such a time, it was best not to disturb the leader. If all went as expected, the leader was undoubtedly engrossed in watching the live stream. Truth be told, had he not been engaged in dungeon exploration, he too would have been glued to the broadcast. After all, this was Lin Yuan's first display of his strength. No one could resist the curiosity surrounding this man, hailed as the foremost lord of Huaxia, and the extent of his power. Yet now, the results seemed to be in. Lin Yuan was indeed formidable. He was remarkable in that he single-handedly reshaped everyone's perceptions. It turned out that an individual's power could reach such heights. He alone crushed 240 lords. And these were not mere lords, but elites from various guilds. Such an illustrious achievement is not only unprecedented, but perhaps even unparalleled in history. If memory serves, Lin Yuan's true identity appears to be the nephew of guild leader Lin. Yet, the guild leader did not seem pleased by this revelation. Surprising, my dear nephew. Lin Tianke slowly raised his head, a glint of cold malice flashing in his eyes. He smiled silently and murmured, inaudible to others, "This round is yours. But in the next, I shall personally join you in the fray." Chapter 150, the upcoming auction. After a period of speculation, the fervor surrounding this event reached a fever pitch. The gaming forums were flooded with an array of posts. Super god-level achievements. The strongest lord of Huaxiao emerges. 1,240. Lin Yuan's personal slaughter showcase. The Demon King descends. An unstoppable skeleton legion. Technical analysis. A detailed examination of Lin Yuan's strength. Revenge. Lin Yuan vigorously declares war on 21 guild alliances. Before long, news from Li Bingqiu and Chen Bei arrived. Chen Bei, brimming with envy, remarked, "Boss, you are truly famous now." Lin Yuan chuckled softly. "What? Was I not renowned before?" "Of course not." Chen Bei quickly clarified. "Your reputation has simply soared to new heights. Even those who had heard your name previously only knew it in passing. They had no idea of your true strength. But now, the majority of Huaxiao is aware of how formidable you are. Anyone who dares to provoke our Hope Guild must carefully weigh their own capabilities." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. "The way you phrase it, it sounds as if I can quell the cries of a child. However, if all goes well, you may soon find yourselves in the spotlight as well." "Ah, why's that?" "I never mentioned I would simply let those 21 guilds off the hook," Lin Yuan said, narrowing his eyes dangerously. "Do you remember that line from the Triad films? When you're out there mixing, you must uphold your promises. If you say you'll wipe out their entire family, then you must ensure that every last one perishes. Thus, you too must contribute your efforts moving forward." Chen Bei immediately understood, grinning. "Boss, you can rest easy. While I may not excel in other areas, fighting is my forte. If I don't make them wish they were never born, then I'll write Chen Bei backward." Li Bingqiu interjected. "Those 21 guilds are merely instruments wielded by Lin Tianke to stab at us." Lin Yuan was acutely aware that Li Bingqiu was reminding him that the true mastermind was Lin Tianke. "I am fully aware of this," Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly. "However, since they have chosen to become weapons, they must be prepared for the possibility of being broken." Li Bingqiu then grasped Lin Yuan's intentions. He was essentially using this situation to set an example. "I understand. In that case, I will join forces with Chen Bei to target these guilds. Yes. If you encounter any insurmountable troubles, feel free to seek my assistance." "Understood." Lin Yuan then added, "By the way, there's one more thing. Capitalizing on the fervor of this incident, I need you to help me organize an auction." Lin Yuan had previously mentioned this to her, but she had not anticipated him asking her to initiate preparations so soon. Nevertheless, given Lin Yuan's current surge in popularity, it was indeed the perfect moment to arrange an auction. At the very least, it would save a substantial amount in promotional expenses. Once he had assigned the task, Lin Yuan began to clear the battlefield. Although the corpses on the battlefield had been transformed into skeletal kings by him, there remained treasures dropped by the fallen lords, still littered across the field. While most of these were golden and platinum-grade strategic artifacts, their sheer quantity was remarkable. Even a few hundred golden artifacts could fetch a substantial sum. In a sense, Lin Yuan exhibited a commendable sense of frugality. After thoroughly cleansing the battlefield, he naturally chose to return to his own territory. His recent exploits had already made quite a significant impact. Therefore, for the time being, he decided to recuperate, intending to elevate his territory to the 8th tier before proceeding further. Once his territory ascended to the 8th tier, Lin Yuan could commence the construction of a magic teleportation array. This would render travel exceedingly convenient, as opposed to the current scenario where mere journeys consumed several days. Of course, the notion of recuperation did not imply that Lin Yuan would remain confined within his territory. It is worth noting that he possessed tens of thousands of task refresh orders. Such a vast quantity of task refresh orders was ample enough for him to uncover several hidden quests. Although these hidden tasks posed little challenge to Lin Yuan at this stage, it must be acknowledged that their rewards were quite generous. Even if solely for the sake of the rewards, Lin Yuan would find ways to complete these hidden quests. Unbeknownst to him, 7 days had swiftly elapsed. During this period, Chun Bei had led the members of the Hope Guild into numerous battles, firmly establishing his reputation. The Beastman Tyrant, Chun Bei. Despite Lin Yuan having lived a full life already, Chun Bei's title remained unchanged. Furthermore, with Lin Yuan's support, Chun Bei's strength had surpassed that of his previous life. At the very least, in a one-on-one scenario, none among the 21 guilds could rival him. Besides Chun Bei, both Li Bingqiu and Lin Mingming had also each earned their respective titles. The Rose Empress, Li Bingqiu. The Elven Goddess, Lin Mingming. In comparison to Li Bingqiu, Lin Mingming's title was largely attributable to her sweet appearance. As for Li Qingshan, Wei Jiuyo, and Qian Xiaozhuang, although they had begun to emerge from the shadows, their names still paled in comparison to the notoriety of Chun Bei and the others. It appeared that they would have to wait a while longer to achieve fame. Amidst the relentless suppression faced by these 21 guilds, the Hope Guild experienced a rapid rise. After all, Lin Yuan was akin to a golden signboard. As long as Lin Yuan was present, the future development of the Hope Guild was bound to flourish. Notably, even among the members of those 21 guilds, many chose to withdraw and join the Hope Guild instead. For those who opted for allegiance, provided they had not previously harmed any members of the Hope Guild, Lin Yuan would not reject their inclusion. This was indeed the optimal period for the swift development of the Hope Guild, and it was essential to utilize all available resources. Moreover, the rules of this world were inherently harsh and unforgiving. The vanquished fell into oblivion, while the victors reaped all. Those adversaries defeated by Lin Yuan were destined to become the sustenance for the Hope Guild, enabling its accelerated growth. Simultaneously, during this time, Li Bingqiu had collaborated with Steward Li to largely complete the preparations for an auction. An auction set to astonish the entire Lord era was quietly on the horizon. Chapter 151, Special Artifact, Dragon Blood Vase. Having completed another hidden quest, Lin Yuan stood before the tavern's notice board, choosing to submit the task. In the next moment, the system's notification chimed in his ears. Esteemed Lord Lin Yuan, congratulations on successfully completing the hidden quest The Rise of the Dragonman Empire, earning the task reward, Dragon Blood Vase. Upon receiving the reward, Lin Yuan wasted no time in examining the details of the Dragon Blood Vase. Dragon Blood Vase, Special Artifact. Description: it can produce 100 drops of dragon blood daily, which, when consumed by human troops, grants them dragon bloodline, bestowing them with enhanced power. Additionally, the Dragon Blood Vase provides a 20 bonus to the life force of all troops possessing the dragon bloodline. Undoubtedly, the functionality of this special artifact is quite remarkable. The task The Rise of the Dragonman Empire was the third hidden quest Lin Yuan had completed in these past few days. The difficulty of the task could only be considered moderate. The background of the quest was straightforward: a group of powerful dragon men, having endured dual discrimination from both the dragon and human races, banded together to establish their own empire. After all, the dragon race had always been a lineage-focused species, and beings like dragon men, products of interbreeding between dragons and humans, were naturally looked down upon. Furthermore, the human race was exceedingly exclusionary. Even the mightiest dragon men could never gain the recognition and respect of the majority of humans. Especially in the eyes of the ruling class, dragon men were merely viewed as tools. In such circumstances, this group of dragon men resolved to overthrow the empire's rule and establish a dragonman empire, relegating humans to the status of slaves. The hidden quest's objective was to annihilate this group of dragon men and thwart the rise of their empire. In truth, Lin Yuan could fully comprehend the dragonmen's grievances. To him, they were merely pitiable souls in search of belonging. However, those deserving of pity often harbor elements of contempt. The harsh external environment had thoroughly twisted the psyche of these dragon men. Within their territory, humans were treated even worse than slaves, akin to mere animals. They would even sever the limbs of humans, fashioning them into grotesque displays, merely to satiate their sadistic desires and feel superior to humans. Witnessing such hellish scenes, Lin Yuan felt no compassion left for these dragon men. He led his army to effortlessly breach their territory, slaughtering every last dragon man and extinguishing their imperial aspirations in the cradle. Although dragon men possessed formidable strength, ordinary dragon men were merely equivalent to 7th-tier troops. Even the two bosses within their territory, the Dark-Scale Dragon Man and the Golden-Scale Dragon Man, were merely diamond-grade bosses at level 95. Such bosses posed no challenge to Lin Yuan, who had returned from the Dark Maze. Thus, he successfully completed this hidden quest and received the Dragon Blood Vase as a reward. Now that the reward was in hand, it was time to test the efficacy of this artifact. Lin Yuan utilized the Dragon Blood Vase to produce 100 drops of Crimson Dragon Blood. Subsequently, he divided the blood into 2 equal portions. 50 drops were administered to the 6th-tier Royal Griffin, while the remaining 50 drops were given to the 7th-tier Priest. According to the Dragon Blood Vase's description, dragon blood could only be utilized on human troops. Among Lin Yuan's high-tier human troops, only the Priest and Royal Griffin qualified. After consuming the dragon blood, both units underwent dramatic transformations. The Royal Griffin's pupils transformed into dark golden dragon-like eyes, while the feathers on its dual wings gradually faded, morphing into scarlet dragon scales, and even its size increased significantly. Upon completing its transformation into a dragon, the 6th-tier Royal Griffin successfully ascended to become the Crimson Blood Dragon Griffin. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 7th-tier Priest was adorned with countless scarlet dragon patterns, and his eyes too had metamorphosed into dragon eyes. Under the influence of dragon blood, these priests advanced to become 8th-tier Draconic Priests. Prior to this, the role of the priests had merely been to heal and bless. However, the newly elevated Draconic Priests not only experienced a remarkable enhancement in their attributes, but they also acquired the skill Draconic Blessing, which could significantly augment the vitality and defense of the blessed. Lin Yuan clearly did not anticipate that this extraordinary artifact, the Dragon Blood Elixir, could elevate even the ranks of troops. Unfortunately, the Dragon Blood Elixir could only produce 100 drops of dragon blood each day. For Lin Yuan, this quantity was rather insufficient. At that moment, however, a communication from Li Bingchu suddenly came through. Upon answering, Lin Yuan immediately heard Li Bingchu's voice resonating on the other end. "Boss, I have completed all preparations for the auction. I plan to hold it in Tianfeng City, the central city with the best geographical location. And it will cost 1 million gold coins to rent the large auction house for 3 days." After hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded. "Very well, we can start the promotion. The auction will commence in 3 days. To ensure the auction's smooth execution, you may release some information. Let them know that in addition to a plethora of diamond-grade treasures, there will be items even more precious than diamond-grade artifacts." It is worth noting that Lin Yuan possessed a substantial collection of treasures, particularly in recent days. He had acquired numerous valuable items through completing hidden quests. Apart from the Dragon Blood Elixir, which he could utilize, there were many other treasures that held little utility for him. Nevertheless, their lack of utility did not equate to a lack of value. If brought to the market, they would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless individuals. A gleam of excitement flashed across Li Bingchu's face. "Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is handled properly. This auction will undoubtedly leave all of Huaxiao in awe." Li Bingchu held absolute confidence in this auction. "I trust you," Lin Yuan replied with a gentle smile, adding, "By the way, there's one more thing. During this period, please assist me in acquiring some blueprints for high-tier city defense structures." Chapter 152. The auction officially commences. City defense blueprints? A flicker of confusion crossed Li Bingchu's face as she instinctively inquired, "What do you need these for?" At this stage, very few lords pay attention to the construction of city defense structures. After all, they serve little purpose except in the event of an attack from other lords. Moreover, building city defenses requires a significant amount of time and resources. Take Lai Chang'e as an example. Despite being a 6th-tier lord and the vice president of the Liphone Guild, he only possesses a measly wall and 2 arrow towers. Had his city defenses been better fortified, Lin Yuan would not have been able to breach his territory so easily. The general disregard for city defenses had led to a decline in the prices of city defense blueprints in the market. In fact, some hidden blueprints could be acquired for merely a few $100,000. Although Li Bingchu was uncertain why Lin Yuan suddenly wanted her to procure such blueprints, she understood that he must have his reasons. Indeed, after her inquiry, Lin Yuan promptly stated, "In due time, you will come to understand the significance of city defense structures. This information need not be concealed. Feel free to share it with Chun Bei and others, even core members like Qian Xiaozhuang, anyone you trust. Encourage them to expedite their city defense construction." Recognizing the seriousness in Lin Yuan's tone, Li Bingchu nodded in agreement. Understood. Regardless of Lin Yuan's plans, her long-standing experience had instilled in her the belief that trusting him would never lead to misfortune. with Li Bingchu's assistance. News of Lin Yuan's grand auction in Tianfeng City swiftly spread throughout Huaxia. Even some prominent factions had begun to receive invitations. In no time, numerous discussions regarding the event ensued. I heard that Lin Yuan is hosting a grand auction in Tianfeng City. Is that true? Of course. Our guild leader has already received an invitation. To receive an invitation means your guild leader is someone significant. Naturally, our guild is among the top 100 in Huaxia. But with such a grand spectacle organized by Lin Yuan, I wonder what caliber of treasures will be presented at the auction. Rest assured, I have heard that even the least valuable items up for auction will be diamond-grade treasures. Is it truly that astonishing? It seems Lin Yuan possesses quite a trove of treasures. Of course, he is recognized as the foremost figure in Huaxia. Do you think he is jesting? Hearing you all talk about it makes me want to witness it myself, but unfortunately, I can't obtain an invitation. Does that matter? It's said that the auction will be streamed live, so even if you can't attend in person, you can still enjoy it vicariously. Such a delightful prospect. I look forward to seeing everyone in the live stream. After all, I wouldn't be able to afford anything even if I were there. Merely indulging my eyes will suffice. Over the ensuing days, discussions about the Tianfeng City auction exploded in fervor. Countless lords brimmed with curiosity and anticipation for the grand auction orchestrated by Lin Yuan. No one knew what level of treasures he would unveil at this event. Finally, the time arrived on the third day. Influential figures from various factions converged upon Tianfeng City. This seemingly unremarkable central city now gathered over 70% of Huaxia's elite lords. Additionally, many lords who had not received invitations still sought to join the excitement. Even with several hours remaining before the auction commenced, Tianfeng City was already teeming with people. Amidst the bustling crowd, a figure materialized atop a tower in the city. Following this, a melodious and clear female voice resonated in the ears of the attendees. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your support today. On behalf of the Hope Guild, I welcome you all. With 4 hours remaining until the official start of the auction, attendees were encouraged to explore Tianfeng City. Besides the grand auction hall, numerous stalls had been rented, ensuring all goods were of excellent quality and reasonable prices. The figure atop the tower was none other than Li Bingchu. Upon her announcement, the gathered lords erupted with excitement. It was crucial to note that most of them had come merely to witness the spectacle. After all, such a high-caliber auction was beyond their reach, and the treasures up for bid were unattainable for them. However, at this moment, Li Bingchu informed them that, aside from the treasures available at the auction, there were also reasonably priced, exquisite items within the stalls of Tianfeng City. How could they possibly resist such temptation? In an instant, all the lords scattered to begin their search for the stalls within Tianfeng City. At this juncture, Steward Li stood respectfully beside Lin Yuan and spoke. Young Master Lin Yuan, all preparations have been completed. Nearly 70% of the lords who received our invitation have arrived, with some still en route. If all goes well, the auction should commence in 4 hours as scheduled. Lin Yuan nodded and replied with a smile, well done. It is primarily thanks to Miss Li's efforts. Steward Li chuckled in response, saying, I was initially concerned that this being her first time organizing such a large-scale event might lead to some oversights. However, it seems she has proven to be more adept than I anticipated, managing everything flawlessly. It appears that her time spent with you has greatly contributed to her growth. Lin Yuan smiled and remarked, all credit goes to her abilities. I am merely a beneficiary of her diligence. I ought to express my gratitude for her handling so many trifles on my behalf. Steward Li promptly interjected, young master, you mustn't say that. It is indeed our Bingchu's fortune to serve you. You must understand that Steward Li has been working for his father since he can remember, thus serving 2 generations. He regards Lin Yuan as his own son. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he would wholeheartedly support the notion of betrothing Li Bingchu to Lin Yuan. Soon, the scattered lords began to exclaim in astonishment throughout the city. Wow, the golden grade treasures here are unbelievably inexpensive. 5,000 gold coins for each. That is cheaper than wholesale prices. Are you lacking ambition? With so many treasures here, you only chose one golden grade item? Did you not see that the platinum grade treasures are only priced at 40 or 50,000 gold coins? What a lucky trip this has turned out to be. I initially came just to enjoy the atmosphere, yet I stumbled upon such bargains. I just snagged a premium attribute platinum grade weapon for only 100,000 gold coins. What a tremendous profit. I heard the stalls here even featured diamond grade treasures, and their prices are at least 30 to 40% lower than market value. I just saw someone buy one. Is there really such a good deal? Is Lin Yuan doing charity by pricing things so low? What do you know? Lin Yuan is far above petty profits, hence the low pricing is a benefit to us. With Lin Yuan's operations, if anyone dares to slander him in the future, I will have words with them. Listening to the discussions around him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. Indeed, these ordinary lords were easily satisfied. A little favor would earn their praise. The reason Lin Yuan chose this path was twofold. First, to cultivate a positive reputation for the Hope Guild. Once a good name is established, the guild's future growth would be exponentially easier. Second, the abundance of treasures in his possession necessitated a timely liquidation, otherwise, the prices of golden and platinum-grade strategic items would inevitably decline. Rather than waiting for that eventuality, it was far wiser to convert these idle treasures into cash flow while the opportunity presented itself. Chapter 153. Are you playing with me? The entirety of Tianfeng City was teeming with people. Those who received invitations were presently in the lounge, patiently awaiting the commencement of the auction. Meanwhile, the ordinary lords were tirelessly sifting through the city for treasures. If they could unearth a few reasonably priced items, it would feel akin to winning 5 million in a lottery. In such an atmosphere, for hours swiftly passed. The Tianfeng City auction was finally set to commence. Inside the auction hall, the hundreds of seats were completely filled. The opening was again entrusted to Li Bingqiu. With poise and a radiant smile, she addressed the crowd. I reiterate my gratitude for your presence today at the inaugural auction hosted by our Hope Guild. Therefore, I shall refrain from any further superfluous remarks, as I believe you are far more interested in the treasures that will be auctioned next. The next moment, she revealed the first item of the auction, the diamond-grade treasure, the Holy Angel's Sword. This item began with a starting bid of 5 million gold coins, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 100,000 gold coins. Though the first item was not the grand finale, it was nonetheless designed to captivate the audience's attention. Only such a display could pique their interest in the auction. Thus, the Holy Angel's Sword, with its extraordinary attributes, was undoubtedly a top-tier diamond-grade treasure. Upon seeing the attributes of this item, bids quickly began to rise. 5,500,000, 6 million, 7 million, 8,500,000, 10 million. This was merely the beginning, and the competition intensified fiercely. No one paid heed to the minimum bid. Each increase ranged from 500,000 to 1 million, with some even bidding 2 million at a time. It is worth noting that even ordinary diamond-grade treasures could fetch several million gold coins outside, let alone a premium item like the Holy Angel's Sword. Ultimately, the price for this strategic treasure soared to 18 million gold coins. 18 million gold coins once. 18 million gold coins twice. 18 million gold coins sold. Congratulations to the Sanctuary Lord for successfully acquiring this item. Following Li Bingqiu's announcement of the auction outcome, a tall, elegant man immediately stood and clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you all for your generosity. I shall accept this treasure. This refined gentleman was indeed from the sanctuary. His guild, Holy Spirit, ranked among the top 10 in Huaxia, making him a formidable force. However, the bidding price for the Holy Angel's Sword was somewhat lower than expected. First, it was evident that the sanctuary was determined to acquire this item, and continuing to raise the price might not guarantee success, but instead provoke discontent. Second, this was merely the opening item, far from the main attraction. Given the uncertainty of what treasures lay ahead, conserving funds was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Thus, various lords ceased bidding once the price reached 18 million gold coins, doing the sanctuary a favor in the process. Yet, before the sanctuary could bask in its victory, the second item was soon up for auction. This item was also a diamond-grade treasure, known as the deep-sea lava boots. Li Bingqiu promptly displayed the attributes of this strategic treasure for all to see and smiled as she spoke. As you can see, this item is part of the deep-sea lava series set. The complete set consists of the deep-sea lava chestplate, deep-sea lava leggings, deep-sea lava pauldrons, deep-sea lava boots, and the deep-sea lava heavy hammer. If one manages to collect the entire set, they will trigger the set effect, receiving the blessings of the sea god, granting all units a 15 increase in vitality and a 15 boost in defense. Moreover, even without assembling the complete set, the attributes of the deep-sea lava boots are undeniably impressive. Thus, this treasure commenced its bidding at a price of 4 million gold coins, with each subsequent bid required to exceed a minimum of 100,000 gold coins. Shortly thereafter, the auction hall erupted into a new wave of enthusiastic bidding. Within mere seconds, the price of this strategic artifact surged to a staggering 10 million. In that moment, a look akin to constipation was unmistakably etched upon the face of the guild master. To be candid, he had meticulously prepared for this auction, amassing a total of 500 million gold coins. It was precisely for this reason that he had displayed such audacity in participating from the outset. However, his initial intention was to momentarily halt his bidding after securing the Holy Angel's Sword and observe the proceedings further. Yet, the allure of the deep-sea lava boots was simply too compelling. Should he manage to acquire this artifact, it would undoubtedly elevate the attributes of his heroes to an entirely new echelon. Contemplating this, the guild master gritted his teeth and ultimately resolved to engage in the bidding. What the hell, it's merely money. I have plenty of it. Once I secure this treasure, I'll cease my bidding and reserve the remaining funds for the grand finale. Ultimately, the deep-sea lava boots were claimed by the guild master for an impressive 13 million. Following the acquisition of two artifacts, the viewers in the live stream began to chatter amongst themselves. Truly befitting the president of the Holy Spirit Guild, his commanding presence was undeniable. The auction had barely commenced, yet he had already invested over 30 million. Such is the simplicity, monotony, and tedium of a wealthy person's existence. However, it must be said, The attributes of these two artifacts are indeed top tier, undoubtedly exceptional treasures. One cannot help but wonder how many similar artifacts will make an appearance at this auction. If it were to fizzle out, it would certainly be disappointing. Rest assured, at an auction of this magnitude, there will surely be a grand finale of extraordinary goods. It is then that these titans will truly clash. I find myself curious, if diamond-grade treasures are merely considered ordinary auction items, what could the grand finale treasure possibly be? Surely, it cannot be a legendary-grade artifact? What are you thinking? Have you yet to awaken? It is likely that even the great Lin Yuan has not gathered a complete set of legendary-grade artifacts. How could he possibly offer them for sale? Imagine if Lin Yuan were to present the War Judicator's pauldrons as the piece de resistance. The titans present would surely be at each other's throats. Naturally, this is the only legendary-grade artifact in existence. Who wouldn't be tempted? Amidst the lively discussions of the livestream audience, the third artifact was placed upon the auction block. This time, the guild master appeared significantly more composed. He sat calmly in his seat, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Having already spent 31 million on two artifacts, he felt quite satisfied. The attributes of subsequent treasures, regardless of their excellence, were no longer of concern to him. He merely needed to watch others bid. In no time, Li Bingshu unveiled the covering over the artifact and announced, the third treasure, the deep-sea lava chestplate, is part of the deep-sea lava series. It begins at a starting price of 6,500,000 gold coins, with each bid not to exceed 100,000 gold coins. In an instant, the guild master's smile froze upon his face. Is this auction house playing with me? Chapter 154, Recklessly Amassing 1.5 billion. The Grand Finale Treasure. The guild master had initially resolved not to purchase the third item, regardless of its attributes. Yet, to his utter dismay, the third artifact turned out to be yet another component of the deep-sea lava set. This was an entrapment. If he were unable to secure it, the guild master would feel more discomfort than if he had swallowed a fly. Ultimately, he expended 25 million to claim the deep-sea lava chestplate as well. In truth, the value of this artifact was at most around 20 million. The reason the guild master paid an additional 5 million was primarily due to others being aware of his strong desire for this artifact, deliberately inflating the price through several rounds of bidding. It is essential to recognize that within the auction hall, everyone is a competitor. Their actions serve to deplete his funds in advance. In such a situation, the guild master had no recourse but to silently endure this loss. The auction had scarcely begun, and he had already spent over 50 million. One could only wonder if the remaining 450 million would suffice to carry him through to the end of the auction. The grand auction continued, with item after item being presented on stage and subsequently whisked away by eager bidders below. In fact, they were nearing the point where they could scarcely keep track of how many diamond-grade treasures had already been auctioned off. This was, without a doubt, the most astonishing aspect of the event. They had no idea where Lin Yuan had acquired such an abundance of diamond-grade artifacts. By now, it was likely that nearly 100 diamond-grade treasures had made their appearance at this auction. What a terrifying figure. Even more alarming was the fact that all these artifacts boasted top-tier attributes. What does this signify? It implies that all the treasures presented at the auction were meticulously selected. Moreover, one could surmise that Lin Yuan possessed far more than merely these diamond-grade artifacts. Even if we calculate based on an average price of 15 million per diamond-grade artifact, 100 diamond-grade artifacts would equate to a staggering 1.5 billion. This is truly mind-boggling. The auction had not yet concluded, and Lin Yuan had already amassed a whopping 1.5 billion gold coins. Should he invest all this wealth into the construction of the Hope Guild, it would undoubtedly transform into a colossal entity in the shortest possible time. Even though the current Hope Guild does not yet qualify as a first-rate guild, those present had already begun to anticipate its future potential. As time passed, the number of viewers in the live stream steadily increased. Half an hour after the auction commenced, the viewer count surpassed 100 million. The live stream was inundated with a deluge of comments. Brothers, I'm starting to feel somewhat numb. Diamond-grade treasures no longer seem significant. Could someone please wake me up? Enough. Who wouldn't be dazed watching this auction? At this rate, it might as well be renamed the Diamond-grade treasure wholesale market. This is absurd. Where on earth are all these diamond-grade treasures coming from? Surely there must be a place to gather them. I want to go and collect a few for myself. Can someone wake him up with a reality check? Diabetics need not apply. I fear this lad may get a taste for sweetness. I know where to find them. Lend me 50,000 gold coins, and I'll reveal the location to you. A Chinese person wouldn't deceive another Chinese person. Give it a rest. Even if you claim to be the reincarnation of Qin Shi Huang needing 50,000 gold coins to resurrect the terracotta army, that's still more plausible than this. It is no wonder these individuals felt such astonishment. After all, prior to this, anyone possessing even 1 or 2 diamond-grade artifacts was regarded as a top-tier lord in their eyes. Yet, Lin Yuan was orchestrating a wholesale auction for them. It must be said, sometimes the disparity between individuals is more significant than that between humans and dogs. As for these diamond-grade artifacts, the majority were procured by Lin Yuan from the Dark Maze. Unfortunately, after they defeated the eternal immortal worm and obtained the legendary grade artifact, The entire maze subsequently collapsed. For Lin Yuan, this was somewhat regrettable. Had the dark maze not crumbled, they could have continued to delve deeper and hunt for more bosses. With Lin Yuan's efficiency in hunting bosses, combined with Qian Xiaozhuang's luck, it is entirely feasible to produce 20 to 30 diamond-grade treasures in a single day. When calculated, this amounts to an astonishing daily income of 2 to 300 million. Although such profits may not be sustainable in the long run, it is undeniably a risk-free venture with immense returns. Despite the auction having been in progress for quite some time, the attendees remained vibrant and animated, seemingly oblivious to any sense of monotony or fatigue. For them, the treasures up for auction represented invaluable opportunities to enhance their capabilities. In light of this, it was imperative to remain vigilant and discerning in their selections. At that moment, Li Bingqiu suddenly spoke with a smile. I am immensely grateful for everyone's support during this auction. Your enthusiasm has not gone unnoticed. However, as with all gatherings, this event is approaching its conclusion. We are now down to the final 3 featured auction items. Upon hearing these words, the crowd stirred with renewed excitement, and the livestream chat erupted in fervor. After such a lengthy wait, the climax was finally upon them. They could hardly contain their anticipation to behold the final treasures. Given the grand scale of this event, there was little doubt that the final items would be nothing short of extraordinary. The first treasure was swiftly brought to the auction stage. As all eyes were fixed upon the auctioneer, Li Bingqiu slowly unveiled the red cloth covering the item, revealing not 1, but 5 treasures. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What was happening? At that moment, Li Bingqiu began to introduce the items with a smile. Next, we have the first, or more accurately, the first set of featured treasures, the Heart of Darkness series. This set consists of 5 items: the Heart of Darkness bracelet, Heart of Darkness necklace, Heart of Darkness boots, Heart of Darkness robe, and Heart of Darkness staff. The starting bid is 50 million gold coins, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 500,000 gold coins. Chapter 155, The 3 Featured Treasures. Frenzied Bidding. As soon as Li Bingqiu finished speaking, the auction hall erupted with excitement. Everyone gazed in disbelief at the 5 treasures on display, clearly surprised that an entire set of diamond-grade items had emerged at this auction. This was truly astonishing. It was worth noting that the individual pieces, such as the deep-sea lava boots and deep-sea lava chest piece, had previously fetched high prices of 13 million and 25 million respectively. Thus, a complete set would likely command at least double that value. Just then, a hawkish-nosed man stood up and inquired, Miss Li Bingqiu, might we know what the effects of the Heart of Darkness set are? Of course, Li Bingqiu replied with a smile. This set is ideally suited for demon lord leaders. Once a complete set of the Heart of Darkness is assembled, the demon troops commanded by the hero will receive a 25 boost to all attributes, and after a battle, they will also have the ability to resurrect 20 of the fallen demon troops. Upon hearing this, the audience collectively gasped in awe. For a demon lord, this set of treasures could only be described as a divine artifact. Not only did it provide a 25 enhancement to demon troops, but it also allowed for the resurrection of those who had perished in combat. The hawkish-nosed man's face lit up with unmistakable excitement. He was, after all, a demon lord himself. If Lin Yuan were present, he would surely recognize him as Chu Mo's, the foremost demon lord of Huaxia in his past life and the vice president of the Soul Hall Guild. His status as a demon lord afforded him a keen understanding of the value of this set. I bid 80 million. Chu Mo's declared without hesitation. Gasps of surprise echoed through the hall as he had raised the price by a staggering 30 million. However, before the crowd could fully digest the shock, a somewhat flippant voice rang out from the back of the auction hall. Brother Mose, a mere 80 million won't suffice to secure this treasure. I bid 100 million. The speaker was also a demon lord, albeit one whose renown paled in comparison to Chu Mo's, yet he was still a formidable figure. In less than 10 seconds, the price of the treasure skyrocketed to 100 million. Damn it. Chu Mo's gritted his teeth and decided to raise his bid again. If you wish to play this game, then let's make it substantial. I bid 150 million. 150 million for 5 treasures meant that each item cost approximately 30 million. Even for diamond-grade treasures, that was a considerable price. Initially, Chu Mo's intended to intimidate his competitors with this bid. Yet, at that moment, a mocking voice from the Holy Hall chimed in. Brother Mose, do you truly believe everyone is ignorant of the value here? You think you can claim this entire set for 150 million? Upon hearing this, Chu Mo's eyes seemed to blaze with fury as he solemnly replied. Holy Hall, you are a human lord, not a demon lord. What use would you have for such a strategic treasure? The Holy Hall retorted nonchalantly. Just because I have no need for it does not mean my brethren do not. Even if I cannot use it, I could simply purchase it for my collection. Can't I? My funds are mine to spend as I see fit. It is none of your concern. In reality, the Holy Hall's motivation for raising the bid was not without cause. His guild, Holy Spirit, had its own grievances against Chu Mo's Soul Hall. Moreover, when he previously bid on the deep-sea lava chest piece, it was Chu Mo's who had interfered, forcing him to spend several million more. Having finally found an opportunity, he was determined to retaliate fiercely. Chu Mo's took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his simmering rage. Very well, you have the upper hand. He then turned to Li Bingqiu and raised 2 fingers. I bid 200 million gold coins. Good. We have a bid of 200 million gold coins. Li Bingqiu replied with a smile. Is there a higher bid than 200 million? 205 million. 210 million. 212 million. Clearly, 200 million was not the ceiling for this treasure's price. However, as the bidding escalated beyond 200 million, the pace of the increases began to slow. Nonetheless, Chu Mose was resolute in his determination to win this set. No matter who raised the bid, he would match it immediately. Ultimately, the diamond-grade treasure set known as the Heart of Darkness was secured by Chu Mose for a staggering 230 million. Although he paid a hefty sum for Chu Mose, anything that could enhance his strength was worth the investment. After all, this was a complete set of diamond-grade treasures. The bonuses provided by the Heart of Darkness set alone equated to that of an additional diamond-grade treasure. Even more astonishing was the fact that Lin Yuan had deemed it appropriate to auction off such high-caliber items. This left the attendees pondering just how many more exceptional treasures Lin Yuan might possess. However, before they could ponder for long, the second piece de resistance was once again presented upon the auction stage. The first set of treasures had certainly whetted their appetites, revealing the immense value of the grand finale item. To be candid, had it not been tailored exclusively for the demon lords, the final bid would undoubtedly have surpassed 230 million. It was precisely for this reason that the lords present were all the more eager for the subsequent 2 ultimate treasures. At this moment, everyone was eagerly anticipating the revelation of the second grand treasure. As Li Bingqiu lifted the curtain, a ticket radiating golden brilliance appeared before them. What was this? An entrance ticket? Surely, this cannot be the second grand treasure? Why the haste? Once Miss Li Bingqiu unveils the introduction of this treasure, we shall know. Can such a diminutive entrance ticket possibly rival a complete set of diamond-grade treasures? Unlikely. Alas, I had expected yet another complete diamond-grade set. What a letdown. Listening to the murmurs of skepticism around him, Li Bingqiu chose to remain silent, directly presenting the attributes of the entrance ticket to the audience. Entrance ticket to the Heroic Trial Grounds, special item. Description: upon usage, this item allows one hero to enter the Heroic Trial Grounds. Should they successfully overcome the trials, the hero's rank will be elevated accordingly. This item is exclusively usable by heroes of grade S and below. Upon witnessing the introduction of this entrance ticket, the entire assembly of lords fell into a profound silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Shortly thereafter, the sound of gulping began to resonate throughout the auction hall. Chapter 156, Final Bid, for 120 million. At last, they comprehended that Lin Yuan's faction could indeed possess an SS-grade hero. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, Lin Yuan must have utilized this item to allow his hero to enter and triumph in the Heroic Trial Grounds. What they did not anticipate was Lin Yuan's willingness to part with such an item. Whoever possesses this item essentially possesses an SS-grade hero. Could it be that all of Lin Yuan's heroes have already reached SS grade? Is that why he opted to auction this item? In truth, they were only half correct. Among Lin Yuan's ranks, both Ugsar and Kairan had indeed attained SS grade status. However, Artoria remained at S grade. Yet, Lin Yuan did not intend to elevate Artoria's rank through the heroic trial. That was precisely why he chose to sell this entrance ticket. This entrance ticket to the Heroic Trial Grounds was a reward Lin Yuan obtained by completing hidden tasks over the past few days. In addition to the hidden task titled The Rise of the Dragon Man Empire, Lin Yuan had completed 2 other hidden tasks. Notably, one of these tasks was accomplished beyond expectation, earning him this entrance ticket to the Heroic Trial Grounds as a reward. Moreover, the final piece de resistance was also acquired through the completion of hidden tasks. Only items and treasures of such caliber could incite frenzy among this assembly of lords atop the pyramid of power. Soon, Li Bingqiu announced the starting bid for this item. Entrance ticket to the Heroic Trial Grounds. Starting price, 50 million gold coins, with each increment not less than 500,000 gold coins. I bid 100 million. 100 million? I bid 150 million. 160 million. 180 million. Enough already with the slow increments. The St. Hall president stood up, raising 3 fingers, and calmly declared, I bid 300 million. No other reason than that I believe this item is worth that price. Instantly, the live stream erupted with excitement. 300 million already? President of the St. Hall is indeed imposing. This is absurd. A big shot s 300 million sounds as casual as my spending 300 bucks. How fortunate to be wealthy. 300 million. Surely no one will bid further? You think too lightly. This is an item that can elevate a hero's rank. 300 million will not suffice. Indeed, after the St. Hall made their bid, a brief silence enveloped the auction hall. Mere seconds later, a voice rang out lightly. I bid 300 million and 50,000. This voice merely raised the bid by 50,000, surpassing the St. Hall's offer. The St. Hall turned to see the face of Chu Mose, and his expression darkened as he said solemnly, having just spent 230 million, are you certain you have so much money left? What concern is it of yours? Chu Mose replied with a half smile, if I can bid, I can certainly pay. So there's no need for your worries, President of the St. Hall. Fine. I hope you continue to follow through. Subsequently, the St. Hall raised their hand to bid again, 350 million. Upon hearing this offer, the corners of Chu Mose's mouth involuntarily twitched. He had only intended to annoy the St. Hall, but they had gone mad, raising the bid by an additional 50 million. In truth, the St. Hall had access to a little over 400 million in funds. Their aggressive bidding was intended to intimidate others, conveying that they were determined to acquire this item, thus deterring competition. Yet, it was evident that the lords present were all powerful figures from various factions and were not easily intimidated by his bravado. Soon, others began to join the fray. 360 million. The bidder was a burly man, exuding a certain deadly aura. He was the president of the War Soul Guild. Until now, he had refrained from participating in the bidding, thus lacking presence. However, it seemed he had been biding his time, ready to make his move now. But this was not the end. After he called out his bid, several factions joined in the competition. 365 million, 370 million, 376 million, 390 million. Hearing the prices escalate around him, the St. Hall could not help but grimace, internally lamenting. Initially, he had thought that with 500 million gold coins at his disposal for this auction, he would have more than enough. However, it now appeared that 500 million was hardly sufficient. The price of this auction item was rapidly approaching 400 million. If one were to cast blame, it would rest on Lin Yuan's possession of such valuable items that drove the lords present into a frenzy. Just from this auction alone, that fellow had undoubtedly earned 20 to 30 billion. The mere thought of this figure made the St. Hall green with envy. As the president of the Holy Spirit Guild, his available funding was a mere 500 million. At that moment, a thought suddenly crossed the St. Hall's mind. If only he could recruit Lin Yuan into his guild. How splendid that would be. However, this notion was quickly dismissed within his heart. Lin Yuan had already established the Hope Guild, which clearly indicated his ambitions. After all, how could such a dragon-like figure easily accept being subordinate to another? Yet, since he could not draw Lin Yuan in, it might be beneficial to foster a good relationship with the Hope Guild, even if it were only as allies. The St. Hall soon made up his mind. Little did he know, this would become one of the wisest decisions he would ever make in his life. 420 million gold coins, once. 420 million gold coins, twice. 420 million gold coins, sold. Congratulations to the Warbone Lord for successfully acquiring this auction item. The Lord, known as Zhang Gu, naturally, is the president of the Battle Soul Guild. This heroic trial arena entrance ticket ultimately found its way into his possession. In truth, the Holy Hall could have continued to raise the price, yet deemed it unnecessary. Spending over 400 million gold coins to elevate a hero to SS rank seemed to be the pinnacle already. Further bidding would simply not be cost-effective. It is essential to note that most of the lords present are individuals standing at the pinnacle of the hierarchy. Those who have managed to reach such heights are undoubtedly shrewd, akin to old foxes, each one more astute than the last. Despite their fervent bidding, they possess an internal scale to appraise the value of each treasure. Once the price exceeds their expectations, they will certainly refrain from further bidding. Some even more cunning lords, having secured only a few items in the auction, bid energetically, but once a certain price point is reached, they immediately cease their efforts. Their actions are not driven by a desire to acquire the items, but rather to bolster their guild's visibility. After all, there are over 100 million spectators watching the live broadcast of this auction. This is undoubtedly the best opportunity to enhance their reputation. After all, bidding comes at no real financial cost, and it imparts an impression of their guild's wealth. Why not take advantage of it? As the two headline treasures were auctioned off at high prices, only one final treasure remained. Anticipation filled the hearts of all present. They had even amassed significant funds in eager wait for this moment. In an instant, all gazes converged upon the auction stage. One could only wonder what treasure would be unveiled last. Chapter 157, the third treasure, Heart of the Castle. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Bingqiu extended her hand and slowly unveiled the curtain before her. In the next moment, the true form of the treasure appeared before everyone, a translucent orb radiating a faint glow. Within its center, a spectral image of a castle could even be vaguely discerned. What could this be? As they gazed upon this remarkable treasure, a glimmer of confusion flickered in the eyes of all. Yet, they could ascertain one thing. This treasure was undoubtedly of extraordinary value. Soon after, Li Bingqiu swiftly presented the attributes of the translucent orb to the crowd. Heart of the Castle special item. Description: upon use, it allows the establishment of a human domain on an open expanse of land. Clearly, this is of the same caliber as the Heart of the Forest. Possessing this special item would enable the successful establishment of a second domain. For any lord, this is an irresistible temptation. Following Lin Yuan's successful establishment of a second domain, nearly all lords have been seeking ways to create their own. However, no one has managed to uncover such means. Little did they know that Lin Yuan not only opened a second domain, but also possessed a special item capable of doing so. This individual is truly formidable. No one knows just how far ahead Lin Yuan is compared to them. In a sense, both the hundreds of diamond-grade treasures and these two special items serve as a testament to Lin Yuan's strength. In the eyes of these lords, Lin Yuan's power has reached unfathomable depths. I believe all present understand the value of this treasure. Li Bingqiu smiled and stated, with that in mind, I shall not prolong my words. The starting bid for this heart of the castle is 1 gold coin, with each subsequent bid not to exceed 1 gold coin. Upon her pronouncement, the audience in the live stream erupted in excitement. Did I hear that correctly? 1 gold coin. Wow. I feel like I can participate in the bidding too. This auctioneer is audacious. She truly dares to set such a low price. Miss Li Bingqiu, you wouldn't want me to snatch this treasure for just 1 gold coin, would you? All right, let us be reasonable. Don't force me to wake you up with cold water. The final price for this heart of the castle will certainly not be below 500 million. 500 million? Is it really that exaggerated? Is establishing a second domain so critical? Brother, to be frank, 500 million is already a conservative estimate. You do realize how vital a second domain is, don't you? It means double the troops and double the development speed. Additionally, even if your primary domain is breached, you still have a second one to fall back on. Otherwise, others could blockade your doorstep and continuously wipe you out. Hiss. The significance of this second domain seems substantial indeed. Just as the audience in the live stream engaged in fervent discussion, the auction floor officially commenced the bidding. The Holy Hall stood up and, with a light chuckle, proclaimed, Ladies and gentlemen, I am quite fond of this treasure. How about you all consider parting with it for me? I bid 2 gold coins. At this, the crowd erupted in laughter. Holy Hall, you shameless creature. You, a human lord, dare to compete with us for this treasure and only bid 2 gold coins? Who do you think you are? I bid 3 gold coins. 3 gold coins? You dare to speak so boldly? I bid 10 gold coins. The uproar continued, creating a scene of utter chaos. However, before this farce could persist much longer, a resonant voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. Since everyone has already thrown out their initial bids, I shall no longer hold back. I bid 400 million gold coins. At the sound of this voice, all eyes were drawn to its source. A young man with black hair appeared before them, looking remarkably youthful and devoid of the weariness of middle age. Notably, his gaze was profound, like an unfathomable abyss. This black-haired youth was no ordinary figure. He was named Luo Tian, the founder of the Killing Intent Melody Guild. Though young, he had single-handedly established this guild. Most of its members specialize in cultivating assassin-type troops and frequently undertake tasks to hunt down other lords for bounties. Thus, despite its modest size and membership, Killing Intent Melody boasted substantial financial resources. It is no wonder Luo Tian could boldly offer 400 million. However, to secure this item, such an amount is still insufficient. 450 million. Chu Mo's raised his hand, turning to Luo Tian with a smile. What a coincidence. I desire this heart of the castle as well. Luo Tian, unfazed, replied coolly, let us see who has deeper pockets then. I bid 460 million. Upon hearing this bid, the faces of many lords in attendance darkened. After all, very few possessed over 400 million in liquid assets. Some unprepared lords began to regret their lack of funds. Indeed, many started scrambling to gather resources on the spot. Yet, given the current pace of the bidding, time was not on their side. 470 million. 480 million. Hearing the escalating bids, the Holy Hall couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. He was genuinely curious about where these individuals were procuring such vast sums of wealth. To speak candidly, had he not secured the sword of the divine angel, the deep-sea lava boots, and the deep-sea lava chestplate, he might have retained a semblance of competitive edge. Nevertheless, even in such a scenario, he may not have pursued competition. After all, he is, by nature, a lord of the human race. Thus, the heart of the castle holds little significance for him. In truth, it is precisely this rationale that led Lin Yuan to opt for auctioning the heart of the castle. Had he acquired unique items like the heart of the undead, the heart of the elements, or the heart of the swamp, he would have already embarked on establishing a third territory. At that juncture, his forces would triple, as would his rate of development. He possesses ample resources, leaving no room for concern regarding the viability of a third territory. As the auction price steadily ascended, another voice emerged. I am rather forthright. I invest according to my means. I bid 600 million. Should anyone offer a higher bid, I shall withdraw. Chapter 158. Final gains, 3,600 million. Upon the utterance of this statement, the attention of the crowd was instantly drawn. They soon realized that the speaker was none other than the president of the War Soul Guild, Battlebone. No one had anticipated that after spending 420 million on the Heroic Trial Grounds entrance ticket, he could still muster 600 million gold coins. Just how much wealth does this fellow possess? Before the crowd could fully process this revelation, another voice resonated. Indeed, President Battlebone displays commendable audacity. However, this unique item is also of great importance to me. Qian, might you be willing to part with it? A corpulent middle-aged man rose, beaming as he declared. I bid 700 million. Though his tone was exceedingly calm, it reverberated through the ears of the crowd like thunder. The livestream chat erupted in excitement. Who is this imposing figure, casually raising the bid by 100 million? This is utterly extravagant. Don't you recognize him? He is Qian Pingyan, the head of the Peaceful Business Association. No wonder he is so wealthy. This auction truly showcases what it means for titans to clash. Clearly, this rotund figure bidding 700 million was no mere nobody. Despite his seemingly innocuous demeanor, he is a formidable business tycoon who founded the Peaceful Business Association. However, if one presumes him to be merely a straightforward merchant, they are gravely mistaken. His mantra is, anyone who dares to interfere with his business shall pay dearly. This man comprehends a crucial truth, that mere wealth is insufficient. One must possess formidable strength to sustain business endeavors. Thus, Qian Pingyan himself wields significant power. While he usually presents a genial facade, a soul of ruthlessness lurks beneath. It is precisely for this reason that he chose the orc race as his initial lineage. Driven by an intense desire to acquire the heart of the castle, should he establish a human territory, he could recruit human troops. The human race is a versatile breed. Aside from their incompatibility with the undead, they harmonize splendidly with any other race. Following Qian Pingyan's bid, Battlebone exhibited no sign of anger, merely stating, I have already declared that 600 million is my limit. Therefore, I concede. You may continue the bidding. It must be noted that Battlebone is a man of straightforward disposition. Upon surpassing his mental threshold for bidding, he decisively withdrew. However, this did not imply that other lords would follow suit. Soon enough, new bids emerged. 720 million, 730 million, 745 million, 760 million. Each time a bid was placed, Qian Pingyan promptly raised his offer. Throughout, his expression remained unchanged, perpetually adorned with that congenial smile. As if the monetary stakes were of no concern to him. Competing against such an opponent is truly daunting, for one can never ascertain how much wealth he truly possesses. Ultimately, the auction price for the heart of the castle was finalized at 880 million, a notably auspicious figure. 880 million once, 880 million twice, 880 million sold. Congratulations to Lord Fall into Peace, who successfully acquired the final item of this auction, the heart of the castle. For 880 million gold coins, Li Bingqiu brought down the auction hammer, sealing the ownership of this unique item. Qian Pingyan's face retained its characteristic gentle smile, seemingly devoid of any emotional fluctuation. With this, the auction came to a close. The vast majority of lords in attendance walked away with something of value. Save for a few unfortunate souls, the primary issue for these individuals lay in their overconfidence. They believed they had prepared sufficient funds to compete for the ultimate prize, only to be ruthlessly outmatched by reality. Even the Holy Hall felt immense relief, grateful for their prudent approach in securing their necessary 3 items beforehand. Otherwise, they might not have emerged with even a morsel. This event also afforded many the opportunity to witness the financial prowess of several top-tier magnates from Huaxia. However, the undisputed champion of this auction was undoubtedly Lin Yuan. No one could fathom the extent of Lin Yuan's wealth amassed during this event. As the auction concluded and attendees dispersed, Li Bingqiu approached Lin Yuan to report the outcomes. The stalls outside the auction garnered a total of 320 million gold coins. Although the majority of buyers were ordinary lords, their numbers were substantial. Once a critical mass is reached, qualitative transformations inevitably ensue. Thus, generating 320 million in transactions was hardly surprising. Subsequently, Li Bingqiu continued her report. Within the auction hall, a total of 112 diamond-level treasures were sold. This segment alone generated a total revenue of 1,850 million gold coins. Upon hearing this figure, even Lin Yuan's heart fluttered slightly. It is worth noting that at the game's inception, he had exhausted his finances to recharge a mere 1 billion. Now, having sold only the treasures in his possession, he amassed a staggering 1,800 million. The advantages he cultivated in the early stages of the game had finally yielded returns in this manner. Lastly, concerning the 3 final treasures, Li Bingqiu continued, the Heart of Darkness set was ultimately sold for 230 million gold coins. The Heroic Trial Grounds entrance ticket fetched 420 million gold coins. The Heart of the Castle concluded with a price of 880 million gold coins. In total, the revenue from these 3 concluding treasures amounted to 1,470 million gold coins. The prices of these 3 treasures surpassed each other, collectively nearing the total of the previous 100-plus diamond-level treasures. If one were to sum up the entirety of the 3 revenue streams, Lin Yuan emerged from this auction with a staggering 36,400 million gold coins. Even for Lin Yuan, this figure was sufficient to send a tremor of excitement through his heart. Truth be told, the earnings from this auction far exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. It appears that wealthy lords are, after all, not in short supply. The initial investment of 10 billion that Lin Yuan made merely ensured he established an advantage in the early stages of the game. Once the game progressed into a steady rhythm, that 10 billion would hardly suffice. To illustrate, consider a president of a large guild managing a community of 10,000 members. If each member contributed 1,000 gold coins daily, that would yield an astonishing 10 million in guild funds each day. Within 10 days, that totals 100 million. In such circumstances, the rate at which these individuals accumulate wealth would not lag significantly behind Lin Yuan's pace. The sole distinction lies in the fact that Lin Yuan has solely relied on his own efforts. He has journeyed to this point alone. Moreover, his most substantial advantage is not the initial 10 billion gold coins he invested, but rather the memories from his previous life. Those recollections and experiences constitute his most invaluable wealth. Had he merely possessed wealth, Lin Yuan would have encountered numerous detours in the early game, making his progression anything but smooth. Similarly, he would have been oblivious to the patterns governing the refresh of hidden quests, thus missing the opportunity to purchase quest refresh orders in bulk. He leveraged the experiences from his previous life to amplify his advantages, allowing them to snowball into an ever-growing force. Lin Yuan's journey to this point is attributable to both his past memories and the 10 billion he invested. Each is indispensable. Now, however, he must contemplate but one matter: how to allocate this 36,400 million gold coins. No, that is not entirely accurate. More precisely, it should be over 40 billion gold coins, as Lin Yuan still possesses over 500 million gold coins yet to be spent. In total, that amounts to over 40 billion. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan raised his gaze towards Li Bingqiu and spoke. I shall allocate 20 billion gold coins to you for the operation and development of our guild. Undoubtedly, this is the moment when the Hope Guild enjoys its most illustrious reputation. I require you to develop the Hope Guild into a premier guild in Huaxia in the shortest possible time, at any cost. Upon hearing this figure, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Li Bingqiu's eyes. She clearly had not anticipated Lin Yuan's generosity, so readily offering her 20 billion to aid in the guild's construction. It is worth noting that this amount constitutes half of the total funds. Even Li Bingqiu could not help but admire Lin Yuan's decisiveness regarding crucial matters. The man before her always knows precisely what he desires, and she would undoubtedly assist him in realizing his ambitions. With this thought in mind, Li Bingqiu promptly nodded, her tone resolute as she replied, I will make it happen. Subsequently, Lin Yuan continued, additionally, allocate another 10 billion gold coins, as per my previous instructions. To acquire architectural blueprints for defensive structures, procure as many as possible, with the higher tier and rarity, the better. Upon hearing this, the astonishment in Li Bingqiu's eyes deepened. She was well aware of the importance of this task. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would not have repeatedly emphasized the necessity of its execution. Yet, she had not anticipated the extent of Lin Yuan's commitment to this matter, willing to expend a full 10 billion gold coins. What was Lin Yuan truly aiming to accomplish? Chapter 159. My lord, do you wish to partake in my grapes? In the days following the auction, an unusual tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. Lin Yuan's predictions were indeed accurate. This period marked the zenith of the Hope Guild's development. Each day, the number of applications to join the guild skyrocketed into the tens of thousands. Merely reviewing the qualifications of these applicants consumed the better part of the day, leaving both Butler Li and Li Bingqiu utterly swamped. Moreover, the Hope Guild was still only a level 1 guild, capable of accommodating a maximum of 10,000 members. Upgrading the guild was not inherently difficult. However, Li Bingqiu had never considered that the guild would fill up so rapidly, which is why she had not pursued an upgrade sooner. Elevating the guild's level necessitated substantial guild funds and resources, which were typically sourced from member donations or rewards from completing guild missions. If one wished to progress gradually, it would typically take a week to elevate the guild's level by 1 tier. Fortunately, Li Bingqiu possessed an abundance of funds. It is crucial to note that the 20 billion gold coins Lin Yuan allocated to her were not intended to be left to accrue interest. Lacking guild funds? Simply inject 1 billion gold coins. Lacking guild resources? Donate 10 billion of each resource type to start, and replenish as needed. Thus, Li Bingqiu single-handedly shouldered the monumental task of upgrading the guild. Within a mere week, she forcibly elevated the Hope Guild to level 5. The current Hope Guild could now comfortably accommodate 50,000 members. Furthermore, Li Bingqiu had set the entry requirement for joining the guild to the standard of Tier 4 or higher lords. The Hope Guild had gained such immense notoriety that, without raising the criteria, even a cap of 50,000 members would prove insufficient. During this time, Li Bingqiu's most profound realization was the sheer joy that comes with wealth. While money cannot buy happiness, the happiness derived from having money is a sensation one can scarcely comprehend. No matter the troubles encountered, one can simply pave the way with wealth. In this context, the development of the Hope Guild progressed with remarkable ease. It can only be said that fate is indeed equitable. When one acquires wealth, it often comes at the expense of their worries. Concurrently, during this period, the 21 Guild Alliance disbanded of its own accord. They understood that the current Hope Guild, in terms of both reputation and strength, had formed an overwhelming force against them. The Hope Guild had swiftly evolved from a small guild with scant members into a formidable entity that instilled fear within them. To continue challenging the Hope Guild would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, futile and reckless. Intriguingly, after the dissolution of these guilds, More than half voluntarily merged into the Sky Palace Guild. It stands to reason, these individuals, having willingly become instruments for Lin Tianke, were undoubtedly promised some form of benefit by the latter. Now that their plans had faltered, Lin Tianke was compelled to assume responsibility. His method of accountability appeared to be the direct absorption of these medium-sized guilds to bolster his own power. Had this been the past, Lin Tianke would never have been so overt and blatant. He had always been the type to remain concealed until the final moment, revealing nothing. The reason Lin Tianke could act so unreservedly was likely due to his intent to sever ties with Lin Yuan completely. Moreover, Lin Yuan had not invited Lin Tianke to the auction. Given Lin Tianke's suspicious and sensitive nature, it was impossible for him not to perceive Lin Yuan's animosity. It is precisely for this reason that he resolved to confront Lin Yuan head-on. In Lin Tianke's eyes, there is no room for any adversary, even if that adversary is his own nephew. What piques Lin Yuan's curiosity is what methods his uncle will employ against him this time. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Lin Tianke had remained dormant, concealing himself to an almost flawless extent, until the very moment he was slain. Lin Yuan only learned the entirety of the truth from his adversary's lips. Given Lin Tianke's decisive choice to turn against him this time, it was likely that he had devised even more sinister schemes. Even Lin Yuan, a man of considerable acumen, could not afford to be careless. Within the confines of his territory, Lin Yuan sat in quiet contemplation within the Lord's manor, while Kairan stood beside him, holding a plate of fruits and gently bending down to feed him grapes. One must admit, this was the treatment befitting a lord. However, as Kairan leaned down once more, Lin Yuan cast a glance at her and chuckled softly, saying, "Next time you feed me, do remember not to wear such a dress." Kairan, with a puzzled expression, retorted, "Why not? Was it necessary to ask?" Lin Yuan, with a hint of exasperation, replied, "If you bend any lower in that dress, I might just catch a glimpse of something I shouldn't." He had anticipated that Kairan would feel a tinge of embarrassment at his words, but to his surprise, she bit her lip and gazed at him with sultry eyes, her voice as delicate as a whisper. "Does my lord wish to sample Kairan's little offering?" Lin Yuan. "This is not a bus to kindergarten. I wish to disembark." To be frank, upon hearing her words, Lin Yuan felt as though his very bones had turned to jelly. It seemed he had gravely underestimated the audacity of this dark elf queen. At that moment, he finally comprehended what it truly meant to possess an innate charm. It appeared that, in Kairan's eyes, seducing her lord was a peculiar delight. Just as Lin Yuan pondered how to respond, a communication signal suddenly chimed in his ear. Beep, beep, beep. Without hesitation, he answered the call. Soon, the voice of Li Bingqiu resonated from the other end. "Boss, do you have a moment? Let us get straight to the point. I've acquired all the architectural blueprints for city defenses available on the market, totaling 930 million, which includes 27 hidden blueprints and 1,255 high-tier designs." As she spoke, Li Bingqiu felt a pang in her heart. She had invested nearly $1 billion into these blueprints, sweeping the market clean of nearly all city defense architectural plans. Well done. A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. He then spoke calmly. "If you wish to know why I made such a substantial purchase of these blueprints, I can reveal the answer now." Chapter 160. A month later, the abyssal creatures lay siege. Upon hearing this, Li Bingqiu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and smiled. "Of course, I want to know. Curiosity is a trait inherent to all humans, and she was no exception." However, an unspoken understanding had developed between her and Lin Yuan. As long as he did not initiate the conversation, she would refrain from probing further. Lin Yuan continued. 1 month from now, countless spatial rifts will appear across the eternal continent. These rifts will connect to the abyss. At this revelation, a flicker of astonishment crossed Li Bingqiu's eyes. Is the chapter of the abyssal invasion about to commence so soon? After spending so much time with Lin Yuan, she was well aware of the implications. Not quite, Lin Yuan clarified. To be more precise, this is the prelude to the abyssal invasion, the siege of the abyssal creatures. The siege of the abyssal creatures? Yes, you may regard it as a special event, allowing the lords within the game to prepare for the impending abyssal invasion. Lin Yuan explained. There will be 100 waves of abyssal creatures invading, with each wave stronger and more numerous than the last. The more waves you withstand, the more substantial your rewards will be. What Lin Yuan stated was undeniably true. However, he had yet to mention that in his previous life, no lord had ever managed to endure all 100 waves. If his memory served him correctly, the best record in his past life merely reached the 86th wave before all resources were exhausted. The reason Lin Yuan had aggressively acquired city defense architectural blueprints was to ensure that this time, he would withstand all 100 waves of the abyssal creature siege. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Li Bingqiu finally pieced it together. "So, you had me acquire the city defense blueprints to prepare in advance?" "Precisely," Lin Yuan nodded, speaking with calm assurance. "Moreover, it is not only I who must be prepared, all of you must also brace yourselves. This special event, while exceedingly challenging, offers bountiful rewards. It is the perfect opportunity to widen the gap between us and other lords. At this point, a glimmer of excitement flashed across Li Bingchu's face. Now I understand. I will make the arrangements immediately. Very well, Lin Yuan responded. Do be cautious and strive to keep this information from leaking. Li Bingchu's excitement faltered slightly as she replied. Even if the information hasn't leaked yet, many are already following our lead in acquiring city defense architectural blueprints. This is primarily due to our conspicuous purchasing actions, which have drawn their attention. In fact, the prices of city defense blueprints in the market have surged by 30 to 40%. Nevertheless, Lin Yuan appeared unperturbed, replying nonchalantly, that's of no consequence. There will always be astute individuals in this world. The defining trait of these individuals is their keen intuition. However, there are also those who merely follow the trend. Even if they acquire the blueprints, they may not choose to construct anything. They might just hold on to them for a few days, and upon seeing the price rise, decide to sell them at the auction house. Li Bingchu chuckled. Your insight into human psychology is rather precise. Such is human nature. Lin Yuan smiled lightly, responding calmly. As long as the information regarding the abyssal creature invasion does not leak, they will remain oblivious to our true purpose in acquiring the city defense blueprints until the very last moment. Thus, strive to be as discreet as possible. I trust you know how to manage this without my further instruction? Yes, I understand. Li Bingchu nodded solemnly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. If there is nothing else, I shall get back to work. Wait, there is one more thing. Just as Li Bingchu was about to end the communication, Lin Yuan called out to her. I have a list of materials that I may need you to help me gather. All right, no problem. After Li Bingchu agreed, Lin Yuan promptly sent her the materials list. Upon reviewing the list, Li Bingchu couldn't help but blink in surprise. What on earth were these? Flamingo feathers, the eyes of a three-legged golden toad, the fangs of an ice wraith, the antennae of a red ant queen, ashes of vine clusters, and fiery treant with chips. In addition, there were numerous materials that Li Bingchu had never even heard of. The list spanned 4 to 5 pages, resembling an encyclopedia. The sheer volume left Li Bingchu feeling overwhelmed. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, what do you need all these peculiar materials for? Are they of any use? Lin Yuan chuckled lightly and countered, if they were of no use, would I have asked you to gather them? Seeing that Lin Yuan seemed unwilling to elaborate further, Li Bingchu wisely chose not to press the matter any further. However, she eventually spoke up. I will do my utmost to help you gather the materials. But some of them are exceedingly rare, and their prices will certainly not be low. To collect all the rare materials on this list, it would require at least 4 to 500 million gold coins. Moreover, some of them may not even be obtainable. Should I divert funds from the guild's treasury for this purpose? Previously, Lin Yuan had provided him with 3 billion in total, of which 2 billion was allocated as guild funds and 1 billion for acquiring city defense blueprints. Now, nearly all of the 1 billion gold coins designated for purchasing blueprints had been spent. If he were to gather these materials for Lin Yuan, he would have to draw from the guild's funds. However, Lin Yuan showed no hesitation and immediately replied, no need. The guild funds are meant for the development of the guild. I will transfer the money required for collecting the materials separately. I have another billion here, which should be more than sufficient for gathering the items on the list. As for those materials that cannot be collected, there's no need to force it. Just gather what you can. Understood, no problem. When do you need these materials? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and said, ideally within 10 days. Got it. I will take care of it right away. After comprehending Lin Yuan's request, Li Bingchu promptly ended the communication and resumed his busy schedule. Lin Yuan then leisurely strolled to the top of the city wall, gazing into the distance with a thoughtful expression. He had to make thorough preparations before the abyssal creatures launched their assault. His preparations extended beyond mere city defense structures. Chapter 161, Hidden Building, Holy Radiance Arrow Tower. Before long, Li Bingchu delivered all the acquired blueprints to Lin Yuan. With the blueprints in hand, Lin Yuan was ready to embark on the construction of the city defenses. However, before commencing, he had to meticulously select the appropriate designs. After all, the number of defensive structures that could be built in a territory was limited. Thus, to ensure the quality of the defenses, it was crucial to choose the right blueprints. Soon, Lin Yuan identified the first suitable blueprint, Hidden Building Blueprint, Holy Radiance Arrow Tower. Utilizing this blueprint would successfully allow the construction of the hidden building, the Holy Radiance Arrow Tower. If Lin Yuan recalled correctly, this hidden blueprint was quite costly, having been purchased by Li Bingchu for 70 million gold coins. In a market where the prices of city defense blueprints were generally low, 70 million gold coins was indeed exorbitant. However, Lin Yuan prioritized the construction of the Holy Radiance Arrow Tower not solely due to its high price, but rather because of its unique effect. This defensive structure granted a 200 bonus to damage when attacking undead creatures and abyssal monsters. It is worth noting that the base attack of the Holy Radiance Arrow Tower was already substantial. With the added damage bonus, it would undoubtedly become a nightmare for all abyssal creatures. To construct the Holy Radiance Arrow Tower, it required 10 million food, 10 million wood, 10 million stone, and 5 million silver coins. Such resources were insignificant to Lin Yuan. With a decisive wave of his hand, He commenced construction without hesitation. Within 5 minutes, the Holy Radiance Arrow Tower was completed. It is important to note that defensive structures are characterized by their short construction time, albeit at the cost of substantial resources. Fortunately, Lin Yuan had an abundance of resources at his disposal. If resources were ever lacking, he could always purchase more with gold. As the game progressed, the resources available to the lords gradually became more plentiful, and the prices of resources continued to decline. Currently, the exchange rate for basic resources such as food, wood, stone, and iron ore to gold coins had reached 100 to 1. This meant that 10,000 gold coins could easily be exchanged for 1 million resources. 100 million resources would only cost 1 million gold coins. For someone like Lin Yuan, who had a dedicated supplier for resources, the prices were even lower. Thus, Lin Yuan was unconcerned about resource consumption. Gazing at the towering arrow tower within his territory, radiating an aura of light, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed Lin Yuan's eyes. This signified that he had taken the first step in fortifying his defenses. However, the newly constructed Holy Radiance Arrow Tower was only at level 1, and its attack power was not particularly high. Given that Lin Yuan's Lord's Manor was at level 7, the level of his defensive structures could also be upgraded to 7. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan proceeded with the upgrade. Upgrading the Holy Radiance Arrow Tower from level 1 to level 2 required 20 million food, 20 million wood, 20 million stone, and 10 million silver coins. Following this progression, each level of upgrade would necessitate doubling the resources required. To upgrade from level 6 to 7, it would require 640 million food, 640 million wood, 640 million stone, and 320 million silver coins. In gold coin terms, that would amount to over 30 million gold coins. The sheer cost of upgrading a single defensive structure was staggering. It was no wonder that few lords were willing to upgrade their defenses. The expenses were simply too great. Moreover, if no one attacked the territory, the defensive structures would serve little purpose, essentially becoming mere decorations. At this moment, Lin Yuan truly grasped what it meant to spend money like water. He had initially thought that accumulating 36 billion through an auction was substantial, but now it seemed that it was barely enough. Regardless, upgrading the defensive structures was imperative. If funds became critically low, he could always liquidate some treasures. Lin Yuan devoted an entire day to elevating the Holy Radiance Arrow Tower to level 7. Upon achieving level 7, the appearance of the Holy Radiance Arrow Tower underwent a dramatic transformation. The tower was now adorned with radiant golden patterns, exuding a sacred aura of light. Atop the tower, 10 archers clad in mithril armor wielding glowing longbows maintained vigilant watch over the surroundings, their eyes sharp as hawks, ever alert for any signs of enemy presence. Lin Yuan even conducted an experiment using the Skeleton King, ordering the Holy Radiance Arrow Tower to attack it. To his astonishment, the Skeleton King, a level 7 unit, was unable to withstand even a single attack from the Holy Radiance Arrow Tower. A radiant arrow pierced through the Skeleton King's skull in an instant. In the next moment, a divine flame ignited upon the Skeleton King's body, incinerating it to ashes. Witnessing this spectacle, a look of shock flashed across Lin Yuan's eyes. Although the Holy Radiance Arrow Tower had an additional damage bonus against undead and abyssal creatures, the damage dealt was astonishingly excessive. A level 7 unit was instantly slain by a single arrow. Indeed, there is a reason why expensive items come with a hefty price tag. Despite the considerable resources required to construct the Holy Radiance Arrow Tower, Lin Yuan felt that the investment was undoubtedly worthwhile. Before long, he would be able to transform his territory into an impregnable fortress, akin to a bastion of steel and stone. Days passed, one after another. During this period, Lin Yuan devoted himself entirely to the construction of his territory. In a mere span of 7 days, he successfully erected 4 level 7 defensive structures within his domain. At this pace, within just over another week, Lin Yuan would be able to establish all 10 defensive buildings and elevate them to level 7. As for others, even if they possessed Lin Yuan's financial resources, achieving such efficiency would be utterly unattainable. After all, Lin Yuan was in possession of the Time Divine Steel, a treasure that had the construction and upgrade time for all buildings. At the very least, Lin Yuan would complete the enhancements of his defensive structures before the abyssal monsters launched their siege. Once the defensive structures reached a satisfactory point, Lin Yuan naturally prepared to embark on another equally significant endeavor. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed Li Bingchu's communication device and inquired straightforwardly, "How is the collection of the rare materials on the list coming along?" Upon recognizing Lin Yuan's voice, Li Bingchu promptly replied, "The progress has been quite smooth. I've gathered nearly 70%, spending approximately 400 million gold coins in total." "Good. Excellent," Lin Yuan responded. "Please send those materials to me at once." Upon hearing this, Li Bingchu expressed her surprise. "You need them right now?" "Yes, I will require them shortly." Lin Yuan nodded, a light chuckle escaping his lips. "If you are interested, you may accompany me." 2 hours later, Li Bingchu arrived at Lin Yuan's territory, materials in tow. Upon entering, she was immediately taken aback by the sight before her, her eyes widening in astonishment. Before her stood 4 towering edifices, a sacred light arrow tower, a sacred blessing tower, a hellfire magic tower, and an extreme frost magic tower. All 4 structures were not only hidden buildings, but had also been upgraded to level 7 by Lin Yuan. Their mere presence within the territory exuded an imposing grandeur, akin to slumbering beasts. Gazing at the spectacle, Li Bingqiu found it hard to fathom the sheer power these 4 defensive structures would command once operational. Over the past few days, while she had followed Lin Yuan's directives to establish defensive structures, her efforts paled in comparison to the magnificence of Lin Yuan's domain. How do you find it? Quite shocking, isn't it? Lin Yuan calmly introduced. However, this is merely half of what I aim to achieve. When fully realized, the grandeur will surpass what you see now. Li Bingqiu nodded in agreement, saying, I believe it. She then produced all the rare materials from her backpack and laid them before Lin Yuan. These are the materials I've gathered. You may count them if you wish. No need for counting. If something is missing, it won't be possible to gather it on short notice, Lin Yuan remarked. Now, follow me. We have a considerable journey ahead. If we move swiftly, we should reach our destination before nightfall. Understood, Li Bingqiu replied obediently, following closely behind Lin Yuan. They first traveled to the nearest main city and then used a teleportation array to reach the distant Sunmoon City. As evening approached, Lin Yuan finally led Li Bingqiu to the edge of a forest. Li Bingqiu recognized this place. It was known as the Forest of Sun and Moon, home to a lake of the same name nestled deep within. However, aside from its picturesque scenery, it seemed rather unremarkable, with most monsters therein being of the 3rd or 4th tier. It was a location seldom visited, save for a few novice lords. But why had Lin Yuan come to such a place? Before Li Bingqiu could ponder further, Lin Yuan stepped into the Forest of Sun and Moon. Naturally, she had no choice but to keep pace with him. The low-tier monsters within this forest posed no obstacle to the advance of Lin Yuan's army. In no time, he led his troops to the vicinity of the Sun Moon Lake. However, as Li Bingqiu surveyed her surroundings, aside from the shimmering waters of the lake, there appeared to be nothing else. Could it be that Lin Yuan had simply come here for the scenery? That seemed highly improbable. At that moment, Lin Yuan's voice broke the silence. Is it not time yet? Then we shall wait a while longer. After speaking, he leaned against a sturdy tree trunk, seated himself, and closed his eyes to rest. Curiosity piqued, Li Bingqiu inquired, Are you waiting for someone? To be precise, I am waiting for an NPC known as the Mysterious Merchant. Lin Yuan replied calmly. This mysterious merchant appears in a different location every month and only stays for a single day. If my memory serves correctly, today should be his appointed time here. The mention of the mysterious merchant seemed to ignite a realization in Li Bingqiu. Could it be that Lin Yuan had amassed so many special materials specifically for trading with this enigmatic figure? As time ticked away, the gentle breeze by the Sun Moon Lake brought comfort to the two, accompanied by the occasional chorus of chirping insects. Setting aside other considerations, it was indeed a delightful retreat. Just as Li Bingqiu began to feel drowsy, a shadow suddenly materialized before them, gliding toward them like a ghost. In an instant, Li Bingqiu felt a chill run down her spine, fully alerting her senses. Lin Yuan, however, remained composed and approached the figure directly. The mysterious merchant before them was cloaked in black robes, his face obscured, revealing only a dark void beneath the hood. This so-called mysterious merchant was a name coined by players, for his origins, movements, and even appearance were shrouded in enigma. Yet, Lin Yuan paid little heed to these mysteries. He was solely interested in conducting a transaction to obtain what he desired from this mysterious merchant. Young man, are you seeking to trade with me? The mysterious merchant's raspy voice emanated from beneath the cloak. As long as you can procure what I desire, I possess all that you seek. Lin Yuan nodded and replied. If we are to trade, I must first see what you have to offer. Very well, the mysterious merchant agreed, lifting the hem of his cloak and reaching inside, producing item after item. It seemed as though the depths of his robe connected to a separate space, for within less than a minute, he had extracted dozens of items. Li Bingqiu, intrigued, stepped forward and picked up one item, bringing it closer for inspection. The next moment, she stood frozen in place. For in her hand was a forbidden-level scroll named Apocalyptic Storm. She was acutely aware of the value of such a scroll. Even an 8th-tier magic scroll typically commanded millions of gold coins, while a 9th-tier forbidden-level scroll could easily fetch tens of millions. Yet, this forbidden-level magic scroll was being tossed about by the mysterious merchant as if it were mere refuse. After calming her emotions, Li Bingqiu once again picked up a parchment scroll made of sheepskin from the ground, pondering whether it could possibly be another forbidden spell scroll. However, upon reading the description of the scroll, she was once again rendered speechless. Her speculation had been correct. The scroll she had retrieved was indeed not a forbidden spell scroll, but a summoning scroll, specifically the 9th rank behemoth summoning scroll. Upon its use, it could summon 500 units of the 9th rank behemoth species. Li Bingqiu turned her gaze towards the enigmatic merchant, who was still rummaging through his wares, a flicker of bewilderment flashing across her eyes. Just how many extraordinary items did this mysterious merchant possess? Chapter 163, Special Treasure, Heart of Gold. Lin Yuan glanced at the astonished Li Bingqiu and couldn't help but chuckle. What's the matter? Are you dazzled? Immediately, the mysterious merchant's gaze fell upon the sheepskin scroll in Li Bingchu's hand, and he spoke. All the items here are for trade only, not for sale. This scroll can be exchanged for 10 eyes of the 3-legged golden toad, 20 pieces of crimson flame stone, and 1 heart of a tidal merman. Such were the merchant's rules. All his goods could only be obtained through barter. If one could not provide the desired items, there was no negotiation to be had. Even the highest offer would not suffice. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan retrieved the required materials from his backpack and presented them to the merchant. After accepting the items, the merchant averted his gaze. Li Bingchu, still in a daze, asked, "Did you make me gather these rare materials just for this?" Lin Yuan smiled. "What? Are you only just realizing it? Instead of being shocked, why not take the time to choose some treasures? Many of the fine items here cannot be found elsewhere. Also, ensure you have the rare materials he desires before trading with him. If you consider attempting to seize them by force, the consequences could be dire. Don't say I didn't warn you." Lin Yuan's words were not mere idle chatter. In his past life, there had been a lord who, driven by greed and lacking the requisite rare materials, attempted to forcibly seize treasures from the mysterious merchant. Consequently, the next day, that lord and his entire army vanished without a trace from this eternal continent. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's warning, Li Bingchu began to mentally tally the costs. If her memory served her correctly, each eye of the 3-legged golden toad was worth 300,000 gold coins, making 10 of them 3 million. The 20 pieces of crimson flame stone amounted to merely 2 million gold coins. The only truly expensive item was the heart of the tidal merman, which cost 5 million gold coins. Yet even with this, the total was a mere 10 million gold coins. 10 million gold coins for the ability to summon 500 units of the 9th rank? Such a deal was surely unparalleled. At that moment, Li Bingchu's innate desire for shopping as a woman was thoroughly ignited. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed upon the treasures scattered on the ground. A 9th rank forbidden spell scroll? Purchase. A 9th rank summoning scroll? Purchase. Diamond grade treasures? Purchase. Even if they were of no immediate use, selling them for a high price upon return would be worthwhile. A diamond grade treasure could easily fetch hundreds of thousands to millions outside, yet here, it could be obtained for merely a couple million gold coins and special materials. The difficulties she faced in gathering these rare materials previously paled in comparison to the exhilaration she felt now as she exchanged them for treasures. In the span of just a few minutes, Lin Yuan and Li Bingchu had exchanged all the rare materials in their backpacks, acquiring a considerable number of treasures from the mysterious merchant in return. That should be enough, right? Li Bingchu turned and said, "My backpack is completely empty." "Yes. It's time to go," Lin Yuan replied. "However, before we leave, I have one last treasure to trade." Before Li Bingchu could react, Lin Yuan turned to the mysterious merchant and said, "I have heard that you possess an item known as Golden Battlefield. Would you be willing to exchange it?" The merchant regarded Lin Yuan with a discerning eye and replied, "It seems your information is quite thorough. I do have such an item, but the conditions for exchange are exceedingly stringent. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" With unwavering conviction, Lin Yuan nodded and stated, "I wish to trade." "Very well," the merchant said as he produced a radiant golden chessboard from beneath his cloak. "To exchange for the golden battlefield, you will need 100 hearts of powerful magical beasts. If you possess them, we may conduct our transaction now." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan could not suppress a smile. His memories from his past life had not misled him. The condition for acquiring the golden battlefield was indeed 100 hearts from diamond-grade boss creatures. For ordinary lords, this was undoubtedly a harsh requirement. However, for Lin Yuan, it was hardly a challenge. He had defeated well over 100 diamond-grade boss creatures. Without hesitation, upon the merchant's request, he retrieved 100 diamond-grade boss hearts from his backpack. Upon witnessing the mountain of hearts before him, the merchant's tone carried a hint of astonishment. "I did not expect you to amass such a collection of powerful magical beast hearts. It appears you are indeed a formidable lord. In that case, I shall trade this golden battlefield to you, hoping it serves its purpose well in your hands." The merchant continued, "This transaction concludes here. I look forward to our next meeting." With that, he turned and dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the shadows. Once the mysterious merchant had departed, Li Bingchu eagerly approached Lin Yuan, her gaze fixed on the golden chessboard in his hands. "What attributes does this special treasure possess, that it requires 100 diamond-grade boss hearts for an exchange?" "You'll find out for yourself," Lin Yuan replied, revealing the attributes of the golden battlefield for her to see. Golden battlefield, special treasure. Description: this item can only be used within one's own territory. Upon activation, it creates a golden battlefield. All allied units within the golden battlefield will receive a 15 increase in all attributes, a 20 increase in attack power, a 20 increase in defense, and a 50 boost in morale. All men who step onto the battlefield alone possess hearts of gold. Upon seeing the attributes of this special treasure, Li Bingchu's eyes widened in shock. These attributes are incredibly powerful, as long as one is within their own territory. Such high bonuses can be attained. This is truly a defensive artifact. She finally understood why Lin Yuan had gone to such lengths to seek out this mysterious merchant. It was all for this extraordinary item known as the Heart of Gold. Chapter 164. The Assault of Abyssal Beasts officially begins. Alright, now that we have the treasure in hand, we should take our leave, Lin Yuan remarked, lifting the golden battlefield. Li Bingqiu, however, expressed a hint of reluctance. Will we have another opportunity to encounter this mysterious merchant? Hearing her question, Lin Yuan chuckled. That will depend on fate. In his previous life, even when some lords encountered the enigmatic merchant, they would refrain from disclosing the time and location of such meetings. Thus, Lin Yuan was only aware that the mysterious trader would appear at the Sun and Moon Lake during this particular time frame. Whether he would have future encounters depended solely on fortune. Subsequently, Lin Yuan spoke again, stating that for the next half-month, the guild members should focus on enhancing their defensive structures. Trust me, the rewards for fending off the abyssal creatures will undoubtedly exceed your expectations. Li Bingqiu was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly nodded in agreement, saying, all right. Soon after, Lin Yuan and Li Bingqiu opted to retrace their steps, returning to their respective territories. This time, he had procured a considerable bounty from the mysterious merchant, level 9 unit summoning scrolls, forbidden level magic scrolls, diamond tier treasures, hidden blueprints, and special artifacts. Among these, the most significant was undoubtedly the special artifact known as the Golden Battlefield. With this treasure in hand, Lin Yuan felt bolstered as he prepared to confront the abyssal creatures' siege. With just 10 days remaining until the abyssal creatures launched their assault, Lin Yuan successfully upgraded all 10 defensive structures to level 7. Furthermore, during this process, his territory itself ascended to level 8. This advancement meant that Lin Yuan could now recruit level 8 units. The human race's level 8 unit, the Holy Guardian, possessed exceptionally balanced attributes. Both its offensive and defensive capabilities were unparalleled among level 8 units, exhibiting virtually no weaknesses. More importantly, the Holy Guardian's attacks inflicted additional damage on undead beings and abyssal creatures alike. This was undoubtedly advantageous for Lin Yuan. Moreover, Lin Yuan tested the prowess of the Holy Guardians. In a scenario devoid of any enhancements, a single Holy Guardian could effortlessly contend with 10 skeletal kings. While there were elements of unit countering involved, this was sufficient to demonstrate the formidable strength of the Holy Guardians. In contrast, the Elven race's level 8 unit was the Holy Unicorn. According to the unit's description, the Holy Unicorn was a remarkably rare species, peace-loving, noble, and elegant. Its method of attack involved casting light magic on enemy targets. This characteristic rendered the Holy Unicorn more akin to a spellcaster unit. Regardless, augmenting his forces was ultimately beneficial. Lin Yuan would not hesitate to recruit even a level 1 unit, let alone the powerful level 8 Holy Unicorn. Having developed his territory to this extent, he had nearly reached his limits. Should he wish to elevate all these defensive structures to level 8, it would require an immense expenditure of resources and considerable time. While resources were not a concern for Lin Yuan, the pressing issue lay in the limited time remaining. Only 10 days were left before the abyssal creature siege commenced. Moreover, anomalies had begun to manifest throughout the Eternal Continent. Sudden spatial rifts appeared, with abyssal creatures crawling forth from these fissures, alongside rumors of an impending invasion circulating within taverns. Unfortunately, the majority of lords remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Only a select few perceptive lords sensed the urgency and began fortifying their defenses. Regrettably, their realizations came too late, lacking the foresight of treasures like Lin Yuan's Time Monument. Even upon awakening to the threat, they could not perfect their fortifications. Nevertheless, even in this state, they had surpassed nearly 90% of the other lords. Standing within his territory, Lin Yuan gazed at the formidable defensive structures, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Now, all was prepared, only the wind was lacking. What remained was to patiently await the abyssal creature's official assault. This time, he would endure a complete 100 waves of attack, creating an unprecedented miracle unseen in his past life. Days passed one after another. An increasing number of lords began to notice the peculiarities. Even the world chat channel overflowed with a palpable sense of unease. Have you all noticed that there seem to be many more abyssal creatures in the wild lately? Indeed, I've never encountered such types of monsters before. Could something be amiss? I heard from the tavern owner that this might be a precursor to an abyssal invasion. I also heard this while completing a quest. If the abyssal world truly invades the Eternal Continent, will we even survive? Why fret over such matters? If the sky falls, there will be someone tall to bear it. If the world truly ends, we might as well all perish together. All right, let us not be so pessimistic. Instead of worrying, why not reinforce our defensive structures? Haven't you all noticed that the prices of defensive structure blueprints have surged? Wow, you're right. I wouldn't have thought of that without you mentioning it. Thanks for the reminder. I'm off to purchase a few more. Lin Yuan glanced at the time. Only 3 days remained before the abyssal creature's siege commenced. On the day of the siege, the atmosphere was thick with foreboding. Today should be the day, right? Chen Bei's voice echoed through the team communication. This is my territory's first time being attacked. And by abyssal creatures no less. I can't help but feel a bit anxious. What's there to be anxious about? I'm not worried at all, Lin Mingming retorted disdainfully. A real man can handle this sort of situation, can't he? Chen Bei immediately shot back. If you're not worried, why don't we see who can endure more waves? If you can last longer than me, I'll call you grandma. Let's not go that far. I certainly don't want a grandson like you. As the two bantered, Li Bingchu interjected with a sigh. Enough already. This is hardly the time for jokes. Our leader has only shared the abyssal creature's siege time with us to prevent leaks, even keeping it from Qian Xiaozhuang and the others. You both should be prepared. Chen Bei confidently replied, rest assured, I've fortified my territory into an impregnable fortress. Anyone daring to attack will surely regret it. Lin Yuan chuckled, let us not be overconfident. The abyssal creature's siege may not be as simple as you imagine. Every 10 waves of attack, their strength increases. After the 50th wave, the difficulty will escalate significantly. Should you realize victory is unattainable, cease your efforts immediately. Otherwise, should your territory fall, you will waste a revival opportunity. Once everyone is transported to the eternal continent, this ceases to be a game. If you exceed 3 deaths or your territory falls 3 times, it signifies true death, and you will never return. Thus, any rational lord would avoid placing their territory in peril. Recognizing Lin Yuan's gravity, both Chen Bei and Lin Mingming nodded, committing his words to memory. Just as Lin Yuan intended to impart further advice, a world announcement resonated in their ears. Attention, all lords, the special event, Abyssal Creature Siege, will officially commence in 6 hours. Please return to your territories promptly to repel the Abyssal Creature's invasion. The Abyssal Creature's assault consists of 100 waves. Successfully resisting each wave will result in progressively enhanced rewards. Successfully defending against the Abyssal Creature Siege will yield ultimate rewards. During the special event, you may choose to forfeit at any time. Once you forfeit, you will be unable to re-enter the event, and your results will be permanently fixed. Please consider wisely. Wishing all lords the best of luck. This world announcement appeared before every lord across the globe. In an instant, the world chat channel erupted with fervor. Chapter 165. While we defend the city, are you asleep? What on earth is happening here? A siege by abyssal creatures? A special event? There was absolutely no prior notice. Indeed, this is far too sudden. I am utterly unprepared. Haha. Thankfully, I am astute. I had already reinforced the walls and arrow towers in advance. Abyssal wretches, come at me. Does anyone have spare troops to support me? Station them in my territory, and you shall be generously rewarded afterward. Who are these fools? Can't they see this as a special event open to all? Who has extra troops to spare for you? Dream on. Boo-hoo. I beg all kind-hearted brothers to help my sister with defense, and afterward, you can have whatever you desire. My goodness, sister, you are quite the flirt. Are you certain this is a sister? She might end up being more formidable than you. What? More formidable than me? That makes me even more excited. What kind of lecherous words are these? Goodness, male companions are actually around me. Observing this group of jesters in the world chat, Lin Yuan felt quite exasperated. No matter the time, even at the end of the world, these people remain as foolish as ever. Subsequently, Lin Yuan kindly reminded, it is certainly too late to build city defenses now. However, if possible, preparing a few high-tier magic scrolls might yield miraculous effects at a critical moment. What the heck? How did I not think of that? Thank you, Almighty Lin Yuan, for your guidance. I'm off to buy some now. For heaven's sake, move a little slower. Leave a few for me. Almighty Lin Yuan is truly generous. He shares his experience openly. Now, that is what one calls vision. Far better than those who hoard everything. Almighty Lin Yuan, don't just think of us. Remember to gather some for yourself too. I happen to have an 8th-tier magic scroll. If you don't mind, I can sell it to you at a low price. Lin Yuan smiled and replied, I'll pass. You should keep it for yourselves. The lords speaking here probably have no idea that Lin Yuan's backpack is brimming with forbidden-level scrolls. 6 hours swiftly elapsed. The vast majority of lords returned to their territories, bracing themselves. Naturally, some lords chose to forfeit outright. The suddenness of this special event left them utterly unprepared. Standing atop the city walls, Lin Yuan gazed into the distance. At the edge of his sight, a pitch-black spatial rift had quietly torn open. Following that, 102nd-tier abyssal imps and 103rd-tier abyssal hounds surged forth from the rift, launching an assault on Lin Yuan's territory. Clearly, this marked the first wave of the abyssal creature's siege. However, the difficulty of the siege escalated progressively. In the initial waves, even ordinary lords could easily withstand the assault, let alone Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan commanded his fire mages to take positions atop the city walls, and as the abyssal creatures approached, they unleashed a barrage of attacks. Boom, 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 boom. Accompanied by a meteor shower of fire raining down, all the abyssal imps and hounds before him were reduced to ashes. It is worth noting that after a month of development, the number of Lin Yuan's fire mages had reached 6,000. With 6,000 fire mages slaughtering these low-tier abyssal creatures, it was akin to using artillery to swat flies. Exceedingly effortless. Soon, the system notification rang in Lin Yuan's ears. Congratulations. You have successfully repelled the first wave of the abyssal creature siege. The second wave of the abyssal creature siege will commence in 2 minutes. Please prepare yourself. Between each wave of the abyssal creature siege, there would be a brief interval for the lords to recuperate. However, if a wave of abyssal creatures was not eliminated within a certain time frame, the next wave would commence immediately. 2 minutes passed swiftly. The second wave of abyssal creatures soon appeared before Lin Yuan. 200 abyssal imps, 200 abyssal hounds, along with an additional 100 4th-tier abyssal gargoyles. Despite the increase in numbers, it was still insufficient for Lin Yuan. He didn't even need to deploy other troop types. His 6,000 fire mages alone were more than enough to fend off a dozen waves of attacks. Given the current situation, he wouldn't feel any difficulty until at least the 50th wave. However, not all lords could manage as effortlessly as Lin Yuan. By the time the siege reached the 30th wave, some were already lamenting in despair. It's only the 30th wave, and 7th-tier troops have already appeared? Are we not allowed to live? Brother, you're doing better than me. I was eliminated in the 25th wave. Sigh, my defenses are as fragile as paper. They can't withstand anything. The difficulty of the abyssal creature siege is greater than imagined. By the time the 50th wave arrives, only the top-tier lords will be able to hold. I want to see how the top-tier lords defend. As for me, I'm just going to lie down. Want to watch the top-tier lords defend? Simple. Come to my live stream, broadcasting almighty Lin Yuan defending the city live. Immediately, a series of live stream room numbers flooded the public screen. At this moment, Su Tian was stationed near Lin Yuan's territory, live streaming the entire defense process. Previously, he worked as an entertainment reporter, commonly known as a paparazzo, surviving by capturing celebrity gossip. Although it was somewhat grueling, he managed to earn around 20 to 30,000 a month, living quite comfortably. His original dream was to work a few more years as a paparazzo, save up 2 to 3 million, return to his hometown to buy a house, and find a more laid-back job. Unfortunately, life had other plans. No one anticipated such a bizarre turn of events. Everyone in the world was transported into the Lord's realm. He had already fallen behind others by a month in development time, and lacking any gaming talent, he found himself in a dire situation. He quickly descended to the lowest tier, scraping by on resource gathering, constantly worrying that some top-tier lord might take a whim and annihilate his territory. Fortunately, Su Tian's greatest advantage was his quick wit. Since he lacked gaming talent, he decided to pivot to a different approach. Soon, Su Tian discovered his path to become a streamer, broadcasting content of public interest. Whether it was conflicts between lords or guild duels, he would be the first on the scene to livestream. Just like the previous occasion when Lin Yuan single-handedly challenged 200 enemy guild lords, Su Tian was there to livestream. That single livestream earned him over 1 million gold coins and tips. In a sense, Su Tian resembled a war correspondent. Following that successful event, he tasted the sweetness of his newfound path. As long as he kept his eyes on Lin Yuan, there would always be plenty of excitement. Thus, following the commencement of the Abyssal Monsters siege, Su Tian astutely sensed the rising excitement and decisively opted to abandon his challenge. He promptly arrived near Lin Yuan's territory and initiated a live broadcast. It soon became evident that his choice was indeed sagacious. Within mere minutes of starting the stream, thousands of viewers flocked in. As time progressed, the number of lords entering the live room continued to increase. After all, Lin Yuan was currently recognized as the foremost lord in Huaxia. Many were eager to discover how Lin Yuan would defend his city during this siege of abyssal monsters, and how long he could withstand the onslaught. In an instant, the chat room was inundated with comments. Streamer, quickly switch the camera. We are all awaiting your live coverage of the great Lin Yuan's defense. Indeed. Did you not realize whom everyone had come to see? False advertising. Brothers, report this. Brothers, the betting has begun. Let us wager on how many ways the great Lin Yuan can withstand. Numerous lords even began showering the streamer with gifts. Lord Ye Zayagushi gifted the streamer with food X10,000. Lord Chiju Shingo Sisa gifted wood X88, 888. Lord Feizhou Xiaobai Lian gifted silver coins X166, 666. Lord Shirtang Pali Jiang gifted gold coins X8, 888. Although the era of lords is a game world, it encompasses all the essential features, such as forums and live broadcasts. In fact, the gifts being showered in the live room are resources within the game. Watching the stream filled with red notifications of gifts, Su Tian could hardly contain his delight, realizing he had made the right choice. He then cleared his throat and proclaimed, "All right, everyone, please be patient. I will now broadcast the live defense of the great Lin Yuan." Immediately after, Su Tian switched the camera angle. Before long, the scenery outside Lin Yuan's territory appeared on screen. Countless abyssal monsters surged toward Lin Yuan's domain like a relentless tide. At that moment, the fire mages atop the city walls began chanting spells. Boom, boom, boom. Once the incantation concluded, a barrage of fireballs rained down like meteors, instantly obliterating a vast area. In less than 2 to 3 minutes, the army of abyssal monsters, numbering in the tens of thousands, was utterly annihilated. Was it truly this simple to dispatch an entire wave of abyssal monsters? Damn it, I initially intended to learn some tactics from this expert. Yet what was displayed here was sheer firepower dominance. It appeared far too effortless. I feel I could do it too. Indeed, you might think you could, but first, one must possess the military strength of the great Lin Yuan. For those of you who have never witnessed such grandeur, what is there to be astonished about? This is merely the 30-somethingth wave. Even slightly formidable lords could hold their ground, right? True, they could hold their ground. But can you truly do so as effortlessly as the great Lin Yuan? By the way, speaking of which, where is the great Lin Yuan? I haven't seen him. Is he not present in his territory? Upon seeing this comment, Su Tian's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Are you certain you wish to see him? Once Su Tian uttered these words, discontent flooded the chat room. Isn't this stating the obvious? We came here to see him, of course. Yes. We want to learn how the great master commands his battles. You false fans, we true admirers adore the great Lin Yuan for his looks. Ugh, male viewers. Get out of the live room. Su Tian, feeling helpless, remarked, since you wish to see, then I shall show you. He then adjusted the camera angle to focus on the city wall within Lin Yuan's territory. There lay Lin Yuan, reclining comfortably on a lounge chair, hands behind his head, blissfully resting with his eyes closed. Beside him, the dark elf Queen Keelan fanned him gently, creating a rather idyllic scene. In an instant, the live room was bombarded with question marks. Upon witnessing this sight, the Lord's morale crumbled. While we were toiling away defending the city, he was napping here. Chapter 166. Is this the damage an arrow tower is supposed to inflict? How audacious, truly audacious. My goodness, I never imagined the great Lin Yuan could sleep here. Clearly, the siege of abyssal monsters holds no intrigue for him. Damn, with a figure like that beside him, fanning him, I must admit, I feel a twinge of envy. The chat room erupted with comments. There was no denying the visual shock of the scene was overwhelming. For them, the formidable army of abyssal monsters they had to defend against paled in comparison to Lin Yuan's demeanor. In fact, Lin Yuan found the entire situation exceedingly dull. The first 50 waves of the abyssal monsters siege posed no challenge whatsoever to him. Even now, he had yet to deploy his entire military force. The 6,000 fire mages alone were sufficient to handle the current army of abyssal monsters. News of Lin Yuan sleeping while defending spread like wildfire. Many who had previously shown little interest were drawn in to watch. Observing the surging popularity of his live stream, Su Tian was utterly elated. In less than 10 minutes, he had already received hundreds of thousands of gifts. To him, the great Lin Yuan was nothing less than a cash cow. Had it been anyone else streaming, such high viewership would have been improbable. As time marched on, the number of abyssal monsters continued to escalate. By the 33rd wave, 7th-tier abyssal monsters began to emerge. By the 40th wave, a new 7th-tier monster named the Abyssal Red Armored Dragon appeared. This creature was colossal, moving slowly but adorned with a shell-like carapace that boasted astonishing defensive capabilities. Moreover, the numbers of Abyssal Red Armored Dragons were quite substantial. With over 1,000 appearing in just the 40th wave, the viewers in the live room perked up at the sight of these Abyssal Red Armored Dragons. This is promising. I believe these Abyssal Red Armored Dragons can breach the Fire Mage's defenses. Surely, the great Lin Yuan won't have time to nap now. Yes, let the assault be fiercer. Perhaps it will rouse the great Lin Yuan. I must say, you folks are quite mischievous, even siding with the abyssal monsters. In reality, the situation on the battlefield unfolded as these viewers anticipated. Despite the Fire Mages being a hidden 5th-tier unit, the Abyssal Red Armored Dragons were 7th-tier beasts with high magical defenses and some resistance to fire attributes. A single attack from the Fire Mages barely chipped away a fraction of the Abyssal Red Armored Dragon's health. With the Abyssal Red Armored Dragons leading the charge, the army of abyssal monsters pressed forward, swiftly closing the distance to just 1,000 meters from Lin Yuan's territory. At this moment, all the viewers in the live room fixated their gaze on the unfolding scene. With the situation escalating, surely the great Lin Yuan would take this seriously now? Yet, to their astonishment, even in such circumstances, Lin Yuan continued to slumber. Could it be that the great Lin Yuan was genuinely asleep? This is disastrous. If he doesn't awaken soon, it won't be long before the territory falls. Haha, this is the consequence of one who loves to show off. I say, this is simply deserved. Enough, my friend, let us refrain from mocking. I find it quite regrettable. Alas, let us take a moment of silence for the great Lin Yuan, hoping he will not be so overconfident next time. Just as the audience in the live stream was lamenting for Lin Yuan, the first Abyssal Scarlet Armored Dragon finally stepped within a kilometer of Lin Yuan's territory. What these individuals did not realize was that this precisely marked the range of the Holy Light Arrow Tower. Whoosh! Accompanied by a piercing sound that sliced through the air, an arrow, radiating brilliance, launched forth at an astonishing speed, piercing through the Abyssal Scarlet Armored Dragon. As the luminous arrow struck the beast's body, its health points plummeted to 0 in an instant. The colossal form crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. One shot, and it was obliterated. Gulp! The audience in the live stream widened their eyes in disbelief, instinctively swallowing hard. What kind of damage is this? A 7th-tier unit, annihilated in such a manner? My goodness, is this truly the damage output of the Arrow Tower? It is utterly absurd. I merely caught a glimpse of light, and the abyssal scarlet armored dragon fell flat. Is this the defense of a true master? I have gained insight today. Perhaps this is the chasm that separates me from such greatness. I wager $1,000,000 that this must be a hidden structure. Moreover, its level must be quite high. Otherwise, such damage would be inconceivable. It is simply beyond human comprehension. No wonder the great Lin Yuan sleeps so soundly, for he has nothing to fear. At this moment, those who had previously reveled in schadenfreude fell silent. This is a resounding slap to the face. They had mocked Lin Yuan for his arrogance, yet it appears he indeed possesses the capital to be so audacious. Soon, every abyssal scarlet armored dragon that entered the range of the Holy Light Arrow Tower was systematically eliminated. It is no exaggeration to state that the range of the Holy Light Arrow Tower was akin to a forbidden zone. A 7th-tier unit stands no chance of approaching Lin Yuan's gate unless their numbers exceed 10,000. However, even with such numbers, it would be improbable for them to near the gates of Lin Yuan's territory. After all, within Lin Yuan's domain, there exists more than just the Holy Light Arrow Tower as a defensive structure. In the subsequent rounds of abyssal creature sieges, Lin Yuan effortlessly defended against the onslaught with his fortifications. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream witnessed the formidable power of various hidden defensive structures. The Holy Light Arrow Tower, boasting immense lethality. The Extreme Cold Frost Magic Tower, capable of inflicting widespread slow effects. The Hellfire Magic Tower, which could wreak havoc upon enemy forces. The Holy Blessing Tower, which bestows enhancements upon units. Under the relentless fire of these high-tier defensive edifices, the abyssal creature army outside Lin Yuan's territory found themselves utterly devoid of any survival space. They could not even approach the city walls before being thoroughly obliterated. As they beheld the unfolding scene, the audience gradually transitioned from initial shock to a state of numbness. No, it would be more accurate to say they had grown accustomed to such displays. Chapter 167. Even the boss is frightened away. Now, that is what I call city defense. In comparison, the defenses of my territory appear as flimsy as paper. Thank you, great Lin Yuan, for introducing me to so many hidden defensive structures. To be fair, each of these defensive constructions is more formidable than the last. I am left utterly astounded. Goodness, when the Light Arrow Tower was unveiled, I thought it was the pinnacle, only to realize it was merely the beginning. While others struggle to defend their cities, it seems that for the great Lin Yuan, the abyssal army finds it challenging to advance. This is too vivid. I almost feel pity for those abyssal creatures. I am in stitches. It seems this army of creatures is nearing a state of despair. Abyssal army, bro, have some mercy. At least let us catch a glimpse of what your city walls look like. Alright, enough with the jokes. This is truly amusing. Akin to an old lady entering bed and making me chuckle. Finally, the 50th round of the abyssal creature siege commenced. Following the 50th round, the difficulty of the siege would significantly escalate, heralded by the emergence of the abyssal boss. Roar. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a massive entity suddenly appeared before the audience's eyes. An 80-level abyssal boss, the venomous scorpion lion king. This creature boasted the head of a lion, while its rear half resembled that of a scorpion, complete with a venomous black tail. For the viewers in the live stream, an 80-level abyssal boss was indeed a formidable sight. I never expected that by the 50th round, an 80-level boss would already emerge. If I recall correctly, there are supposed to be a full 100 rounds of abyssal sieges, right? My goodness, how daunting must the difficulty be for those final rounds. But let them worry about it. These are no longer our concerns. Well said. We merely need to enjoy the spectacle. I wonder what rewards await for clearing 100 rounds. I hope the great Lin Yuan can succeed, so we may also broaden our horizons. Although the difficulty of the abyssal siege will significantly increase after the 50th round, it remains naive to believe that a single 80-level abyssal boss could breach Lin Yuan's defenses. As predicted, the moment the venomous scorpion lion king stepped into range, the Holy Light Arrow Tower unleashed its assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tower's attack speed was astonishingly rapid. Arrows imbued with a radiant aura whistling through the air, one after another. Each arrow that pierced the venomous scorpion lion king's body instantly siphoned away a portion of its health. Roar. Enraged, the venomous scorpion lion king charged toward the city walls. However, at that moment, yet another ice projectile struck it squarely. Crack. The ice projectile erupted, enveloping the venomous scorpion lion king in a blizzard of frost. This not only inflicted damage, but also slowed its movement. Following this, the Hellfire Magic Tower joined the fray. A flaming arrow, forged from hellfire, surged toward the venomous scorpion lion king. Upon contact, it detonated spectacularly. Boom. 56,492. Over 50,000 points of damage caused a significant drop in the boss's health. At this rate, the venomous scorpion lion king would likely be annihilated before it even reached the city walls. Just then, a shadowy figure appeared atop the city walls and leaped down, charging directly toward the venomous scorpion lion king. This shadowy beast was none other than the little black creature. Since departing from the dark maze, it had scarcely absorbed any abyssal magic. After all, Prior to the onset of the Abyssal Invasion chapter, there were hardly any formidable abyssal creatures in the Eternal Continent. Starved for magic, the little black creature naturally regarded the venomous scorpion lion king as its prey. It quickly closed the distance to the boss and opened its mouth, absorbing the abyssal magic emanating from the creature. Under these circumstances, the attributes of the venomous scorpion lion king began to decline drastically. The viewers in the live stream were taken aback by this unfolding scene. Good heavens, what is this situation? What is the origin of this black little beast? It can even absorb the attributes of a boss. This is utterly outrageous. It's practically cheating. Moreover, this black creature doesn't appear to be a hero at all. Could it be a special unit? Roar. The enraged poison scorpion lion king immediately turned its head and let out a furious roar directed at the black beast. However, upon getting a clear look at the visage of the black creature before it, the lion king's roar abruptly ceased. Subsequently, an expression of sheer terror, almost human-like in its intensity, manifested on its face. Soon after, the poison scorpion lion king turned its body and prepared to flee. Witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live stream were utterly dumbfounded. When had they ever encountered such a spectacle? What on earth is happening? My goodness. It scared the boss away just like that. Is this kind of maneuver even possible? Black little beast, retreat, retreat, retreat. If Lin Yuan were still awake, he would undoubtedly be astounded. After all, little black hatched from the demon egg, which was imbued with hundreds of magical patterns, as a demon devourer. It is entirely normal for it to intimidate a typical abyss boss. There is nothing particularly surprising about it. However, the poison scorpion lion king's desire to flee did not sit well with the black little beast. How dare you leave when I have not yet absorbed enough? In the next moment, the black beast let out a low growl, its form expanding instantaneously into that of a massive black creature. It then lunged forward, pinning the poison scorpion lion king down with its colossal claws and forcefully began to absorb the latter's abyssal magic energy. As the black creature consumed more and more of the abyssal magic, the lion king's aura gradually weakened. In reality, the poison scorpion lion king was utterly intimidated by Little Black. If it truly fought back, Little Black might not stand a chance against it. After all, despite being a demon devourer, Little Black's current strength was only equivalent to that of a level 50 or 60 boss. Chapter 168. Did this strike a major artery? By the time the poison scorpion lion king regained its wits, it was already too late. Its attributes had diminished significantly. Moreover, even if its attributes had not decreased, it might not have been able to defeat Little Black anyway. After all, Little Black was not fighting alone. Behind it stood 10 high-tier defensive structures. A few cannon blasts from those would be far too much for the poison scorpion lion king to withstand. With the demise of the boss, the remaining abyssal creatures could no longer hold out for long and were swiftly eradicated. Even the 50th wave of the abyssal creatures attacking the city posed little difficulty for Lin Yuan. Nonetheless, despite this, the excitement in the live stream continued to rise rather than fall. People were eager to discover the limits of Lin Yuan. Just how many waves of abyssal creatures could he endure? 80 waves? 90 waves? Or even 100? No one knew the answer. But they understood that if even Lin Yuan could not clear the challenge, then no one throughout the entirety of Huaxiao would likely be able to endure until the end. The 60th wave, a level 90 abyss boss, the blood-eyed demon tiger, led a force of 20,000 7th-tier units, the abyssal red armored dragons, to appear before Lin Yuan's territory. To be frank, 20,000 abyssal red armored dragons is an immensely formidable number. At the very least, relying solely on fire mages and defensive structures would not be sufficient to completely eliminate these dragons. Just then, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Rising to his feet on the city wall, he gazed below and mused to himself. Has it already reached the 60th wave? It seems I've slept quite long. In truth, even if he were to sleep a bit longer, it would not matter. He had already instructed Artoria to engage in battle immediately if they were on the verge of being overwhelmed. Observing the situation of the abyssal army, Lin Yuan calmly remarked, after resting for so long, it's time for my heroes to stretch their legs. Upon hearing this, Uxel immediately stepped forward, kneeling on one knee, and solemnly declared, My lord, I am willing to lead the army into battle. To lead the army of the Skeleton King into battle? That would certainly seem a bit unfair. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before finally responding. Very well, since you wish to engage, then go ahead. But make sure to be swift. Uxel nodded firmly and replied, I will not fail my mission. Half a minute later, the city gates swung wide open. Watching the gates open, all the viewers in the live stream erupted with excitement. Oh my look, the gates are open. Is the great Lin Yuan finally getting serious? Damn, after waiting so long, we're finally in for a spectacle. I wonder just how terrifying Lin Yuan's forces truly are. As the gates opened, the first to appear were Uxel and the towering skeletal giant beside him. Following closely was an endless sea of skeleton kings. The sight of the skeleton kings was overwhelmingly vast, a dark mass stretching as far as the eye could see. Gazing at this innumerable legion of skeleton kings, the viewers in the live stream once again fell into a state of utter shock. My goodness, this is truly a sea of skeletons. I recall that these skeletons are all high-tier units, aren't they? But the quantity is simply staggering. It's terrifying. My mother asks why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. I estimated that this sea of skeletons must comprise at least 50,000. Hiss. The great Lin Yuan is indeed terrifying. In reality, the number of skeleton kings here is far beyond 50,000. It stands at a full 80,000. It's important to note that the number of skeleton kings under Lin Yuan had already surpassed 30,000 prior. After a month of development, reaching 80,000 is entirely reasonable. However, for an ordinary lord, the visual impact of this scene was simply overwhelming. 80,000 skeleton kings against 20,000 abyssal red armored dragons. Given that they are of the same unit tier, this is a complete rout. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan made a decisive move. He took out a golden chessboard from his backpack. Observing this scene, many viewers couldn't help but express a hint of confusion. What is this golden chessboard? Yet, in the next instant, the answer revealed itself before their eyes. The golden chessboard swiftly transformed into a phantom, expanding to envelop the entire battlefield. The skeleton kings on the battlefield were immediately bathed in a golden light. This is the effect of the golden battlefield, a special treasure. This treasure can only be used within one's territory. Once the golden battlefield is established, all allied units within its range receive a 15 boost to all attributes, a 20 increase in attack power, a 20 enhancement in defense, and a 50 boost to morale. It's worth noting that with the dual enhancements of the Bone Throne and Skull King's crown, the base attributes of the Skeleton Kings were already approaching that of 8th tier units. Now, with the augmentation from the golden battlefield, they have directly surpassed 8th tier units. Under Ugsul's leadership, his army of Skeleton Kings quickly engaged in battle with the abyssal red armored dragons. Meanwhile, Ugsul confronted the blood-eyed demon tiger. To be honest, with his current strength, taking on a level 90 boss would be more than sufficient. Immediately, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, a skeletal king raised his battle blade and struck fiercely at the abyssal crimson dragon. 21,345. As a blood-red damage value materialized, the health of the abyssal crimson dragon plummeted by a staggering 1/3 in an instant. Following this assault, the abyssal crimson dragon roared in fury, sweeping its tail forcefully against the skeletal king's form. Yet, after enduring this blow, the skeletal king's health diminished by merely 1/10. The viewers in the live stream were left in disbelief. How could the attack power of the abyssal crimson dragon be so feeble? Could it be that the defense of these skeletons is simply too formidable? This was utterly absurd. The abyssal crimson dragon appeared to possess superior defenses. The dragon's strike was hardly a nuisance, while the skeletal king's blow felt akin to severing an artery. How could such a disparity exist between two units of the same 7th tier? Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers finally grasped the significance of the golden battlefield. Bathed in golden radiance, these skeletal kings resembled the very essence of warfare. One skeletal king could even take on 2 abyssal crimson dragons. This was no longer merely a matter of numerical superiority, but a dual domination of quality and quantity. As Lin Yuan gradually unveiled his prowess, the curiosity of the live stream audience intensified. Could it be that this man's strength truly knew no bounds? Chapter 169, The Conspiracy in the Shadows. With an SS-class hero, Ugsar, and an army of 80,000 skeletal kings, this formation was undeniably formidable. The army of abyssal monsters from 70 rounds prior could not hope to shake it. Thus, Lin Yuan easily advanced to the 70th round of the abyssal monster siege. To be frank, reaching this level marked one as a top-tier lord within the realm of Huaxia. On a global scale, such a lord would be considered exceptionally powerful. Yet, this was evidently not Lin Yuan's limit. In fact, he had yet to deploy his entire force. Even among his 3 heroes, he had only dispatched Ugsar thus far. However, following the 70th round, 8th tier units began to emerge within the ranks of the abyssal monsters. These 8th tier units, known as abyssal demon apes, possessed commendable base attributes, embodying a balance of offense and defense. Nevertheless, despite their formidable strength, their numbers were not particularly high, with only 2,000 appearing in the 70th round of the siege. If this trend continues, by the 80th round, the number of abyssal demon apes could swell into the tens of thousands. This is the terrifying aspect of the abyssal monster siege. The further one progresses, the more the difficulty escalates to hellish levels. More crucially, throughout this ordeal, all lords are unable to replenish their forces. Even if the abyssal monsters fail to breach one's territory, they can gradually erode one's living strength. Should one manage to surpass the 80th round, they would undoubtedly be regarded as one of the most elite lords in the world. To be candid, even Lin Yuan, without those 10 high-level defensive structures, would likely suffer significant losses. This is the advantage of the reincarnators. It is precisely because Lin Yuan had prior knowledge of the abyssal monster siege's initiation that he could prepare ahead of time. He had already devised a plan. After the 80th round, he would no longer hold back, but would press onward with relentless vigor until he defended the 100th round. However, unbeknownst to Lin Yuan, while he fortified his defenses, a pair of eyes in the shadows remained fixated upon him. "Boss Lin, Are you certain it is necessary to go to such extremes? Upon receiving the communication, a hoarse voice teased, if I recall correctly, Lin Yuan should be your own nephew. Correct? Lin Tianke let out a cold laugh and replied nonchalantly, Luo Tian, having known you for so long, when did you become so verbose? Rest assured, carry out my instructions, and you shall receive every last coin owed to you. It was evident that the individual communicating with Lin Tianke was none other than Luo Tian, the president of Melody of Killing Intent. This fellow had previously appeared at Lin Yuan's auction, attempting to acquire the heart of the castle for 400 million gold coins. Most of the lords within their guild specialized in cultivating assassin-type units, and frequently undertook tasks to hunt other lords for bounties. Upon hearing Lin Tianke's words, Luo Tian could not help but chuckle. Having collaborated for so long, I naturally trust Boss Lin's credibility. I'm merely curious. How did the rift between you and your nephew escalate to such a point of no return? You must realize he is currently recognized as the foremost lord in Huaxia. And the Hope Guild is flourishing like never before. If you two could reconcile and consider merging Tianke and Hope, then congratulations. The throne of Huaxia's premier guild would belong to you both. However, upon hearing this, Lin Tianke merely scoffed. Since you're so curious, allow me to enlighten you. I orchestrated a car accident that claimed his parents' lives and seized control of the Lin Group's assets. Do you think there is any possibility for reconciliation between us? To be honest, from the moment Lin Yuan decided to sever ties with him, this secret had ceased to hold any significance. Moreover, as his ally, Luo Tian would not be foolish enough to disclose this information. Even if it were to leak, it was uncertain whether anyone would believe it. Thus, Lin Tianke felt at liberty to casually divulge this fact. Luo Tian was momentarily taken aback, then finally responded, unable to suppress his astonishment. Boss Lin, you truly are a ruthless individual. So, you've done all this, and that boy is already aware. Yet, Lin Tianke shook his head, stating, I do not know. However, I have always operated this way. Either I do nothing or I go all in. His words were indeed the truth. To this day, he remained uncertain whether Lin Yuan had discovered something that prompted this rift. Yet, he understood that Lin Yuan must have unearthed something. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to confront him amidst the numerous covert schemes. The more silent Lin Yuan remained, the more uneasy Lin Tianke felt. The most evident signal was that Lin Yuan had not invited him to participate in the auction he hosted. Even if Lin Yuan wished to maintain a semblance of goodwill, he would never opt to do so. The fact that he had chosen this course of action indicated that their relationship had deteriorated to one of irreconcilable enmity. He realized that since Lin Yuan began liquidating shares of the Lin Group, he had become increasingly inscrutable to his nephew. Lin Tianke was even unclear about what Lin Yuan truly knew. Thus, the unease in his heart compelled him to take the initiative. Such was his nature. Better to betray the world than to be betrayed by the world. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Tianke had risen to become a formidable figure. Although the Hope Guild was rapidly advancing, it still lagged behind his Tianke. Thus, he needed to eradicate it before it grew to pose a threat to Tianke. In this context, his primary target was naturally Lin Yuan. This was why he sought out Luo Tian. The invasion of the abyssal monsters undoubtedly presents the most opportune moment. Only by seizing their weaknesses can we deliver a decisive blow, leaving them no chance of recovery. Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, Luo Tian couldn't help but chuckle. To be honest, Boss Lin, what I admire most about you is your character. You are ruthless, resolute, and decisive. Rest assured, those targeted by our killing intent melody will never face a favorable outcome. You might as well prepare the victory wine in advance for collecting your dear nephew's remains. Chapter 170, The Ninth Order Monster, the Hellish Three-Headed Dragon. The 81st wave of the abyssal monster siege swiftly approached. Leading this legion of abyssal creatures was a level 100 abyssal boss known as the Blood Warden. Furthermore, behind this level 100 abyssal boss trailed 50,000 8th Order Dark Abyssal Monkeys. The 8th Order Dark Abyssal Monkeys posed a significant threat to Lin Yuan's forces. Moreover, their sheer numbers were staggering. Confronted with such a formidable army of abyssal monsters, Lin Yuan dared not let his guard down and opted to deploy all available forces. Artoria commanded the human troops, Kalen led the elven forces, and Ugsar directed the undead legions. The three heroes each fulfilled their roles with utmost dedication. Under the watchful gaze of the livestream audience, Artoria heroically led a vast army into the enemy ranks. Like a sharpened dagger, she effortlessly tore apart the enemy's defenses. In an instant, the viewers were left awestruck. What kind of troops were these? How could they be so formidable? They appeared far more powerful than the Skeleton King, slaying a dark abyssal monkey with just 2 or 3 strikes. It was astonishing. One could almost question whether these dark abyssal monkeys were truly 8th Order troops. What truly stunned the spectators, however, was the Holy Vanguard that followed closely behind Artoria. Even more importantly, these were not ordinary Holy Vanguards, but those enhanced by dragon blood. It is worth noting that Lin Yuan possessed the dragon blood vial, which allowed him to produce 100 drops of pure dragon blood daily. Over the span of a month, that amounted to 3,000 drops of pure dragon blood. Lin Yuan directly allocated all this pure dragon blood to the holy vanguards, promoting them all to the Dragon God Vanguard. These 3,000 Dragon God troops constituted the pinnacle of Artoria's military strength. Although the Dragon God Vanguards remained 8th-order troops, their enhancement through dragon blood and the amplification from the Golden Battlefield rendered them capable of slaughtering ordinary 8th-order troops with astonishing ease. Thus, Artoria was able to lead her forces to effortlessly breach the defenses of the monster army. Kill, kill, kill. Both armies clashed in a brutally straightforward manner, with the victor determined by strength and numbers on this battlefield. Artoria, Kalin, and Ugsar swiftly joined forces to encircle and slay the level 100 abyssal boss, the Blood Warden. Given the levels and capabilities of these three heroes, bringing down a level 100 abyssal boss was certainly within their means. Moreover, they had the assistance of the little black beast, which continuously siphoned abyssal energy from the Blood Warden, diminishing the latter's base attributes. The great Lin Yuan was extraordinarily powerful. It seemed that the 81st wave posed little challenge for him, and he would soon secure victory. If he could indeed withstand 100 waves, it would be a true honor for us in Huaxia. Indeed, among all the lords across the world, only the great Lin Yuan had achieved such a feat. Who was it that foolishly claimed Lin Yuan was the top lord in Huaxia? Look now, he is evidently the world's foremost lord. Just as I was about to curse, I realized it was an ally. Someone, quickly bring out my pasta for this ally to taste. Alas, I've drawn my 40-meter-long blade, my friend. Remember to be more concise in your words next time. The atmosphere in the live stream was exceptionally harmonious. Everyone awaited Lin Yuan to set an unprecedented record. After the conclusion of the 81st wave of the Abyssal Monster Siege, Lin Yuan took stock of his forces. The 3,000 Dragon God Vanguards under Artoria had suffered minimal casualties. Kalin's 3,000 Holy Unicorns, despite not being enhanced by dragon blood, also incurred few losses due to their ranged capabilities. The most significant losses were among the Skeleton King's army. From the 50th wave of the Abyssal Monster Siege until now, Ugsar's 80,000 Skeleton King troops had dwindled to just 40,000. This casualty rate exceeded 50%. Of course, this was to be expected, as the Skeleton King army had always been the main force on the battlefield. The high number of fallen was merely a consequence of their frontline role. Indeed, had it not been for the robust city defenses, Lin Yuan's losses would have been even greater. However, for Lin Yuan, the least valuable troops in his ranks were the Skeleton Kings. Should they perish, he could simply summon more. After enduring a full 80 waves of attacks, the battlefield was now littered with the corpses of abyssal monsters. In the next moment, Lin Yuan retrieved the skull of the Skeleton King from his backpack. Upon activating the power of this artifact, dark magic circles appeared on the battlefield, devouring the corpses like black holes. Ultimately, the battlefield yielded 60,000 Skeleton Kings from the abyssal monster remains, adding the remaining 40,000 Skeleton Kings. He now commanded a grand total of 100,000 Skeleton King troops. Witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live stream could scarcely contain their astonishment. Incredible! Originally only 80,000, it had now transformed into 100,000. The great Lin Yuan had truly left no escape for this horde of abyssal monsters. Abyssal monsters? Are you kidding me? Do you think this is a game? If only I possessed that artifact in Lin Yuan's hands. I believe I too could conquer the world. Brother, heed my advice, get some rest. In dreams, everything is possible. To the viewers in the live stream, Lin Yuan appeared to have gained a tremendous advantage. Yet, despite this, he remained vigilant, fully aware of the horrors that awaited in the 81st wave, especially the terrors that would emerge in the 91st wave. After a brief interlude, the 81st wave of abyssal monsters arrived. To everyone's surprise, 9th Order monsters made their appearance at this early stage. The 9th Order troops, the hellish, three-headed dragon. This unit boasted the physique of a dragon and the ability to fly. Adorned with 3 massive dragon-like heads and emanating an aura of dark abyssal energy, its fearsome appearance was enough to instill dread. Chapter 171. Just adding fuel to the fire. Is this what 9th Order troops are like? The pressure is utterly terrifying. Sigh, I wonder when I will be able to develop 9th Order troops myself. If 9th Order troops are appearing in the 81st wave, how many will emerge by the 100th wave? That would be truly terrifying. Who could possibly withstand such a force? By your reasoning, it seems the great Lin Yuan might not be able to endure 100 waves after all. If he can clear this, that would indeed be divine. In the 81st round, the abyssal monsters swiftly launched an assault on Lin Yuan's territory. Before long, 500 hellish three-headed dragons surged into the ranks of the Skeleton King's army. Although the number of these fearsome beasts was not particularly large, their combat prowess was astonishingly formidable. With a simultaneous roar from their 3 heads, the hellish three-headed dragons unleashed a torrent of searing hellfire directly upon the Skeleton King's forces. Under the scorching blaze of the hellfire, vast swathes of the Skeleton King's army were reduced to mere ashes. Despite the various enhancements, the Skeleton King's foundational attributes were already equivalent to an 8th-tier unit. However, the disparity between 8th and 9th-tier units is still considerable. Furthermore, the hellish three-headed dragons possessed the ability to fly, granting them an unmistakable advantage. Fortunately, Lin Yuan was not without means to counter this threat. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the sacred unicorns under Kalin to initiate an offensive. Even though the sacred unicorns were merely 8th tier units, their attacks dealt additional damage to abyssal monsters. Soon, radiant orbs of divine energy coalesced from the horns of these sacred unicorns and hurtled toward the hellish three-headed dragons. Boom, 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 accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous explosions. The health of the hellish three-headed dragons plummeted rapidly. Within 10 minutes, all 500 of the hellish three-headed dragons had been vanquished. Yet, during the course of the battle, Lin Yuan's forces continued to suffer significant attrition. Though the 100,000 skeleton kings might sound formidable, their rate of casualties was alarmingly swift. It is important to note that there remained at least 10 more rounds until they could withstand 100 waves of assault. As the battle progressed, the depletion of troops became increasingly severe, placing a greater strain on the Lord. Finally, after an hour, the process reached the 91st round of the abyssal monsters' siege. At this juncture, Lin Yuan's troop losses had become exceedingly dire. The Dragon Bloodguard and the Sacred Unicorns had each suffered the loss of half their numbers. Even the Skeleton King's army had dwindled from the initial 100,000 to a mere 50,000. This was despite Lin Yuan's utilization of the skull of the Skeleton King to continuously convert the fallen on the battlefield into Skeleton Kings. If one were to consider the actual number of Skeleton Kings that had perished on the battlefield, it would likely exceed 100,000, perhaps even nearing 200,000. As for the low-tier units below 7th tier, scarcely any remained. It is no exaggeration to say that, in the entire world, only Lin Yuan could withstand such a level of attrition. The viewer count in the livestream had even surpassed 400 million. It must be noted that this figure was not fabricated, but rather a true reflection of the number of individuals watching the stream. 400 million spectators were simultaneously witnessing Lin Yuan's defense. One can only imagine the immense attention this event garnered. The chat room was inundated with messages. "Oh my god, we finally made it to the 91st round. This is incredibly challenging. I can't help but feel that with the remaining forces Lin Yuan has, maintaining defense for the next 10 rounds will not be an easy feat. Stop being such a pessimist. Lin Yuan will surely triumph." To be honest, Lin Yuan's perseverance thus far is commendable. I've seen other lords fail their challenges. Indeed, apart from Lin Yuan, no other lord has managed to last this long. Lin Yuan is undeniably strong, but one must consider the reality of the situation. Given his current forces, it will be quite difficult to endure the forthcoming 10 rounds unless he has some hidden strategies. What are you even thinking? At this point, if he had any trump cards, he would have already deployed them. Whatever, let us just support him, regardless of whether he succeeds or not. Lin Yuan is a source of pride for us in Huaxia. At this moment, the vast majority of viewers in the live stream chose to support Lin Yuan unconditionally. However, a portion remained pessimistic, doubting Lin Yuan's ability to succeed. After all, in their eyes, he was nearing his limit. Amidst the discussions of the audience, the monsters of the 91st round finally charged toward Lin Yuan's territory. Leading the charge was the abyssal boss known as the Infernal Black Knight Sigmund. Lin Yuan recognized this boss. Though he appeared to be a warrior type, his tankiness was remarkably high, comparable to that of a tank boss. Moreover, while Sigmund's attack power was not particularly impressive, he possessed the skill Scorching Pain. When he attacked, there was a 50 chance to trigger this passive skill, inflicting 135 of his attack damage to the enemy, reducing their armor by 30, and applying a burning status that drained 700 health points per second. Thus, even though Sigmund's attack was not particularly hefty, he could still deal substantial damage through this passive ability. His high tankiness stemmed from his possession of both the Magma Shield and Scorching Retaliation skills. Once activated, Magma Shield granted Sigmund a 50 increase in armor, a 20 boost to attack power, and a 30 increase to his health cap. Meanwhile, the passive skill, Scorching Retaliation, allowed him to return 20 of the damage received when attacked. It is no exaggeration to say that this abyssal boss, known as the Infernal Black Knight, while not overwhelmingly powerful, was undeniably a source of considerable headache for all lords, a true disruptor on the battlefield. Artoria, you and Kalin handle the boss. Ugsul, you take charge of the front lines. We cannot allow them to set foot on our territory. Lin Yuan commanded decisively. Understood, my lord. The three heroes accepted their orders simultaneously and led their respective armies into battle. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan stood atop the city walls, gazing into the distance at the approaching horde of monsters. If there were no unforeseen circumstances, it seemed that he was the only remaining lord still holding the line. After all, if Lin Yuan's memory served him correctly, the highest record from his previous life had only managed to withstand 86 rounds. Moreover, that was achieved with the aid of a special artifact designed specifically for defense. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yuan had already surpassed the record set by the previous lords. However, his ambitions extended beyond merely breaking records. He aspired to create an unprecedented miracle. Considering the time, it seemed that he should reveal his hidden cards. If he did not deploy them soon, the upcoming 10 rounds would prove exceedingly challenging to endure. Just then, A sharp and urgent horn sounded in his ears. It was an alarm, the warning from the lookout tower. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow and instinctively looked toward the lookout tower. The lookout tower was also a defensive structure. The higher its tier, the further its range of detection. Lin Yuan wasted no time and inquired in a deep voice, "What is happening, my lord?" "Other lords are gathering from afar." The scout in the lookout tower replied urgently. "It appears they intend to launch an assault on our territory." Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's expression darkened instantly. It was evident that someone sought to take advantage of the chaos and trouble him at such a critical moment. Under ordinary circumstances, devoid of any threats from abyssal monstrosities, even 100 high-ranking lords collaborating might find it an arduous task to seize his territory. Yet now, after enduring countless waves of monstrous assaults, the forces under Lin Yuan's command were precariously on the brink of collapse. The audacious choice of these individuals to align themselves with the monstrous army in attacking his domain was akin to pouring fuel on a fire. Naturally, this was precisely their intent. They sought to ignite the flames, aiming to utterly consume Lin Yuan. Chapter 172, A Grand Performance for You. How shameless. Lin Yuan's gaze turned instantly frigid. It was not difficult for him to deduce the mastermind behind this scheme. Apart from Lin Tianke, no one else could be responsible. Only he could act with such ruthless determination. The leaders of other factions, even if they were averse to witnessing the Hope Guild's formidable rise, would not choose to engage in such treachery at this critical juncture. This was not due to their lofty ideals, but rather because such actions would irrevocably plunge them into a life-and-death struggle with Lin Yuan. Of course, Lin Tianke possessed the audacity to do so. If he lacked such resolve, he would not have orchestrated the tragic accident that claimed Lin Yuan's parents. A boundless fury seemed to ignite within Lin Yuan's eyes. Yet it quickly subsided, settling into a calm as placid as still water. Finally, he murmured to himself, in a voice only he could hear, "Lin Tianke, this is of your own making." Initially, Lin Yuan had intended to wait until the Hope Guild had grown more formidable before declaring war on Lin Tianke. However, it appeared that such a delay was no longer necessary. With the enemy having so brazenly presented themselves at his doorstep, to refrain from retaliating would be a display of cowardice. Nevertheless, his immediate focus had to be on defending against this wave of monstrous siege. Throughout, Lin Yuan had regarded those lords who seized the opportunity to attack his territory with disdain. To him, they were merely a collection of insignificant fish. The addition of a few more fish would scarcely alter the course of the battle. Lin Yuan calmly inquired, "How many have come in total?" The scouts atop the watchtower quickly provided an answer. 50 in total, all of whom are lords of the 7th tier or above. 57th tier lords? They truly overestimated their own capabilities. It is worth noting that even among first-rate guilds, 7th tier lords are considered elite. More importantly, the fact that these 50 lords chose this moment to launch an attack indicated that they had long been lying in wait nearby. This meant they had directly forfeited the rewards of the abyssal monster siege. Otherwise, with the strength of a typical 7th tier lord, defending for 50 or 60 rounds would pose no challenge at all. It seemed Lin Tianke must have promised these individuals greater benefits. However, if they truly believed that 57th tier lords could contend with him, they were woefully naive. Moreover, their timing for this assault was evidently misguided. Had they chosen to strike during the 100th wave of monstrous forces, Lin Yuan might have found himself in a more precarious position. Instead, they foolishly opted to attack now. Perhaps, in their eyes, Lin Yuan would not be capable of withstanding the 100 rounds. Thus, they perceived this as the optimal moment to launch their offensive. For such individuals, Lin Yuan could only conclude with 4 words, a frog at the bottom of the well. He had encountered many fools, but those so blissfully ignorant were a rarity. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous. He could utilize these imbeciles to test the power of his hidden cards. Soon, even the audience in the live stream bore witness to the coalition of lords encircling Lin Yuan's territory. In an instant, the atmosphere became electrified. The entire chat exploded with fervor. What on earth were these people thinking? Attacking at such a moment. Look at their guild name. They are all from Melody of Murder, a guild infamous for its ruthless nature. As long as the payment is sufficient, they will strike down anyone. This makes no sense. When did Lin Yuan provoke Melody of Murder? Regardless, this tactic is utterly despicable. It is a blatant act of taking advantage of another's peril. Truly disgraceful. Are there not many foreign lords watching the stream as well? This was supposed to be a moment that showcased the might of our Huaxia nation. Yet we are left as the subject of ridicule. Indeed, to betray someone at such a time is utterly shameless. Melody of Murder, a garbage guild, treacherous dogs. Cursed for life. Alas, Lin Yuan's situation is dire. He has barely made it to the 90th round, and now his hopes of victory are dashed. In the live stream, over 80% of the audience vehemently condemned the vile actions of Melody of Murder. Disgusting. Despicable. Shameless. At this moment, Luo Tian was also present in the live stream. Observing the barrage of insults, his demeanor remained unchanged, even bearing a hint of smugness. The more vehemently these individuals cursed, the more it confirmed the success of his strategy. As for the multitude of criticisms directed at him, he was indifferent. Melody of Murder has never cared for reputation, as they are but executioners lurking in the shadows. As long as they maintain their infamous notoriety, there will always be those willing to pay handsomely for their services. Moreover, the public is notoriously forgetful. Once Lin Yuan falls from grace, it will take less than a month for the vast majority to forget him. By then, who will remember the misdeeds committed by Melody of Murder? History, after all, is written by the victors. Now, Luo Tian was prepared to witness, firsthand, their victory unfold in the live stream. Upon receiving the news of Lin Yuan's territory under siege, the Hope Guild's channel was similarly ablaze with fervent emotions. Chun Bei was so incensed he could scarcely contain himself. Damn it, these wretched dogs choose now to launch a surprise attack on our leader. Boss, just wait. I will dispatch troops to support you immediately. Li Qingshan immediately chimed in. Count me in. Wei Juyo, count me as well. Qian Xiaozhuang, damn it, include me. We absolutely cannot allow our leader to be bullied like this. Lin Mingming, I want to join the battle too. At that moment, Li Bingshu finally spoke up. To be honest, I can empathize with everyone's feelings and share in your anger. However, I also hope that we can all remain calm. Losing our rationality and anger will resolve nothing and only provide our opponents with amusement. Even for those closest, it would likely take an hour to reach the scene, right? Clearly, the enemy has come prepared, and it is only natural that we did not foresee this. Chen Bei, looking dejected, responded, then what should we do? Just watch as our boss's territory is breached? Upon hearing this, Li Bingshu couldn't help but laugh. Chen Bei, you followed our boss for so long. Do you truly lack this level of trust? Let me be frank. Even if our boss is indeed being schemed against, he may not be the one to suffer. When Li Bingshu uttered these words, everyone in the Hope Guild was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. It was no wonder Li Bingshu was so confident. After all, she was the only one privy to the nature of Lin Yuan's hidden cards. Li Bingshu was right. Since they were so eager to deliver their heads to him, let them come. At that moment, Lin Yuan finally spoke. Consider it a grand performance for you. Chapter 173. The unrevealed trump card. Upon the utterance of Lin Yuan's words, all present, save for Li Bingshu, were momentarily taken aback. They were evidently unprepared for such unwavering confidence emanating from Lin Yuan. What hidden cards did he still possess? Soon after, the army of abyssal monsters surged forth, with the Skeletal King's forces being the first to engage. However, the skeletal army had dwindled to a mere 50,000. With such a meager contingent, it seemed insufficient to halt the advancing horde of abyssal creatures, especially with 57th-tier lords casting their covetous gazes upon Lin Yuan's domain. As the monstrous army began its onslaught against Lin Yuan's formation, the lords of the Killing Intent Melody Guild finally chose to take action. The assassination squad readied themselves, with the leading lord solemnly proclaiming, "Our priority is to eliminate the heroes under Lin Yuan's command, particularly that dark elf mage hero. He must not be allowed to remain on the front lines." What set these lords apart from the abyssal monsters was their strategic acumen, their understanding of how best to target Lin Yuan. In their eyes, eliminating Lin Yuan's heroes would effectively cripple his capabilities. Following the issuance of this command, the lords dispatched their heroes towards the locations of Artoria, Kalen, and Ugsel, though none of the heroes under these lords were of SS rank or higher. Most were A or even S rank. An S rank hero, the Wraith Assassin, quickly set its sights on Kalen, advancing at a breakneck speed, intent on extinguishing the latter's life. However, before he could reach Kalen, a scarlet chain suddenly ensnared the Wraith Assassin's form, forcibly restraining his movements. This chain was the result of the legendary artifact, War Judicator's Pauldron, and its accompanying skill, War Shackles. This skill allows the user to designate a target and restrict their actions. The target of War Shackles suffers a 35 reduction in movement speed, receives 20 increased damage, and cannot move beyond a 200-meter radius from the skill's user. It was evident that the Wraith Assassin had been tethered by this chain. Now, he had to confront Ugsel as his opponent. Witnessing this scene, the Wraith Assassin's lord nearly turned green with despair. It is well known that assassin heroes are at a disadvantage against warrior heroes. Moreover, Ugsel surpassed the Wraith Assassin in both level and rank. As for equipment, there was no question, ordinary diamond tier artifacts could not even be equipped by Ugsel. Unbeknownst to this lord, however, this was not the most dire moment. In the next instant, a crimson glow enveloped Ugsel, akin to a rising battle fervor. This was the second accompanying skill of the War Judicator's Pauldron, War Zeal. Once War Zeal is activated, each attack from the hero increases their attack power by 1, stacking up to 60 layers for a duration of 20 minutes. Clearly, this unfortunate soul had become a sacrificial offering for Ugsel to accumulate War Zeal. The assassination plan executed by Killing Intent Melody faced significant impediments, as Lin Yuan's heroes proved overwhelmingly formidable. 3 S-rank assassin heroes, after overcoming multiple obstacles, arrived at Kalen's side, poised to launch a surprise attack. What was the outcome? They were all brutally slain. Indeed, it was utterly absurd. A single mage hero had managed to counterkill 3 assassin-type heroes. Was there no justice left in the world? These individuals had clearly underestimated Lin Yuan's intelligence gathering. Once they witnessed the attributes of the treasures on Kalen, they would swiftly comprehend the folly of their decisions. If Kalen's combat prowess was so formidable, one could only imagine the might of Artoria and Ugsel, especially Ugsel who, after slaying the Wraith Assassin, had simultaneously maxed out the 60 layers of War Zeal. What does 60 layers of War Zeal signify? It equates to a staggering 60 increase in attack power. This is the might of legendary artifacts. They not only possess extraordinarily high base attributes, but also include skills that are astonishingly powerful. With a 60 boost to his attack power, Ugsel could be likened to a divine force, vanquishing all who stood before him. Fortunately, despite the failure of the assassination plan, they had established absolute superiority on the front lines. In fact, the Abyssal Monster Army alone was sufficient to breach Lin Yuan's defenses. Now, bolstered by their coalition, they formed an overwhelming force on the battlefield. Steady yourselves. He cannot hold out much longer, the leading lord intoned. No matter our casualties, breaching Lin Yuan's territory will be our greatest victory. His words served as a potent tonic for all present. Indeed, what did it matter if their strength paled in comparison to Lin Yuan's? What of their heroes being crushed? Their objective was to obliterate Lin Yuan's domain, wiping it clean and dragging him down from his pedestal. The foremost lord of China was about to change hands. Observing the precarious situation on the front lines, the viewers in the live stream could only sigh in resignation. Alas, hope had been extinguished. It was over. The forces of Lin Yuan were nearing depletion. Once the Skeletal King's army was annihilated, defeat would not be far behind. Catastrophe loomed. Killing Intent Melody had seized the opportune moment, intent on utilizing this chance to eliminate Lin Yuan entirely. At that instant, the vast majority believed that Lin Yuan had irrevocably lost his chance for a comeback. Yet, standing upon the city wall, Lin Yuan remained composed. From the very beginning, he had been awaiting a pivotal moment. And now, he had finally arrived. Confronted by the frenzied advance of the enemy, akin to a tide of ants, Lin Yuan's resolve crystallized. In the next heartbeat, he retrieved a plethora of scrolls from his backpack, each one a treasure he had exchanged from a mysterious merchant. Among them were 9th-tier unit summoning scrolls and devastating forbidden spell scrolls. This was the trump card Lin Yuan had yet to reveal. Chapter 174, Forbidden Magic. A cataclysmic barrage, it is time to send you on your way. Lin Yuan grasped the first forbidden spell scroll, tearing it open without a moment's hesitation. As the scroll was shredded, the forbidden spell unleashed its fury upon the adversaries before him. Earth-based forbidden spell, Wrath of the Earth. Boom. In an instant, the ground beneath the enemy quaked violently, fissures erupting as if the earth itself was enraged. Countless foes plummeted into the abyss-like chasms. Subsequently, as the ground trembled, the fissures converged once more, crushing those unfortunate souls into a gruesome pulp of flesh and bone. Damn it, this guy still possesses forbidden spells. One lord cursed. My heroes have been slain. Everyone, tread carefully. Do not fall into the crevices. Steady. Do not panic. He has begun to act out of desperation. This is likely his last resort. Indeed, it is utterly impossible to annihilate all our forces with merely a single forbidden spell scroll. However, just as the Lord's words echoed in the air, yet another forbidden spell descended. The necromantic forbidden spell, Death Ripple. In an instant, a grayish-white wave of energy surged forth across the battlefield. These pallid ripples radiated an aura of decay and ruin. Any entity that came into contact with them would find their flesh rotting away, ultimately transforming into mere bones. Before they could even react, a series of forbidden spells erupted among them. Fire magic forbidden spell, Hell of Crimson Lotus. Earth magic forbidden spell, Sandstorm Grave. Lightning magic forbidden spell, Divine Judgment of the Fallen. Ice magic forbidden spell, Weeping Ice Rain. Light magic forbidden spell, Radiance of the Celestial Dome. One devastating forbidden spell after another rained down upon them, as if the very essence of destruction was unrestrained. In that fleeting moment, the enemy forces suffered countless casualties. The expressions on the Lord's faces shifted from shock and rage to numbness and despair. How many forbidden spells had been unleashed? The 11th? The 12th? Or perhaps the 13th? They could scarcely keep count. For Lin Yuan had no intention of halting his onslaught. Just how many forbidden spell scrolls did this individual possess? Who was it that claimed Lin Yuan had exhausted his resources and was desperate? Is this what you call being at one's wit's end? Is this what you consider a cornered rat? The barrage of comments in the live stream had completely spiraled into madness. Good grief. I have never witnessed such a magnificent spectacle in my life. You should have studied more, yet you chose to raise pigs. Can you not find other adjectives apart from good grief? Haha, under normal circumstances, I could speak for 5 minutes without repetition, but at this moment, only expletives can adequately express my feelings. Goodness, this is utterly exhilarating. Can someone tell me how many forbidden spells were unleashed just now? Counting Master Online. A total of precisely 15 forbidden spells. Report complete. My goodness, where on earth did Lin Yuan acquire so many forbidden spell scrolls? Surely he knows of a wholesale supplier? Terrifying. This is nothing less than a cataclysmic uproar. Lin Yuan, indeed unfathomable, when he strikes, it is a reversal of fate. The lords of killing intent melody must be utterly dumbfounded. This is a direct plunge from heaven to hell. This is likely his final resort. Whether they can withstand this round remains uncertain. Finally, after enduring the relentless bombardment of 15 forbidden spells, Lin Yuan ceased his actions. Before him, the enemy forces had dwindled to a mere third of their original strength. To be frank, he still possessed numerous forbidden spell scrolls. However, there was no need to employ them against the remaining battered remnants. After all, there were still 10 rounds of abyssal monstrosities to contend with. It would be prudent to conserve his resources. Now that the appetizer had concluded, it was time for the main course. With a smile, Lin Yuan casually produced a 9th-tier troop summoning scroll and unhesitatingly chose to utilize it. In the next moment, the summoning scroll in his hand transformed into a glimmer of light. Subsequently, 1,000 9th-tier cyclopes materialized before him. Of course, for Lin Yuan, this was merely the beginning. The 9th-tier troop summoning scrolls continued to morph into radiant streams in his grasp. Simultaneously, various races' 9th-tier troops incessantly appeared before him. 9th-tier bone dragons, 9th-tier angels, 9th-tier cyclopes, 9th-tier treants, 9th-tier vampire counts. Gazing upon this spectacle, the livestream audience was momentarily rendered speechless. What is happening? Is he summoning 9th-tier troops directly? I am in shock. Just how many tricks does Lin Yuan possess? Honestly, it is the first time I have seen such a plethora of 9th-tier troops. Indeed. Who isn't astonished? Once again, I extend my gratitude to Lin Yuan for broadening our horizons. In a matter of minutes, Lin Yuan's forces had swelled by several tens of thousands of 9th-tier troops. Moreover, under the augmentation of the golden battlefield, these 9th-tier troops boasted combat prowess superior to their peers of the same tier. With an indifferent gaze, Lin Yuan solemnly commanded, "Go forth. Annihilate the enemies before you. Roar. Scream. Kill." The roars of beasts, the howls of dragons, and the shouts of humanity all melded into a cacophony. This motley army, entirely composed of 9th-tier troops, surged toward the enemy with unyielding ferocity under Lin Yuan's orders. Observing this grand army, the lords of killing intent melody turned ashen, their eyes brimming with despair. They had just endured a relentless barrage of forbidden spells. How could the remnants of their 7th-tier troops possibly withstand the iron hooves of the 9th-tier army? Furthermore, this was Lin Yuan's domain. Within his territory, the 10 high-tier fortifications were relentlessly unleashing their firepower upon them. It is over. The leading lord clenched his teeth, ultimately bowing his head to accept the futility of this endeavor. Despite the dire circumstances, they had failed to breach Lin Yuan's territory. Chapter 175, the first wave of abyssal monster army. The man before them was truly terrifying. Prior to this, he had never imagined that a lord could possess such immense power. Though reluctant to admit it, the truth remained. Lin Yuan, single-handedly, had utterly obliterated them. On the battlefield and on a psychological level, their morale had been completely shattered, and they had lost all desire to resist. They simply wished to bring this ordeal to a swift conclusion. After a prolonged silence, the leading lord finally made a decision and spoke. "Let us retreat. The tides have turned, and remaining on this battlefield would amount to nothing less than a death sentence." Moreover, they were well aware that Lin Yuan possessed a unique treasure capable of transforming the corpses on the battlefield into skeleton soldiers under his command. Engaging in such a futile endeavor was best avoided. Though retreating might seem disgraceful, it would ultimately mitigate their losses. Following the retreat of the coalition of lords from killing intent melody, a wave of mockery surged through the live stream. "Is this it? You dare to launch a sneak attack with such meager abilities? Hurry back home to drink milk. It's laughable. You gathered an army to launch a surprise attack only to be driven into a rout. Do you even understand what embarrassment means? Just leave. Not everyone can be provoked. It's hilarious. Today I have witnessed what it means to be a clown. This is truly an instance of failing to catch a chicken and instead losing the rice. Haha. We should really thank this group of clowns. If it weren't for them, we wouldn't have had the chance to witness such a spectacle." Within the Hope Guild S channel, cheers erupted. Lin Yuan is incredible. This is so satisfying to watch. Delightful, absolutely delightful. Boss, make sure to hold out for 100 rounds and smash these garbage faces. Amidst the uproar within the Hope Guild, a message from Li Bingchu suddenly appeared on the World Channel. From this day forth, the Hope Guild officially declares war on Sky's Edge and killing intent melody. If one does not wish to be embroiled in this conflict, please withdraw from the association promptly, lest you claim ignorance of the warning. Has war been declared? The message issued by Li Bingchu detonated like an underwater bomb, sending shockwaves through the community. Is this a direct declaration of war? How utterly unexpected. It is obvious. When others have so brazenly slapped you in the face, how can one continue to endure in silence? Declaring war on melody of murderous intent is one thing. But what on earth does it mean to declare war on Heaven's Gate? Does this imply that Heaven's Gate has also become involved in this matter? That said, Is this truly the will of the esteemed Lin Yuan? Declaring war against two top-tier guilds is no trifling matter. Indeed, even if the Hope Guild is a rising star. Challenging these two giants is no simple feat. The World Channel buzzed with fervent discussions. Meanwhile, the instigator of this tempest, Li Bingshu, remained remarkably composed. To be candid, she did not seek Lin Yuan's counsel before making this decision. However, she was confident that he would choose the same course of action. Moreover, she would not permit anyone to scheme against Lin Yuan. Always clear in her affections and aversions to her, Lin Yuan had long transcended the role of merely being her employer. Anyone who dared to lay a hand on Lin Yuan would inevitably face dire consequences. At this moment, Lin Yuan was wholly absorbed in battling the abyssal monstrosities. Although the infernal Black Knight Sigmund was formidable, the combined efforts of three heroes kept his health steadily dwindling. Prior to this, Sigmund had also endured numerous rounds of forbidden spells, resulting in significant loss of health. Furthermore, there was the crafty Xiao He lurking nearby, continually siphoning the abyssal energy from him. Sigmund was on the verge of madness, recklessly charging towards Xiao He. However, with Artoria, Kalen, and Ugsar present, it would indeed be peculiar if Sigmund could easily approach Xiao He. Even though Ugsar had already employed shackles, this did not imply that Artoria and Kalen lacked their own means of restraint. Artoria promptly raised her sealing sword, casting Holy Confinement to forcibly restrict Sigmund's movements. Nevertheless, Holy Confinement could only hold Sigmund for a brief moment. Immediately following, Kalen too chose to act. Just as Sigmund broke free, her incantation reached completion. Dark gravity descends. Boom. A colossal wave of dark gravity suddenly bore down upon Sigmund, forcibly reducing his movement speed by 70. At this moment, Sigmund's movements resembled that of a tortoise. Soon after, a renewed barrage was unleashed upon Sigmund. As the battlefield saw the abyssal horde and the allied forces of the Lord being nearly cleared, Sigmund's health was nearing its end. Under such circumstances, Artoria and Ugsar naturally held nothing back. In an instant, the Imperial Light Destruction / and the Undead Demon King / simultaneously crashed down upon Sigmund, draining the last remnants of health from this abyssal boss. The 90th round of offense was successfully defended by Lin Yuan. The battlefield lay strewn with the corpses of abyssal creatures and the Lord's coalition. Now, with Lin Yuan's forces dwindling, he could not afford to let these corpses go to waste. He promptly utilized Skull King's Skull to transform all the bodies on the battlefield into Skeleton Kings, summoning a total of 40,000. Though the numbers were vast, Lin Yuan paid a hefty price for this. Within a single battle, he expended 15 forbidden spell scrolls. Even though he still possessed 15 forbidden spell scrolls, facing the upcoming 10 rounds of offense would not be an easy endeavor. Lin Yuan quickly made a decision. In each subsequent round, he would use only one forbidden spell scroll, reserving the final 6 for the 100th round. For him, that would be the true final showdown. The fate of victory or defeat rested upon this pivotal moment. The following rounds of offense were all successfully defended by Lin Yuan. Although the sheer number of monsters was immense, the absence of an abyssal boss made the challenge less daunting than the 90th round. Yet even so, Lin Yuan's forces continued to dwindle. The viewers in the live stream watched with bated breath. After all, the final 100th round loomed ever closer. No one could anticipate what formidable abyssal creatures would emerge in that climactic moment. The 97th, 98th, and 99th rounds. Lin Yuan defended against 9 consecutive waves of attacks without a moment's respite. Now, only the final round remained. This was the true ultimate showdown. If he could withstand this round, Lin Yuan would have completed the challenge. According to the special events introduction, only those who completed the entire challenge would be eligible for the ultimate reward, although they were unaware of what the final reward entailed. Given the difficulty of the abyssal siege, it was clear that the so-called ultimate reward would not be lacking in value. At that moment, Lin Yuan's ears were graced with the sound of a system notification. In 10 minutes, the 100th round of abyssal monsters will commence their siege. Please prepare, Lord. The difficulty of this abyssal siege is exceptionally high. Will you choose to abandon the challenge? Abandon? At this juncture, how could one even contemplate retreat? Lin Yuan scoffed lightly and resolutely declared, "Continue. You have successfully chosen to continue the challenge. Good luck." The atmosphere on the battlefield was one of grim tension. Although these 10 minutes were meant for the Lord to adjust and prepare, they felt oppressive, as if dark clouds were looming over a besieged city. Lin Yuan exhaled a deep breath and began to assess the strength of his forces. Among the various 9th-tier units, only 60,000 remained. The army of Skeleton Kings had dwindled to less than 40,000. The Dragon God Guardian army and the Holy Unicorns had suffered almost total casualties. As for the low-tier units, they had long since been decimated. Even the flame mages stationed on the city walls numbered only 2,000. Beyond that, Lin Yuan's available resources were limited to the 6 forbidden spell scrolls in his possession. He himself was uncertain of how the final battle would unfold. Even as a reborn individual, he had no prior experience to draw upon. Finally, the 10-minute countdown concluded. the 100th round of Abyssal Monsters Siege officially commenced. Chapter 176, A Reunion with Astaroth. Soon, a massive spatial rift tore open just beyond Lin Yuan's territory. A deluge of hellish three-headed dragons surged forth from this rift, their numbers staggering to a heart-stopping degree. My heavens, are these 9th-tier units free of charge? The quantity is simply overwhelming. There must be tens of thousands at least. Hiss. Tens of thousands of 9th-tier units. Only the esteemed Lin Yuan could withstand such a force. And this is merely the beginning. Let us not forget. The abyssal boss of the 100th round has yet to make its appearance. Following this comment, the audience realized that the 9th-tier units currently emerging were merely lowly minions. No one knew what caliber of abyssal boss would manifest in the final round of the siege. At last, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from the rift in space, sweeping across the surroundings with a menacing force. Even the heavens seemed to change hue. Above, dark clouds gathered as if to suppress the earth itself. The onlookers, witnessing the spectacle, could not help but change their expressions. Even through the screen, they felt the heart-stopping pressure. What level of abyssal boss could unleash such a dreadful aura? Ah, humanity, we meet again. I promised you that once I had the opportunity to enter the eternal continent, I would seek you out without delay. At that moment, a voice like thunder crashed in Lin Yuan's ears, causing him to furrow his brow. This voice was far too familiar. If his memory served him right, it belonged to Astaroth. The next instant, Lin Yuan raised his gaze towards the abyssal boss before him and indeed beheld that familiar demonic visage. On that dark violet face, 6 blood-red eyes glowed ominously, exuding an extraordinarily sinister aura. Undoubtedly, the abyssal boss before him was none other than Astaroth, one of the 72 pillars of demonkind. Previously, Lin Yuan had encountered Astaroth while collecting that demon egg. Initially, he assumed he would only meet Astaroth after the chapter of the abyssal invasion. Truth be told, even he had not anticipated that the final wave of abyssal monsters would culminate in a confrontation with this very foe. How ironic that fate would bring them together once more. At this juncture, Lin Yuan finally gazed upon Astaroth's true form, towering to a height of 4 to 5 stories. Shrouded in darkness and exuding a noxious miasma, Astaroth held a hellish dragon in his right hand. Following Lin Yuan's scrutiny, Astaroth's attributes materialized before him. Astaroth. Abyssal boss. Level 135. Health points 90, 000, 000, 900, 000. Attack power 856, 012, 450. Defense power 8, 200. Skills. One of the 72 pillars of demonkind. Possessing despair-inducing strength, his very existence signifies disaster and ruin. Lin Yuan recalled his first encounter with Astaroth, where, due to his insufficient lord level, he could only discern the enemy's level, with all other attributes shrouded in a series of question marks. Now, however, Lin Yuan's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Yet, even so, he still could not uncover Astaroth's skills. It appeared that the only way to ascertain them was through the crucible of battle. After all, he was one of the 72 pillars of demonkind. It is essential to note that the 72 pillars are the most formidable demon lords within the abyss, each wielding unimaginable power. Despite Astaroth's level of 135, he remained relatively weak among his peers, even considered to be at the bottom. If Lin Yuan recalled correctly, the last abyssal demon he faced in his previous life, named Kunguzad, boasted a level of 200. Alas, before he could vanquish it, it had already met its end at the hands of Lin Tianke. Human, I shall crush you slowly, akin to an ant beneath my heel, Astaroth sneered, allowing you to savor true despair and terror in your final moments. Is that so? Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Then let us see if you can accomplish that. In the next moment, Lin Yuan's vast army launched their assault. At this juncture, all the abyssal creatures had emerged from the rift, led by Astaroth and an entire legion of 100,000 hellish three-headed dragons. It is worth noting that Lin Yuan's forces numbered only 60,000 Tier 9 units and over 40,000 Tier 7 skeletal kings. However, with the advantage of home ground defenses and the enhancement from the golden battlefield, facing the 100,000 hellish three-headed dragons should pose no significant problem. The only question remained, could Lin Yuan eliminate Astaroth? If he failed to slay Astaroth, the defense of the city was destined to end in failure. After all, a being of Astaroth's caliber could wreak unimaginable havoc on the battlefield. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan made a resolute decision. He would spare no effort to slay Astaroth. In truth, there was no need for him to issue commands. Altria, Kirin, and Ugsar had already charged towards Astaroth. In addition, several agile Tier 9 units also advanced towards him. Do you think a swarm of ants can impede my path? Astaroth scoffed disdainfully, raising his hand. The hellish dragon coiled around his arm opened its massive maw and unleashed an inferno in a specific direction. Hellfire. Under the searing flames of Hellfire, a group of Tier 9 behemoths was instantly reduced to ashes. As the spectators in the livestream witnessed this scene, they couldn't help but swallow hard. It must be noted that the behemoth was a Tier 9 unit, renowned for its defensive capabilities and health. Yet, It was obliterated in an instant by Astaroth's single skill. This abyssal boss was indeed formidable beyond belief. However, Astaroth's assault was far from over. "Let the calamity of fear engulf you," he declared, stepping forward and unleashing a massive cloud of violet poison. In an instant, all units caught within the purple mist fell into chaos, turning upon one another in a frenzy of violence. Observing this unfolding chaos, Lin Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brow and immediately ordered all Tier 9 units to retreat. There was no choice. Astaroth's methods were far too treacherous. Relying on sheer numbers would lead to needless casualties. Thus, he would have to depend on his heroes to confront this foe. Soon, Altria surged to the forefront of Astaroth. Raising her hand, she executed a radiant slash towards him. 6,498, 7,845, 7,444. A sequence of radiant slashes deducted over 20,000 of Astaroth's health. Yet, in the grand scheme of his 9 million health, this paltry damage scarcely scratched the surface. "Your sword certainly possesses some merit," Astaroth remarked, casting a cold glance at Altria. "But regrettably, you have yet to unlock its true potential." With that, Astaroth's colossal palm came crashing down upon Altria. Boom! With a resounding thud, the ground trembled beneath the force of the impact. Faced with the boss's onslaught, Altria did not hesitate and activated the glory shield, rolling aside to evade. Nevertheless, even with her efforts, she still suffered considerable damage, her health plummeting by a quarter. One could not deny that Astaroth's power was indeed overwhelmingly formidable. In an effort to thwart any further assaults from his adversary, Artoria steadied herself and promptly raised her longsword, invoking the spell, Divine Confinement. A silvery radiance of binding light descended upon Astaroth's form. However, upon being forcibly immobilized, a mocking expression involuntarily surfaced upon his visage. Did he truly believe such trivial tricks could ensnare me? How naive of him. Subsequently, Astaroth exerted his arms, causing the surrounding confinement light to shatter into fragments. This exemplified the formidable power of the 72 Pillar Demon Lords. Common control spells were utterly insufficient to restrain him. Just as Astaroth prepared to strike again, a look of surprise suddenly crossed his features. He slowly turned his head and soon beheld a small black creature incessantly siphoning the abyssal demonic energy from him. Simultaneously, his attributes began to diminish steadily. Yet, the creature's strength was still too feeble, even as the abyssal energy was consumed. Astaroth's attributes were only declining at an exceedingly slow rate. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even if he stood still, allowing the black creature to absorb for half an hour, the effect would be minimal. Astaroth swiftly recognized the diminutive creature before him, and a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. "I never expected this demon devourer had been hatched by you. Alas, it has chosen the wrong master. You are far too weak to nurture it. Thus, let it accompany you to the depths of hell." After uttering these words, Astaroth grinned menacingly, clenching his right fist and mercilessly swinging it toward the direction of the black creature. Chapter 177, Fierce Battle, the 72 Pillar Demon Lord. Astaroth's attack was exceedingly swift, leaving the black creature with no chance of evasion. Fortunately, at that moment, Ugsar summoned a skeletal giant just in time. The massive skeletal giant stood before the black creature, absorbing the blow on its behalf. With a resounding thud, the skeletal giant's health plummeted by nearly half. One can only imagine the sheer terror of Astaroth's offensive capabilities. Simultaneously, the sacred light arrow tower within Lin Yuan's territory unleashed its barrage. Arrows imbued with a radiant aura struck Astaroth repeatedly. 8,841, 8,995, 9,443. It is worth noting that the sacred light arrow tower dealt additional damage to abyssal creatures. Even Astaroth, as one of the 72 Pillar Demon Lords, was no exception. Nevertheless, Astaroth remained unfazed, instead cackling maniacally. "Is this the extent of your attacks? Merely a tickle? Very well, once I have exterminated your heroes, I shall dismantle your territory." Even while enduring the fortification's damage, Astaroth could still overpower the 3 heroes before him. The might of the 72 Pillar Demon Lords was evident. Observing this scene, Lin Yuan did not hesitate and chose to unleash the remaining 6 forbidden-level magic scrolls in one breath. It is known that the vast majority of forbidden magic spells inflict area damage. Thus, not only would this alleviate the pressure on the front line, but it would also inflict considerable harm upon Astaroth. However, as Lin Yuan tore open the forbidden magic scrolls, Astaroth immediately sensed the surge of magical energy. He lifted his head, his gaze icy as it locked onto Lin Yuan, sneering. "What? Do you intend to use forbidden magic against me?" In the next moment, Astaroth opened his massive maw, unleashing a cloud of black-purple smoke. The dense smoke rapidly coalesced before him into a thick barrier. This was one of Astaroth's skills, the miasma barrier. Boom, 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 boom. The 6 forbidden-level spells unleashed by Lin Yuan surged toward the battlefield. Beneath the might of these forbidden spells, the hellish 3-headed dragon suffered numerous casualties. However, the miasma barrier before Astaroth successfully mitigated the majority of the damage. As a result, The 6 forbidden spells inflicted just over 1 million in damage upon him. Compared to Lin Yuan's expectations, this was evidently much lower. Do humans possess any other means? Go ahead and reveal them. For beings as feeble as you can merely rely on external forces. Despite losing 1/9 of his health, Astaroth's eyes remained filled with derision. Clearly, he believed this was Lin Yuan's ultimate gambit. Furthermore, with his strength, even if he were to be left with half his health, he could effortlessly crush the 3 heroes before him. At that moment, Ugsar brandished the skeletal blade, fiercely slashing downward toward Astaroth. 26,612, slicing through Astaroth's massive form. He left a deep gash. The foul-smelling black, demonic blood erupted forth, causing Astaroth to lose over 20,000 health points. It is essential to note that Ugsar was not only an SS-level hero, but also equipped with legendary gear, and had received a 60 attack power enhancement from fully stacked War Zeal. Under these circumstances, his damage output naturally exceeded that of Artoria. Concurrently, Chiron was not idle either. She swiftly chanted incantations, conjuring a series of dark magical missiles that immediately hurtled toward Astaroth. 3,456. 4,545, 3,569, 4,021. While the damage from each individual dark missile was not particularly high, when dozens struck simultaneously, the cumulative damage was quite substantial. This relentless onslaught seemed to thoroughly infuriate Astaroth. His 6 blood-red eyes instantly fixated on Chiron. In the next moment, Chiron's gaze became vacant, as if under external control. This was yet another of Astaroth's abilities, mind manipulation. Once ensnared in this controlled state, Chiron redirected her attack towards Artoria, preparing to chant her spell. Soon, several dark magical missiles coalesced around her. Astaroth cackled derisively. Pitiful humans. Behold as your hero turns against you. This is a splendid performance I have meticulously prepared for you. Witnessing Chiron's imminent attack, Lin Yuan wasted no time and swiftly retrieved the Heart of Gold from his backpack. In the next moment, he activated the power of the Heart of Gold on Chiron. It is crucial to understand that the Heart of Gold is a special artifact capable of dispelling all negative states. Even mind manipulation was not an exception. A golden light enveloped Chiron, instantly restoring clarity to her eyes. Upon regaining her senses, Chiron realized she had nearly attacked her ally, and furiously exclaimed, "Damn you, bastard." Immediately, the dark magical spheres surrounding her surged toward Astaroth. Boom, 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 boom. Caught unawares, Astaroth was unexpectedly forced back several meters. Before he could steady himself, a brilliant sword light, radiating a golden glow, suddenly cleaved towards his back. The Imperial Light Annihilation Slash. 78,521. It is important to note that the Imperial Light Annihilation Slash is a signature move of Artoria. This technique can inflict a staggering 500 damage while completely disregarding the opponent's defenses. With just one strike of the Imperial Light Annihilation Slash, Astalos lost nearly 80,000 hit points. At this moment, Astalos was utterly enraged, roaring, "I will annihilate you all." Accompanying his furious roar, the Hell Dragon coiling around his right arm opened its massive jaws wide. The searing flames of hell surged forth, sweeping across the battlefield. In an instant, the health points of Artoria, Ugsar, and Kalen plummeted dramatically. Even the nearby black beast was affected, rolling in agony amidst the flames. Chapter 178. This is the true killing blow. With just one area of effect skill, Astalos had plunged all of Lin Yuan's heroes into a state of critical health. This exemplifies the terrifying prowess of the 72 pillars of demon gods. Fortunately, within Lin Yuan's ranks, there still existed the presence of priests. As a 7th-tier human unit, the priest's healing capabilities were quite substantial. Moreover, Lin Yuan had refrained from deploying the priests in previous battles to conserve their strength for this moment. Although the production of 7th-tier units is not particularly high, thanks to the enhancement of the time god steel, Lin Yuan had managed to recruit a total of 4,000 priests over the course of an entire month. Under the priest's healing ministrations, the health of Artoria and her companions gradually began to recover. Naturally, Astalos could not remain idle. He let out a roar akin to that of a wild beast and charged directly towards the priest's position. However, at that moment, Ugsar activated his skill, War Shackles. It had been quite some time since he last employed this accompanying skill, and its cooldown had evidently concluded. Upon activation, a crimson shackle appeared upon Astalos' form. Although ordinary control skills would not be able to restrain him, the legendary treasure's control skill proved to be effective. Bound by the War Shackles, Astalos found his range of movement restricted to within 200 meters of Ugsar. This meant he could no longer pose a threat to Lin Yuan's priest units. "How does it feel to be on a leash?" Lin Yuan remarked with a cold smile. "You should feel honored. For you shall be the first abyss demon god to perish at my hands. I will obliterate you all." Astalos' 6 pairs of wicked eyes burned with rage, crimson as blood. However, under the constraints of the War Shackles, he was forced to engage only with the 3 heroes before him. The epic battle unfolding was truly a spectacle that left the viewers in the livestream awestruck by what true combat prowess looked like. How formidable. This is the epitome of divine conflict. To be frank, this boss could unleash a skill at random, and my entire army would be annihilated. The difficulty of this 100th round is insurmountable, 100,000 9th tier units, coupled with an outrageously powerful abyss demon god. Who could withstand such a force? Let me tell you a ghost story. Lin Yuan is barely holding on. If the esteemed Lin Yuan can truly withstand this round, then from this day forth, he shall undoubtedly be the world's foremost lord. Regardless of whether he succeeds or fails, he is already doomed. If any foreign lord dares to challenge this, let them come and face Lin Yuan in single combat. Although Lin Yuan's demonstrated strength garnered the recognition of the vast majority, the battlefield situation remained grim. On the front lines, 60,000 9th tier units and 40,000 7th tier skeleton kings, along with the golden battlefield and defensive structures, were barely maintaining equilibrium against the 100,000 hell three-headed dragons. However, on Astalos's side, Artoria and her companions were nearing their limits. The health points of Artoria, Ugsar, and Kalen had all dwindled to below 1/5 of their total. Their rear line of priests was, of course, exerting every effort to provide healing. Yet alas, Astalos's damage output was simply too high. The healing capacity of 7th tier units was insufficient to restore the hero's health. The only one still in relatively good condition was the Black Beast. However, despite its near full health, its strength was woefully inadequate. It could only hide at the edge of the battlefield, stealthily absorbing a bit of the abyssal energy emanating from Astalos to marginally reduce the latter's attributes. If it were to engage directly, Astalos could likely dispatch it with a single strike. Despite the brutal state of the battle, Astalos still boasted nearly 4 million health points, discounting the over 1 million health points lost to the forbidden spell. It meant that Artoria and her allies had managed to chip away only 3 to 4 million of his health at most. This was primarily due to the stark disparity in their actual capabilities. With Artoria and her companions' current levels, facing a level 135 abyss boss was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Human, you cannot defeat me. Astalos's face twisted in a grotesque snarl. Blood, foul and rancid, oozed from the numerous wounds scattered across his body, yet he remained unfazed. At this moment, he harbored only one thought: to slaughter these heroes before him and then to shred the human who had offended him into pieces. He intended to disassemble Lin Yuan's bones one by one, and then to crush him beneath his heel. However, under such circumstances, Lin Yuan suddenly began to laugh. Astalos's expression darkened instantly. What is so amusing? I am laughing at you, Lin Yuan replied calmly. I find it amusing that you are oblivious to your imminent demise. Imminent demise? Astalos momentarily faltered before bursting into raucous laughter. You think you can kill me? Amidst the mocking laughter of the abyss demon god, Lin Yuan slowly retrieved a special artifact. He then turned his gaze back to Astalos, speaking coolly. To be honest, had you not sought to kill me and intentionally provided me with a map to the dark maze, I would not have ventured there. This artifact is precisely what I obtained from that place. Using it against you would be a fitting retribution. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's words, Astalos furrowed his brow. Although he did not believe that Lin Yuan possessed any means of slaying him, the confidence exuded by his opponent sparked a flicker of unease within him. The special artifact that Lin Yuan had drawn forth was none other than the soul-devouring orb. The function of this soul-devouring orb is remarkably straightforward. It allows the user to sacrifice undead creatures on the battlefield to inflict substantial true damage upon the enemy target. The more undead creatures sacrificed, and the higher their tier, the greater the damage inflicted. However, the number of undead creatures that can be sacrificed in a single instance cannot exceed 100,000. Previously, Lin Yuan had been sacrificing low-tier skeletons. Sacrificing 100,000 first-tier skeletons would yield a maximum of 1 million true damage. If used against Astalos, it might not even deal that much damage. However, this time, Lin Yuan clearly had no intention of sacrificing ordinary skeletons. He gazed across the battlefield, noting that from the initial 40,000 skeleton kings, only the last 30,000 remained. Moreover, this was under the condition that Lin Yuan had deliberately positioned the 9th tier units at the forefront to preserve the strength of the Skeleton King army. From the very beginning, Lin Yuan had meticulously devised this strategy to confront Astaroth. You shall descend into the abyss, he declared, his gaze once again fixed upon Astaroth, a radiant smile illuminating his face. In the next moment, the effect of this Soul Reaper orb was unleashed. In an instant, the bodies of all the skeletal kings on the battlefield shattered into countless fragments of souls. Subsequently, these soul shards coalesced once more, forming an immense, inky black flame of souls, which merged into this Soul Reaper orb. The astonishing spectacle before them left everyone in the live broadcast room utterly astounded. No one could fathom Lin Yuan's true intentions. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a beam of black light exuding a devastating aura erupted from the Soul Reaper orb, instantly piercing through Astaroth's form. Before Astaroth could even react, this abyssal beam of destruction had forcibly penetrated his body. This was a strike made possible only by Lin Yuan's sacrificial offering of 30,000 skeletal kings' lives. 3. 564, 716. A grayish-white damage value suddenly materialized above Astaroth's head. A staggering total of 356 million damage. Astaroth, who had previously retained nearly half of his health, saw his remaining vitality plummet to a mere sliver. This was the true essence of a lethal blow.